If you have watched till part 2, then this video is not for you. In this manhua, the protagonist Tang is reincarnated as a baby in a world where the higher races enslave humans. Watch how he becomes stronger as he devours bloodlines. Here, fairies have absolute dominance over the human race, as humans are not only tools, but also livestock and food for them. However, no difficulty could stop Tang from finding his wife, whom he thought was also reincarnated along with him. His determination would not waver even if the heaven wavers. In the vast fairy continent, there was a town inhabited by wolves, which was surrounded by endless forests and mountains. Amidst the dense forest, Tang practiced his throwing skills and cultivated energy to become stronger. He jumped with joy as his mysterious heaven skill leveled up to the 3rd level. But the sad thing is, he had no ability apart from the unique skills recorded in this technique. He reminisced about his past life, where he could destroy mountains and dry the sea with his spirit skills. He figured that the humans in this world were new species, and thus still had a long way to become the dominant species. Due to that, the casualty rate of humans was very high. During his 3 years in this world, he saw 1/3 of his fellow children die for various reasons. However, no matter the difficulty, he needs to survive and find Xiao Wu. For that, the only way is to become stronger. Speaking of becoming stronger, one needs to eat healthy foods. But while he was munching on some wild apples, he heard the sound of fighting, so he peeked in the direction through the bushes and found out that a masked human was fighting a wolfkin. It was pretty astonishing for the human to be able to fight with a 3rd-rank wolf. However, to his surprise, the human stopped and unleashed an energy wave greater than the wolfkin, and Tang saw the human transforming into a beast-like shape. He was astonished at how a human could have such power, and as expected, the wolf was killed in a short while. But after the wolf died, another wolf came in, swearing to take revenge for killing its brother, and attacked the human with its sharp claws. And just then, Tang-san ambushed the wolfkin with his jade hand skill, while the wolf almost caught his hand. But he succeeded in the attack, but barely as he huffed and puffed. That attack wasn't any normal attack. It was an attack that hit the vitals, but he cursed as his baby body was so weak. Then he went to the injured human and asked about the ability that he used. The human was surprised because he thought that Tang already knew much about the divine monster transformation, as he was able to defeat the wolf. Tang was surprised and wanted to know how that skill worked. So the human replied, saying humans, monsters, and fairy races all had part of each other's bloodlines, and one needs to stimulate the bloodline through mysterious techniques. And only this way could humans have some power. But most of the people who could stimulate the bloodline betray the human race and become vassals for the monsters and the fairies, giving them a higher standing than ordinary humans. However, some humans like him fight for their own rights and break free from the shackles. The human also added that he was on a mission to assassinate the Lord of the Wind Wolf, and thus, when he failed, was chased down. Tang was unsure if he could unlock the abilities in normal ways since he was reincarnated, so he asked if there were any other ways to gain the transformation ability. The human replied, saying one can also deprive one's own power of transformation and give it away to another. But if the other party is not able to adapt with the power, then it will cause him to die. He then asked if the monsters and fairies could be deprived of their power. He said, coughing out blood, that it was unlikely since the bloodline density of monsters was very high. The human introduced himself as Zhu Jiaxin and said that since Tang was just a child, he got a lot of potentials to grow stronger, and since he would die either way, he could pass his own transformation power to him. However, he added that Tang must promise to help the humans in need and join their organization called Redemption. But before Tang could say anything, the human extracted some kind of golden energy from his body and said not to collect his body after he died, as that could expose him to the wolves. After that, he handed that energy ball to Tang, which made Tang go into a trance as he felt that this energy could easily be integrated by his mysterious heaven skill. And he also felt that the energy was nourishing his body along with improving his mysterious heaven skill. He was ecstatic as the mysterious heaven skill made it seem so easy. Then he wondered if the mysterious heaven skill was so good at adapting the different energy in his body. Then, what if he tried it on a monster? Curious, he tried it and discovered that it worked. So he deprived the 2 dead wolves of their energy and headed back to the shelter after cleaning up his traces of the fight. In the room, when other kids were sleeping soundly on a dried grass bed, He meditated like no tomorrow. He was ecstatic that his physical abilities improved after absorbing just 2 wolves. But he didn't forget his goal was not just being a little strong, but being strong enough to find Xiao Wu in this vast fairy continent. And also, the promise of joining the redemption organization gave him a headache as he didn't know where it was. A week later, Tang was working in the field to harvest rice and felt that the 2 bloodlines he had absorbed had been finally assimilated in his body after tirelessly working. So he sneaked into the forest to try out the bloodline skills. One was leopard flash from the human, which let him run very fast, and another was wind blade skill from the wolves, which let him throw blades made out of the wind to his opponent. And both of these skills could be used by him at will, without any conflict. This again proved the importance of the mysterious heaven skill from his past life. He thought he really could conquer the world with this mysterious heaven skill. However, when 2 years passed, he was distressed as his heaven skill didn't break through to the next level. He thought that the world's rule must be suppressing this skill. So he had no choice but to absorb more bloodlines by killing monsters despite the risk. Next day, he targeted a wolf to be his victim. But a post notice caught his eyes. So he activated his purple demon eyes that let him see clearly the content of the poster from a distance. It was about a mixed blood screening that tested the enslaved people for the talent of becoming vassals for the monsters. And this revelation gave him a new plan, so he abandoned his target. 3 days later, the wolves gathered everyone in the village and released a mysterious blue energy that stimulated the bloodline of the kids in the surroundings. Many screamed in pain as they transformed. One kid after another began to react. Tang was also among them, but he suppressed his urges to transform but nonetheless reacted, so he was also selected to be trained to be a vassal. Only a dozen enslaved people who passed were in residence, and 3 died for being unable to withstand the bloodline's power. Within the residence, a girl with white hair asked him if he was sure that he could awaken the bloodline skill, and warned if he couldn't, then he would be killed. Tang-san was warmed seeing the girl's worry, so he introduced himself as Tang-san. On the other hand, she also introduced herself as Ling Mushui. 2 days later, the final screening day came as a human vassal in good clothing greeted the wolf priest behind him. Then he asked the slaves not to resist the energy. At that moment, Tang-san felt that his windblade ability had improved by a bit. One by one, 5 people were selected, and 5 were rejected. Then as Tang-san was told, the 5 rejected were dragged to the altar for human sacrifice. The priest added that those who have the wolves' bloodline but couldn't utilize them are a shame to the clan and should be killed immediately. Thus, together with the 10 women previously dragged into the altar and the 5 rejected youths, the sacrifice was concluded as a red line of energy pierced through the sky. Tang-san saw the white skeleton of humans buried under the altar. He then swore that he would one day make human beings powerful enough to have their own rights. After they were taken to where they would be living, the guy introduced himself as Wang Yanfeng and said he would teach them how to become qualified vassals. He also introduced a woman named Qiu Jing as his wife, who later took them to their dorm to rest. The first thing Tang-san did after getting into the dorm was to bathe, but he saw Ling Muxue crying as she said that her mom was also dragged to the altar. Hearing that, Tang-san clenched his fist as memories of the past began to surface. But the 2 teachers intervened and got into the room, saying the world is cruel and they had no choice. Yang Feng also said that all the surviving vassals, including them, experience this kind of pain every so often. He then said that Tang-san and Ling Muxue are both wiser than the other kids, and also mentioned how Tang-san's windblade skill was awakened long before, but as he hid it, which means he is trying to escape. But he warned that if anyone betrayed, then all the surviving members of the same batch would be executed. However, he said he would keep it a secret, for they are like his family. He then told them that the only way to get revenge was by growing stronger, and they would be taught how to grow stronger for 3 years. So Tang-san thanked Yanfeng for advice after he finished talking. The next day, Wang Yangfeng named 3 unnamed children. The tallest one Wang Chao, the shortest one Wang Zhong, and lastly, the mid-height one Wang Xiaolei. Then he told them that they would study wolf culture in the morning and practice wind-wolf transformation skills in the afternoon for 3 years. In addition to teaching characters in cultural classes, they will also be taught about the geography of the fairy continent. Tang-san learnt that there are 7 main cities for the monster race and the fairy race. including the Holy Spirit City in the center of the mainland. Tang San was extra attentive as this knowledge might help him find Xiao Wu. However, Yang Feng added that the Wolf clan might look strong in their eyes, but they are fragile when compared to the other clans. Tang San then asked if the whole continent had humans. In reply, Yang Feng said that humans are the largest race in the fairyland, but they only have the quantity, not the quality of the bloodline. Later in the afternoon, they were taught about the basics of a windwolf transformation, and through Yan Feng's guidance, everyone learned it quickly. But what surprised Yan most was the fact that Tang San learned it faster than anyone he had seen before, as though he had already used the technique many times. But Tang San ignored Yan's surprise and asked what the strongest level of cultivation of the monsters and the fairies is. In reply, Yan Feng said that according to the legend, it's 12th rank. Then Tang San analyzed that if the rank's power was still the same as in his old world, then one could directly cultivate to the first god rank. He then knew why there was no god in that world, because the energy of this planet itself is at the level of gods. So when too many people call themselves God, the value of the word God decreases. Again, in the middle of the night, he sneaked out of the residence to the nearby forest. But today, his goal was to experiment on the wolves. Thus, after one of the third-ranked wolves separated, he ambushed it and knocked it unconscious with crane-catching dragon, which is a part of Mysterious Heaven's skill. Then he absorbed the bloodline when it was alive and was successful in not killing it in the process. But he left it alive to see if it could recover its lost bloodline. Well, it really worked and enhanced his Windblade skill while improving the rank of Mysterious Heaven's skill a bit. He knew that these two experiments were necessary, so he risked them to power up, for he needed to be strong fast. Tang San was disappointed, as even after absorbing the third-ranked wolf's blood, he couldn't break through to the fourth rank of Mysterious Heaven's skill. He speculated that he needed to devour a fourth-ranked wolf to level up. After a few days, he observed the wolf he had attacked previously, and found out that it had recovered its bloodline power after rest. Since the third-ranked wolf won't work then, he needs the fourth rank. But sneak attacking a fourth-ranked wolf was a big risk for him. The next day, the teacher was training everyone on fighting moves by letting them attack him. After testing Wang Zong, he was praised for him being able to preserve his strength. Next was Ling Mushui. She attacked very directly and almost touched Wang Yanfang, but Wang Yanfang caught her so she couldn't attack. And when it came to Tang San, the teacher was surprised, for his eyes were glowing blue. Then Tang San attacked Wang Fang. However, the Windblade disappeared halfway, which caught Wang Fang off guard, but he was able to block it nonetheless. Everyone was surprised that every attack Tang San made would carry an invisible Windblade. But how could they know that this little guy in front of them was a master of hidden weapons in his previous life? So the teacher asked him about the hidden Windblade ability and where he learned it from. He refused to believe that he learned it by himself. So Tang made up a lie and told his teacher that when he was 6 years old, he went to the woods and met a man by chance. The man not only gave him food, but also taught him the technique every night. He then told him that the demon god transformation isn't the only way to grow stronger, and there are other ways to grow stronger as well. And he said that humans could only use the technique, and the end goal of using this technique was to redeem mankind. Of course, Tang San revealed the redemption thing as he trusted his teacher, and just as he expected, his teacher told him not to say anything about this thing to anyone. Then Tang San asked if his teacher wanted to learn the technique from him. Of course, his plan was to absorb the bloodline power from his teacher while fighting. All his teacher needs to do is sleep, then the absorbed bloodline power will be recovered. And so Tang San began to demonstrate the technique as they fought with each other. However, amidst the fight, Tang San absorbed the teacher's bloodline from the left side of the body, which paralyzed the teacher on his left side. And after that, he admitted his defeat, for he needed to absorb this power quickly. While he was meditating on the rooftop, his mysterious heavenly skill finally broke through the fourth rank. But he couldn't just simply keep absorbing bloodlines, as he needed to grow strong enough for his body to accumulate new bloodlines. The next day, his teacher called him out after class and reminded him again that the Windwolf town has 33 vassals, and among these people, if anyone betrayed, then all of them would be killed. So he must never mention the word redemption again. Tang San agreed and asked his teacher if he wanted to learn his hidden Windblade technique again. Wan Yangfeng lied and said that his wind blades improved after last night's training, for he didn't want to be reprimanded by a student for being too dumb. Tang San added that the hidden wind blade technique is not that difficult to learn, but one needs to learn basic handshake techniques first. Thus began another round of training and sucking up bloodlines, and the following days, during the lunch break, Wang Yangfeng would learn from Tang San alone. But the other students thought that the teacher was teaching Tang San personally and giving him a special treat, not knowing it was the opposite. Thus, another 100 days passed, and during that time, Tang San would either practice wind element array at night or go out to sneak attack lonely wolves. With that routine, Tang San quickly increased his strength, and in the blink of an eye, a year passed. And by this time, students were used to Tang San being treated differently by the teacher. But today, Wang Yangfeng gave him a map that he had always wanted. As he opened up the map of the vast continent, he imagined that Xiao Wu had to be somewhere on that map. Seeing him excited, Wang Yangfeng asked him if he wanted to go to the city along with him. Tang San was even more excited and quickly agreed. The next day when they went out for the city, Yangfeng warned Tang San that the city was dangerous, so he should always stick with him. Along the way, they met a high-ranking monster and bowed their heads to it, as Yangfeng warned them not to look at it, or he might be killed. And soon after that, they reached the gate of the city. And again the teacher warned him not to look around much and to be humble. After entering the city, they got into a rundown hotel that was only used by the vassals. There, Tang San got to know Guli, who was like a little sister to Wang Yangfeng. So after settling in, they went straight to the ancestral home of the Windwolf clan, and Wang Feng told Tang that only he could go inside, so he should wait at the gate without wandering around. Tang San complied and waited beneath a tree, but when he looked around, he saw a milk tea shop named May Milk Tea Shop with a vassal owner. And when the wolf customer was gone, he went to try but froze as he saw someone he knew so very dearly. Xiao Wu. He looked more and more, and he was afraid it was all but a hallucination. But it wasn't, as Xiao Wu gave him a drink and said to not stay in this neighborhood for long as the nobles won't be very friendly. He didn't listen to what she said and just called her, but she said it was not her name, and everyone calls her young Master May. Tang Sang, despite facing the ruthlessness of time for thousands of years, couldn't help but cry as though he was really just a child. Again Xiao, as though she didn't know him, asked why he was crying and told him to drink it hurriedly. So he drank the milk as though he was drinking her milk. And in the meantime, his teacher was also done with his work and got out of the ancestral home and told him that they needed to leave the core area as it was not a good idea for a vassal to stay there for long. Tang nodded and went to pay for the drink, but was rejected by the shop's owner, who looked like the mother of Xiao Wu. But he paid the money nonetheless. And before leaving, he told them his name, hoping Xiao Wu would remember it. Back in the inn, the teacher asked if Tang San was okay, and said that a cup of milk was enough to touch his heart. Then, he said that he could go out with his Aunt Gui. She also said that they could just go to the annual Collision tournament. When Tang San asked what that was, she said it was a traditional competition where two young warriors fight. Tang San was even more excited after hearing it was about fight, so he agreed immediately. In the arena, a bear-like monster was shouting out the rules of the arena, saying the person who is close to the center of the arena after colliding with the opponent is the winner, and the person with 10 wins in a row wins the match, which will give him many spirit horn coins. Tang San also asked his teacher if he could participate as he thought it was a good chance to steal bloodlines when colliding with the opponent. But they said that it was very dangerous even if he won. It was not good to expose his identity. But he changed his outfit with a hoodie and masked his face and said not to worry. After that, he registered for the competition with a number badge of 6. After a few games, his number was called out against a flash leopard. When he went to the stage and showed everyone his badge number, everyone was astonished. For he was not only a vassal, but also so tiny. Cheers to kill the vassal erupted from the crowd, for it was a disgrace for a vassal to think they could fight against a monster. The leopard used its flash skill to reach him in seconds, but Tang San got under his belly with his tiny body, used wind blades, and simultaneously extracted bloodline from the leopard. After that, he crawled out from underneath the cheetah and proudly declared his victory on the stage. But at his victory, some of the windwolves were taking pride while some of the leopard monsters were furious, and one even went to attack him on stage, but was shooed away by the bear-like referee. Then another guy with a horn on his head from the rhino race appeared on the stage. The rhino was confident in its defense against the windblades, so he charged without any hesitation. And as the rhino expected, the windblades didn't faze him. But that windblade was just a feint. The real attack was dealt by Tang San's two hands. One hand extracted the bloodline from the rhino, and another dealt the heavy blow through its eyes. The now blind rhino rushed into the crowd frantically but was stopped again by the referee. Then the next opponent came. It was a falcon, and Tang San figured out that it was sent specially to deal with him. And as expected, the falcon was clearly at an advantage, as it was flying where Tang San was just on the ground. The falcon locked its bloodline ability on its target, Tang San, but was counterattacked by the purple demon eye of Tang San, along with the windblades, which immediately dealt an invisible blow to the falcon as it fell on the ground. Tang San hurriedly pretended to deal more blows and touched the body of the falcon to extract the bloodline. Seeing this, even the bear-like referee was surprised by the vassal winning against the falcon. And so the next monster that was put against Tang San was a rhinoceros deer demon. This time everyone was confident that the vassal would lose, as the rhino deer has a very powerful spirit strength. And Tang San knew that the monster race would give him even more powerful opponents, since anyone could join as long as they were above the 3rd rank and below 6th rank. So, he should just be done with this game. And thus, he didn't attack, but used his extraction skill to extract the bloodline and quickly fled after taking the money for the 3 wins. Even the deer didn't expect that the opponent would run away without any shame. The referee thought that Tang San had exhausted all his energy in the previous fight, and thus had no choice but to run away. In the meantime, the leopard race was furious and chased after him, for he had just killed one of their own. But Tang San covered his body with the bloodline of the leopards, so the leopards couldn't even trace him back. He returned to the inn and saw his teacher and Ant Guy waiting for him, and rebuked him, saying he shouldn't have killed the leopard. So the ant told them that they needed to leave the city sooner than expected, for it might be dangerous for him to stay here any longer, and left them to inquire about the leopard's movements. Then Wang Yangfang asked why he was impulsive today. Tang San said that it was because he wanted to earn money to buy milk tea from Mei's shop. Wang then told him that he could buy it for him, and not to do this kind of stuff again. So Tang San apologized and went to his room. He didn't go to sleep today as he needed to observe the new bloodlines that he had absorbed. He gained 3 new types of bloodlines, and under his observation, he found out that with his mysterious heaven skill, he could remove and separate bloodlines too, which made him ecstatic, as he wouldn't have to worry about absorbing the wrong bloodlines in the future. Now that he had analyzed the bloodlines, it was time to fuse with them. So he first started with the rhino's bloodline, which had the ability to use the skin as heavy armor. And as he expected, it strengthened his body after being fused. Next was the falcon blood, which also enhanced his physical strength. And the last was the spirit rhino deer blood. But he wasn't able to fuse with it and thought that it must be because he could only fuse 4 different bloodlines in the 4th level. But when he was about to give up, he sensed that the eagle bloodline was pulling over the spiritual rhino's bloodline, and the eagle blood was devouring the spiritual deer's blood and causing a mutation that made the eagle eye even stronger. He was satisfied with today's events, as not only did he figure out the upper limit of absorbing different bloodlines, but he also found out the fact that the fused bloodlines can mutate when different types of bloodlines are absorbed. The next morning, when he was cultivating his purple demon eye, which needed morning sun, he was surprised to see that his speed of cultivating the demon eye increased by a lot. He analyzed that this should be the effect of the mutated eagle bloodline. So he tried to actively use the eagle bloodline and saw the world in a new color. With the mutated eyes, he could also see the different elements in the air, and he could also invoke them, which is nothing short of heaven-defying. So he immediately put improving the skill as his first priority when it came to training. Just as he was about to experiment more on this skill, Wang Feng informed him to prepare as they were leaving. When Tang was outside the city, he again thought about Xiao Wu, who didn't remember him at all. But again, on the way back, Tang San was reprimanded for drawing attention to himself and told to be as low-key as possible. Back in the dorm, he saw everyone training hard when he got back, so Tang San also joined them but overpowered them easily. When Wang Yangfang came, they complained about it, but Tang San said that they were too weak and needed to speed up their growth. If not, they might not even become proper vassals. Even though Wang Yangfang was dissatisfied, he still agreed to say that Tong-san would join the actual combat class from then on, which made the students even more afraid, as they might get beaten up daily from then on. When Tong-san and Wang Yangfang were alone, he asked Wang Yangfang if he could help him find more info about the Wind Wolves. When Wang Yang asked why he needed it, he truthfully said that all the vassals wanted freedom in their hearts, but they didn't dare to escape due to the lack of power. But Tang promised that he would free all the vassals of Wind Wolves if he had enough information about the enemy and enough strength. So, from then on, Tang Sang would teach the students his Tang Sect's secret skills every day, except the mysterious heaven skill. But even teaching them basic techniques from his past life was enough to mesmerize them. That day, Tang was running fast through the nightfall towards Kerry City, for he wanted to test how long it takes to get to the city. But when he reached the city, he felt wind elements in the ambient being moved, as he felt 3 people with strong wind power inside the inn. When he peeked through the window, he saw a 5th-rank martial artist wearing a mask along with Wang Fang, who seemed to be wary of the masked man. Later, he finds out that the masked man is from Redemption, and he also reveals a shocking truth about Aunt Gui, as he says that she was a member of Redemption too, and also requests Wang Fang to join Redemption. Wang Fang was assured by the man that the other vassals would not be implicated. Then he was asked if Tang San, his student, had enough talent, as the information says. At that time, Tang revealed himself, which shocked everyone on the scene, including the man, but he asked Tang to hold on to his attack for a few minutes, and then he would pass the test to join the Redemption. So Tang-san also added a condition for joining the Redemption and asked that the place where the Redemption trains him should be in Kerry City, and the fake identity should be very secure. The masked man sneered and said to wait until he passed the test. This pissed Tang-san a little, but he complied and attacked with his windblade. The Redemption guy was surprised that the speed of the wind blades was controlled by Tang-san, which he never thought was possible. Generally, after one throws the wind blade, it will only be affected by the terminal velocity and air resistance, and slow down its speed over time. Also, he never saw a wind blade that could change direction in the middle of the flight. So, he thought that since Tang Sang was good at ranged attacks, his close combat should be weak. And so he moved closer, but was hit by wind blades that came from behind, and it blasted itself on his back. Tang-san asked if the test was over. In reply, the man asked where he had learned such a good technique from. When Tang-san was about to say some made-up lie, Wang Fang interrupted and asked Tang if he really wanted to join the Redemption. To his question, Tang-san firmly said yes. So the teacher said that though his position would make it hard to join the Redemption, he hopes that he sees humankind free in his lifetime. Tang-san promised Wang that he would try his best. So the Redemption guy who broke his mask in the battle told them that he would arrange the said conditions and left afterward. On the way back to Redemption, the guy coughed out blood for the attack of Tang San, really crushed his balls. He then swore that such a good seed should definitely join Redemption. The next half-month, Tang thought about Xiao Wu while cultivating until the masked man came back saying his requests had been approved. And the plan was to blame the conflict between the 2 monster races for the disappearance of Tang San. If the wolf race is sure that the slaves are dead in the conflict, then they would no longer suspect of betraying. He explained that the Leopard clan and the Wolf clan were always in feuds in the Kerry City, and the feuds grew even stronger after a leopard was killed by a wolf vassal in the Collision tournament this year. And they can arrange for some vassals of the leopards to attack this side of wolf territory and take Tang-san away in the chaos, and assured that this operation would personally be presided over by one of the elders of the Redemption. And he warned Tang-san not to leave until 300 breaths from the start of the fight, which would take place 3 days later. Wang Fang also said that with his talent, humanity will have greater chances of being free, and said that he will always be welcome at Wolf City. 3 days later, 10 kilometers from the Wind Wolf town was a group of leopards marching through the forest. The leopard-like monster called out to a human called Zheng Mengqi and asked if this route was the only way to get to the wolf town. The human addressed the wolf as Master Shin and confirmed that this was the safest route. And when they reached very near the wolf town, they waited for the darkness of the night to embrace them. And when the night came, the leopard attacked the wolf clan and fought with another strong member of the wolf town. In the fight, it was revealed that Shin attacked the town because he sensed the breath of the leopard clan members in the wolf town and thought that they were kidnapped by the wolves. The strong wolf was surprised and asked his fellow kin if they had really kidnapped any leopards recently. But the wolf denied it. But under the suppression of the leopard, he revealed that he couldn't break through to the next level. So he kidnapped some leopard children to eat. Hearing that, the leopard was even more furious as he heard the wolf eating the leopards to get stronger. At that time, the leopard revealed its full rank, which was at the 7th rank. And just at that moment, the 300 breaths of time were nearing. So Tang San bid farewell to his teacher, and before he left, Wang Yang told him to inform his Aunt Gui about his successful escape. But Tang San was Tang San. To him, this fight was like a treasure trove since he could gain a lot of bloodline strength from the injured and dead monsters. So he walked along the edge of the battlefield, looking for some small-scale conflicts to take advantage of. When he found a suitable chance, he immediately made use of it with his extraction skills, as he killed them along the way. After that, he encountered a fight that was fought by very strong individuals. There were 2 wolves fighting against a leopard. But that leopard had a higher cultivation base, so the wolves weren't capable of defeating it. So the wolves used their last straw of chance as they threatened the leopard by self-detonating the wolf core, which would cause massive explosions nearby and would cause the death of both parties. So the leopard had no choice but to stop the fight. But the leopard said that they needed to hand over the culprit of the kidnapping along with the kidnapped leopards. The head of the wolves complied and told the underlying Feng Xiong to go and not implicate the entire wolf town. So Feng Xiong, the culprit, planned to run away quickly as he didn't want to get caught by the leopards. Seeing the situation, Tang San quickly left, for it would be hard to leave once the conflict reached a whole conclusion. Feng Xiong was surprised when wind blades attacked him, which made him confused as to why a fellow clansman would attack him. But he was bound to be even more surprised as the 18 wind blades were executed by none other than a human vassal. But his surprise turned into disbelief as he saw Tang San rush towards him with leopard flash. Tang San evaded the wolf claws using his purple demon eye, which showed the ambient movement in slow motion. Then he used his rhino strength and physically blocked the attack of the wolf, all the while executing the wind blades. And as finishing touch, he used his skill from his previous life, called 100 Balls Breaking Fist, to break down the wolf. Tang San huffed in exhaustion, for he had just fought a guy that was way stronger. He didn't intend to fight the wolf, but who could blame the wolf for running in the same direction as him? He quickly absorbed the blood of the strong wolf, which immediately made him break through to the 5th level. And the wolf brand of the bloodline he previously had also changed color. It seems the wolf this time was really different. He then spotted a pouch belonging to the wolf, took it away, and escaped. Not longer after he left, the strong wolf priestess was howling in grief as she found out that the wolf was dead. At that time, the leopard also arrived, for he intended to chase the wolf that was running away, but it didn't expect the wolf to be dead even before he arrived. The wolf blamed the leopard for the wolf's death and said that Feng Xiong had the bloodline of the Wind Wolf King. The leopard was surprised for a small place like this to have the bloodline of the King Wolf. But before it could escape, it saw the priestess sacrificing itself for greater power to take revenge against the leopard. Even Tang San, who was leaving with the masked human, saw the red beam of sacrifice from a distance. In the meantime, the head of the wolves in the Kerry city sensed the energy from the sacrifice and was furious. Thus, many wolves were dispatched from the ancestral home of the wolves in Kerry city near the shop of Xiao Wu. Along the way toward the city, Tang San found out that the masked man was called Tian Xiao. Just as they were near the city gates, they took a detour instead of entering the city, and Tang found out that they were heading towards the Redemption Academy of Kerry City. They soon arrived at the castle that was surrounded by high walls, so Tang asked if this was the academy, but was denied by Tian Xiao as he said that this was the highest level of academy in Kerry City, where only nobles with high talents join. Then he reprimanded Tang for saying the name of the Redemption Organization so loudly, and said that Kerry City is not in control of the academy, but the academy is in control of the Kerry City. And nobles from different races want the best offspring, so they try really hard to get their descendants into the academy. And far away from the shining academy was the academy of those who sought redemption. The Redemption Academy looked more like a rundown hotel than an academy. Inside the broken crap of the academy, Tian Xiao took his leave after he brought the little child, Tang San, to a mighty man with brown hair. But the mighty man exuded a strong aura of bloodlust, which forced Tang San to use his rhino bloodline and leopard flash to get away. The mighty man praised him for breaking through the 5th rank and asked why he could use different bloodlines at the same time. Tang San was surprised that he was exposed so easily. The man questioned if Wang Yangfeng knew about this. Tang San denied and said that he was the first one to know this. He again made up a BS and said when he was a child, he met an injured man that gave him a book called Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record, and he learned many techniques from that book. Later in years, he found out that he also had the ability to absorb bloodlines after he touched the monsters. The man asked if the method of controlling wind blades mid-flight also came from that book. Tang San nodded and asked him if he wanted to learn some of his techniques too. Then he saw the man in red sealing the surrounding area for soundproofing, then warned Tang San not to tell anyone about what he had just said to him. And it might seem like a good idea for every human to know about heaven skills, but it will do more harm than good, and none, even from redemption, should know about this technique. But Tang asked, isn't it a good thing for every human to be able to get stronger fast? But was rebuked by the man as he said that when the fairy race finds out about this fact, then they will cause mass extinction of humans before the human could even get stronger. And only if Tang San could cultivate the skill at the highest level and become the strongest to protect the humans, could the human race be able to fight against the monsters and the fairies. Then he introduced himself as Zhang Haoxuan and said that he was a rank 9 transformer with the blood of the Flame Tiger King, and said that his bloodline is strongest among the tiger race, second only to the gold bloodline of the Tiger King lineage. Then he said that Tang should start from the red division of the Redemption Organization in order to conceal his strength. Seeing the puzzled look of the Tang San, Zhang Haoxuan explained that there are 7 major levels corresponding to the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cayenne, blue, and purple, where red is the weakest and purple is the strongest. Tang was attentive and asked the level of his new teacher and was surprised that Zhang Hao was just at the green level. He was also told that he was chief in charge of Kerry City, and the little town surrounding the Redemption Academy was called Academy Town. About 1% of the people in the town belong to the organization where the most important task is to cultivate reserved talents for the freedom of humanity. Having said all the craps, he then imprinted Tang San's identity token as a redeemer on the back of his right hand. That imprint could only be seen by using a special method, and this imprint can also reveal the bloodline strength of the person. Then Zhang Hao took Tang San to meet everyone and introduced him as his new disciple, which made everyone surprised. Then Tang San was given under the care of the director of the academy, Guanlong Jiang, as Zhang Hao took his leave. Later, Guanlong introduced Tang San to Mu Yunyu, who was in charge of daily life and physical training, and her elder brother Mu Anqing, who was in charge of real-life combat. Then Siru, who was responsible for teaching all kinds of theories about divine monster transformation. So Tang San greeted them and introduced himself as a person of rank 4 with windblade manipulation. Everyone was shocked at his rank at such a young age, but little did they know he was at rank 5, not rank 4. Then the director called out a student named Dubai and told him to escort Tang San to room 3 in the east. In the way to the dorm, Dubai said that it was nice for him to have his own separate room. When in the room, he said that he would later take him to the academy town to buy some necessities. Tang thanked him, but Dubai said to not be so polite as they will be a competitor in the future. Then he told him to look at his eyes as he tried to hypnotize Tang San with his bloodline skill. But Tang San counterattacked it with his own eyes, which made Dubai scream in pain as he rolled in the ground covering his eyes. When everyone came in to know about what happened, Tang told them that Dubai told him to look at his eyes, so he complied. But in the next second, he began screaming like a bitch. Miss Mu Yun then took Dubai away, and Director Guanlong told Tang San that Dubai had the eyes of a heavenly fox, which was the ability to spy on everything in heaven and the earth. And Dubai was the only currently known human to have the bloodline of the heavenly fox. Then a girl named Cheng Zichen came in and said that she was there to take him to the market to buy some necessities. Tang San thanked her, but she said that she was just there to return the favor for teaching Dubai a lesson, and found out that Dubai always spied on the girls' dorm with his ability. The girls couldn't even take a dump peacefully for him. On the way, she said that the Academy Town was mainly responsible for providing all kinds of things for Kerry Academy's daily needs, to assist Kerry Academy's monster race students in cultivation, and they also have a sparring ground where their students practice actual combat. And the academy town is mainly divided into 3 parts: sparring group, medicine group, and service group. After buying all the necessities, Tang-san was back, but he was greeted by Dubai as he said that Tang-san's spiritual power was very powerful. But the pain he suffered this time wasn't as bad as when he spied on Miss Mu Yunyu shitting. He then added he screamed more because he wanted Miss Yunyu to take care of him. Hearing that, Tang-san understood that he underestimated the backboner of this feminine man. He then told him that they needed to go to his welcoming dinner held by the chief. In the dinner table, Chief Zhang Hao said that he officially accepted Tang-san as a disciple, and amidst everyone's shock, he placed a good chunk of juicy meat on Tang-san's plate. And every man became hungry, and every woman became wet seeing the meat Tang-san had. But before Tang-san could taste his meat, all that was left was a boner, as the hungry wolves and the wet waifus ate the meat. Although they ate his meat, Tang-san was still satisfied, for he got to suck on the boner and reminisce that this had to be the best meat he had beaten. After the dinner party, when everyone was gone, Chief Zhang told Tang-san that it took them more than 300 years to bring the status of the Redemption Academy to this level. Redemption finally was able to be recognized by the monster race, as they slowly started to develop on them. And if humans could have such a place on the entire continent, then there would be no more suffering. After some more emotional crap, he left before telling Tang-san that the Redemption Academy has another rule. A disciple could only have a single master. After that, Tang-san went into his room and opened the treasure pouch. When he tried to open it, he was surprised as he saw that it wasn't a normal pouch, but a storage bag. And it had a restriction, which was, it could only be used by Feng Xian's bloodline. And since Tang-san absorbed the bloodline of Feng Xiang, then he should be able to see what was inside. And so he tried opening it, and saw that it had 10 cubic feet of space. And there were hundreds of elemental wind coins along with many wind spirit stones that were very pure, and not to mention this pouch still had 3 spirit horn coins. Tang-san really made a big fortune robbing that guy. But he didn't get drowned in happiness. Instead, he further fused with Feng Xiang's bloodline. He then understood the quality of the bloodline, which was much purer and denser than any other wolves he had previously absorbed. Then he thought of his classmates still living in the wolf territory, and hoped that the incident didn't implicate them. The next day he again met Dubai and found out that the physical fitness class would be held in the morning, and the actual combat class would be in the afternoon. And Chenzi appeared out of nowhere and told Tang-san that Ms. Mu would let the students fight against Tang-san to showcase his ability. Then Dubai addressed Chengzi as Chicken Z and said that she mustn't hurt little Tang. But Chenzi was angered being called a chicken and was about to rebuke him, but Dubai said if she hit a heavenly fox, then she would be cursed with bad luck. Then it was revealed that those that hurt the heavenly fox bloodline encountered bad luck in the future. But Tang-san shook his head, saying he had never encountered bad luck after hurting Dubai's eyes. Instead, he was blessed with many treasures from the storage bag of Feng Xiang. Later in the physical training class, Miss Mu equipped everyone with 4 counterweight bars, each weighing 10 kg. In addition, everyone's monster transformation power was sealed as they were forced to race through the mountains. After reaching 2 mountains, Dubai was sweating wet, so Tang-san asked if he needed any help. But the wet Dubai denied it, and asked how Tang was not wet after crossing 2 mountain peaks. After the 4th mountain, Tang-san again asked Dubai, but Dubai rejected him again. Thus Miss Mu appeared and pulled out 2 weights from Dubai and gave them to Tang-san and told him to go on his own. Tang-san complied while Dubai was being punished by whipping as he moaned. Soon after, with extra 2 weights of 20 kg, Tang-san reached the top of the mountain and saw Chen Zi had also reached the top. So Mu Anqin, the brother of Miss Mu, unblocked their bloodline powers. Then they rushed back to the academy from the mountain. Chen Zi asked to hurry. Otherwise, they won't have anything to eat. Tang-san then saw Chen Zi flying with chicken wings and wondered if he could eat some chicken wings when he went back. But he didn't hold back and rushed too. In the way, Tang-san thought about it and decided to choose his senior sister Chen Zi as his 5th bloodline. But despite trying his hardest, he still couldn't outrun the flying chicken Z. When he went back, he saw Director Guanlong waiting for him, as he said that he wouldn't receive the punishment since it was his first time. After Tang went for lunch, the director asked about Tang-san to Siri, who was good at analyzing opponents with his knowledge. But when Siri said that Tang was at the 5th level, the director was surprised and understood why the chief would take Tang-san as a disciple so quickly. On the way to the canteen, Tang asked Chicken Z if the academy allowed students to enter the town, but she said that they would only be allowed if 2 people go together. She wondered how come he had the stamina after a daying running wet. On the way, Tang-san asked what the name of her bloodline was. She then said that it was the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng's bloodline. However, she added that her bloodline was still incomplete and needed to perform an ancestral transformation to increase the potency of the bloodline. Hearing it, Tang craved for the chicken blood even more, so he asked if she wanted to spar in the afternoon class. She agreed and said that she would not show any mercy. In the afternoon, Tang fought with the chick, but the chicken was forced back by wind blades of Tang. The onlookers were shocked to see 18 blades being controlled simultaneously. Tang-san's wind blade blocked the lift path of Chen-Zi, which made it impossible for a bird race monster to advance any further, and Tang-san took advantage of her panic and rode on her wings with his ghost step technique. After touching her wings, he smoothly absorbed her bloodline, which exhausted her. Tang-san then comforted her for her defeat along with teacher Muang King. Director Guanlong then asked Tang-san if he had reached rank 5. Tang-san replied that he had just recently made a breakthrough. Everyone was shocked to the core, along with Chen-Zi, as Tang-san was too young for a rank 5. But Tang-san ignored everyone's surprise as he was very used to this both back in the past and in this life. He was analyzing the blood of Golden Peng from Chen-Zi, but was again hugged by Dubai. But he didn't let this chance go and absorbed the bloodline of Dubai too. But even that little time of absorbing was enough to get a first-level Heavenly Fox bloodline. So he thanked Dubai, which made Dubai puzzled as to why Tang would suddenly thank him. In the next game, Guli and Zhang Zebin faced off. Zhang Zebin took the initiative to attack with his fire-type bloodline, whereas Guli used a skill that froze the surroundings and was likely using a time-freezing skill. Tang-san was conflicted as he pondered on which bloodline he should be fused with. Even though the ability to control time is powerful, he needed a flight skill too. Tang-san then asked Dubai about the bloodlines of these fighters. Dubai then explained that Zhang Zebin was a variant of the Scarlet Dragon, and Guli was of the Time Crocodile bloodline. Hearing it, Tang-san was gloating as he couldn't wait to get his mysterious heaven skill to the next level to fuse with these bloodlines. Then the next person came, and the director told Tang-san that he was called Wu Binji and was the only student whose cultivation base had reached the 6th level. He also encouraged Tang-san to do his best against him and find out his own limit. At that time, Dubai warned Tang-san that senior brother Wu Bingji was very strong with his Ice Essence bloodline, which is a legendary bloodline belonging to the fairy race. They both attacked simultaneously, Tang-san with his wind blades and Wu Bing with his ice shards. But Tang-san kept dodging all the ice shards. Then Wu Bin created a snow mist in his vicinity and kept throwing ice shards from there. At the same time, he made an ice wall to protect himself from Tang-san's wind blades. But Tang-san was also empowering his wind blades with more energy and compressed all of them into one very sharp and strong blade. His previous attacks shattered 3 ice spears of Wu Bing, making everyone shocked. But the next attack of Tang-san was even more ferocious. Thus, Wu Bin created ice shields after ice shields to defend head-on. But the teachers were surprised because it was harder to compress so many wind blades into one than making a 9-sided ice shield, which proved the superior elemental control of Tang-san. And elemental control was the specialty of the fairy bloodline, but Tang-san was of monster bloodline, which made even little sense. However, to the shock of the students, the 9-sided shield was broken one by one, and at last, only one ice shield remained. Tang-san was a bit disappointed not being able to destroy all the shields, but he didn't want to expose all his trump cards. Thus, he admitted defeat to the onlookers' shock. After all, that was all he could do with only one bloodline ability, as the opponent was an entire level above him. After the battle, Teacher Siri asked Wu Bing if he had discovered his shortcomings. Wu Bin nodded, and said that in terms of control of elements, Tang-san was better than him. Siri then told him that he might ask for some guidance from Tang-san, so to improve his elemental control. Thus, Wu Bing asked Tang-san if he could give him some pointers in the future. Tang-san happily agreed, and said he also wanted to learn from Wu Bing. Later, Tang San was called in by teacher Si and the director, who asked him how he was so good at elemental control while probing him with their divine consciousness. Tang Sang was a bit surprised, feeling the divine consciousness, as it was not something any Tom, Dick, and Harry could have. Then, Siri informed Tang San not to worry, as checking his body is essential to determine his future training methods. He then asked Tang San how he controls his wind element. In reply, Tang San said that he could see them and play with them, and in exchange, they listened to him. Siri then asked, "How do the wind elements look like?" Tang San then replied, saying they look like azure light spots, and they like freedom, and if restrained, they become irritable. Siri was surprised by Tang San's understanding of elements even more, so he asked if Tang San wanted to be his disciple. Then, the director, Guan Long, also chimed in and offered Tang San, saying he was better than Siri. But Tang San said that he already chose a master who said that one could only choose a teacher in this academy, and quietly left, which made the teachers shout at the mayor as they said that they would fine the mayor for misguiding Tang San. And that said, Mayor Jiang was now greeting a woman, supposedly his superior, who asked him about Tang San. Mayor then replied, saying Tang San had broken through to the 5th level of bloodline at only 9 years old, which earned him praise from the women. But she also added that the academy might not be peaceful anymore, since a high-ranking monster race person noticed something about this academy, which meant that they might need to change the location. But the mayor said that he didn't want to change until it was the last resort, and asked how long he left before he must change it. She said that she would let him know, and said that there shouldn't be much danger now. Mayor thanked her, and said she must also take care of herself since she was one of the backbones of the organization. But just at that moment, teacher Si rushed into the room, cursing Mayor Jiang, but noticing the Holy Mother, he apologized and greeted her. He then complained that Zhang Tian had taken in Tang San as a disciple, even though he didn't know anything about elemental control. Zhang then replied he did so quickly since he knew Siri would rob Tang San from him. The Holy Mother was also curiously asking what could make the teachers so tempted to take in Tang San. Thus, Siri said that Tang San's 5th level wind elemental bloodline power could compete against Wu Binji's ice element, which was of the fairy race and at 6th level. Even Jiang, who knew a lot about Tang San, was surprised. Holy Mother then said, it was not the point, but the point is Tang San was just 9 years old and had a lot of potentials to become even stronger. Again, teacher Si kept complaining and asked Zhang Tian to hand over Tang San. Dr. Zhang was even more shocked, for he knew Tang San had other abilities apart from just Windwolf transformation, and didn't know how crazy Siri would become if he knew that. Then the Holy Mother took her leave and said that he must prepare for any change, and before leaving, she shouted the motto of the organization, "Gather like a fire, scattered like stars." Then Zhang Tian said that the academy might not be able to continue here and be closed at any time. He again mentioned the person who was suspecting them, and said if not for the Holy Mother, they would not be able to stay here hidden all this time. Siri then said that since Holy Mother personally came, that means shits are serious. And when Siri again sought Tang San, Mayor told him to just let Tang San choose, which made Siri even angrier. Thus he left. In the room, Zhang Tian swore that he would not let anyone find out about Tang San, even the Lord. As the fewer people knew about Tang San's abilities, the better. At the same time, Tang San went to the mission hall and met Wu Binji, who then told him that the missions are divided into 3 types: sparring, hunting, and collecting spiritual herbs. After checking out if there was any suitable missions, Tang San left after Wu Binji told him if Tang San was free that night then, he would like to take guidance from Tang San about elemental control. After getting out of the mission hall, Dubai said that Wu Binji attracts a lot of girls in the academy, especially Chen Zi. But as soon as he said that, Chen Zi appeared and smacked Dubai with her wings. Then Tang San said that the senior brother wanted to talk about elemental control that night, and if she wanted, she could join too. But she said that she was not an elemental. Tang San then said it was all right. They could also talk about her own bloodline. Thus she agreed and flew away. Then Dubai praised him for talking bullshit in all seriousness and said that she would definitely hit bad luck since he attacked him. Back to Chen Zi's room, her toes hit the doorframe as she grieved in pain. When Tang San went to the library, Madame Yu praised Tang San for winning against Wu Bingji and said that she would increase the weight for Tang San from the next day onwards. Then Dubai charmingly asked if he could take a day off since his backboner was aching, to which she told him to get lost. The Dubai again told her that he was a lucky charm and she shouldn't be harsh to him. When the night came, everyone gathered, and Wu Binji asked Tang San if his elemental control was purely done by spiritual strength or by any type of technique. Tang San then said that it mostly relied on technique, but also needed good enough spiritual strength. Wu Binji was curious and asked if Tang San could teach him the technique. Tang San replied, saying there was no rush as he must first figure out the right technique, especially for Wu Binji. Thus, Wu Binji thanked him, and after that, Tang San shared his understanding of the elements and also made some suggestions of both Chen Zi and Wu Binji. Tang San was then asked how he compressed his wind element, when the wind element was the most challenging element to compress. Tang San then said it depended on arranging the elements in a followed pattern, which would let them become much denser. Tang San again showed them practically how he compressed his wind element, and Wu Binji found out that the elements being compressed had to be of the same frequency to sync. Thus, he thanked Tang San again. After the meeting was finished, Tang San integrated the new brand of Peng bloodline, which made him jump to the peak of level 5 as his existing bloodlines were also strengthened by the new bloodline. Then he tried out his ability of Golden Peng bloodline as 2 light golden wings sprouted from his back. Then he tried to do something that even the original owner of the Golden Peng bloodline, Chen Zi, wouldn't be able to do as it needed wind element's assistance to fly faster. And this fusion of wind element and Golden Peng's bloodline made his speed reach a new height, guaranteeing his survival even more. The next day at breakfast, everyone was paying attention to Tang San, as he had been seen as stronger than Wu Binji. Dubai then asked if Tang San could show everyone his technique that broke 8 shields of Wu Binji. Then Wu Binji came and said he was enlightened last night by Tang San's words, and after a night of the experiment, he found his own way to control his ice element. Then the guy with the time element bloodline also came and asked if Tang could also give him some pointers, and Tang agreed, and said he also wanted to learn something about time control. The next day, Director Guanlong said he would describe some things again about the hierarchy of the monster race, considering Tang San wasn't there at the previous classes. He then said that monster races divide bloodlines into 5 major levels, and the human vessels don't belong to these 5 levels. The 5th level refers to those who are not good at fighting, and the 4th level is the most common, and has the largest numbers. And the Windwolf clan was at the 4th level, but they couldn't break through to the 9th level. And the 3rd level could be said to be the mainstream of the monster race, and it was possible for them to break through to the 10th level and cultivate the so-called God level. But they can't reach the top of the 12th level. Tang San then discovered that level 12 was equivalent to the first-ranked God in his previous life. Director also said that the level 3 and level 4 monster races constitute the main force of the entire monster race. But the 2nd level of the monster race is on a whole different level. The monsters on the 2nd level are called Great Demons, who had the potential to cultivate to the 12th level of the Great Ancestral Demon. They inherited the Great Golden Bloodline, standing at the top of the pyramid, controlling the entire monster race. And if humans want to be free, then at least someone has to reach this level, and could have the slight possibility of breaking free from the enslavement shackles of the human race. Then he said that the 1st level of monster blood was called Heavenly Demon, who inherited the Great Golden Bloodline fully, and their inheritance is related to the life and death of the entire monster race, and they could cultivate to the 13th level. He added that there are a total of 7 heavenly demons in the monster race, and the city lords of the 7 main cities of the monster race were all heavenly monster descendants. After that, Tang San got a clear idea about the level of this world, and found out that the level of this world was higher than his previous world. That meant even if he got his previous life's cultivation level back, he would not be able to rescue the humans. At that time, Dubai began to brag about how he was the only inheritor of a level 1 bloodline in the entire class. But Chen Zi rebuked, saying that Dubai's blood density was so weak that he couldn't even break through to the 4th level. She also added that she was far better than Dubai, as her bloodline density was considered good and was of the 2nd level of the monster bloodline. Tang San then understood why his improvement was so big after absorbing her blood yesterday, and realized that Windwolf, Flash Leopard, and Rhino bloodlines were all of level 4. But he wasn't frustrated as he could replace the low-level bloodline with high-level ones anytime. Tang San then got up and asked which lineage of the 7 heavenly demons the Kerry city belonged to. Director Guan then replied, saying it belonged to the Peacock Great Demon Emperor, who is the king of birds and the leader of all the flying monsters. He then said that the previous generation of the Great Peacock Demon died in silence, and although he had a direct bloodline inheritance, he didn't reach the monster sovereign level. This is why the monster race protects the descendant of the heavenly demon at all costs. Tang San guessed that the peacock must look like a phoenix from his previous world. After the class ended, Tang San asked for leave to go to the city as he needed to talk with Guli and wanted to know more about the situation in Windwolf Town. Director Guan agreed but told him to bring Wu Bingji with him, and also said that the Windwolf clan and the Leopard clan had just had a battle yesterday, which was initiated by the Windwolf's ancestral house from the Kerry city. But Tang San just wanted to see Xiao Wu again, and in the meantime, he will visit Aunt Gui too. So after a while, Tang San and Wu Bingji set off. On the road, Wu Bingji said that he was able to compress his ice element, but it was very difficult and praised Tang San, who could compress wind, which was much harder to compress than ice. Tang San then said that he shouldn't focus on stability all the time, as sometimes it's better to have controlled instability. There, Tang San demonstrated an unstable wind ball instead of a blade, as he threw the ball toward a rock which broke the rock hill apart. He added that the same principle applied to the ice element. After arriving at the Kerry city, Tang San led Wu Benji to the milk tea shop, where he saw Xiao Wu. Tang San then told Wu Bin to stay there as he would buy him some delicious milk tea. Then Tang San got in the line for the milk tea among the monster race. But a porcupine monster threw him off the line as it took his place. But Xiao Wu reprimanded the monster, thus, it stepped back. Tang San asked for 2 cups as Xiao told him to leave quickly. But Tang San asked her why she was selling milk tea. She replied that she wanted to take care of her family. He then saw Xiao Wu deliberately slowing down the speed of making the tea for the monster, as she was afraid the monster would go after Tang San. Thus, Tang San accepted her help, and quickly left after drinking the tea and went to the hotel of his Aunt Gui. On the way, Wu Binji asked if Tang San knew about Xiao Wu. Thus Tang San said they have met once when he came to the ancestral house of the Windwolves. Wu Binji then asked if he really came out just to meet her again, and reminded him that to be able to open a store in the center of the city and no demons causing trouble must mean she got a strong background and perhaps was a vassal of a powerful race. He also told him to not get blinded by the appearance of a girl and think about his future. But Tang San was frustrated since Xiao Wu didn't remember him at all, but she still cared for him, proving her personality was more or less similar to her previous life. But he understood from Wu Binji's words that only by becoming stronger can he be qualified to be beside her. Thus he didn't waste any more time and told Wu Binji that he wanted to take sparring missions. Back to the Mayor Zhang, Tang San was summoned and was asked why he wanted to spar instead of laying low. Tang San replied that he needed to absorb bloodlines of stronger monsters, and Kerry Academy would be the best choice. Mayor Zhang said that it would be risky to expose his ability, but Tang San said that he was sure people wouldn't be able to notice his absorption ability. So to test it, Tang San was told to absorb the mayor's bloodline. So he made a sneak attack on the mayor and touched him, and after that, told the mayor that he swallowed a part of his bloodline, and added that it was enough for him to form a level 3 bloodline. He also said that if he could touch his opponent through physical attacks, then after the battle was over, the improvement in his bloodline wouldn't be small. And if the opponent's power is not much stronger than Tang San, then it would be difficult for them to even notice that something was amiss. But Mayor said he still couldn't let him participate in the sparring since his abilities were too good to be shown in public, and said that their town had recently been watched by a monster race, so they must keep a low profile. Then Mayor Zhang gave him a pouch of 100 demon coins and told Tang San to pick up other tasks apart from sparring, and said that the mission he chose should have 2 more people to accompany him. In the combat class, Wu Bingji again wanted to spar with Tang San to test his newfound compression control. Tang San threw wind blades and Wu Bingji threw ice blades toward each other. Tang San used his shadow ghost step to get closer to Wu Bingji. But Wu Bingji said that he was best at melee combat. But Tang San again threw his compressed winds from close proximity. But this time, the wind blades were sped up by a small tornado in the ass of the blades. And when the wind blades exploded, it created a tornado that swept the ice walls and shards created by Wu Bingji. Thus, in the end, Wu Bingji lost completely this time. Thus, Tan-san was given the promised 5 demon coins and was told that Wu Binji would visit him again that night. Everyone was surprised that these two just got even stronger in just 2 days, while they were just playing with mud. At this time, Guli, the guy with time control ability, also stepped up and wanted to spar with Tang-san. He wanted to know if Tang-san's powerful elemental control could be used when the time was paused. He believed that his time ability could be the only ability that could restrain Tang-san. Even Wu Bingji, who was stronger than Guli, suffered a lot when sparring with him. And wind element is harder to control than ice element. Once it's paused, it will be hard to regain the control. Thus, another battle started with Tang-san's wind blades and Guli's time freeze. Tang-san could feel that the freezing was taking effect as it was becoming harder to control the wind. But Tang-san had prepared 2 more wind blades beforehand as he threw at him. But Guli again activated his time freeze ability, which made Tang-san truly freeze as Guli headbutted Tang-san in his stomach. But that was his mistake, as Tang-san's absorption ability took effect, which also made Guli fly out. Guli, even the director, was confused about the attack backfiring. What really happened was when Guli touched Tang-san, he activated the mysterious heaven skill and used the method of crane-catching dragon technique to touch the opponent and directly absorb his power. And the crane-catching technique, after the absorption was finished, threw Guli out. Thus, Tang-san was finally able to gain the ability of time from Guli. He felt that once he improved this bloodline, he would be able to touch the higher laws of this world, as a bloodline of different levels resonates with this world differently. He also felt that the time bloodline should be at the same level as Dubai's bloodline, which was at the first level of bloodline. After the sparring was finished, Tang-san took out the monster hunting mission and told Wu Bingji to gather 2 strong students that would be helpful in the demon hunting mission. But Wu Binji was doubtful if the teacher would let them have this dangerous mission. But Tang-san took the responsibility to take care of the permission. Thus, he left to look for the teacher Muan Qing and fed him some BS, saying that they needed to experience actual battle with actual opponents to get stronger. Thus, they needed to go to a monster hunt and asked him if the teachers could protect them from behind when they go to monster hunt. Teacher Muan Qing said his plan was good and he would discuss it with the directors and tell him the result tomorrow. That night he examined his bloodlines. Flash Leopard and Spiritual Eye bloodline were at level 4. The Wind Wolf blood was at level 5, the Golden Pang was at level 2, and the Rhino blood was at level 3. And he needed to replace one of these bloodlines. Thus he chose the Rhino bloodline and fused with the Time bloodline, which was already at level 3. During the fusion, golden sparks appeared in Tang-san's spiritual sea, and he was enlightened about the concept of time. This time there was no increase in his cultivation or body strength, but it felt completely different, as though the suppression from this world that held him down from birth had disappeared, as though this world had completely recognized his existence. Tang-san was very happy as, without the suppression, he could cultivate the essence of this world and cultivate even faster. The next morning, Muan Qing came with a piece of good news, as the other teachers agreed with Tang-san's idea and said that they could form teams to form hunting teams, but Tang-san should keep it a secret from the students that the teachers would be protecting them from the dark. Tang-san then suggested a team consisting of him, Wu Bingji, Guli, Chenzi, and Dubai. Wu Bingji asked if 5 of them would be enough to beat a 7th-ranked winged tiger. Tang-san nodded and said that Dubai would be taking part in the hunt, as luck was very important too. When Dubai was informed, he was very happy. He then invited Chenzi by saying Wu Bingji was also joining. Then he went to Guli and said that he would teach him how to defeat Zhenbin after they come back from the hunt. Thus, the 5-person squad was ready for battle. Later, when Muan Qing heard that Tang-san was trying to hunt a 7th-ranked winged tiger, he called him crazy. But Tang-san said that he had confidence in the teacher's abilities, and that the students must feel the threat of death to hone their will. But Mayor Jin agreed with Tang-san, and said that they must experience some life-and-death battle to grow stronger, and said that he would be protecting them personally. The next day they sneaked out of the academy, leaving Director Guan angry, as he said that the organization might disband this place if anything happened to Guli and Dubai. On the way, Tang-san assigned everyone's role. Dubai was tired after walking a bit, as he said that the heavenly demon fox race always traveled with guards in case they needed to rest in their journey. After a while, they entered an area active with demonic beasts. At that time, a pincher suddenly broke out from the ground as it attacked Guli. But the ice shield from Wu Bingji blocked it. Then the group saw a ground-splitting lizard of level 5. Thus Tang San lifted it off the ground with a tornado. Guli used his time freeze, and Wu Bingji used his ice freeze while Tang San gave out the finishing blow. It took them 10 seconds to kill the lizard from the moment it showed up. Everyone praised Tang San, but Tang San said it was Dubai that alerted him. When Chengzi asked, he said that Dubai discovered the enemy through his heavenly fox demon bloodline, which made him feel uncomfortable. After that, Wu Bingji collected the blood of the demonic beasts and stored them in his storage bracelet while others were keeping guard. After taking a bit of rest, they again moved out as Mayor Zheng followed them. When the night came, everyone took turns to guard as they were resting atop a tree branch. During that night, Wu Bingji and Tang San were again discussing elemental control. Tang San also demonstrated another improvement for Wu Bing's ice ability, which left a hole in the hill. Tang San introduced this technique as hand arrow. Thus, to the surprise of Guli, Wu Bingji practiced the entire night to master the new skill taught by Tang San. The next day they hunted 6 more demonic beasts and gathered to rest when the night came. During that night, it was Guli who sought for advice from Tang San. Tang San then instructed Guli to improve his spiritual strength to make his ability stronger, and told him to exhaust his spirit strength until he was empty. Then his spirit would naturally keep recovering, and if he kept doing it, his spirit would keep getting stronger after every exhaustion and recovery period. He also told Dubai to carry out the same training method to improve his spiritual strength. Then Tang San said he would also teach Guli to defeat Zheng Zebin. Thus he took a rock and bound it with a rope, and asked everyone to step back. Then he smashed rock hills and trees with each rotation, and every rotation brings along more power than the last. Of course, Tang San was using his hammer technique from his previous life, which was the best technique to smash irons and form weapons. Then even Chengzi was enlightened, thinking if she could do the same with her wings. So was Guli, as he was enlightened to use his crocodile tail instead of the rock and the rope. This technique would definitely increase Guli's attack power significantly, and he told Tang San not to call him a senior brother as he was stronger than him. After Tang San demonstrated the technique a few more times, they practiced the whole night as loud sounds reverberated throughout the vicinity. Tang San warned Chengzi that her wings characters are light and sharp, not heavy and blunt. Thus he told her to make sure her body could handle it. After the midnight, everyone was tired from training. Only Dubai and Tang San was awake and talking under a tree. Dubai was complaining that even though he had great bloodline, but he was stuck in the 3rd level for years and complained, saying he felt useless in a team full of strong people. He then asked if his method of improving spirit strength was really valid. Tang San said it would be difficult since his Heavenly Fox bloodline is too high level, which made the requirements even higher. He then said that level 3, level 6, and level 9, in short, after every 3 stages, is a major bottleneck that is hard to clear, and said that his method would help as long as he can cross the bottlenecks. Hearing it, Dubai almost cried. Seeing that, Tang San said that he had another way and asked if he wanted to try it. Dubai was ecstatic and asked what the method was. Tang San told him that he would tell him in the morning. When Tang San was alone, he was attempting to fuse the eye of the Heavenly Fox with Spirit Eye. So when the Heavenly Fox Eye came into contact with the Spirit Eye, it exploded the later, and the Heavenly Fox took its place. Then the eye of the Heavenly Fox moved on its own and took the first place among all the bloodlines, which made them chaotic. The Heavenly Demon Eye was very domineering and didn't like to be with the other blood, and pushed them all out of their own comfort zone, leaving them unstable. Thus Tang had only one choice to save his bloodlines, and that was to restabilize all bloodlines. Thus, one by one, Tang San moved them into different positions according to their strength. When he felt like he was out of danger, he saw the fragments of the spiritual eyes circling around the heavenly demon eyes as though admiring its beauty even in death. But at that moment, heavenly fox demon blood entered his spiritual sea and absorbed his spirit strength like crazy. And after a while, it evolved to the 3rd level by itself. At that time, he felt that he became even less restricted by the rules of this world. And as he expected, this demon fox bloodline tried to occupy his body to take control of his consciousness. But how could it take control of a god king's consciousness? Even though his body was not of a god king, but his consciousness was as firm as his previous life. Within his consciousness, He squeezed the bloodline hard and compressed it into a liquid state. At that time, the fragmented parts of the spiritual eye also took this chance to fuse with it. Tang San had no idea how big of a commotion he was causing as the surrounding area covering a kilometer in diameter was filled with the sudden inrush of essence qi, which alerted Mayor Jiang. As the essence qi poured into Tang San's body, he felt his body was being cleansed of impurities. The sudden absorption of massive spiritual qi improved all his bloodlines by 1 level, except the Wind Wolf bloodline, which was already at level 5 and had now reached the peak of level 5. In addition, the spiritual sea has changed from a gaseous state to a liquid state after being compressed and had now reached the next level. The change brought by fusing with the Heavenly Fox bloodline was unimaginable, but if Tang San hadn't had a bit of divine consciousness left from the past, then he would have lost all his other bloodlines and would have become like Dubai, who was stuck at 3rd level. When Mayor Jiang rushed in the scene, he noticed that nobody had broken through despite seeing a big energy storm. The next morning, Tang San taught Dubai the method of cultivating purple demon eye from the morning sun. After the sun fully rose, the group again set out. But this time, Wu Bingji warned them, saying they were about to enter a danger zone that had a winged tiger inside. Everyone was confident with their newfound tricks taught by Tang San and needed a realistic blow, and Tang San knew that the 7th-ranked winged tiger would be the best blow for them. At that time, they smelled a fishy smell in the air. Thus, they became alert and saw a tiger with wings, but it was not an adult tiger and was not at 7th ranked. It attacked Guli first, but was hit by Guli's tail, and when Wu Bingji threw ice blades, it blocked them with its spiritual shield. Even the wind blades from Tang San were unable to penetrate. Then the shield exploded into countless blades towards the group. It was difficult for Tang San to beat the tiger since it had an elemental wind body. Thus he asked Wu Bing to keep it occupied while he prepared a heavy attack. When Wu Bingji was fighting the tiger, it created a wind tornado and hurled it towards him, but he barely blocked it with an ice blast. Chengzi also smacked the tiger's head with her wings, which hurt the tiger's head, and then a hidden wind blade penetrated through the tiger's eyes completely as it died. Everyone was surprised as they couldn't even see Tang San's wind blade attack. It was possible by compressing the wind blades into the shape of a needle as it penetrated the tiger. And Tang San knew it was impossible to compress the wind into a needle shape without strong spiritual strength. And after last night's fusion, he was able to gain quite a strong spiritual power. And at the last moment, he used his heavenly eye to disperse the wind element around the tiger so that it couldn't maintain its shield. And after the shield was disabled, he used his needle to pierce its eyes. Everyone was happy seeing they were able to defeat a winged tiger of 6th rank. At that moment, Dubai started feeling uncomfortable again, and was even sweating, thus Tang San knew that a great danger was approaching. So when Wu Bingji sensed it, he knew that a high-ranking winged tiger was approaching, and only the mayor could fight with it. And then it appeared, 8 meters in length, and with a wingspan of 12 meters. It was a level 9 winged tiger. Everyone was told to flee, but they couldn't as the surrounding wind element had been blocked by it. Thus the mayor appeared, and under his protection, the group fled the area. But Tang San wasn't relieved yet, since he knew that if the winged tiger came to take revenge, then there was a high chance that another winged tiger was in the vicinity. And sure enough, the other parent of the winged tiger that was at level 7 came as it roared. Everyone was exhausted from the fight and the run, so they wouldn't be able to fight. Thus, Wu Bingji told Tang San to take the group away, and that he would fight the tiger. But Tang San said that the only way was to fight it head-on. So everyone agreed and prepared to fight against the tiger. They took the initiative, and Tang San rode the ice spear made by Wu Bingji. Tang San and Guli both used their time ability, which made the tiger freeze twice. At the same time, Tang San used his mysterious jade hand to touch and devour the bloodline strength of the winged tiger. Due to Tang San quickly devouring the bloodline of the tiger, his body was filled with pain. Thus, after the absorption was finished, he coughed out blood and fell from the back of the tiger. Guli and Wu Bingji tried to save him, as Wu Bin used his ice ability to freeze, while Guli also used his time ability. But Guli wasn't able to save himself as the tiger opened its jaw, ready to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Tang San screamed and tried his best wind techniques while coughing more blood, which cut the tiger from different directions. Tang-san was not in good shape after devouring a huge amount of energy from the tiger, but his mysterious heaven skill broke through to the 6th level. In the distance, the 9th-ranked winged tiger fled, feeling its partner dying. Mayor Zheng came and asked about the casualties. He found out that Wu Bingji broke a few ribs while Guli was in a coma due to a mental overdraft. And Tang-san then saw that even Mayor Zhen was coughing out blood. Mayor then told Tang-san to protect Guli and Wu Bing as he was going to find Chenzi and Dubai. When recovering, Tang-san saw the bloodline that he got from the winged tiger. But as he was about to experiment more, he saw the mayor come back with Chenzi and Dubai, who was in a coma. The mayor then congratulated them as they successfully defeated the tiger all by themselves. After a night of resting, Tang-san recovered a little and told Mayor Zhang Haoshuan about the last night's incident. Then the mayor congratulated Tang-san for his good luck, as the mouth of the tiger was its only weakness, apart from the eyes. In reply, Tang said that it must be the luck from the senior brother Dubai's heavenly demon fox's bloodline that they were lucky. The Mayor Zhen asked if Tang-san had broken through to the 6th level. Tang-san replied affirmatively and said he was not the only one, but also Wu Bingji and Guli must have broken through as they surpassed their limit in the last battle. The mayor was happy and said that he would bear all the responsibility of last night's accident if that was the case. When they went back, all the students slipped past the inspection of the teachers, and only Mayor Zhang was left to describe their journey to the teachers. Siri asked why he was injured despite being level 9. Everyone was surprised as they heard about the incident from the last night. Even they wouldn't expect many things to happen when Mayor Zhang was accompanying them. Thus, Siri and the teachers rebuked Mayor Zhang, but Mayor said they could go next time instead of him, which made them angrier. After they went back, they decided to share half the loot with the academy, and half would be divided among the 5 of them. Wu Bing also added that the meat of the 7th-ranked tiger was very nourishing, and everyone could use it. When Tang-san was alone in his room, he began fusing the winged tiger blood with Windwolf bloodline. But he saw that both of the bloodlines were of the same strength and could devour each other. He knew it must be because his Windwolf blood was special after absorbing the Windwolf King bloodline when escaping the Windwolf town. But at this moment, Heavenly Fox Demon bloodlines suddenly glowed, and under the light, the clash of the 2 bloodlines quieted down. Tang-san didn't know that the Heavenly Fox bloodline could do such a thing. After the fusion, the Windwolf bloodline has fully reached level 6, and Tang-san became a full-fledged level 6 martial artist. Thus, his next goal was to look for his 6th bloodline. The next day, Dubai came crashing down and hugged Tang-san as he cried. Tang-san then noticed that even Dubai had advanced to level 4. He said that even though he just watched the fight from far, his strong unwillingness of being useless to help gave him a splitting headache, and then he felt something in his body break. Then, he went unconscious, and when he woke up, he felt he had advanced to the 4th level. Tang-san then told Dubai to wait in his room as he wanted to inform Director Guan about him. When the director heard it, he was happy that Dubai was able to finally break through. Dubai then asked Tang-san if he could still continue to practice Purple Demon Eyes. Tang-san nodded and said Purple Demon Eye could also be used in combat, as he demonstrated a mental oppression attack with his Purple Demon Eyes. Dubai was surprised to see Tang-san's spiritual strength, which became even more powerful. Tang-san said it was because of the Purple Demon Eyes, and added that it could also be linked to him being a level 6. When Dubai heard that Tang-san broke through to the 6th level, he felt as though his breaking through to the 4th level didn't have any meaning. The next day, when Madame Mu Yunyu called out Tang-san for his decision that almost killed all the talents of the academy, Director Guan intervened, praising Tang-san for his brave and adventurous spirit, which made Miss Yunyu dumbfounded. She was surprised since they all agreed to criticize Tang-san previously in the meeting. Later, Director Guan told everyone about the process of encountering the level 9 winged Tiger King and the victory against the peak level 7 winged tiger, which made the other students shocked. Then Director Guan announced that as the reward, the academy wouldn't take anything from the hunt, and the loot from the 7th-ranked tiger belonged solely to the 5-man squad. The group was happy hearing it, but Miss Mu Yunyu dragged the director away and bickered for a while. Then, Miss Mu Yunyu came back and asked Tan-san to not level up to level 7 for the next 5 years, as his body wasn't mature enough to lay the foundation for the 7th rank. And if he forcefully broke through, his potential talent might get damaged. Tang-san nodded, and said that he also felt pain when breaking through the 6th level, as his body almost could not take it. Thus, Mu Yunyu told Tang San to make his body stronger by even more arduous physical training and build the foundation for the 7th rank. 2 days later, the good news came one after another, as Guli and Chengzi broke through to level 5. Then, Wu Bingji sold the loot and divided the money, and each person received 5 elemental coins. Tang San, as the person who contributed the most, got 8 elemental coins, 300 spirit horn coins, and 10,000 demon coins. Everyone was overjoyed by the gains, especially Dubai, who felt he gained money for doing nothing, and he again asked if they would go hunting again. Tang San told them that they would first get stronger after digesting the harvest and the meat of the beast, then consider the next hunt. So they all rushed to the store and bought many herbs to fasten their next breakthrough. Tang San chose dragon tendon fruit, which was very good for tempering the body, then chose a sapphire rattan, which was a plant-type demonic beast, and some spinel gold. When in the room, Tang San absorbed the vine's bloodline and fused with it as his 6th bloodline. Then he controlled it, which reminded him of his past life and also of Xiao Wu. Thus, after the class, he rushed to the city without notifying the academy and went to the milk tea shop, but saw that Xiao Wu wasn't there. He sat there depressed, but looked back from time to time for Xiao Wu, but unfortunately, she wasn't there. Thus he went to the shop and asked for 14 milk tea after handing over 14 demon coins, which somewhat impressed Xiao Wu's mother. When Xiao Wu's mother was preparing the tea, Tang San asked about Xiao Wu and found out that she had gone to a school. Tang San thanked her for getting his answer, and was surprised how Xiao Wu was able to go to the monster school despite being a human vessel. After returning to the academy, Tang San distributed the milk teas. He also gave a cup to Zhang Hao Xuan, who asked Tang San if he had yet eaten the dragon tendon fruit. Tang San denied it and asked if the mayor could use his fire ability to help him build a hammer for his weapon. Mayor Zhang said that he would bring him to a blacksmith shop, and also said that Tang San's ranking in the organization would reach orange rank, but told him not to let anyone know about his rank. When Tang San was strolling in the academy town, he was thinking about Xiao Wu all the time. He also wanted to know which school Xiao Wu goes to, but he couldn't just ask Xiao Wu's mom as she might suspect. And to find her school, he must first get a detailed map of Kerry City. In his room, he ate the dragon tendon fruit, and immediately after, the fruit began to emit a green energy, and at the same time, improved and cleansed his meridians. When he finished his digestion of the fruit, he was left with a sticky dark substance all over his body. Even the place where he sat was filled with dirts, meaning that his meridians had been cleansed. Thus he took a bath immediately. After he dressed up, he met with Dubai, who also ate the fruit. In the blacksmith workshop, Mayor asked Tang San if he was really able to make a hammer. Tang San nodded and put the black stone in the furnace and asked Mayor to heat it up, but it didn't melt. So Tang asked to increase the temperature even more. And after Tang San figured out the suitable temperature, he told the mayor to keep the temperature steady. Once the black stone was hot enough, he took it out of the furnace and hammered it constantly to extract impurities. And Mayor Zhang saw the black stone that was known for its uselessness in crafting weapon, being shaped into something else. After the process was done, all that was left was shining black metal with gold luster. Then one by one, Tang San refined all the black stones, and took out a spatial pouch to store them. The spatial pouch surprised Mayor Zhang as he asked where Tang San got it from. Thus, Tang San told him how he killed the fleeing mayor of the Windwolf town and stole his spatial pouch. In the hype of the moment, Tang San asked Zhang how about where he could find a city map of Kerry City. But the mayor said that he had one, so he didn't need to buy one. Tang San later brought the map, hung it to his place, and began to search for all the academies, and remembered the direction in his mind. Judging by Xiao Wu's age, she shouldn't be in the primary academies, and should be in the middle-level academies. There were only 12 such academies in the Kerry City. Next few days, Tang San went to class during the day, and went to the blacksmith shop during the afternoon to forge or go down the mountain to find the school of Xiao Wu. However, after several days he wasn't able to find Xiao Wu's school, nor did Xiao Wu appear in the shop. Heck, he didn't even see the shadow of Xiao Wu. He noticed that these academies dismissed students every day at dusk, and didn't provide accommodation at all. This meant he must look for academies that provide accommodation since Xiao Wu doesn't go back home. But the good thing was his hammer crafting was going well. He had already made a pair of forging hammers with the black gold ore, in a way that suited him the best, which made it easier to forge other weapons afterward. Seeing Tang San's forging skills, he was given a special workshop by Mayor Zhang. That day, the training team that went hunting was back. Their injuries were not serious, but their morale dropped sharply. Dubai happily came to Tang San's room and informed him that the hunting group, this time, only hunted a level 4 beast, which was far worse than their record. Thus, Tang San kept repeating his routine of going to the different academies as a guard, and look for Xiao Wu, and sometimes going to the blacksmith shop. Time flew by, and soon Tang San became 10 years old. The increase in his strength in the past year didn't bring him happiness, as his main goal of finding Xiao Wu was left incomplete. But that day, he saw Xiao Wu in a school he didn't expect. He didn't think she would attend the Kerry Academy, where only monster races from nobles were allowed to get admitted as official students. Just when he was thinking of how to approach her, a guy attacked him, asking why he kept looking at the prince. So Tang San dodged the attack. But the blonde guy ordered the lackey not to fight. Xiao Wu also noticed Tang San but was unfazed as the group left. But Tang San was in Cloud 9 as it was more convenient for Xiao Wu to be at Kerry Academy, since he could take the task of going to the Kerry Academy for sparring. When he told that he wanted to spar with the Kerry Academy, Wu Bingji said the mayor wouldn't approve of this. But Tang San then told him that he had a hidden weapon that could kill all the monster beasts below level 6 instantly. Later, they tested the weapon, and Wu Bingji was touched by the weapon even after using all his shields. Seeing the power, Wu Bingji agreed and said that he would find a way to go out, but told Tang San to deal with the mayor by himself. Tang San again asked the mayor for the sparring with the Kerry Academy and said that he was at level 6 and needed a stronger bloodline to fuse with. He then showed the time ability of Guli, which replaced the Rhino bloodline due to having no extra space for an additional bloodline. Thus, the mayor agreed and took him to the academy. But instead of going directly to the main hall, he met with an old man whom the mayor introduced as Mr. Mao. Tang San greeted the old man who took Tang San to his workplace. On the road, the old man said that there was an open space of about 10,000 square meters in front of the teaching building in the academy, and he must clean the entire area twice a day, and must never mess with the nobles. The old man also advised Tang San not to use his bloodline transformation power during work. Tang San nodded and got to work. Although the work is a bit boring, he could cultivate his mysterious heaven skill there as the essence chi was very dense in the academy. When Tang San was sweeping the floors, he constantly memorized the structure and the nook and cranny of the academy through his heavenly eyes and purple demon eyes. And if his luck was good, then he would be able to see Xiao Wu. Back in the academy, Dubai complained, saying he could no longer improve after the last time he broke through to the 4th level, and said that he couldn't get the stimulus like last time whenever he wanted. Thus, Tang San grabbed Dubai by his neck and made him felt threatened to stimulate the bloodline. At that time, the Heavenly Demon Fox bloodline activated and resonated with Tang San's own Heavenly Demon Fox eyes, filling Dubai with spiritual energy. In the meantime, Tang San's Heavenly Demon eyes also absorbed the luck. After the night's rest, Dubai recovered his spirits and practiced the purple demon eyes together with Tang San. After the training, Tang San added that purple demon eyes is very suitable for him and will be one of the most life-saving abilities in the future. After that, Tang San went to the Kerry Academy again. Perhaps due to the luck he absorbed yesterday, he felt from the bottom of his heart that he would be able to see Xiao Wu today. On the way, the old man praised Tang San, for he did a good job cleaning yesterday, and added that the dean also came to the old man and complimented him. Sure enough, his Heavenly Fox Demon bloodline is again showing its luck charm. Soon after, a guy came and called out for the old man and said that the dean would check the cultivation area in an hour. Thus, they needed to clean the area in an hour. Tang San was hurriedly brought to the place along with other cleaners to the cultivation area. The cultivation area was also known as the Demon War Zone, which was divided into 2 floors, the overground and the underground. It is the place where the students of the Kerry Academy have actual combat lessons. When Tang San entered the zone, he felt that there was a very powerful energy formation in that place. The old man then said that the cleaning today would not be ordinary, and asked Tang San to bring in a bucket of water. There he saw 2 groups of monster race students fighting, and in one of the groups, there was Xiao Wu, whose hair color changed after she used her Peacock bloodline power. When he was fascinated by Xiao Wu's new transformed look, his head was smacked by the old man, who said that they would be in trouble if they didn't clean up. But Tang San was surprised, since her monster transformation ability was of the Peacock race, the same as the City Lord. Again, that blonde guy that was with Xiao Wu was still there, and also, the bear-like fat guy was there, and all of them were fighting as a team. The blonde guy was from the Golden Lion bloodline, and had the cultivation base of level 8, whereas Xiao Wu was of level 7. But Xiao Wu looked like the core of the team despite being a level lower than the blonde guy. After the spar was over, he was relieved that the blonde guy was just a classmate. Tang San again felt that he was too weak to be even close to her, and wanted to be even stronger. After that, Tang San continued his cleaning job, and again saw Xiao Wu, and felt if he only could hug her once. His eyes were becoming moist. Then, he saw the leaving Xiao Wu turn around and come over in his direction. Xiao Wu asked him if she saw here before. Tang San reminded her that they had met at the milk tea shop. Xiao Wu then remembered and warned that if he kept staring at people at the academy, then he would be in trouble. After that, she left Tan San alone, who kept staring at the back figure of Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was surprised by her own behavior, as she would typically not take the initiative to talk with a guy at all. Back in the Redemption Academy, Tang San helped Dubai again in his cultivation, which benefited both of them, for luck was overlapped on each other. The recent powerlessness after Tang San saw the blonde guy made him want to speed up his cultivation even more. The luck charm of Heavenly Fox's eyes was really good, as he saw Xiao Wu 3 times already. But he found out that the Golden Lion guy with blonde hair was pestering Xiao Wu day and night. But he was not the opponent of the gold-haired guy, so he had to get stronger himself. He could no longer improve his Windwolf bloodline as it was already at level 6, but he could try to improve the other bloodlines to reach level 6 too. He also knew that sweeping the floor wouldn't be able to charm Xiao Wu. He needed to do something else to make a good impression of himself to Xiao Wu. Thus, under cover of the night, Tang San carefully observed the defensive array of Kerry Academy and was looking for a chance to bypass the protective barrier. He heard that students sneak out to play through the back door from the academy. Thus, if they could slip out, then they should be able to slip in too. With masks and clocks covering him, he followed the drunk students and slipped through behind them. When he was inside the academy, he went into his main target room, which was the treasure trove of the academy. Time ability and Golden Peng's flight ability and Flash Leopard's speed working together made it possible for Tang San to come this far. After getting in, he used his heavenly eyes to see through the alarm array and other protective arrays. He knew it would take time to study, so he sought the core of the formation first. After using his heavenly demon fox ability, he was able to avoid alarms and traps. Inside he saw 6 vaults, each of which contained rare items. But he didn't rush in greed but looked nearby for any guards or traps. An hour later, Tang San already got a primary understanding of the arrays of the treasure trove and was sure that the core of the array was within one of those 6 boxes. For the time being, it was hard for him to open those boxes, so he looked around and opened the lockers outside, where he saw herbs, rare metals, but he didn't take them immediately and was hatching ideas to reap more benefits. The next morning, Manager Hu noticed that the treasury door was open. Thus, he panicked and shouted at the guards. Then he looked around here and there, but found out that nothing was missing. The following week, Tang San didn't sneak into the academy treasury. Instead, he studied the arrays of the treasury when free. And during this period, he saw Xiao Wu twice along with the Golden Lion bastard. A few days later, after being blessed by Dubai's luck, Tang San once again went to get into the academy. But he was attacked by a student of level 8 who had some kind of lightning bloodline. Tang San was confused as the luck imposed by Dubai didn't work. Tang San was unable to escape as there were too many lightning bolts. Thus, he used his time ability and paused the lightning attack while he escaped. The students were very surprised to see a level 4 leopard bloodline was able to escape them who were at level 8. When Tang San escaped, he understood that luck didn't fail him as he was in no real danger. And under the pressure from the previous chase, his heavenly demon bloodline had reached level 4 too, which was a much better reward than just infiltrating the academy for a short while. Not only did the thunder attack didn't cause any damage to him, but the lightning ball exploded beneath the attacker's feet. which was all the miracle done by the level 4 of the heavenly fox demon's eyes, but the price for these lux was a strong consumption of spiritual strength. Thus, Tang San used his mysterious heaven skill to replenish his lost spiritual energy. When the sun rose, he returned back to the academy to sweep. Tang San also found out that he could clearly see energy fluctuations in his vicinity, which would greatly help him to control the alarm array even more proficiently. Then, he saw Xiao Wu again with the blonde guy, as he asked Xiao Wu if she wanted to go to the Kerry mountain range too. He also said that the teachers wouldn't say anything if she was with him. Xiao Wu first declined, but agreed later since the blonde insisted. But Tang San thought otherwise, as he thought that the blonde guy must have had other intentions. Tang San knew that going in the mountain meant they would have to live and sleep together for defense against monsters, which Tang San would never let happen. Thus, he went back to the Redemption Academy and told Mayor Zhang that they should go to the mountains for cultivation again. Mayor reprimanded him, saying how could he forget the dangers he faced last time. But Tang San said that they would not be facing level 9 monsters every day, and since everyone's strength improved, it would be much easier than the last time. Thus Mayor agreed, and said if he could also get good results like last time, then, from the next time he would let all the 16 students train under Tang San in the mountain. Before leaving, Tang San told Mayor that his heavenly fox eyes had reached level 4 last night, shocking the Mayor again. Wu Bingji was again surprised as Tang San still wanted to go to the winged tiger territory after killing its relative. Tang San assured him, saying the Mayor would be closely following them this time. Xiao Wu went back to her home. Her mom was surprised and asked why she was back so early. Thus, she said that she would be training in the mountains in a few days with her team. Hearing it, Mom said that she should stay away from the Gold Lion family inheritors and protect herself. Then she told her mom that she had been running into a human vassal from time to time, and she could feel that he was paying close attention to her. Mother asked if it was the kid who used to buy milk tea from their store. She replied affirmatively. Thus the mother asked Xiao Wu to ask for his name and find out the vassal's bloodline. Again, after receiving the blessing from Dubai, Tang San tried to enter the academy, but this time he synced his own energy frequency with the barrier to let himself in, instead of going through the back door, and his method worked as he was able to pass the barrier. The next few days, Tang San entered the treasury and studied the lock pattern every day, and also studied the alarm array, and one day, he was able to open the vaults. After opening them one by one, he found the core of the alarm system and studied it. Everything there could be taken away by him at any time after disabling the alarm. But to be at the safer side, he didn't rush. The place was filled with spiritual qi and also had many high-level plants, which was perfect for upgrading his vine bloodline. So he absorbed the plant monster's bloodlines. He calculated that as long as he could absorb these plant-based monsters' bloodlines, it would be much purer than that of the monster bloodline. So he kept absorbing the plant-based monsters and herbs, which also nourished his body. These plants would recover as long as he didn't dry them up. Thus, it could truly become his cultivation land. He had absorbed 5 kinds of plants of level 5 to 6. The next step was to fuse them all into a single brand with the help of the mysterious heaven skill. The maximum length of these vines can be stretched to about 20 meters. Although he wasn't able to use the parasite ability of these vines, he was still satisfied with the spikes and thorns. And if he kept fusing with these vine bloodlines, then the bloodline would reach level 6 in a few days. Before the hunting training started, they were lectured by the director, who said that luck won't always be with them, thus, they must always be careful. This time the group was even stronger than before. Tang San and Wu Bingji were both at level 6, Guli and Chengzi were at level 5, and Lucky Charm Dubai was at level 4. But Tang San was thinking of something else, as he was hatching plans of how he could watch over Xiao Wu. He couldn't be too close to Xiao Wu's group, and not too far either, in case he needed to protect Xiao Wu. On their way, Tang San warned the group that the students from the Kerry Academy would also be training in the mountain this time, and they might even bump into each other. Then Chengzi asked if they were strong. Tang San nodded and said that the Gold Lion bloodholder from their team was at level 8, and another girl was at level 7, but possessed a monster sovereign level bloodline, and if they worked together, then they could even hold off against a level 9 monster. Tang San then gave out weapons to everyone he had previously made in the blacksmith workshop. He then said that even ordinary people could use these weapons. He gave out a tight-backed crossbow that shoots from the back and said that there was only one chance to shoot the arrow, and after that, the arrow needed to be refilled. He also gave out bracelets that could shoot arrows from the wrist, and the power of the arrow could be improved if the arrow is fused with the bloodline energy. Thus, if the caster is the Wubing Ji, then the arrows will have ice attribute, and if it's Chung Zi, then the arrow's speed, sharpness, and penetration would be stronger, which is the default benefit of the Golden Pang bloodline. Then he gave out a crossbow to Dubai, which can be activated with Dubai's Heavenly Fox bloodline power, and could shoot up to 36 small arrows. Tang San was curious and wanted to know how these arrows would work under the blessings of luck. Then he told Guli and Wu Bingji that he didn't have enough time, and thus he wasn't able to finish making weapons for them, and added that they were strong either way and didn't need hidden weapons. Later, they tested the power of their hidden weapon and became shocked when Wu Bingji's ice shield wasn't able to block the attack. Thus, Tang San saved Wu Bingji from being penetrated. Tang San then added that due to the Golden Pang bloodline's default sharpness and speed attribute, the power of those arrows doubled. After that, Tang San told everyone to keep the matters about these hidden weapons a secret from the academy. A while later, Chung Zi, who was scouting with her flight ability, came back and said that she had found the Kerry team, and said that there were 7 members in that team, and was 5 kilometers away from them. Then Tang San told the team to maintain a distance and follow them carefully. After nightfall, Tang San secretly headed to the Kerry team's camp with the blessing of luck. There he saw everyone roasting meat on the campfire, and also saw Xiao Wu sitting close to the blonde guy. But from the looks of it, Xiao Wu didn't like it either. The night passed, but nothing happened during the night. But in the daytime, Tang San felt restless, as though something dangerous was about to happen. Thus he asked Dubai if he got any bad premonition, but Dubai said that he recently didn't feel anything. And Tang San knew if the feeling of danger wasn't in their own team, then it must be coming from Xiao Wu's team. Thus, without any delay, he left for the Kerry team again. But tonight, he wore a mask. When the Kerry group was at the camp, they heard laughter coming from the sky as they saw a Peacock bloodline guy called Xiao Wu little sister and told her to come with him. But Xiao Wu rejected him, saying she doesn't remember having a brother. In reply, the Peacock told her that, of course, she wasn't her sister since she was a mixed-blooded vassal and wasn't qualified to have the bloodline of the noble Peacock clan. Then the blonde intervened, but the Peacock guy warned him to not intervene in the business of their own clan. Then the blonde guy revealed that the Peacock was called Wang Yan. The blonde guy added that Wang Yan would still face the consequences for his actions, even if he was the son of the city lord. In reply, the Peacock guy said that he would just bury everyone here to leave no witnesses. The blonde guy didn't cower and called Wang Yan trash of the Peacock family and said that he was dreaming of beating them all by himself, and also mentioned how even his own father didn't like Wang Yan. Then the Peacock guy said he wasn't alone there, and also revealed the reason why the blonde guy was trying to get close to his little sister was because his father wanted to make her one of the heirs to the throne. Wang Yan then said that he would never let mixed blood be an heir to the throne while he, as the eldest son, was going to be ignored. Thus, he just wanted to clean the mistakes of his father. The blonde guy knew that it wouldn't be easy fight, since 4 level 8 experts guarded Wang Yan. Then Wang Yan told them they could let the blonde guy and his group escape if they stayed silent and pretended that they didn't see anything. He then said that everyone knew that he had way more chance of becoming the next city lord than the mixed-blooded sister. Thus, if they didn't want to go against the future city lord, then they should do as they were told. But the blonde guy didn't take his bullshit and attacked first. In a counterattack, the guards of Wang Yan also entered the combat. Then the blonde guy's teammates engaged in the battle too, but were knocked down. When everyone was busy fighting, Wang Yan moved towards Xiao Wu and again told her that she wouldn't be killed as long as she came back. She refuted and mocked him, saying how he could inherit the throne with his fear of wolves and tigers. Just as Wang Yan was about to reprimand her back, their group was attacked by hidden arrows, and in that chance, the culprit took away their target. Thus, the guards of Wang Yan abandoned the battle and chased after Tang San, but Tang San told Xiao Wu to go away and said that he would buy some time. After Xiao Wu left, Tang San took out his crossbow and attacked them with arrows fused with his bloodline energy. Due to the effect of the Heavenly Fox's luck, the crossbows hit without exception. The level 8 experts immediately stopped chasing them as they were confused and injured. After that, Tang San was preparing to go back to his own team, but then he saw Xiao Wu, whom he thought had left, standing there. Tang San asked why she was still there. Instead of replying, she asked for Tang San's name. So Tang San introduced himself as Asura. She then asked if he was a human, and Tang San replied affirmatively. She thanked him and turned around to leave, but then stopped and introduced herself as Mei Gongzi, and left. When she turned around, Tang San was able to see a blue-color redemption rune on her hand, which meant she was a high-ranking member of the redemption organization. All of a sudden, Mayor Zhang appeared and reprimanded Tang San for impulsively saving the women. Tang San asked Mayor Zhang if he was also protecting the women from the dark. But the mayor didn't admit it right away and asked why Tang San would do such a dumb thing. Tang San shrugged and said he just had a crush on her. Mayor nodded as he said that he couldn't think of anything else. Mayor then returned the arrows that Tang San shot at those Peacock guards and praised Tang San as these weapons had power beyond his imagination. Tang San took the arrows back and said that Mei Gongzi had a blue-class rune and asked how she could have that rank when she was just a child. He guessed that she was deployed by the Redemption to infiltrate and control the Peacock clan. Zhang Hao said that sometimes it was bad to know more than one should, and said that this matter is critical to the organization, so Tang San should stay away from her in the future to not interfere in her work. But Tang San said that he could also help her in her work. But Mayor Zhang smacked Tang San, saying he was just a little child who didn't even grow pubic hair and shouldn't talk about liking a girl. Mei Gongzi, aka Xiao Wu, returned to the Kerry camp and was warming up beside the fire. She was thinking of Tang San, who for some reason gave her the feeling of reassurance, as though he was always protecting her secretly. Thus, she was subconsciously hoping to meet Tang San again. At that time, Wang Yan also returned to the Kerry camp and was shocked by Xiao Wu as she came back again. Xiao Wu then said she wanted to take a rest here and won't go away. Thus, the guards immediately jumped on her while Wang Yan gloated at her misfortune. But before they could touch her, she commanded all the Peacock guards to kneel, and so they did, as though something was suppressing their very existence. Wang Yan was confused by the sudden turn of events and asked what she did to make them like that. Xiao Wu then said that it would be an insult to the word itself to call them an idiot. Wang Yan then understood one very surprising fact. Xiao Wu, a vassal, had a stronger Peacock bloodline than all the guards and himself, making them unable to deny her commands. Mei Gongzi then asked if Wang Yan still wanted to fight for the throne, and said that she would give him a chance as she and Wang Yan would duel, and whoever loses shall die. Wang Yan then saw the golden crown of Peacock, which was the mark of royalty that only the purest bloodline inheritor of the royal Peacock family possessed. It means that the person who owns it has the talent to break through their limits and become a demon emperor. Thus, Wang Yan became afraid and said that it was a misunderstanding, but Xiao Wu insisted, saying he was the one who started the fight for the throne and shouldn't cower if he was a man with balls. Thus, Wang Yan didn't get provoked and immediately kneeled as he cried, saying he was wrong, as he didn't know that she had already condensed the golden crown and sought one more chance. Thus, Xiao Wu told him to go away and not to bother her anymore. But just as they were about to leave, Xiao Wu told them to gather those arrows stuck to them and clean them thoroughly. Mei Gongzi was checking out the arrows and was wondering if Asura had made this. At that time, Mayor Zhang showed up and told her that her companion was coming back and gave her a crossbow, saying Asura told him to give it to her. Then she asked the mayor if he knew the origin of Asura. Mayor denied it and said that there was something mysterious about him that scared him, but he knew one thing, which was Asura was a friend, not a foe, and also added that she shouldn't show her redemption rune so casually in front of him. Xiao Wu then said that she showed it because she thought he was one of them, but at that moment, the blonde guy and his team were back, which made Mayor Zhang leave. The lion guy asked if she was okay, but she just said that she wanted to rest. Tang San didn't know that she was from Redemption, and it made him happy knowing that they were fighting for the same cause. He then planned to show his forging skill to her, as he had a blueprint from his past life in mind. It was called a peacock plume, and was third among the greatest hidden weapons in his arsenal. In the morning, Tang San's team went deeper into the Kerry mountain range, and thus encountered more and more monsters, and slowly they were heading towards the winged tiger's living area. Before going even deeper, Tang San gave out masks to his teammates to hide their identities from others. Then Tang San told them that he got another idea, and said that once they succeeded, they would reap greater benefits. The group was thus even more excited about what crazy shit idea Tang San was having. Thus, the group discussed the plan, and Tang San especially reminded Chen Zi that she was the central part of the plan and should be careful. The blonde guy of the Kerry Academy warned everyone, saying they would be entering the area of the winged tiger. Then the blonde guy saw Mei Gongzi was keeping a distance from them after the last night's incident. Thus, he wanted to re-establish their trust again. The scout came back and told the blonde guy that he had found the winged tiger, which made him overjoyed. 2 kilometers away, Dubai told his team members that the bad luck he had inflicted on the Kerry team had been taken back, according to the time period Tang San mentioned. Wu Bingji comforted him, saying he had done enough and to not forget Tang San's plan. Back to the Kerry team, they defeated 3 winged tigers, 2 level 7 and 1 level 5. Just as they were about to return to the academy, they saw 2 winged tigers chasing a big bird, but the tigers fell down all of a sudden. But they didn't fall down but swooped down towards the Kerry team, for they just killed their own 3 kins. These tigers were both adult winged tigers and were stronger than the tigers they had previously defeated. But the blonde guy took care of these flying tigers with his 8th level cultivation. Everyone of the team was relieved, and the fat guy praised the blonde guy. But they again saw the winged bird being chased down by another 3-winged tiger, and just like the previous time, the winged tigers came towards them. Not far from where the Kerry team was, Dubai was focusing on boosting the luck of his own team, which was just enough to hide everyone from the winged tigers. And with Tang San's assistance, Chen Zi kept attracting the nearby winged tigers, while Guli was responsible for using time ability to make the wind tigers fall just in time on the Kerry team. Meanwhile, Wu Bingqi was using his almost invisible ice needles to guide the winged tigers to attack the Golden Lion team. They continued to maintain their plan and waited for Tang San's signal. The Kerry team now faced 1 level 8 tiger and 2 level 7. The blonde guy shouted, saying that they needed to go all out if they wanted to survive. Thus, the next fight began, but the winged tigers were being pushed back. Thus, the tigers howled and sought help from nearby winged tigers. Tang San was observing from a distance and felt that everything was going smoothly. He then told Chen Zi to go back to the team, and he would accomplish the next part of the mission all by himself. Then Tang San took out a drop of blood from his body and guided the drop of blood to the body of the blonde guy who was fighting in the distance. The blonde guy was frustrated for not being able to kill the tigers even after so much time, and thus transformed into his original monster form and was about to finish the tigers. But just at that moment, he heard a loud shout coming from the forest, which almost made the blonde piss on his pants. After that shout, the Kerry Academy team didn't dare to kill the tigers, and under the leadership of Song Junhuo, aka the Blondie, escaped through the forest. And behind them was the Tiger King, who was attracted by Tang San's blood essence chi. There was also the group of winged tigers that was summoned by the winged Tiger King. Tang San used his blood essence to attract the winged Tiger King, but he didn't expect to attract all the winged tigers in the area. Nonetheless, he knew Xiao Wu would be unharmed with her powers, thus, he didn't worry. Later, Tang San returned to the battlefield where the Kerry Academy killed the tigers and captured the injured level 8 and the 2 level 7 tigers, then chased in the direction of Winged Tiger King. When Song Junho was fleeing, he figured out a plan to face the Winged Tiger King by himself, which should make the countless winged tigers continue to chase after the team instead of him. This way, not only would he be able to get away, but also become a hero in the eyes of Mei Gonzi. Thus he told everyone that he would buy time for them and stop to face the Tiger King. But to his dismay, all the tigers near the king stopped and surrounded Song Junho on the ground instead of chasing the team. Tang San was laughing as Song Junho was the only person the Tiger King was interested in, since he had the scent of pure essence blood from Tang San. Thus, Song Junho used his trump card and borrowed power from his ancestors and became a Lion King in its true form. The Winged Tiger King then got severely injured by Song Jun's attack. Thus it ordered the remaining level 8 winged tigers to chase after Song Jun. Tang San, who was hiding, was taken aback by Song Jun's trump card, then left. Half an hour later, the 4 level 8 tigers caught up to the Kerry Academy team. Song Jun told the team that he was exhausted after defeating the level 9 tiger and couldn't fight. At that time, Mei Gongzi appeared and told everyone to stand back. Then, the the golden crown appeared on her head, which made everyone surprised, and Song Jun understood why Wang Yan was nowhere to be seen at the camp, as he must have been beaten black and blue by Mei Gong. Only a moment passed, and sword flashes appeared around all the tiger. And the next thing they saw was the tiger staying frozen, and when someone touched the tiger to confirm if it was dead or alive, its body exploded. At that time, Tang San saw the real power of space and was fascinated by how Mei Gongzi could use space tears to turn them into the sharpest blades. Tang San now understood the real power of the first-ranked bloodline and craved for the Peacock bloodline too. Tang San laughed at himself, for he thought his Xiao Wu needed protection, but understood that this Xiao Wu was not the same Xiao Wu that was weaker than him in his previous life. When Tang Sun got near the tigers to inspect the attacks of Mi Gongzi, he saw that the tiger was not dead, but was sealed in space, and when touched would self-destruct. Just as Tang San was thinking, he heard the cold voice of Mei Gongzi from behind. Mei Gongzi asked if the attack of the tigers was instigated by him. Tang San then showed his redemption rune on his hand and said he was also part of the redemption. But all of a sudden Mei Gongzi attacked. Tang San was about to explain, but her attack intensified, so Tang San dodged by using his leopard flash. But the leopard flash couldn't be faster than the space itself. Tang San complained in his heart, asking what kind of fate does he have to be killed by his own wife. Just as he was about to use his last bit of divine consciousness to dodge the blow, Mayor Zhang appeared and quickly told her that he was his disciple. But Mei Gongzi asked how did a disciple in orange rank know about her identity in the Redemption Organization. Mayor Zhang apologized and said that it was his fault for telling his disciple about her and said that he was also in the Kerry Academy. She was surprised that Tang San was also at the Kerry Academy. Thus, he was told to take off his mask, and when Xiao Wu saw his face, she was surprised to see him. Then Mei Gongzi reclaimed her space power, and the winged tigers fell on the ground softly and were still breathing, but were stuffed into the space bag by Mei Gongzi as she left. Mayor Zhang reprimanded Tang San for revealing his identity in front of her, and also mentioned that he was the only one who knew about her identity in Kerry City. But Tang San said that he had no choice but to do that. On the way back, Tang San asked if the mayor had captured the level 9 Tiger King. Hearing it, Mayor smacked Tang San's head, saying it's not always good to be smart. After returning to the academy, the mayor let Tang San devour the Tiger King's blood, which pushed Tang San's mysterious heaven skill to the peak of level 6. Back in Kerry Academy, Song Jun divided the spoils of the hunt and said that these all should belong to Mei Gong since she was the one who saved them. So Mei Gong only took the level 8 winged tiger and told everyone to take the rest and left. Song Jun slapped himself hard, for he didn't understand why Mei Gongzi ignored him after that night's battle. He then announced that from then on, the captain of their team was Mei Gongzi. In the next morning, Tang San was practicing Purple Demon Eye with Dubai as Dubai said that the technique and his bloodline were a match made in heaven. Tang San then told Dubai that with the technique, he could easily rise to level 6 of his bloodline. But level 6 to level 7 was a big threshold, so it might take some time to reach level 7. Tang San then told Dubai that he needed to sweep at the Kerry Academy, so he needed to go. Dubai then told Tang San not to waste his time by being a sweeper. Tang San replied that his purpose was something else, and asked Dubai to bless him with luck. And just like every day, he was sweeping with full of Dubai's luck. Mei Gongzi was looking out from the window to the sweeping Tang San, and questioned the feeling she got when she was about to kill Tang San. Her instinct told her that she would regret it if she killed him. The way Tang San looked at her also puzzled her. It was not of devotion, nor hate, nor love, but as though all the emotions mixed together. She then felt it was good that he was back and could be observed from the window. But she again was shocked, for she just felt that it would be nice to see him again. Thus, she went down and asked him straight away as to why he was sweeping floors. Tang San replied, saying it was a secret. Then she asked, what if she had to know? Tang San said he would tell her if she had to know. But then she asked him to stop playing. Thus, Tang San told her that the spiritual qi in the Kerry Academy was rich and more suitable for cultivation. She was surprised and asked how he cultivated if he just swept the floor all the time, and also asked if he had a mission in Kerry City. He replied both negatively and positively. She gave up and told him to call her sister Mei from that day onwards. That sentence immediately brought back memories of Xiao Wu. Thus, Tang San, who was overflowing with emotion, dreamt of hugging Mei Gongzi again. Mei Gong was surprised to see Tang San's weirdness and left afterwards. When she looked back, she saw Tang San crying and felt a sudden ache in her heart. But she left nonetheless. After a month, Zhang Hao came back after selling the loot from the last hunt and asked Tang San's achievements in the past month. Tang San said that his Wind Tiger transformation and Blue Silver Vine upgraded to level 6, while Golden Ping and Time Change was at the peak of level 5. And the Heavenly Eye was at the peak of level 4. Mayor was satisfied but told Tang San to be careful when breaking through as he had multiple bloodlines in his body. He then asked if he could reach Mei Gongzi's level after breaking through level 7, but the mayor said that her case was special, as her father was the contemporary Peacock Monster King who loved his wife and daughter very much. Her father did not hesitate to use his own blood essence to build a foundation for Mei Gongzi, which greatly increased her bloodline concentration. Tang San was surprised that the contemporary Peacock King would do such a thing for a vassal. Mayor then told Tang San that he sold the tigers to a different location to get the maximum price, and gathered a total of 1020 elemental coins. He also said that the level 9 tiger would be auctioned in 6 days, and the highest level auction is held every 3 months, and when the time comes, he will take Tang San there. Tang San then told the mayor that he didn't need much this time since he was already at level 6, and didn't want to rush his breakthrough before he matured. Thus, he was okay with helping his teammates break through. After 6 days, the action was being held at the Academy Coliseum as usual. Zhang Haoshuan and Tang San disguised themselves as monsters and joined the auction. The Coliseum was the place where the monster race could gain noble status if they won 10 battles in a row. And the human vassals could also join, but they have to win 100 games in a row to theoretically become a noble. Tang San then asked if he could join the Kerry Academy as a student if he became a noble. But the mayor said it was not as simple as that, and he shouldn't even think about it. A one-eyed monster host welcomed everyone in the audience. Mayor explained that the monster was a level 9 expert from the one-eyed monster family and was once committed a serious crime and was captured. And to regain its freedom, it was given a chance to fight for its freedom by winning 10 games in a row. Thus, not only did it get out of prison, but also got the title of a nobleman. It introduced the schedule and fights that would take place before the auction. The first stage was the battle between demonic beasts. In the first fight, a ferocious and brutal bear was facing a venomous shadow giant scorpion. And in the cheers of the audience, the shadow-walking scorpion won. The second fight was the battle of human vassals. There were 2 vassals who had betrayed their master and, as such, were sentenced to the Coliseum to fight the beasts. The surrounding monster cheered, for they wanted to see the blood of the vassals. The one-eyed monster said that the winner would be able to get out and live if he killed the loser. But they didn't attack each other, but instead attacked the one-eyed monster, but were caught by the monster as it pinched them to death. After that, the monster announced the start of the last battle. The third fight was the most interesting, as one side was the giant scorpion, and the other side would be people from the audience who would randomly be selected by the Coliseum focus light. He said that if they could win, they would take all the battle spills and get a 50% discount on anything they bought at the auction. But if they give up, then they wouldn't be able to participate in the auction. Thus, random light beams fell on the audience as many were selected, but they gave up and chose to get out of the auction. But the beam fell on Tang San, unfortunately. But Tan San stood up and confirmed that he would fight under Mayor's dismay. Tang San got on the stage and faced off against the scorpion as it tried to slice his small body apart. Then it attacked with its venomous tail. But Tang San cut it off with his wind blade, then attacked with a wind tornado while mentally oppressing the scorpion with his purple demon eye. And in the end, he punched the scorpion in its head and killed it. The one-eyed monster announced him as the victor of today's best match, and then asked for his name. But Tang San said that they didn't deserve to know his name. The one-eyed monster was angry hearing that, but Tang San didn't cower, and said that one day, Tang San would kill him by himself. Some of the audience cheered for Tang San's bravery, where some felt insulted. But Tang San ignored the cheers and collected the bodies of the vassals and the scorpion. Tang San never stopped surprising the mayor as he killed the level 8 demon beast without revealing his abilities when he was just a level 6. Soon after, the auction started as a girl of Red Fox race introduced herself. The first item of the auction was a total of 18 human slaves who were vassals but was very weak. But due to being from Fox bloodline, they inherited the natural charm of the fox race, making them perfect sex slaves. Before the bidding started, she introduced a light bar, which would become taller respective to the amount of money each person bid. When the bidding started, Tang San told the mayor that he had a way to increase the bloodline density of the fox vassals, and thus could become a good force for redemption in the future. And so, after discussing with the mayor, they decided to buy the fox vassals and bid for 35 elemental coins, which nobody bid against. The third lot got Tang San's attention, as the hammer was made of heavenly fire iron and could be used to make a divine weapon. After a while, the bid increased to 200 coins, so Tang San bid 250, which nobody bid against. Mayor then reminded them that if they emptied their wallet at the beginning of the auction, then they would not be able to buy what they came here for. The next items was dozens of flashy weapons and armor, which in his view was a complete waste of expensive metals. Then he saw a tree stump of a god-level monster king of the Ri Chen Empire. The monster king was of tree species and had a golden bloodline, and when Tang San focused on the stumps, he fell into an illusion where he saw a huge, magnificent tree covering the sky. But nobody raised their hand to bid for the tree bark as it was not valued enough in their eyes. But Tang San knew the truth, so he raised his hand, which made the host fox girl happy as she quickly announced that Tang San had won the bid, even though there was no bid. Mayor asked Tang San if this stump of a tree was really useful. Tang San thumbed up and said very useful. Next was Tang San and Zhang Haoxuan's main goal, which were purple yang fruits, very useful for improving spiritual cultivation. The bid went from 330 to 600 in a moment, so the Tang San duo bid for 700 and finally won the fruits. Not only Dubai needed it, but also Guli, Chenzi, needed this fruit. The next items were full of climaxes. There were also bloodlines sold to increase the density of one's bloodline. But the prices were as high as the sky, ranging from 8,000 to 9,000 universal coins. Then the last item was shown, and the fox host said that even the city lord came to witness the historical moment of the auction. She revealed a bloodline that came from one of the supreme powerhouses, the bloodline of the Rainbow Deer Emperor. In that blood essence, there is a drop of the Demon Emperor's blood, which can greatly boost one's bloodline talent. The Rainbow Emperor was also known as the Elemental Monster Sovereign, but it was a pity that the Seven-Colored Deer clan had very few members. Bids of 100,000 were heard right from the get-go, reaching millions in a moment's notice. At the auction room, City Lord asked his daughter Mei Gongzi if the ancestral court really valued their Kerry city to give them just a drop of the rainbow deer. Mei Gongzi replied, saying it must be because they underestimated their city. Just at that moment, bid reached 51 million, but both parties suddenly canceled the bid. Hence, the host again explained that this was the last of the rainbow deer's blood, and nothing was more precious, and they might regret not buying it. Mayor asked Tang San if he had figured out the reason for the bid cancellation. Then, a cold hum was heard in the entire auction room, and the host of the auction quickly finished the bid. The behavior of the host was really weird, but the blood of the great Rainbow Deer Emperor didn't seem that simple. After the auction was finished, Tang San put all the items in the storage bag after paying. Mayor Zhang told Tang San to leave by himself since he needed to take these fox vassals with him. After returning to the vicinity of the Kerry Academy, Tang San changed back to his normal clothes. Then Mei Gongzi called him abruptly and said that she knew it was him in disguise, and asked if he was really the one that bid for the red fox vassals. Tang San nodded and said that it was Mayor Zhang that bid for them. She then said that it was beyond her expectation that he was able to defeat the 8th-ranked giant scorpion, and he now had the qualification to become her valet in Kerry Academy. Tang San happily agreed while addressing her as Sister Mei. Tang San was in cloud 9 after that moment since he knew he got one step closer to Xiao Wu. After returning to the academy, Tang San took out the items from the auctions. After checking out the purple fruits, he inspected the fire iron. But he wouldn't be able to make a divine weapon before he broke through to the god rank, and he could only temporarily refine the hammer for now. First, he stimulated his spiritual strength and imbued it into the fire iron to recognize its owner as Tang San. After the spiritual link was established between him and the hammer, his spiritual sea felt warm, but the volume shrunk by 1/3, which was the result of spiritual energy getting denser and stronger. Tang San then understood that if he had more fire iron essence, then he would have enhanced his spiritual sea even more. When Tang San got out of his spiritual zone, He saw Mayor Jiang, who told him that he had been meditating for 7 days, and thus was guarding him. Mayor Jiang then asked Tang San if the hammer in his hand was special, since rays of light flickered in sync with his breathing rhythm. Tan San nodded and said that the metal ore in the hammer could help nourish spiritual strength and help Tang San to purify and condense his spiritual sea even more. When Mayor Jiang was about to try it too, the hammer lit up in fire and came back to Tang San, so the mayor asked if this hammer already recognized Tang San, and was surprised since only divine items could recognize owners. Tang San said that it was not a divine item yet, but unexpectedly his spiritual strength could be connected to it very quickly. Tang San then gave Mayor Jiang the purple fruits to distribute to his teammates. 5 for Dubai, 4 for Guli, 1 for Wu Bingji, and 1 for Chengzi. He said that he would keep 2, and Mayor Jiang could take the last one. When he went to Kerry Academy to sweep, Sister May asked why he didn't come to work recently. Tang San apologized for making her wait, but Sister May rebuked, saying she was never waiting for him, then asked if Tang San was free that night and asked to go out with her. Tang San agreed immediately. Later in the evening, she came back dressed up for the night's tour, and Tang San was staring at her gorgeous look. When asked where Tang San was looking, Tang San said that her waist is too thin and she should eat more, which earned him a smack in the head. Tang San apologized and said he was wrong and hurriedly followed Sister May. The duo later went to a small restaurant where she asked about his bloodline and asked his cultivation base. Tang San said that he was at the peak of level 6 and had windwolf blood. Xiao Wu asked how could a 6th-ranked peak kill an 8th-ranked giant scorpion, and asked if he, by any chance, had other bloodlines. But Tang San asked how a person can have more than one bloodline. But she insisted and said that she would keep it a secret, and this matter was related to the future task that she would assign to him. But he didn't reveal it, but just said that his spiritual control was much better than others, as he turned the thick wind blade into a thin, needle-shaped, dense blade. Thus she wanted to test his spiritual strength, but was reflected by Tang San's spiritual strength, and almost fell. But Tang San caught her. She was surprised seeing that even her wasn't able to compare to Tang San's spiritual strength. Then Tang San asked what task she needed to assign to him. She said that she didn't have any task and just wanted to see his abilities. But Tang San insisted, saying he could do anything if given enough time. But she shook her head and said that he had very strong spiritual power. Thus he must work harder to be the future hope of the organization. She then warned Tang San not to go into the Kerry city for the next few days, since it would be dangerous in the city. When Tang San left, she was again surprised by her own behavior, as she didn't want to assign the task to Tang San since it was too risky. But Tang San also knew that she must have called him to assign a task, but after seeing his talent, she dropped the idea. But how could Tang San just back off like that? He would try to help her even in the dark, as there was nothing more important than helping her. Thus he changed his clothing into that of a Sura. He then followed her while staying out of her detection range. Even though Mei Gongzi was very strong, but in terms of spiritual perception, he was stronger and wouldn't be discovered by her. Feeling the space fluctuation in the air, Tang San trailed Mei Gongzi and went into the mansion of the noble Vajra bear. Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu had been lurking in the mansion for so long, and if it was to assassinate someone, then it was too reckless for her, as her identity would be revealed by her space powers for lingering about so long. Then he saw her take action as the bear was pierced with crossbows that Tang San gifted her. The arrows were filled with poison and space power, which immobilized the bear from head to toe, and as the finishing blow, she used her space tear technique to slash the neck of the bear. When the bear was dead, the surrounding guard noticed it immediately and began ringing the alarm throughout the mansion. She then got out of the mansion safely and was surprised by Tang San, who returned the arrows that she used to kill the bear and said that it wasn't a good idea to leave the arrows in the field, as they could be traced back to her. She then asked who he really was, but Tang San said that it didn't matter, and said that he was a human with the same goal as her. He also revealed her second bloodline, and said that it wouldn't be enough cover to hide the space power from the assassination attempt. As soon as he revealed it, she attacked Tang San as her greatest secret was exposed. But Tang San also revealed his Blue Emperor Vine bloodline, and said that he was just like her, but had more than just 2 bloodlines. He then told her to trust him since they had the same powers and goals, and said that he also attacked the bear, which made it easy for her to assassinate it. Thus she told him to take off the mask, but he said that he couldn't. but he would let her see his face someday, and added that if there was anyone in this world that didn't want to harm her, then that would be him. Before leaving, Tang-san told her to stand at the door of the Kerry Academy with milk tea if she needed any help in the future. When the mayor asked why he left the academy every night, Tang-san replied, saying he goes to the Kerry Academy as the spiritual key is dense there. Mayor asked how does he get in since there was an array, but Tang-san said that he could crack the array and get in any time. Mayor Zhang was dumbfounded and said he was unsure of their relationship, as the student knew much more than the teacher. Tang-san then asked Mayor to arrange the Fox Girls, as he would try to stimulate their bloodline by using the golden stump that they bought from the auction, and requested the mayor to find a place with a lot of life force in the Kerry mountain range and build a place hidden from the world for the Fox Girls. Mayor nodded and said he would notify him when the job was done, but asked if Tang-san could make more of the crossbows, as it might help the academy if the academy faced any danger afterward. Tang-san agreed and left. The next few days life returned to normal, and the mayor brought Tang-san to the place he had prepared for the Fox Girls. There was a mountain with a waterfall, and behind the waterfall was a cave. After entering the cave, he saw the Fox Girls, and Mayor introduced Tang-san as their new master. Tang-san was surprised by being called master, but the mayor said that it was the best way to stabilize their loyalty. So Tang-san also asked the Red Fox Girl's name, and found out that she was called Hong Yu, and the rest of them were named in numbers, from Red 2 to Red 18. Tang-san nodded and said that if they listened to his orders, then they would be able to have a bright future and would escape the haze of slavery. Later they were brought outside, where Tang-san asked the mayor to keep guard so he couldn't be disturbed when setting up the array. Tang-san then took out the golden stump and began to draw the spell for the formation arrays that he studied in the Kerry Academy treasure trove. After more than an hour of a complex drawing, the array shone with golden light. Next, he took out all the stumps and planted them at every major point of the array, which frantically let the array absorb the surrounding chi. Tang-san then told the Fox Girls to meditate within the 3 meters of the spell formation from that day onwards, but warned them, saying they shouldn't even attempt to enter the formation, nor could they touch anything in the formation. When the mayor asked what the reason for the spell was, Tang-san said it was to plant and revive the golden tree. He added that the monster race didn't understand its value, and the most useful ability of the golden wood was to gather life force, and coupled with the spirit gathering array, the absorption ability of life force could be accelerated even more. Mayor was shocked and asked if Tang-san could sell the formation blueprint to the organization. Tang-san nodded and said that he would teach Zhang the array later. Back in the academy, Wu Bingji said that his spiritual strength improved and was turning into liquid from a gaseous state thanks to the purple fruit that Tang-san gave him. Wu Bing then whispered in Tang-san's ear and asked if he had any more techniques to teach. Tang-san then said that Wu Bing could try to learn more complex techniques, which would let him blast his ice in mid-flight. Wu Bingji was happy and learnt the technique attentively. After that, Tang-san went to Dubai and checked on him about the effects of the 5 purple fruits. Dubai said that he just ate one of the 5 fruits, and if he ate another one, then he would be able to break through to the 5th rank. And Dubai's spiritual strength in the 4th level was comparable to the ordinary 7th ranked monsters. Chunzi had also broken through to the 6th rank, and Guli's strength also improved, and he was close to breaking through to the 6th rank. 2 days later, Tang-san came back to the Kerry Mountain waterfall and gave Mayor Zhang the blueprint of the life force gathering array. Mayor Zhang, after seeing the blueprint, said that the organization would reward him greatly for this array. Tang-san then said if he wanted to ask something, then it would be high-level heavenly foxblood for Dubai. Mayor said that it would be very difficult, but he would try his best. 2 weeks later, Xiao was finally holding a milk tea in front of the academy gates, meaning she needed help from Asura. Thus Tang-san disguised himself in Asura and told her to go to her little inn to talk. In the inn, she said that they were going to kill the leader of the Windwolf clan, and added that there is no god-level powerhouse in the clan and thus should be safer. She then said that the day after tomorrow is the annual sacrifice ceremony of the Windwolf clan. Thus, they need to act after the ceremony. Tang-san was dumbfounded and called her stupid little girl. She was angry, but Tang-san then said they could start by poisoning the food. But she said that poisoning wouldn't work against the powerful monsters. But Tang San said that he had a very potent poison in mind, so it shouldn't be a problem. Later, Mei Gongzi went to see her mother, Su Qin, and told her about what happened earlier with Asura. Su Qin asked if the mayor really trusted Tang San that deep. Mei Gongzi nodded. She then said that her cultivation had been stagnant recently, and the speed of improvement had slowed down. Su Qin replied that it was normal for it to slow down when one reached the 7th rank. As the higher one climbs, the harder it gets. She then asked Mei Gong if Wang Qin, the city lord, had come to her lately. Mei Gongzi nodded and said that Wang Qin seemed to be a bit nervous about her progress in cultivation after the auction. She then said from Wang Qing's behavior, it could be concluded that the city might face a huge crisis. She then told her mom that she would let her see Asura this time, and Su Qin could decide whether he could be trusted. After Tang San returned, he helped Miss Mu Yunyun to check the internal injuries in cultivation. Then he bought several medicinal herbs and went back to concoct some poison. 2 days later, Tang San told Xiao Wu to hide at the given location in the ancestral house and wait for his order. He told her to believe him once, hence Mi Gongzi agreed. When the sun started to set, the ritual began. Asura and Mei Gong knew that they wouldn't be able to stop the sacrifice. All they could do is to take revenge for those humans. Tang San went to the kitchen and was looking for an opportunity to mix the poison. Soon after, a wolf came and asked the chef to serve the wine and meat. After the sacrifice was over, the banquet began as they drank and talked politics, and was also talking about the leopard race, and was planning the next ambush method on the leopard clan. Soon after, the poison started to take effect, as everyone became dizzy and fell on the ground. Only one wolf was standing, as he was the only one who didn't drink. When it turned around, it saw Asura filled with bloodlust that seemed to have overshadowed the blood aura of the sacrifice itself, and then was beheaded. Xiao Wu then took action, and quickly eliminated the Wolf King. They didn't put down the dead bodies of the humans from the altar, as it would reveal their identity as humans, which would later incur the wrath of the monster race on the humans. When Mei Gongzi got back, she asked her mother if she had found out anything about Tang San by tracking him. But she replied by saying she didn't want to get discovered, thus she stopped following. But when she went over, she felt the breath of the wolf ancestor that wanted to protect the Wolf King. Although it was not strong, it had divinity, but at that time, Asura also released divinity, and then the surrounding bloodlust from the wolf ancestor vanished. Mei Gongzi was surprised and asked if Asura was really a god-level powerhouse. Su Qin said that she wasn't sure, but it might be possible. Not to mention the level of divinity was quite a high level. She then informed Mei Gongzi that even the poison wasn't that simple, since it took effect after a certain period of time. Then Mei Gongzi said that she promised Asura that she would trust him if the Wolf King died thus. She couldn't go back on her words. And moreover, since Asura had the same goal as her, it was best for both of them. When Mayor Zhang heard about the incident, he reprimanded Tang San for revealing his abilities, since she might report him to the organization. But Tang San said that he trusted Mei Gongzi enough. The following week, Kerry Academy maintained its usual calm, and everything was back on track. But Mayor suddenly called Tang San and said that Dubai was having a problem when breaking through to the 5th rank. Dubai's body was too weak to break through to the 5th rank. Thus his bloodline power was causing a riot in his body. Tang San then asked Siri if he felt that Dubai had 2 types of spiritual strength. Siri immediately understood, and Tang San told him to let the 2 types of spiritual strength fully fuse. After releasing the seal that held the 2 types of energy apart, they rushed toward each other and began fusing with each other. Tang San also used his own Heavenly Fox bloodline to give Dubai a boost in his luck, which helped Dubai to return back to a normal state. Tang San also cultivated beside Dubai, absorbing the Heavenly Fox energy released by Dubai. Siri and Mayor Zhang was relieved seeing that, and Siri asked Mayor Zhang if he noticed that ever since Tang San came to their academy, many things had happened. Mayor Zhang nodded and chatted along as the night passed gradually. 2 days later, Dubai was surrounded in an egg-like energy cocoon, and soon broke out of it as he reached level 5. Tang San congratulated him. Dubai then jumped in joy and hugged Tang San. Then Mayor reprimanded Dubai for not informing them before breaking through and grounded him in his room. Tang San then told Dubai about the process of breaking through, and said that his one-tailed fox became a 2-tailed fox, and in the future, every breakthrough to the next level might increase his tail by 1. Then Tang San told Dubai to try out his heavenly fox eyes. Dubai then activated his ability and looked at Tang San, who radiated a golden brilliance that blinded him almost. Tang San was surprised that Dubai again got blinded, for he didn't do anything. He then pondered and told Dubai that what he saw wasn't gold, but an indicator of people's luck. Dubai was even more shocked, for Tang San's luck was just too powerful. But seeing Tang San's luck, Dubai told him that Tang San was the closest person to him. But Tang San didn't buy his bullshit and told him to cultivate to recover his eyes. Later they tried and examined the two new abilities of Dubai. The first ability was wide-scale blessing of luck, and the other ability let Dubai see other people's luck. After confirming Dubai's ability, Tang San went back to the Kerry Academy. And not long after Mei Gongzi came and asked again for the reason of his absence. Tang San told her that he was taking care of his senior brother, who was in the middle of a breakthrough. She then said that from then on, Tang San had to ask for leave if he didn't want to come to work. Tang San nodded and was happy seeing how she worried about him. That night both Chengzi and Guli broke through to the 6th rank, which may be attributed to Dubai's luck. Tang San was also planning to break through these days. The next month passed very peacefully, and when Tang San saw Xiao Wu, he threw a piece of paper to Xiao Wu. There, Xiao Wu was informed that Tang San wanted to see her in the same place as the previous time. When she arrived, Tang San told Xiao Wu that his bloodline was already at the peak of the 6th rank, but he still couldn't find the threshold to break through to the 7th rank. She replied by saying the 7th rank is a bottleneck faced by a majority of the cultivators, and added that the physical body plays an important role in advancing to the 7th rank. Thus, Tang San innocently asked if she could check out his body. Hence, she told him to sit. But he sat facing Mei Gongzi, which earned him a smack. Thus he turned around and faced the wall as Mei Gongzi began the checkup. Tang San then told her that he would start cultivating. Mei Gongzi noticed that the cultivation method Tang San was using was much more profound and complex. And when examined, she felt that her energy was being consumed in a much faster rate than usual. Thus she asked Tang San about the cultivation technique. Tang San said that it was in a book that he picked up when he was young. She then asked if his master Mayor Zhang knew about this. He nodded and said although he knew, he told him that only Tang San could use this cultivation method. Hence Mei Gongzi asked if Tang San could teach her the technique. Tang San agreed and taught her, but she was unable to use the technique and left in disappointment. Tang San didn't stand there either, and quickly left as absorbing Mei Gongzi's bloodline power completely saturated the energies in his body, so he needed to break through to the 7th rank to release those energies. Deep in the Kerry Mountains, Tang San rushed in with Golden Peng's wings, then told the mayor to protect the fox girls. Tang San then sat there in a meditative pose as the surrounding world's essence was sucked in and merged with his body. Then the energy started to take shape into a solid form. Thus, the night passed in a blink. When the sun rose, he cultivated the purple demon eyes, which also caused a massive spiritual storm in the surrounding. Then his heavenly fox bloodline also improved. But his heavenly fox bloodline was not the same as Dubai, and seemed more powerful. His energy core in the Dantian and the spiritual core in the Spirit Sea converted into a golden core, and was even more solidified. Thus, his heavenly eye also evolved into the 5th rank and grew an extra tail. Not only that, but also his Golden Peng transformation and time ability also advanced to the 6th rank. Then, Tang San removed the Leopard Flash bloodline and was planning to replace it with the Peacock bloodline that he got from Mei Gongzi. Mayor Zhang was even more surprised seeing this. It was not just a Peacock bloodline, but also with a golden crown, meaning the purity of the bloodline was very high. Such top bloodlines appear in a single human body at the same time, proving that the rise of mankind was no longer a fantasy. But at that time, the Heavenly Fox and the Peacock bloodline were facing each other, as both were the top of the class bloodlines and didn't like to share the host. But a golden silhouette appeared and calmed the two bloodlines, and as such, the two bloodlines no longer dared to confront each other. In his soul space, two major bloodlines orbited around that newly formed golden core, like planets orbiting the golden sun. Then, the blue vines came out of Tang San's body as they grabbed the golden branches planted in the array, and influenced by the golden wood, Tang San's blue emperor vine also broke through to the 7th level. But it wasn't finished yet, as Tang San turned into a heavenly fox, a time crocodile, then a golden-winged peng, a peacock, a wolf king, and also a tree species. And at long last, Tang San broke his meditation and told Mayor Zhang that this ability to change shape into monsters is called Monster God Avatar. And with this ability, he would be able to infiltrate into the monster race even more smoothly. Mayor Zhang said at this point, even if Tang San proclaimed himself as a girl, he would still believe it. The next day at the Kerry Academy, Tang San saw Mei Gongzi again standing with milk tea. Thus he visited her again. The first thing Mei Gongzi asked Tang San was to remove his mask, which Tang San strongly denied and asked who she wanted to kill this time. She said that the king of the Flash Leopard. He asked if her goal was to breed hatred between the leopard and the wolf clan, and warned that the Leopard King must be alert, for the wolves might take revenge. He also added that the Leopard King might not be stronger than the Wolf King, but his escaping ability, when threatened, is stronger than the Wolf King. In reply, she said that her space ability restrained the leopard's speed-oriented ability. Tang San then said that to avoid being found out when using her space ability, she must kill all the survivors. She nodded and said that all the heads of monster races would be summoned at the City Lord's mansion, and the maximum number of attendants they could bring along was 8, and she wanted Tang San's help to lure away the attendants before she attacked the Leopard King. But Tang San said that it would be hard to lure away the gourds, it's better to kill them in one spot. Mei Gongzi asked if that was even possible. Tang San nodded and pulled out the map, and said that he would go to that place on the map to make some advanced preparation. After that, they separated. In the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord was sitting at the front of the long table as the heads of the other monster races sat beside him. The City Lord received a letter from his ancestral court saying that the Ice Dragon King had brought the Rainbow Deer's blood essence to their city auction. But after the auction, the Ice Dragon King disappeared. The ancestral court ordered the City Lord to investigate the matter with a deadline of a month, and now the time limit has expired, and there was still no clue. So the ancestral court sent an inspection team who would arrive soon. The Capricorn King asked who the leader of the investigation would be. The City Lord replied that the leader was Jing Feng, who was hated by the Peacock clan. The Monster Kings then said that it was a big conspiracy by Jing Feng. After the meeting, the Leopard King asked the Bear King if the Peacock clan could stop this crisis. In reply, the Bear King said that it would be very hard since the difference in power between a Demon King and a Demon Emperor was very high. Leopard King then said that he was afraid that if the Peacock clan could stop this crisis, then their Leopard clan would be reprimanded by the Peacock clan for abandoning the city in time of crisis. Thus, the Leopard King rushed his carriage toward his family to liquefy their properties and escape the city. And just as he was thinking, he felt as though he was unable to move all of a sudden. Then he felt the power of space, and knew it must be the Peacock clan taking action. And when he broke free from the space restriction, he saw his guards being killed one by one. Then, the Leopard King saw the culprit riding 3 arrows, rushing towards him and penetrating him. But that was not enough to kill the leopard. So Tang San activated his purple demon eyes, and Mei Gongzi used her other ability to finish off the Leopard King. Then Tang San used his dragon capture technique to extract and capture the blood of the Leopard King in a jar. The duo then quietly left the battlefield. After traveling a bit, Tang San told Mei Gongzi to return and burn the clothes after showering. Just as he was about to leave, Mei Gongzi asked Tang San how he predicted the exact place the Leopard King would get out of the carriage, and also asked if he used the power of space to block the leopard in the end. But Tang San didn't reveal anything and just quietly left. Su Qin came out and said that it must be because Asura noticed her that he left in a hurry. She then said that she asked Mayor Zhang, who was also unsure about Asura's origin, but he said that he could be trusted. She then added that in the process of assassination, Asura used the power of both time and space, and probably even the luck power from the Heavenly Fox family. Back to Tang San, he was satisfied with his powers after leveling up to the 7th rank. Of course, having multiple powerful bloodlines helped him too. Shortly after, City Lord also heard the news of the Leopard King dying. Thus he rushed to the scene and silenced those that were blaming him without any proof. Then he examined the residual energies left in the air and said that there was the use of space attribute indeed. But there were also attributes of time, luck, and spirit. Thus in front of everyone, he took a blood oath and said that he didn't commit the murder, nor did he know who did it. Most of them believed him, as a blood oath is taken only when one is speaking the absolute truth. Then the Bear King asked, "Who is the culprit?" City Lord replied saying, "Which power in the city has people that can control luck, space, time, and spirit?" Everyone understood. A group with such unique abilities only belonged to the ancestral court. City Lord then asked everyone not to suspect their own citizens and defend their city against the outside force. Back in the Mei tea shop, a man came in and ordered milk tea. When Su Qin, Mei Gongzi's mother, asked how much, the man said that he would take all of it as long as it was made by her. After drinking a cup of milk tea, the man said that it was a bit less sweet than it used to be, and asked if it was because of the lack of him in her life that the sweetness was missing. Annoyed, she asked why he was there, but the man said that he was there just for her. Su Qin said that he was late since she was already taken. The man then said that he would take back everything that belonged to him, including her. But Su Qin rejected him, saying he only loved himself and nobody else. But he insisted, saying he was strong enough to protect her and nobody could stop him from taking her back. Su Qin then said, "What if she didn't want to go back?" He then asked if it was because Wang Qin was pressuring her, but she said nobody could force her, and added that she already forgot him when he left her in the first place. But he insisted that they could go back to their past relationship. Then Mei Gongzi came and called Su Qing. When he saw Mei Gongzi, he imagined that their daughter would also be this big if he hadn't left. He then said, although he regretted it, he would never give up. Su Qin then warned Mei Gongzi to go to the Kerry Academy immediately, and to never go to the city without her permission. Mei Gongzi understood that there must be something going on between her mom and that man. But at that time, she saw Tang San waving at her. She then also told Tang San not to go to the city and asked about his cultivation. Tang San thanked her for the care and said that he was about to reach the 7th rank. She also said that the academy was recruiting vassals for actual combat recently, and if the vassals do well, then they could get out of the vassal status too. Tang San asked how he could join. She then said that he needed to participate in the assessment first, and after that, he needed to win more than 10 matches in a row against the academy students. And then, if any monster races were willing to accept him, then he could join them. Back in the City Lord's mansion, a bear-like monster informed the City Lord that the people from the ancestral court were approaching. Thus, City Lord prepared himself and went to welcome them. The City Lord then greeted the ancestral court envoys, and Lin Shimo also greeted the City Lord. The City Lord then asked if that white-haired guy was from the Heavenly Fox clan. Thus the guy introduced himself as Yu Yiran from the Heavenly Fox clan. Then the City Lord said that when he investigated the recent murders in the Kerry city, he found out that there was an existence of luck energy apart from space and time. But Yu Yiran denied, saying their Heavenly Fox clan didn't have any branch clan in the Kerry city. Then Lin Shimo brought out the main topic and said the ancestral court is deeply concerned about the disappearance of the blood essence of the Rainbow Deer Emperor, along with the missing Ice Dragon Emperor. He then showed a drop of blood essence from the Dragon Demon King, and said that this drop of blood could locate the other drop of blood essence, with the help of his divine consciousness. The City Lord also chimed in, saying that the blood is too powerful and precious. As such, he would also accompany Lin Shimo in the investigation. Thus, the two left one after another. Then Yu Yiran, the Heavenly Fox guy, said that he had a decree from the ancestral court, following which everyone is not allowed to leave the palace. Then he ordered Qi Yu and Ding Hao, who were guest officials from the ancestral court, to gather all the direct 7th-ranked bloodline members of the Peacock clan in the hall, with the help of their subordinates. The people of the Peacock clan had no choice but to comply under the oppression of power. Then the white-haired guy asked the Peacock clan members if everyone above 7th rank came here. Then, Wang Yan told him that a woman of 7th rank didn't come here and was attending the Kerry Academy. Far away from the mansion, City Lord was facing Lord Shimo. Lord Shimo said that he had lost from the beginning when he left Su Qin to grab the opportunity to gain more power. He also said if he was given another chance, then he would still make the same choice, as the love between men and women is trivial in front of the survival of the race. Lin Shimo then became like a maniac as he said that his heart ached every day, thinking the woman he loved slept with another man. Back in the Kerry Academy, the men from the ancestral court broke into the barrier of the academy. Thus the director Li appeared and told them to stop. But Wang Yan appeared and said that the envoy from the ancestral court was investigating the whereabouts of the Ice Dragon King and thus ordered to gather all the members of the Peacock clans, and they were looking for Mei Gongzi too. The envoy then introduced himself as Dai Yanning from the Dark Crow clan, but the director said that Mei Gongzi was a student of the academy and wasn't related to the incident at all, and asked him to leave. Just as they were about to fight, a sound transmission came and said that since the ancestral court ordered, it must be followed. Director accepted the order unwillingly and informed Mei Gongzi. But before they left, the voice warned them of the consequence if the student of the Kerry Academy was hurt. Tang San was witnessing all these from behind as he clenched the broom so hard that it broke. In the sky, Lin Shimo said that it wasn't all his fault. It was Su Qin's fault too, for not waiting for a few years. The two of them went to the forest to avoid the eyes of the people and prepared to fight. On the other hand, the envoy was taking Mei Gongzi to the city, but he was attacked by Asura. Then, when the envoy was distracted, Mei Gongzi disappeared along with the attacker. When escaping, Tang San told Mei Gongzi to stay close to him. Otherwise, she would be detected by the Dark Crow envoy's divine consciousness. When Tang San was escaping, he noticed the battle in the air as the Ice Phoenix Emperor and the Peacock King fought. Mayor Zhang was protecting the Redemption Academy students from the shockwave of the fights, and Tang San was using his space ability to shield himself from the vibration. In the air, the Peacock King was unable to defeat the Phoenix Emperor as he was just a monster king, whereas Lin Shimo was a monster emperor. Thus, as a last resort, Wang Qin used the array of the entire city behind him to temporarily boost his cultivation to the emperor level. When Tang San saw this, he was very frustrated and told Xiao Wu to run away with him if the city lord lost. Mei Gong agreed in dismay, as she said that their Peacock clan would meet its end if that happened. Even the plan of the Redemption organization would be destroyed. But at that time, the Dark Crow guy found them. Under his aura, Mei Gongzi revealed her power, and also the golden crown, meaning she was the real heir of the Golden Peacock clan. But the Dark Crow guy was ecstatic, since if he could catch the heir, then he would surely be significantly rewarded by Lord Simo. Mei Gongzi launched the first strike but was suppressed by the envoy, and under pressure she revealed her other bloodline of White Tiger, which was another sovereign-level bloodline. But even a dual sovereign-level bloodline was not enough to get away. But at that moment, Tang San stepped in and caught her from falling. Then he used his divine consciousness that stretched beyond the clouds and beneath the deepest ground. The surrounding lands, and even the whole world, seemed to be enveloped by the divine consciousness, which scared the living shit out of the envoy. Tang San then touched the envoy on the forehead, which seemed to have swallowed him whole into the void of nothingness. Just a while before Tang San used his divine consciousness, in the sky, Lin Shimo told Wang Qin to give up, and in exchange, he would spare the people of the Peacock clan by exchanging his life. But the city lord didn't give up, and when he was about to drag Lin Shimo with him to death, they saw the divine consciousness that towered above them. The divine consciousness said that it was the sea god and told everyone to leave its area. Thus they had no choice but to stop the fight. In the jungle, Mei Gongzi woke up and asked Tang San about what happened during her coma. Tang San said the battle was a draw, and both sides suffered losses, and the envoy kept tracking them, but left when the fight stopped. She then thanked Tang San for always helping her, and asked how come he was always there when she needed him. Tang San smiled and said that she would know later. Then he brought Mei Gongzi to the academy and left. On the way back, Tan San was exhausted. His divine consciousness from his previous life was almost drained, and only a trace was left. Thus he went back hurriedly and used his mysterious heavenly skill to recover his spiritual strength. Though he lost a lot in this fight, he got the space bag of the Dark Envoy, which he would sort through later. In the morning, he practiced his purple demon eye with Dubai. After the breakfast, all students and the teachers of the Redemption Academy met, and the mayor declared that for the next 3 months, no students were allowed to enter the Kerry city. After the meeting, Mayor called Tang San to his room and asked where he had been during the last night's battle. Tang San said that he was worried seeing Sister Mei taken away, and thus followed her, but was suppressed and couldn't move when the big fight started. Thus Mayor smacked Tang San, then asked about Mei Gongzi. Tang San said that she was rescued after someone sneak attacked the envoy. Back in City Lord's mansion, Wang Qin was recovering from his injuries after the last night's fight, and after a while, he went to see Su Qin, his wife. Wang Qin asked Su Qin if Lin Shimo bothered her again. Su Qin didn't answer, and said that Wang Qin was the most stupid among all the monsters she had seen. He then said she was the one that forced him to cultivate after being beaten by Lin Shimo back in the day. She said that she needed her husband to be stronger for the sake of humanity. He then stood up and touched her cheek and said she wanted to help the human race, and on the other hand, the person who she loved the most was the enemy of the human. She told him to stop talking. Then Wang Qin told her to let him speak, as that might be the last time he spoke again. She looked at him, shocked. Wang Qin explained that he had overused the golden crown and the ancestral luck when fighting and thus wouldn't be able to live for long. He then hugged her, saying he could at least die for her, but added that he wouldn't die until he helped her fulfill her dream. In the Redemption Academy, Tang San was inspecting the bloodline that he devoured from the envoy of Dark Raven clan. And due to devouring the whole being of the envoy with the power of his consciousness, he was able to get an intact 9th rank bloodline. Its innate ability was atomization and lifesteal. By devouring the blood of other creatures, it can enhance the host's own cultivation. Due to the darkness of the ability, Tang San was still unsure if he should fuse with it or not. Thus, he left it alone for now. 5 days later, Tang San was able to meet Mei Gongzi, but what she told him made him sad. She said that she was leaving the Kerry Academy and going to a long seclusion cultivation session with her father. Before leaving, she told him to cultivate well during that time. After she left, Tang San quickly dressed up as a Sura and appeared in front of her again. Tang San asked if she could come out during the seclusion, but she denied. Tang San then told her to stand at the gate of the academy with a milk teacup when she got out of seclusion training. Before she left, Tang San asked to give him the milk teacup that she had just drunk from, but she said he couldn't take it since she already drank it. Tang San didn't say anything more and bade her goodbye. The next day, after cultivating the eye of the heavenly fox, Tang San returned to the Kerry Academy, but the old man Mao gave him a milk cup, saying a little human girl asked him to give this milk cup to Tang San. Without understanding what the teacup meant, Tang San drank the milk gulping like a little kid. Mei Gongzi then saw her father in the hall of the palace and asked how long the seclusion training would last. He then replied, saying it depended on how long he lived. Wang Qin then said that he didn't tell his clansmen about this seclusion training, and from the moment she goes into seclusion, she would become the next Peacock king. Mei Gong was surprised and told him not to rush, but he said that desperate time calls for desperate action, and her talent was much better than him and would make the Peacock clan flourish. But he also warned, saying whatever she does for humanity should not harm the interest of the Peacock clan. He also revealed how he knew that she was also a blue-level redemption member, which surprised her. But he patted her head and again asked her to make an oath to obey what he said till the last moment of her life. Thus she vowed that if she inherited the throne of Peacock King, she would never do anything that would harm the clan. Then he teleported with her to the place of seclusion. In the depths of the enchanting forest, Tang San keenly observed the resuscitated golden wood tree, which emanated an intensified life force. Standing beside him, Zhang Hao expressed his concern that the tree's heightened energy would attract unwanted attention and potentially bring trouble to them in the future. In response, Tang San assured him that he had specifically chosen this day to address this very issue. His objective was twofold: to expedite the tree's growth and conceal its distinctive aura. When Zhang Hao inquired about the employment of an array, Tang San confidently confirmed that not one but 2 arrays would be utilized. The first would be the imaginary formation, while the second would be the formidable swallowing sky array. Furthermore, Tang San explained that the implementation of 18 spirit-gathering arrays would be necessary. He handed Zhang Hao a comprehensive list of materials required for this endeavor. Upon swiftly perusing the list, Zhang Hao remarked that the materials would be costly. In response, Tang San reassured his teacher, emphasizing that he would craft additional spirit-gathering array discs for him to sell. He guaranteed that this venture would yield substantial profits for his esteemed teacher. Zhang Hao, unfamiliar with the concept of array discs, inquired about their nature. In response, Tang San elucidated that these were portable metal spells that he intended to allow the redemption organization to sell. Zhang Hao was bewildered by the immense benefits this would bring to the organization. However, Tang San assured him that there was no cause for concern. Nevertheless, Tang San did have a few conditions. Firstly, Zhang Hao would assume the title of Formation Grandmaster. Additionally, he was strictly forbidden from disclosing the fact that Tang San was the creator of the array discs, as Tang San feared potential complications. The second condition entailed Zhang Hao refraining from complaining whenever Tang San wished to spend money. Zhang Hao readily agreed to the second condition, recognizing that without Tang San's contributions, there would be no initial benefits. Lastly, the third condition stipulated that they must save as much money as possible within a year, with the ultimate goal of visiting the ancestral court to acquire valuable treasures. Subsequently, Zhang Hao departed to procure the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Tang San summoned the Red Fox girls and assessed their progress in cultivation. He proceeded to demonstrate and teach them the Purple Demon Eye technique. Furthermore, he instructed them to diligently learn the technique, as it would pave the way for their future development. Before Zhang Hao's return, Tang San urged the girls to pay close attention while he set up the array. It took half a month to fully establish and arrange the arrays in the valley. Once Tang San completed the final array, he requested his teacher, Zhang Hao, to activate the Spirit Gathering array. With Zhang Hao's assistance, Tang San successfully activated all the Spirit Gathering arrays, causing them to illuminate the valley one by one. As a result, the valley became a magnet for the rich essence qi of the world. Once it entered the mist created by the Spirit Gathering arrays, a sense of calm settled over everything, leaving Tang San pleased with the outcome. As he admired his work, he confidently informed Zhang Hao that only God-level powerhouses would be able to enter the Golden Valley. Zhang Hao was deeply impressed by the seamless integration of the array series, viewing it as nothing short of a miracle. Tang San humbly acknowledged the compliment, but mentioned that the results could have been even more remarkable if he had possessed greater strength. He then requested Zhang Hao's assistance in locating exotic flower seeds and rare herbs to be planted in the valley. In addition, Tang San took the time to teach Zhang Hao the art of creating spirit-gathering array discs. He also imparted his knowledge of arrays to the Fox girls as they diligently cultivated. As the seasons changed, a year swiftly passed. Tang San opened his eyes, signaling the end of his prolonged meditation. During that time, he had successfully replenished the divine consciousness he had previously expended. As he rose to stretch, he noticed Zhang Hao nearby, proudly displaying his new blue redemption symbol. Tang San immediately recognized the significance of the color change and warmly congratulated his teacher on his promotion. Zhang Hao attributed his success to the spirit-gathering discs crafted by Tang San. Furthermore, Zhang Hao revealed that the organization had offered him a transfer to headquarters, but he declined the opportunity. Tang San commended his decision, noting that it would be more challenging to earn a substantial income there. Speaking of finances, he inquired whether they had saved enough to participate in the ancestral courts auction. Zhang Hao responded positively, but he clarified that the critical requirement for Tang San to attend the auction was for him to renounce his vassal status and become a noble. Tang San realized that he needed to participate in the Coliseum in order to achieve this. However, this time, he was confident that he could participate and win without revealing his multiple bloodline abilities. Zhang Hao felt relieved upon hearing this and expressed his desire to return to the Redemption headquarters to seek assistance. After some thought, Tang San suggested that his teacher should complete his breakthrough before heading to the headquarters. Zhang Hao hesitated, fearing that he would be discovered if he attempted to break through alone. Tang San explained that due to the immense interest in the spirit-gathering discs, it was likely that the organization would want Zhang Hao to disclose the method of their creation. Zhang Hao appeared downcast and admitted that this was a possibility, but he was uncertain about where he should go to undergo the breakthrough. In response, Tang San mentioned that he had a location in mind, pointing towards the sea. He explained that near the sea, there would be no cause for concern, even in the event of a significant breakthrough. This was because of the lingering presence of the sea god, which deterred Kerry City from sending anyone to investigate. Instead, they would only become more convinced of the existence of the sea god. Zhang Hao wondered why Tang San spoke as if the sea god was connected to him. To his surprise, Tang San confirmed his suspicion and revealed that he had a connection to the sea god. This unexpected revelation left Zhang Hao in a state of shock. However, Tang San quickly reassured him and calmly explained that what he had witnessed was merely an illusion created through the use of an array. Despite this explanation, Zhang Hao remained skeptical, as he vividly remembered the overwhelming sense of coercion that seemed to emanate from the illusion, comparable to that of great demon emperors. In an attempt to provide concrete evidence, Tang San proposed creating another array. However, Zhang Hao discouraged him from doing so, citing the potential complications it could cause. Internally, he couldn't help but marvel at the seemingly limitless abilities of the young boy. As they gazed into the distance, Tang San implored his teacher to consider his proposal. Initially, he planned to obtain a noble status by participating in the Coliseum. Sometime later, Tang San unexpectedly reunited with Dubai and Wu Bingji. To his delight, Tang San invited him to the Coliseum, a pleasant surprise indeed. Dubai took this opportunity to express his frustration with Tang San's absence during their cultivation sessions, questioning how he would advance to the 6th rank without his assistance. Tang San firmly responded, emphasizing that Dubai must rely on his efforts for progress. However, Dubai remained insistent, persistently seeking Tang San's aid. Subsequently, Wu Bingji inquired about Tang San's intentions for visiting the Coliseum. Tang San explained his plans to earn a noble status, followed by a journey to the ancestral court in search of opportunities. The mention of the ancestral court piqued the curiosity of the two companions, who eagerly expressed their desire to accompany Tang San. Tang San himself couldn't help but wonder why the ancestral court held such allure. As they strolled through the valley, his companions enlightened him, explaining that it was a coveted destination due to its abundance of influential individuals and natural treasures. Intrigued, they resolved to familiarize themselves with the Coliseum's regulations before engaging in any battles. Later, Tang San returned to the milk tea shop and purchased 3 cups of milk tea. As they savored the beverage, Tang San couldn't help but notice that Su Qin, Mei Gongzi's mother, remained silent about her daughter. This sparked Tang San's curiosity about Mei Gongzi's return, as he longed to see her again. Eventually, Tang San and his group arrived at the Grand Coliseum, where they discovered the existence of team battles alongside the one-on-one fights. Tang San proceeded to explain to Wu Bingji and Dubai the 2 ways they could attain noble status. The first method involved winning 100 consecutive individual matches, while the second required triumphing in 10 consecutive team battles. However, the rules of the team battles were brutal, as the matches would only conclude when a team was annihilated. Wu Bingji, always astute, comprehended that Tang San expected them to participate in a team battle together. On the other hand, Dubai, filled with excitement, viewed this as an opportunity to slack off. Despite being part of the team, he intended to lie down and secure victory without utilizing his powers, causing Tang San to be perplexed as to why anyone would be so shameless. Afterward, Wu Bingji agreed with the plan and revealed his mastery of a new technique. However, before taking any action, they decided to return and consult their teacher first. At the Redemption Academy, Tang San met with Mayor Zhang Hao, who inquired about the boy's certainty regarding the plan. Tang San confidently asserted that he was 100% certain as long as he could ensure everyone's safe return. Zhang Hao emphasized the importance of convincing the other academy teachers, as the matter held significant weight. Fortunately, Tang San had already devised a plan, which he whispered to his teacher, who then expressed approval. Later, when Zhang Hao presented the idea to the other teachers, they were skeptical and considered it to be risky and potentially disastrous. One of the teachers, Guanlong, inquired if it was the mayor's suggestion. However, Zhang Hao clarified that he had no involvement in it and that it was the brainchild of their core disciples. Zhang Hao further explained that he initially had reservations, but eventually agreed to let them participate in the Coliseum if they could demonstrate their strength. When teacher Mu En questioned how the students intended to prove themselves, Zhang Hao allowed Tang San to step forward. Tang San proposed that if their team of 5 could successfully challenge teacher Guanlong and 2 others and emerge victorious, they should be deemed eligible to fight in the Coliseum. Upon receiving Tang San's affirmative response and confirming the details of the challenge with Guanlong, the latter readily accepted the challenge and was determined to teach the students a lesson. Later, while strategizing with Dubai, Tang San advised him against participating in the fight due to his inability to utilize his luck ability before the battle. However, Tang San revealed that he had made alternative arrangements for the Coliseum battle, which delighted Dubai, although Tang San attempted to push him away in jest. Soon after, Wu Bingji returned with Guli and Chengzi, who were brimming with excitement for the upcoming Coliseum battle and the immediate challenge that lay before them. In response, Tang San gathered them together to discuss tactics. Subsequently, Tang San called out to Guanlong, informing him that his team had completed their strategizing and was prepared for the fight. In a short period, both teachers and students assembled at a clearing within the academy, facing each other. As they made their final preparations before the battle, Dubai provided a boost of luck for everyone on his team, and they were finally prepared. Before they could commence, Siru inquired about Zhang Hao's prediction of the outcome. However, Zhang Hao provided a vague response. Eventually, the signal to begin was given, and everyone's expressions shifted to one of intense focus. Guanlong unleashed his 9th-ranked Water Spirit transformation, Mu En unleashed his 8th-ranked Force Ape transformation, And the final teacher, Mu Yunyu, released her 8th-ranked Azure Phoenix transformation. Wu Bingji took the initiative and launched a swift ice needle towards his opponent, Guanlong. At the same time, Tang San and Guli charged forward for an attack. Guanlong's water column intercepted Wu Bingji's ice needle. However, Guanlong realized that his counterattack only served to increase the speed of the ice needle. Suddenly, the ice needle exploded, and Guanlong swiftly dodged. However, he couldn't believe that the ice needle could be controlled in such a manner. On the other side of the battlefield, Guli caught up to his opponent, Mu En, who threw a formidable punch. Nevertheless, Guli was prepared and manipulated the flow of time to neutralize his opponent's momentum. He then utilized time acceleration to enhance his attack. Mu En was caught off guard and forced into a defensive position. Mu Yunyu swiftly ascended into the sky with Tang San's wind blades in hot pursuit. She unleashed a hypersonic attack, momentarily halting Tang San's momentum. Realizing the magnitude of her control skill, he resolved to prevent her from further utilizing it and promptly detonated his wind blades around her. Mu Yunyu displayed a hint of frustration as she realized her sonic interference had been countered by the sound of the detonating wind blades. At that moment, she altered her strategy. The aura surrounding her surged and split into multiple parts, revealing clones created through the Azure Flame Divergence technique. However, at that precise moment, Tang San signaled Changzi, and together, they launched an assault using their wind-based techniques, successfully obliterating the 4 clones. Before Mu Yunyu could catch her breath, Changzi intercepted her with a ferocious attack, igniting her anger and determination. This time, she unleashed her full-powered technique, known as the Song of the Azure Phoenix. Unfortunately, Tang San had already anticipated this move and employed his purple demon eyes, launching a mental attack that disrupted her skill activation. This sudden turn of events left Siru in a state of shock. Finally, Changzi unleashed the devastating Golden Wings Cloak Slash, propelling Mu Yunyu toward Zhang Hao in defeat. The Song of the Azure Phoenix had resounded, leading Muan King to believe that the battle had been settled. However, he was taken aback when Mu Yunyu was swiftly defeated in the next instant, leaving him perplexed as to what had transpired. Subsequently, under the relentless assault from Tang San, Guli, and Changzi, the battle came to a decisive end. Guanlong found himself in a challenging battle against Wu Bingji, who proved to be a formidable opponent with his ice needle technique. The ice needles not only increased in speed, but also had the ability to split, explode, and freeze Guanlong's water attacks, penetrating his defense effortlessly. It was a frustrating experience for Guanlong as he realized Wu Bingji's skills completely suppressed him. Just when Guanlong was struggling to defend himself, Tang San suddenly appeared by his side, interrupting his defense. This unexpected intervention caused Wu Bingji to pause his attack. Zhang Hao, the referee, then declared the fight over, much to the disappointment of the 3 teachers and the astonishment of the watching students at the academy. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to mock Guanlong, questioning whom he had intended to teach a lesson. Angered and ashamed, Guanlong could only retreat. Siru, one of the teachers, pleaded with the mayor to leave Guanlong alone, but Zhang Hao explained that Guanlong was finding it difficult to accept the outcome. It was then that Siru realized the mayor had known the result beforehand and had allowed Guanlong to be bullied. As the 2 men walked away, Siru regretted allowing the mayor to have such an exceptional student. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao approached Tang San and discussed the upcoming Coliseum event, urging him to be cautious and reminding him not to show mercy to his enemies. Tang San nodded in understanding and joined his teammates in celebrating their recent victory. In his room, Guanlong sulked, feeling a mix of embarrassment and admiration for the exceptional students, particularly Wu Bingji, whose growth had surpassed his expectations. Furthermore, Guanlong was acutely aware that Tang San was the reason behind their current success. His train of thought was abruptly interrupted when the mayor entered his room, inquiring about his well-being. Initially, Guanlong suspected that Zhang Hao had come to taunt him once again. However, to his surprise, the mayor confessed that he, too, would have been unable to achieve what Guanlong had accomplished. In addition, Zhang Hao asserted that they should take pride in the disciples they had mentored. Following a brief celebration, Tang San gathered his team's attention and emphasized the need to enhance their teamwork. Without hesitation, each member expressed their unwavering commitment to follow Tang San's lead throughout the upcoming week of intensive practice. During their discussion on cooperation, Wu Bingji expressed concern for Dubai, whose true abilities needed to remain concealed. Fortunately, Tang San proposed a solution by suggesting the use of a luck-enhancing blessing prior to the battles in the Coliseum. Furthermore, he offered to assist Dubai in acquiring an alternate identity for these battles. Curiosity arose among the group as they pondered how Tang San would accomplish this task. To their surprise, Tang San revealed a set of peculiar discs, which left Dubai perplexed. Tang San proceeded to explain that each disc contained an array that Dubai could utilize to support the team during the battles. However, Tang San emphasized the importance of concealing the discs to maintain the illusion that Dubai was merely an array master, thus deceiving the audience. While examining the discs, Dubai was captivated by Tang San's detailed explanation of their various effects. Tang San also promised to demonstrate how to activate them. The team diligently practiced their skills at the academy grounds, with Guanlong closely observing their attack formation. Wu Bingji possessed the most substantial attack power, while Tang San specialized in long-range attacks. Cheng Zi, on the other hand, was responsible for airstrikes. As Guanlong observed the team's control over their enemies, he couldn't help but be amazed by their formidable control abilities. However, he continued trying to understand the origin of the array disc that Tang San had supposedly received from Zhang Hao. Late at night, after an intense practice session, the team concluded their training. Dubai, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, expressing his frustration at the challenges of being the mastermind. Cheng Zi playfully retorted, suggesting that Dubai's contribution was minimal, comparing him to a mere dandruff who simply stood still. Finally, the day arrived for the team to depart for the Coliseum at dawn. Guanlong and Mu Yunyu were present to bid farewell to their students. Guanlong expressed his disappointment at the mayor's absence. Still, Mu Yunyu reassured him that the kids had already demonstrated their strength, and the mayor had complete confidence in their abilities. Upon their arrival, Tang San and his team briefly stayed in the city before proceeding to the Coliseum for registration. Tang San was provided with a unique form to complete, as he intended to participate in the 5-man team battle. Furthermore, he was informed of a crucial rule mandating their participation in a minimum of 3 games without withdrawal. Failure to comply would result in their merciless elimination. After careful deliberation, Tang San decided to register his team under the name Shrek. This choice caught the attention of Dubai, who inquired about the meaning behind such an unusual name. In response, Tang San explained that it was an ancient term symbolizing invincibility. However, their team name was met with ridicule and laughter from an elephant monster who happened to be nearby. The elephant monster viewed this name as a display of ignorance on the part of the younger generation and expressed a desire to face the team in battle. Undeterred, Tang San confidently submitted the registration form and turned to confront the elephant monster. Surprisingly, instead of accepting the challenge, Tang San boldly proposed to fight him in the very first match. Initially taken aback by this audacious move, the elephant monster regained his composure upon observing Tang San's unwavering expression. The young boy explained that although they may be weak, they were not afraid. Furthermore, Tang San provoked the elephant monster by insinuating that despite a superior bloodline, the monster was nothing more than a cowardly mouse. Enraged by these words, the elephant monster lost control of his temper. A crimson aura enveloped his body as he launched a ferocious punch towards Tang San. However, his attack was intercepted by the registration clerk, who happened to belong to the formidable Bloodlust Demon Ape clan. As Dubai, Wu Bingji, and the other applicants watched the unfolding situation, the Coliseum official reprimanded the elephant monster and commended Tang San for his courage in entering the team battle despite his perceived inferior status and strength. Following this confrontation, the official urged the elephant monster to refrain from speaking nonsense if he lacked the bravery to back it up. Caught off guard and put on the spot, the elephant monster reluctantly agreed to Tang San's challenge. He promptly exited the registration hall, vowing to return with his brothers to sign up. Meanwhile, the spectators regarded the elephant monster as a coward who lacked the courage to register. Once the incident was resolved, the official instructed Tang San and his team to report to the Coliseum. Tang San promptly agreed to lead his team to the Coliseum for the first team battle the following morning. Outside, Tang San explained that the elephant monsters would be their initial opponents, as they had accepted their challenge. He emphasized that if the elephant monsters failed to show up, it would cause complications with the Coliseum. With this in mind, the team departed, and Tang San discussed the importance of devising a battle strategy now that they knew their opponents. The following day, Dubai appeared fatigued, resembling a zombie due to his insomnia. Dark circles were visible under his eyes. Tang San reassured Dubai that there was nothing to worry about and that he simply needed to follow their tactics. During breakfast, Tang San noticed that Guli and Wu Bingji were also suffering from insomnia due to their nerves. Tang San acknowledged that this was the challenge they had to face and reminded them of one crucial fact: their lives and the outcome of the battle depended on their willingness to fight. Wu Bingji's expression turned severe upon hearing these words, while Dubai contemplated the idea of running away. Tang San acknowledged that running away was a viable option, but he cautioned Dubai that he would forever be labeled a coward. When Tang San asked if Dubai still intended to flee, The young boy clenched his teeth with determination and firmly denied it. Tang San then urged him to gather his courage and reminded him that he would not have to fight until everyone else was defeated. With this, Dubai's spirits lifted, and he became filled with excitement for the upcoming fight. Everyone shared the same sentiment as they made their way towards the Coliseum. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the official, who expressed relief that they hadn't attempted to escape and informed them that their march was about to commence. Tang San questioned why their team hadn't been stopped from leaving, to which the bloodlust demon ape explained that those who escaped would be added to the Coliseum's wanted list and would be enslaved once captured. Subsequently, the team was led through the dimly lit halls of the Coliseum, eventually reaching the exit that led to the arena. As they approached the gate, Tang San and his team were instructed to wait until their team was called up. While Dubai found himself enveloped in a somber atmosphere, Tang San urged him to step forward, emphasizing that it was time to bestow the team with the blessing of luck. Dubai complied with the request, but his nerves got the best of him, causing his attempt to fail. At that moment, Tang San reminded him of the dire consequences that even the slightest mistake on the battlefield could bring, potentially leading to the team's destruction. These words struck a chord with Dubai, prompting him to smack himself and summon a fierce determination. He activated his blessing of luck while reciting a personal mantra that allowed only success. A small yet radiant avatar of a two-tailed heavenly fox materialized above Dubai's head, and brilliant white energy enveloped the bodies of his teammates. Dubai expressed relief that his attempt had succeeded this time. However, a moment later, he realized that he had forgotten about his ability to predict favorable and unfavorable events. Sheepishly, he admitted that there was nothing to fear on that particular occasion. When Guli inquired about Dubai's statement, Dubai assured him that they would ultimately defeat their enemies. His words brought a sense of calm to everyone, except for Tang San, who was disappointed because he had hoped to test everyone's mental abilities in this tense atmosphere. Unfortunately, that opportunity had passed. At that moment, Tang San regretted not having expelled Dubai from the team. Shortly after, the Coliseum official returned and announced that it was their team's turn to enter the arena. In response, Team Shrek confidently stepped forward, each member donning a domino mask to conceal their identities. This surprised the bloodlust demon ape, as he had never witnessed a team entering the Coliseum arena with such ease. As Team Shrek entered the Coliseum arena, they were greeted by thunderous cheers from the audience, accompanied by a cascade of confetti in the air. However, they also sensed a foreboding presence and a pungent odor. The majority of the audience consisted of monster races, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Upon realizing that Team Shrek was composed of human vassals, they wondered if the young participants were frightened to the point of losing control of their bodily functions. On the opposing side of the arena stood a team of elephant monsters led by a towering figure who was considered a 9th-ranked powerhouse. The commentator expressed skepticism about Team Shrek's chances, citing the formidable defensive capabilities of the elephant monsters. Before the commencement of the impending battle, Tang San, the astute strategist, diligently reiterated the importance of adhering to their preconceived plans. A hushed expectancy enveloped the arena as, in a synchronized gesture, the commentator signaled the initiation of the impending contest. It was at this precise juncture that the formidable elephant monster team surged forward with an explicit intention to obliterate their adversaries into an unrecognizable pulp beneath their massive feet. The vanguard of this onslaught was led by Dubai, who, with decisive swiftness, set his array disc into motion, thereby bestowing an instantaneous augmentation upon the collective might of Team Shrek. Meanwhile, the elephant monster team captain, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence, asserted that the opponent's stratagems were feeble in the face of absolute power. With this proclamation, he activated a unique skill intrinsic to his race, the formidable war trampling. Seizing the opportunity, Team Shrek's assault force orchestrated a simultaneous counterattack. Tang San summoned a fierce tornado, Guli invoked the power of temporal stasis through time freeze, and Wu Bingji harnessed his freezing ability. The consequence was a significant disruption in the elephant monster's offensive capabilities. As the elephant monster captain grappled with the unexpected turn of events, his equilibrium was shattered, quite literally, as his form slipped unceremoniously on the arena's thin sheet of ice. In the ensuing disarray, Wu Bingji skillfully directed a volley of ice needles, successfully diverting the attention of the behemoth opponents. Nevertheless, the elephant monsters, in an attempt to shield themselves from the impending assault, found their efforts impeded by Guli's deployment of a grandiose control ability, the group time freeze. The resultant deceleration in the elephant monster's reaction time provided an auspicious moment for the ice needles to penetrate the ocular defenses of one of the colossal creatures with heightened velocity. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Bingji, displaying remarkable finesse, activated his Ice Blast skill. In the blink of an eye, the ice-laden needles lodged within the skulls of the elephant monsters erupted with a resounding detonation, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Even the seasoned commentator, typically garrulous, found himself momentarily at a loss for words as he proclaimed the defeat of 2 8th-ranked and 2 7th-ranked elephant monsters, renowned for their impregnable defensive prowess. The unfolding battle spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. In an unexpected turn, Wu Bingji stood in stunned silence, gazing at the aftermath of his collaboration with teammates, realizing that the amalgamation of their skills had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Beside him, Tang San, the strategic mind, extended congratulations to Wu Bingji for his pivotal role in the triumph. Amidst the aftermath, the captain of the elephant monster team emerged as the lone survivor. With a determined effort, the captain hoisted his massive frame back onto his feet, only to be met with the harrowing sight of his fallen comrades. Shock and disbelief etched across his face. He succumbed to a berserk rage, vehemently denying the grim reality. Driven by this denial, he charged ferociously at Team Shrek, vowing to trample them all beneath his colossal feet, activating the formidable elephant armor technique. In response to the raging elephant onslaught, Chengzi descended from the skies, engaging the captain head-on. Chengzi executed the Golden Wings Dapeng cut, but the attack appeared futile against the relentless charge of the elephant monster. Undeterred, the captain closed the distance, activating the war-trampling skill. Observing this problematic moment, Dubai timely deployed the second array disc, teleporting away with agility, narrowly evading the impending trampling. To their opponent's bewilderment, the teleportation left the elephant monster momentarily disoriented. Seizing this opportune moment, Tang San and Wu Bingji surged towards their opponent's exposed back. In a swift and coordinated assault, Tang San leaped over the monster's head, leaving behind a trail of 2 ice needles. Thanks to Guli's intervention, the elephant monster's reaction was slowed, allowing the ice needles to pierce its eyes. As Tang San landed on the creature's back, he delivered a devastating blow while taking advantage of the opportunity to absorb its bloodline. The potency of this bloodline was formidable, and Tang San, while absorbing the overwhelming energy, skillfully wielded his mental power to control it. He was unable to reach the 7th rank peak due to his current circumstances. With the defeat of their final adversary, Tang San stood triumphantly on the fallen monster's corpse. A moment of brief pause ensued before the entire arena erupted into chaos. The astonishing feat accomplished by Team Shrek left onlookers in disbelief. For many, it stood as the most extraordinary victory ever witnessed by human combatants. Fortunately, the initial shock morphed into a cacophony of cheers as the crowd heralded Team Shrek's inaugural triumph, eagerly anticipating their next team skirmish. An unsettling silence enveloped the departing members of Team Shrek, shrouded in disbelief at the reality of their victory. Dubai, trembling with an electrifying excitement, reveled in the prospect of openly and honestly dispatching monsters, a thrill he found undeniably exhilarating. Wu Bingji extended his thanks to Tang San, who in return lauded the former for his commendable efforts. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang San asserted that their readiness for the previous match had been a critical factor. However, he soberly cautioned that the road ahead would be far from easy, especially with their next adversary, a formidable opponent who had also emerged victorious in the preceding round. Despite the daunting challenge, the team remained steadfast in their commitment to unwavering diligence. The Coliseum official, approaching with genuine surprise painted across his features, expressed admiration for the unexpected strength exhibited by these human vessels. Following this sincere acknowledgement, he requested Team Shrek's presence, outlining the condition that they could not depart until securing 3 consecutive victories. In the confines of a specialized contestant room, the team engaged in a brief meeting before seeking individual repose. Dubai succumbed to a well-deserved slumber, while Tang San delved into meditation to attain peak condition. On the following day, the Coliseum official returned to guide Team Shrek to their second match. The Coliseum buzzed with heightened excitement as the team finally took center stage in the arena. Even the monster races in the audience joined in jubilant cheers for this formidable assembly of human vassals. Despite the commentator's attempt to undermine the mood by referencing past human dreams of nobility that failed, Tang San encouraged his comrades to demonstrate their worth through actions, dismissing the effort to sow discord. As the crowd anxiously awaited the outcome, the veil lifted to reveal Team Shrek's next adversaries, the Bloody Slaughter team, led by a one-eyed giant monster wielding an enormous cudgel. Guli, intrigued by the leader's lineage, was caught in contemplation, the air heavy with the scent of cultivation. Yet, Tang San's attention was drawn to a red fox demon and 3 deer demons, each possessing formidable mental strength. At that moment, Tang San discerned that Team Shrek had become the focal point of a calculated strategy. He turned to Dubai, urging him to hold steady until the signal was given, cautioning against premature movements. With the impending battle looming, Tang San warned the team to be vigilant against the impending shockwave, meticulously assigning roles for the upcoming confrontation. Cheng Zi, designated to assail the deer demons, would also serve as the keen observer of the adversary's tactics. With the signal marking the commencement of the battle, the deer demons seemed to synchronize their abilities, invoking an unknown technique that cast an eerie, combined aura across the arena. In an abrupt realization, Wu Bingji found himself unable to sense the presence of the ice element. Tang San too experienced a disturbing absence of the element, prompting him to identify the adversary's technique as elemental stripping, a nefarious move aimed at robbing Wu Bingji of his combat prowess. Amidst the unfolding chaos, the one-eyed giant, with the fox demon perched on his shoulder, charged forward. Guli, unwavering in determination, alongside Cheng Zi, rushed forward to intercept the formidable opponent. As Cheng Zi closed in on the deer demons, the red fox demon issued instructions to the one-eyed giant, and in a synchronous motion, they both turned. The red fox demon gracefully leaped from the giant's back while the latter unleashed a shockwave from its singular eyeball, targeting Cheng Zi. Simultaneously, the three deer demons released a coordinated mental assault, leaving Cheng Zi disoriented and vulnerable midair. In the midst of the skirmish, Wu Bingji astutely discerned that their opponents were orchestrating a concerted effort to neutralize Cheng Zi first. With a swift descent, Cheng Zi plummeted from the sky, only to be intercepted by the red demon fox, who seized the opportunity to deliver a potentially lethal blow. Undeterred, Tang San, the master tactician, maintained his composure and signaled Dubai to activate the array disc, orchestrating a teleportation that strategically placed himself and Wu Bingji right in front of the unsuspecting deer demons. Caught off guard, the deer demons faltered before mounting a reaction. Wu Bingji, defying the effects of elemental stripping, bit his finger and conjured a blood ice needle, launching simultaneous attacks against the deer demons. The elemental stripping, unraveling under this onslaught, allowed Zichang to shield her body with her wings, effectively countering her opponent's advances. Simultaneously, the one-eyed giant bellowed in frustration and hurled his cudgel toward the adversaries, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Undeterred, Tang San harnessed his control over the wind element, conjuring a whirlwind that not only deflected the weapon's trajectory, but also redirected it toward the deer demons. Wu Bingji's skillful manipulation of ice materialized an impervious wall that blocked the shockwave aimed directly at Guli. Meanwhile, the last remaining deer demon met its demise in a spectacular explosion caused by an ice needle striking its head. With the shackles of elemental stripping lifted, Wu Bingji seized the opportunity to unleash his full power upon the giant who blindly charged at him. In a defiant retort, Wu Bingji silenced the giant and condensed another ice needle, launching it with unwavering determination. The one-eyed giant caught off guard and attempted to block the incoming attack, but the relentless ice needle pierced through his feeble defenses, impaling his head. In a lighthearted moment, Dubai playfully suggested that Wu Bingji's future nickname should be the Headshot Maniac. Simultaneously, in another corner of the arena, Guli, employing her mastery over time, collaborated with Cheng Zi to cleave the final opponent's chest in half. With this decisive move, the battle reached its climax, leaving the monster races in the audience dumbfounded. Team Shrek had once again emerged victorious. Seizing the pretext of inspecting the defeated opponents, Tang San opportunistically absorbed the bloodline power emanating from the fallen deer monsters. As Team Shrek gracefully exited the stage, a wave of awkwardness washed over Wu Bingji, courtesy of the newfound nickname chanted by the audience, Headshot. The moniker, though unappealing to Wu Bingji, lingered in the air as they retreated. Indoors, Dubai, ever the jester, playfully asserted that the nickname Headshot Maniac served as a potent and intangible deterrent. Tang San, ever the shrewd negotiator, was open to discussing the offer for an exchange, considering the potential trade. The Coliseum official, in turn, dangled information about their next opponents as a bargaining chip. However, Tang San, maintaining his resolve, declined the offer, prompting the official to smirk arrogantly, asserting that the choice of Team Shrek's next opponents rested solely with them. In a counteroffer, Tang San proposed a condition. He would only hand over the disc arrays if the Coliseum officials could guarantee victory in all 10 matches. The official swiftly declined, citing that such an arrangement was against the rules. Unfazed, Tang San declared that further discussion was unnecessary. Hence, he could not surrender their arrays. The official warning of potential regret in the future was met with Tang San's stoic response. The discs would be handed over only if they were alive to do so. Tang San, demonstrating unwavering determination, emphasized that if their lives were ever threatened, they would destroy the discs and face the consequences, even if it meant their demise. The bloodlust demon ape, frustrated by Tang San's unwavering stance, departed, leaving the team to contemplate the implications of their decisions. Wu Bingji, seeking clarity, inquired if they were being targeted, to which Tang San affirmed. However, he reassured the team that the officials would uphold the Coliseum rules, and as long as they kept winning, there should be no issues. Wu Bingji proposed a strategic discussion, suggesting they gather in one room to plan for the upcoming battle. On the following day, as Team Shrek prepared for their third battle, the official returned with a suggestion to delay the match, hinting at potential benefits for the Coliseum. Tang San, after brief consideration, informed the team that they were in for a tough fight, cautioning them to be prepared, as the opponents would likely target their teleportation discs. Disguised with domino masks, Team Shrek entered the arena amid the cheers of the monster race's new fans, eager to witness the prowess of their favorite headshot team. The announcer revealed their opponents, the Scarlet Streamer team comprised of leopard monsters. Dubai identified the leader as a flash leopard, but Tang San contested this, with Wu Bingji correcting that the leader belonged to the golden leopard monster race with a golden bloodline. With suspicions confirmed and expectations set, Tang San assigned roles for the upcoming battle. Guli would slow the leopard speed, Dubai would initiate teleportation, and Wu Bingji would amass power as discussed. The match commenced with a signal, and in a surprising turn, the golden leopard swiftly approached Wu Bingji, preparing a devastating attack. Wu Bingji, taken aback by the opponent's speed comparable to teleportation, narrowly avoided an attack, thanks to Dubai's timely teleportation. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Guli manipulated time, freezing the leopard team in place. Wu Bingji, seizing the moment, released an enormous wave of ice mist, enveloping the entire squad and obscuring the vision of the Scarlet Streamer team. The stage was set for a clash between Team Shrek and the formidable leopard monsters. Tang San found himself facing a charging leopard, a formidable adversary with speed and ferocity. The moment hung in the air, pregnant with tension, as the leopard closed in before Tang San could vanish into the encroaching mist. An eruption of violence ensued, a fierce clash where the leopard's attack met the anticipated spot. But an unexpected twist unfolded. In that critical moment, Tang San, instead of relying on the known extent of his abilities, invoked a different bloodline power. The blizzard, an embodiment of his newfound strength, swiftly expanded, swirling intensely in a dance of elemental power. The leopard team stood on the precipice of the blizzard, caught in a dilemma. Should they plunge headlong into the storm, or exercise caution in the face of the enigmatic fog? The audience, growing restless, implored the leopards to take action, discontent with the stillness that persisted at the blizzard's edge. Aware of the expanding danger, the leopard team hesitated, torn between the peril of entering blindly and the urgent need to confront their unseen foe. The golden leopard, sensing the urgency, broke the impasse by releasing his aura and leaping into the swirling chaos. His companions, driven by the leader's bold move, followed suit. Hovering within the blizzard, Tang San radiated a golden aura, observing with satisfaction as the leopard team unwittingly entered his domain. A subtle smile played on his lips, contemplating the opponent's strategic shortcomings that had given Team Shrek ample time to orchestrate a devastating combination attack. Now within their attack range, Tang San resolved not to let any member of the leopard team escape. The golden leopard, however, began to experience the blizzard's relentless onslaught, causing him to struggle and search desperately for the humans concealed within the icy tempest. As he delved deeper into the blizzard, its intensity heightened, revealing a silhouette within. Tang San, seemingly launching a sneak attack. The golden leopard reacted swiftly, claws slashing at the perceived threat, only to realize in the next heartbeat that he had injured a comrade whose body was then shredded by concealed ice blades woven into the snow. Faced with imminent peril, the golden leopard unleashed a wild surge of energy, attempting to break free from the encroaching blizzard, vowing retribution against the elusive humans. At that critical juncture, a voice disrupted his desperate struggle, questioning his intent to flee. Amidst the blizzard's chaos, the golden leopard glimpsed the silhouette of a dark phantom with eyes shining in brilliant purple light. Tang San. The phantom unleashed a mental attack, briefly incapacitating the golden leopard before launching into the air, delivering a crushing blow to the opponent's head. Simultaneously, Tang San absorbed the golden leopard's bloodline energy, rapidly siphoning it away. As he did so, he discerned a unique long-distance teleportation ability within the bloodline, a realization that this opponent had been meticulously selected for them. The golden leopard, fading and defeated, labeled Tang San as the devil before being consumed by the blizzard. As the fog dissipated, only Team Shrek stood triumphant. In the arena, the monster races in the audience watched with bated breath as the figures of Team of Five re-emerged. A cacophony of cheers erupted, celebrating their favorite team, the Headshot team. Amidst the jubilation, Wu Bingji pondered the mystery of how Tang San had managed to dispatch the golden leopard's head with such precision. Upon their return to the Coliseum halls, the officials ceremoniously handed over the prize money and inquired about the timing of their fourth match. Tang San, with his usual nonchalance, quipped that their appearance in the arena would depend on their collective mood. Post-interaction, wary of any potential pursuit, the team swiftly changed their attire and covertly slipped into the shrouded embrace of the Kerry Mountains. Only with the veil of nightfall casting its protective shadows did they emerge from their temporary sanctuary. The forested expanse, now enveloped in a mysterious fog, prompted a unanimous decision to seek a place for repose. Tang San casually endorsed the suggestion, initiating the activation of an array disk. His teammates were instructed to follow him closely as he led the way. The fog, like a curtain, parted to reveal the hidden path as they traversed behind Tang San. The enigmatic leader casually disclosed that the area they were approaching was a secret base crafted by their teacher. Soon, they reached what Tang San affectionately termed the Golden Valley, an idyllic realm adorned with verdant foliage and imbued with the essence of qi. Dubai and Wu Bingji found themselves captivated by the beauty of the surroundings, with the latter hailing it as a sacred ground for cultivation. Before they could delve into further contemplation, Tang San proposed a visit to their teacher. Locating the mayor, Tang San was asked to take a well-deserved rest before being summoned for a private conversation. During their private discourse, the mayor provided Tang San with an account of his encounters with the organization, emphasizing their demand for his return to facilitate his breakthrough to the god level. Tang San acknowledged the predictability of such a request, but insisted on Zhang Hao achieving his ascent to the god level before reporting back to the headquarters. Zhang Hao sought Tang San's guidance on the feasibility of breaking through above the sea. In response, Tang San reminded him of the lingering doubts concerning the revival of the Golden Tree. Despite feeling like a passenger on a pirate ship, Zhang Hao reluctantly agreed to abide by Tang San's counsel. He was instructed to wait until Tang San achieved the 8th rank, ensuring more confidence and practical assistance in the future. Expressing the urgency of his predicament due to the uncontrollable surge of power, Zhang Hao implored Tang San to exercise caution. Unfazed, Tang San assured him of a swift breakthrough to the 8th rank during the night. Zhang Hao's words of caution lingered as the Red Fox girls materialized, enthusiastically welcoming Tang San back to the valley. Dubai, seemingly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these beauties, questioned whether he had stumbled into Wonderland. Guli, too, couldn't hide his surprise at the sight of the enchanting girls. Tang San, the strategic planner, assessed their cultivation levels and promised an outing once they all reached the 4th rank. Amidst the animated conversation, one of the girls couldn't contain her enthusiasm about being in the company of her master. However, the lively exchange came to an abrupt halt as Dubai interjected, wearing an almost bashful expression. He turned to Tang San, sheepishly requesting an introduction to the girls. Tang San, the patient mentor, provided a brief overview of their origins, which left Dubai unable to conceal his genuine excitement. In a cheerful tone, Dubai playfully suggested that Tang San must be the reincarnation of some divine being, attributing it to the wholesome beauty of the Golden Valley. Zhang Hao, moved by a sense of duty, pledged to safeguard Tang San as he ventured into the challenging breakthrough to the 8th rank. Positioned under the majestic golden tree, Tang San immersed himself in meditation, absorbing the tree's life energy. Zhang Hao, keenly aware of Tang San's prolonged suppression of the breakthrough, speculated about the impending commencement of this crucial phase. Tang San's body resonated with a surge of pure life energy, surprising even Mayor Zhang, who questioned if Tang San had already achieved the breakthrough, marveling at the seemingly effortless process. Tang San had ascended to the 8th rank with unparalleled ease, leaving Zhang Hao profoundly impressed and conceding with a sigh to the unpredictable nature of the boy's potential. Following the breakthrough, Tang San continued his meditative trance, opting to integrate the war trampling technique by assimilating the bloodline of the 9th-ranked elephant demon. As the day descended towards dusk, Tang San opened his eyes, bringing an end to his meditative state. Zhang Hao, still astounded by the seamless breakthrough, theorized that the diligent accumulation of power must have played a significant role. Tang San concurred, revealing that his teacher would undergo a similar experience, having suppressed his cultivation for an extended period. Anticipating Zhang Hao's eagerness to proceed with the breakthrough by the sea, Tang San urged patience, advising his teacher to absorb the life energy beneath the golden tree first. He emphasized the importance of saturating his body for a more effective breakthrough. Concerned about the potential risks, Zhang Hao voiced his worries about exploding, prompting Tang San's reassurance that he would be there to safeguard him. Soon, Zhang Hao commenced absorbing the life energy. Whenever the process threatened to spiral out of control, Tang San utilized his divine consciousness to quell the turmoil, enabling his teacher to accumulate a substantial reservoir of life energy. After 3 days of intense absorption, Zhang Hao reached his limit. Tang San, extending his hand towards him, lifted his teacher, propelling them across the ocean. In the course of their journey, dolphins gracefully danced across the water's surface. While Zhang Hao was in his bloated state, his certainty grew that a self-detonation was imminent. Amidst his growing unease, he detected an unusual hush settling over the sea. To his shock, he observed myriad sea creatures floating on the surface, their watchful gaze fixed upon the duo, revealing an unsettling and mysterious presence. A profound sense of astonishment washed over him as he came to the realization that the sea creatures surrounding them numbered too many for him to fathom. Tang San, attuned to the same observation, unleashed a resonant whistle through his divine consciousness, prompting the myriad sea creatures beneath to vanish beneath the surface gracefully. The mayor, ever watchful, inquired whether Tang San was a sea demon. Reassuring the mayor, Tang San affirmed his humanity, offering to explain the enigma of his deep connection with the sea once his teacher completed the awaited breakthrough. Tang San released Zhang Hao, who hovered mid-air at his behest, urging him to commence the breakthrough. As a torrent of energy surged forth from Zhang Hao's form, Tang San, with a keen eye, absorbed the spectacle, aspiring to unravel the intricacies of the world's rules. In the ensuing moments, Tang San observed the gathering dark clouds descending upon his teacher. A resolute roar emanated from Zhang Hao as a majestic silhouette, that of a golden lion, materialized above him. The lion's forehead gleamed with radiant golden light as Zhang Hao faced the celestial baptism of thunder, weathering it with unwavering determination. This revelation led Tang San to comprehend that, in this realm, the tempering of one's body through the heavenly thunder was an imperative step in the journey toward godlike strength. The ethereal golden lion, the embodiment of Zhang Hao's strength, exhaled a golden flame, mending Zhang Hao's scorched physique before the subsequent thunderous baptism ensued. Tang San, observing the interplay between heaven thunder baptism and bloodline evolution, discerned that these harrowing trials paved the way to raise one's cultivation to the god level, deeming it a harsh but essential crucible for breakthroughs. The pulsation of his spiritual core hinted at a breakthrough, a moment Tang San concealed within the embrace of the sea, resolute in eluding the Lord of the Plain's scrutiny. Aware that the thunderbolts were intertwined with the will of the Lord of the Plain, Tang San watched as Zhang Hao's endurance of the thunder shifted from reluctant acceptance to an emotional embrace as he willingly sought the thunder's onslaught. The bolts relentlessly struck him until he questioned the adequacy of his accumulation. Fortuitously, as the thunderstorm weakened, Tang San offered assurance and vowed to replenish Zhang Hao's life energy should he descend into the sea. Subsequently, Zhang Hao succumbed to the forceful lightning, sinking into the sea. At the same time, Tang San played the role of a passive observer, yearning for the heavenly thunder to ignore his existence. Infusing his teacher's body with life energy, Tang San kindled the hope that Zhang Hao's breakthrough would indeed culminate in success. Tang San found himself gripped by astonishment as he beheld another formidable surge of lightning energy coalescing in the heavens. A dawning realization seized him. He had been detected. Zhang Hao, breaking the surface of the sea, gazed upward in disbelief as bolts of lightning descended toward him. In a calculated move, Tang San willed himself to descend further into the ocean, a silent apology resonating within him as the lightning struck his unconscious teacher. As Zhang Hao's body drifted beneath the ocean's surface, tranquility returned to the sky above the sea. Tang San, sighing with relief, carefully retrieved his teacher and gently laid him on the ground. The thunder tribulation had unmistakably targeted him after he released a fragment of his divine consciousness. Observing his teacher's vulnerable state, Tang San contemplated the looming trouble and the impending tribulation he would have to face alone. Determined, he began formulating countermeasures. Reflecting on his past experiences, Tang San mused that traversing the transcendent tribulation on his ascent to godhood had been comparatively straightforward. Gazing into the sky, he discerned the Lord of the Plains supporting the creatures of his planet to ascend further, speculating that the ultimate goal was for the realm itself to evolve into a god realm. However, the delayed occurrence of this transformation raised questions. Curiosity propelled Tang San to contemplate hidden dangers within that plane. Mysteries he was compelled to unravel to overcome the transcending tribulation and ascend to godhood. As the evening descended, Zhang Hao regained consciousness, harboring doubts about whether the lightning had claimed his life. Tang San reassured him of his vitality, eliciting profound shock from his teacher. Subsequently, Zhang Hao meditated beneath the golden tree, absorbing life energy to replenish his vitality, swiftly restoring himself to peak physical condition. Upon concluding his meditation, Zhang Hao released his energy, summoning the silhouette of a golden lion behind him. The surprising success of his breakthrough propelled him into a new realm of power. Congratulatory words flowed from Tang San, Dubai, and Wu Bingji, with Dubai contemplating when he would reach the god level. Tang San, advising patience, acknowledged Dubai's sentiments, and noted the satisfying aspects of cultivating in the Golden Valley. At this juncture, Tang San rallied his team to cultivate within the valley before the impending team battle. He assigned Dubai the ambitious goal of breaking through to the 6th rank while encouraging Guli to aim for the 7th level. Following a period of rest, they returned to the Coliseum, where their 4th battle awaited, surrounded by burgeoning popularity and eager spectators from the human race in Kerry City, all anticipating Team Shrek's upcoming match. The buzz about the team's prowess spread swiftly throughout the city, arousing excitement among the human vassals who eagerly awaited the unfolding spectacle. The Coliseum swelled with masses of humanity, its vast space pulsating with anticipation. The streets, typically trodden by the downtrodden and enslaved, now teemed with citizens who flocked to witness the spectacle. For Team Shrek, bearers of a flicker of hope that had ignited in the eyes of the oppressed, the collective prayers of the populace became a fervent anthem. Guanlong, perched at an elevated vantage, gazed upon the city below, stirred by the unprecedented unity of the human race. A flame kindled within him, a fervor to combat oppression and uphold the dawn of hope that beckoned. The forthcoming match held significance not merely in terms of victory or defeat, but as a herald of newfound optimism. Before Team Shrek entered the arena, the bloodlust demon ape, a figure of authority, imparted solemn words to them. The high regard they held in the hearts of the enslaved citizens was emphasized, urging Team Shrek to secure victory lest they disappoint the hopeful masses. In the arena's shadow, disguised faces veiled the valiant resolve as Team Shrek stepped forth. The resonant cheers of the audience swelled into a thunderous crescendo, echoing the undying spirit of the human race. Through the purple demon eyes, Tang San discerned the words of encouragement and passion that poured forth from the human vassals. Their fervent cries touched the core of Tang San's being, and his eyes glowed with unwavering determination. On the opposing side of the arena, the adversaries materialized, led by an earth demon bull, a formidable entity among the 8 strongest races in the empire. Tang San discerned the red-crowned crane demon with a quasi-first-level bloodline, a creature of exceptional intelligence and innate weapon mastery, positioned strategically behind the earth demon bull. Flanking them were 2 blue fox monsters, adept in mental prowess, poised to provide support. Tang San, astute in his analysis, perceived the opponent's lineup as a targeted assault on their strengths, signaling the arduous nature of the impending battle. Wu Bingji proposed deploying the blizzard, but Tang San, speculating on the Earth Demon Bull's totemic ability to disperse, dismissed the idea. He allocated himself to confront the red-crowned crane demon, while instructing Wu Bingji and others to engage the remaining foes. As the battle ensued, the Earth Demon Bulls charged with their totems, the red-crowned crane demon soared into the air, and the ensuing clash unfolded. Tang San signaled Wu Bingji, whose cascade of ice needles met resistance as the Earth Demon Bull deftly deflected the onslaught with its totem, confirming Tang San's strategic foresight. Simultaneously, Wu Bingji engaged the blue foxes, adhering to Tang San's tactical directive. The red-crowned crane demon, however, launched a direct assault on Wu Bingji, only to find its advance thwarted by Tang San's intervention. The impact resonated through the arena, forcing Tang San to acknowledge the formidable strength of his adversary, who tactically retreated. In the midst of the battle, Wu Bingji's initial assault had finally reached the blue demon foxes. However, one of them activated a stealth ability and jumped onto the back of the Earth Demon Bull, causing a sudden surge of energy. This remarkable enhancement caught Tang San's attention, as he observed that the 2 Earth Demon Bulls would almost reach the 9th rank once their powers were amplified. Realizing that their adversaries had been meticulously chosen to counter them, swiftly charged toward Team Shrek, prompting Chengzi and Wu Bingji to intervene and block their path. Guli utilized his time acceleration ability to enhance Wu Bingji's movements, empowering him to wield a spear and thrust it toward his opponent. Despite the spear's increased speed due to Guli's time attribute, the Earth Demon Bull managed to deflect the attack, transforming it into numerous ice needles that relentlessly advanced toward the opponent. Just as the Demon Bull was unable to block the final ice needle, a shield abruptly materialized, neutralizing the assault. Wu Bingji immediately recognized it as the Blue Fox shield of the Blue Fox clan. Nevertheless, he remained determined to impede his opponent's progress and conjured a substantial block of ice in front of them, buying Tang San a precious moment to confront the red-crowned crane. As they engaged in combat, Tang San's adversary gradually grew frustrated. He pondered the peculiarities of the human before him, whose weapon possessed a smashing attribute and the ability to unleash wind attacks. Furthermore, he was vexed by Tang San's elusive footwork, which prevented his sword energy from effectively targeting the human vessel. The audience, however, marveled at Tang San's exceptional combat skills. Changzi found herself facing one of the formidable demon bulls, whose previous strike with the totem had forcefully pushed her back. It became evident to her that her opponent possessed overwhelming strength, and she realized that exerting too much effort would risk damaging her delicate wings. Not far from her, Wu Bingji shared her frustration as his adversary proved impervious to his ice walls and blasts. Adding to his concern, his opponent's cultivation had reached the formidable 9th rank. Wu Bingji understood that if his opponent closed the distance between them, it would spell inevitable defeat. Guli, too, faced a similar predicament. Despite his advantage in controlling time, he struggled to keep his opponent at bay. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth with unwavering determination and charged forward for a direct assault. Wu Bingji, witnessing Guli's courageous move, swiftly conjured a shield in an attempt to intercept the incoming attack aimed at his teammate. The resulting impact sent Guli flying, prompting Wu Bingji to charge head-on towards his opponent, brandishing an ice spear. The demon bull found amusement in the young boy's audacity to engage in a close-quarters battle. In response, he forcefully slammed the totem pole into the ground, effortlessly dispersing Wu Bingji's attack. Frustration consumed him as the shockwave interrupted his assault, leaving him unable to react swiftly enough. His opponents launched a counterattack. Fortunately, Changzi swiftly whisked him out of harm's way, leaving her opponent to rush toward the injured Guli. Dubai panicked, wondering why things had taken a sudden turn for the worse as the demon bull closed in on its victim. In that desperate moment, Wu Bingji realized that they would be systematically destroyed. But he was determined not to let that happen. Suddenly a change came over him, and he grimly asked Changzi to release him. Once freed, Wu Bingji's aura erupted, and his heart filled with unwavering determination to salvage the situation. It was at that moment that Changzi realized Wu Bingji had resorted to sacrificing his bloodline. Right then, Wu Bingji conjured an ice cube around Guli, shielding him from the impact of the totem. Dubai was impressed by the unexpected durability of the ice cubes, but Wu Bingji conjured another one. As Changzi observed Wu Bingji's desperate fight to keep them all alive, she was reminded of the first time they had met. She felt a deep attraction towards him, seeing a gentle, powerful, and helpful senior at the academy who was now sacrificing his bloodline. At that moment, Changzi feared the worst, and tears welled up in her eyes as she witnessed Wu Bingji's vitality rapidly diminishing. He emitted an immense amount of energy as he shouted with unwavering determination. The red-crowned crane demon noticed the sudden change and overheard the demon bull instructing their teammates to focus their attacks on Wu Bingji, whose power had become terrifyingly strong. In the aftermath, a demon bull executed a coordinated maneuver, propelling his partner into the heavens, bestowing upon him an aerial advantage as he ascended toward his intended target. In a reflexive response, Changzi's form erupted in a torrent of potent energy, hurtling towards her adversary in a cyclonic whirl. Regrettably, her assault met with a stubborn defense, leading to a forceful repulsion that sent her sprawling, a crimson spatter staining the air as she expelled a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Wu Bingji's aura surged, a manifestation of his wrath, as he unleashed an attack christened the Ice Spear of Death. Swiftly, his foes succumbed to the glacial embrace, transforming into frozen sculptures upon the arena floor. Meanwhile, Guli intervened, manipulating time to cradle Changzi and mitigate her descent, rendering her vulnerable as her transformation unraveled on the ground. Descending with measured exhaustion, Wu Bingji grappled with his breath, having delivered yet another chilling onslaught. The lone surviving demon bull, witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of his comrades, succumbed to a fiery rage, charging recklessly toward the staggered Wu Bingji. Seizing the opportune moment, Guli arrested time, allowing Wu Bingji to evade. At the same time, Guli, heeding the teachings of Tang San, launched a vicious assault with his tail, executing the disorder-splitting windhammer technique. Guli propelled his adversary towards the frozen remnants of his fallen partner, seeking to exploit the chaos. Yet, just before impact, the ice block shimmered with an ethereal glow, detonating upon collision. Wu Bingji, grappling with the aftermath of his ice blast, gasped for breath, reassured by Guli's supportive intervention. Dubai, contemplating the fate of his teammates, prepared to utilize the Ascension Array disc to restore their waning bloodline power. However, an ominous foreboding gripped him, and fear coursed through his veins as he turned to observe Tang San in the throes of a dangerous encounter. The red-crowned demon crane, fueled by the destruction of his comrades, brandished his sword with unbridled determination, lunging forth to pierce Tang San's vulnerable form. Dubai, armed with the purple demon eyes, unleashed a potent mental assault, briefly halting the crane demon in his tracks. Infuriated by the interference, the crane demon redoubled his resolve, swearing vehemently to exterminate each member of Team Shrek. Undeterred, he resumed his sword thrust. Yet Tang San, unbeknownst to his anxious teammates, bore the prowess of a former deity honed over millennia, with reflexes that mirrored godlike precision. His stoic expression persisted, shrouding his teammates in anxious uncertainty, unaware of the depths of Tang San's divine capabilities. In a swift, decisive motion, Tang San elevated his right hand, seizing the oncoming sword blade with unwavering precision. A momentary surprise flickered across the countenance of the red-crowned demon crane, replaced almost instantly by a sinister grin. He questioned the audacity of Tang San's act, contemplating the recklessness that prompted him to grasp the sword with such audacity. Seizing this apparent opening, the crane unleashed a torrent of sword energy, intending to crush Tang San's internal organs in a relentless assault. However, in the ensuing moments, a disturbing realization dawned upon the crane. Tang San's expression, unfazed and stoic, remained unchanged as he maintained his grip on the blade. Puzzled, the demon crane couldn't comprehend the vanishing act of the sword energy that should have permeated Tang San's body. Tang San's grasp on the weapon tightened, and to the crane's astonishment, he felt his bloodline power swiftly draining away. Caught in a state of disbelief, the crane witnessed a fiery red hammer ascend above Tang San, ominously descending with lethal intent, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The unfolding spectacle sent shockwaves through the audience, prompting even Dubai to recoil at the unforeseen turn of events. Tang San's method of execution was anything but straightforward, employing the mysterious jade hands to grip the longsword, the power of the 9th-ranked elephant demon to nullify the sword's energy, and subsequently utilizing his transmission power to disperse a formidable wave of sword energy. Penetrating the crane's body, Tang San then invoked the bloodline devouring ability, the mysterious heaven method, culminating in the coup de grace delivered by the heaven-breaking hammer. With this intricate series of maneuvers, Tang San executed a flawless counterkill. His stature ascended in the eyes of the audience, which erupted in cheers for the headshot team, imploring them to dispatch the last opponent incapacitated by the earlier ice blast. Undeterred, the demon bull charged toward Team Shrek, only to be halted by the urgent shouts of the remaining blue demon fox. Seizing the moment, Tang San swung his hammer, shattering the opponent's weapon, and harnessed the centrifugal force to propel the weapon forward. The hammer collided with precision, instantly crushing the opponent's head. In the aftermath, Tang San shifted his attention to the lone surviving female blue demon fox, her desperate pleas for mercy echoing through the arena. Despite her fervent cries, Tang San, wielding the finesse of his wind blades, swiftly brought her demise, thereby unceremoniously concluding the match. The momentary lull in the Coliseum allowed the commentator, the diverse assembly of monster races, and the passionate human audience to absorb the weight of Team Shrek's triumph, triggering a tumultuous eruption of cheers. A genuine outpouring of emotion fueled the spirited celebration of the human spectators as Team Shrek's hard-earned victory resonated deeply. The entire human contingent erupted in enthusiasm, and the name Shrek reverberated within the Coliseum, etching a new chapter in the history of victorious teams. This day marked a historic moment, with Team Shrek etching their names into the collective consciousness of Kerry City, becoming synonymous with unity and triumph. In the aftermath of the exhilarating match, Tang San led his team back to the tranquil embrace of the Golden Valley, where the abundant life energy of the Golden Tree facilitated the healing of their battle-worn bodies. Even Wu Bingji, who had harnessed the volatile power of his life force, experienced an accelerated recovery process, diligently ensuring the well-being of every team member. Tang San shared the details of their intense battle with Zhang Hao, emphasizing the resounding response from the human race. However, Zhang Hao harbored concerns about potential suppression from authorities if the humans exhibited too much unity. In response, Tang San reassured him, asserting that, for the time being, the Coliseum relied on Team Shrek for revenue, affording them a protective shield. As half a month whisked by, the team's injuries healed, and the crucible of the fierce battle prompted each member of Team Shrek to undergo profound growth and transformation. Wu Bingji, despite the temporary regression in cultivation pace due to the substantial burning of life force, found a silver lining in this symbiotic process. The act of burning vitality concurrently purged impurities from his blood, and with the nourishment of the Golden Tree, a complete restoration of his cultivation seemed inevitable. Upon their return to the Golden Valley, Dubai entered a solitary meditation, signaling his intent to break through into the 6th rank. Chengzhi diligently pursued the pinnacle of the 7th rank. At the same time, Guli successfully achieved a breakthrough to the 7th rank, resulting in the stabilization of his time acceleration, time reversal, and time freezing abilities. On the other hand, Tang San dedicated his time to studying the Black Sword, a valuable spoils of war he had acquired from the 9th-rank red-crowned crane demon. He soon realized that in terms of sheer power, the sword surpassed his trusty hammer. While they were staying in the valley, Zhang Hao informed the team that despite their newfound fame, the authorities had not taken any action to suppress the humans, just as Tang San had predicted. Tang San pointed out that this was the ideal situation, as it meant they could continue participating in team battles without interference. Zhang Hao added that the Redemption Organization's headquarters had stopped pressuring him for reports on his work. This prompted Zhang Hao to inquire about when he would receive training on array discs. Tang San responded by sharing his idea, which involved Zhang Hao and Siru. He proposed establishing a teleportation array for safety purposes. When Zhang Hao asked for more details, Tang San explained that he envisioned a mid-range teleportation array. However, he emphasized that due to the increased risk of exposure for the Academy during team battles, an emergency escape route was necessary. Zhang Hao became excited about the idea, and Tang San clarified that his concept was akin to a large-scale array disk. It would require significant resources, but Zhang Hao assured him that obtaining the necessary materials would be fine. He swiftly departed to gather the resources, leaving Tang San to notice a sudden change in the energy fluctuations in the area. It became evident to him that Dubai was on the verge of a breakthrough. He hurried towards Dubai, only to discover that the latter had conjured a grand silhouette of a two-tailed, heavenly fox. The presence of this manifestation had caused a profound shift in the life energy of the entire valley. It was at this moment that Tang San realized it would be best for him not to interfere with Dubai's breakthrough, as the success of the process relied solely on the boy. During a critical juncture, Dubai began to struggle. However, Tang San skillfully guided him from a distance. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Dubai's body suddenly stabilized, and the ethereal form of the heavenly fox above his head gradually solidified. Subsequently, the surrounding energy converged towards the back of the heavenly fox, condensing progressively into a third tail. As a result, the life aura fluctuations within the Golden Valley intensified. The blue-silver emperor, along with other plants, including the golden tree and every living being, seemed to reach out for good fortune. At that moment, the rest of Team Shrek emerged from their meditation to witness the astonishing spectacle. A dark cloud suddenly materialized in the sky, attaching itself to the newly grown tail of the heavenly fox, which turned black. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over the entire Team Shrek. Tang San was the first to realize and speculate that what they had just witnessed was likely the 6th-level ability of the heavenly fox transformation. He suspected that the black tail possessed the power to control misfortune and inflict curses. Tang San regarded this ability as genuinely terrifying, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of abilities Dubai would possess once he formed his 9th tail. Before long, the 3rd tail reverted to its original color, leaving Tang San to ponder whether the breakthrough was complete. An hour later, Dubai opened his eyes, signaling the successful completion of his breakthrough to the 6th rank. After announcing his breakthrough, he quickly returned to his usual cheerful demeanor and celebrated his mastery over both good and bad luck. He confidently declared that everything would be different from that point onward. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San offered some advice to Dubai, cautioning him about the potential consequences. The delicate balance between good luck and bad luck had been disrupted, and Dubai needed to devote himself to more diligent practice in the future. However, after a brief moment of goofing off, they eagerly inquired about their return to the Coliseum. They couldn't wait to unleash their misfortune upon their opponents. Tang San, however, reminded Dubai that tampering with luck on the battlefield would surely lead to discovery. Tang San explained that it was inevitable for there to be god-level powerhouses among the spectators, and those of such rank would easily discern Dubai's abilities. In response, Dubai expressed his frustration at his inability to assist his teammates during times of crisis, despite possessing the power to do so. Tang San, ever the wise mentor, reminded Dubai that he had been helping them all along, bestowing them with the power of luck that enabled them to emerge victorious in their matches. He urged Dubai not to underestimate his worth, emphasizing that he was an integral member of the team. Encouraged by these words, Dubai's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. However, the moment was abruptly shattered by Guli, who arrogantly claimed to be stronger than Dubai and dismissed his powers as mere illusions. Inwardly, Dubai scoffed at Guli's words, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light that swiftly enveloped Guli's body, subjecting him to a curse of bad luck. Undeterred, Guli remained resolute in his quest to prove his superiority, openly underestimating the power of misfortune. Therefore, he decided to remain still and refrain from taking any action in order to observe whether or not this streak of bad luck would affect him. In the very next moment, a colossal monster bird soared over the valley and took a massive dump, instantly baptizing Guli in all the repulsive and putrid glory. Moments later, an enraged Guli, who was literally full of shit, managed to free himself and vowed to fight Dubai with all that he had. However, Dubai in turn advised him against attacking. Despite this advice, Guli disregarded it and recklessly charged Dubai, seemingly willing to sacrifice himself. Meanwhile, Tang San called out to him, urging him to calm down, given his current state of being covered in bird droppings. Yet Guli paid no attention, stumbled over a twig, and face-planted into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Dubai couldn't resist saying, "I told you so," as Guli lay defeated on the ground. Later that day, Team Shrek actively avoided Guli, as his body emitted an unbearable stench. Dubai and Wu Bingji advised him to return and take 10 more baths. Dubai stood beside Tang San, gloating over the fact that Guli had faced the consequences of daring to bully him. On the other hand, Tang San inwardly sighed. He marveled at the formidable strength of the Heavenly Fox's bloodline. He observed that despite Guli being one rank higher than Dubai, he had no defense against the latter's Heavenly Fox transformation. Subsequently, Dubai reported that Tang San had been correct in his earlier cautionary words. When he cursed Guli with bad luck, Dubai felt a cloud-like presence manifesting in his mind, which instantaneously changed. Tang San acknowledged the significance of the clouds as a manifestation of good fortune, a notion supported by Dubai's speculation that utilizing the clouds to bestow blessings would enhance his abilities. It appeared that Guli had finally grasped the lesson and requested Dubai to maintain a distance. Subsequently, Tang San proceeded to elucidate the different methods to experiment with the effects of the clouds. 3 days later, Wu Bingji's cultivation had been restored to the 8th rank, clearly demonstrating the effectiveness of his bloodline purification. However, when he expressed his desire to continue purifying, Tang San advised him to wait until he reached the 9th rank in preparation for breaking through to the god level. Subsequently, Wu Bingji inquired about their participation in the 5th match and reminded the team that they had yet to collect their commission and bonus from the previous match. Tang San agreed, emphasizing the importance of stabilizing their cultivation bases. However, he also mentioned that they needed to make particular demands. Therefore, he decided to go to the Coliseum alone to speak with the officials. Upon arriving at the Coliseum, Tang San was asked about their readiness for the 5th round. Having already secured the prize money and bonus from the previous match, Tang San stated that his team would be prepared in 3 days. However, they had a requirement. They needed to gather information about their opponents in advance to prepare themselves better. Tang San argued that it was hard to believe that their previous opponents had yet to study them. Meanwhile, in Kerry City, Mei Gong and her foster father, Wang Qing, had completed their period of seclusion. Mei Gongzi felt that she had made progress in her cultivation, stabilizing her 8th rank. Upon hearing the report, the Peacock race patriarch, Wang Qing, decided to teach Mei Gongzi a technique exclusive to their female members. He explained that it was widely believed that the male gender dominated the Peacock monster race. However, an exception existed for the race to thrive. A woman was required. This woman would become the Great Demon King, a position of immense power and influence. It was then revealed that Mei Gongzi possessed the essence of the previous generation's Great Demon King within her. This explained her ability to condense the Peacock Golden Crown at such a tender age. Mei Gongzi was, therefore, the rightful successor to the Peacock Great Demon King. Recognizing her potential from a young age, Mei Gongzi was taken to the ancestral courts by her foster father. It was there that the Heavenly Fox Great Demon proclaimed her to be blessed with great destiny. The Peacock Patriarch, despite Mei Gongzi's affinity for the human race, had no objections as long as she continued the bloodline of the Peacock monster race. Knowing that he would soon face his old foe after his retreat and seclusion, the Peacock Patriarch entrusted the future of the Peacock monster race to Mei Gongzi. Wang Qing, having faith in Mei Gongzi's abilities, believed that she could lead their race to even greater glory. Mei Gongzi agreed to these terms, and the Patriarch advised her to rest, promising to teach her secret techniques later. Unbeknownst to Mei Gongzi, she had been in seclusion for over a year. During this time, she wondered about the whereabouts of Tang San and whether Asura would return to the academy to await her. Finally, the day of the 5th battle had arrived. After a lengthy period of recovery, Team Shrek made their triumphant return to the Coliseum. News of their comeback spread like wildfire, drawing a multitude of eager spectators to witness the match. This time, the entire Coliseum was teeming with anticipation as the crowd filled the arena. Tang San, composed and patient, observed his opponents as they emerged from the exit. As expected, they were members of the formidable Tiger Clan. The audience gasped in astonishment upon realizing that their beloved team would be facing off against the Dark Devil Tiger Clan, renowned for their second-rank bloodline and mastery of the dark element. The team's leader boasted an impressive 9th rank, while the remaining 4 fighters were all at the 8th rank. Undoubtedly, these adversaries posed a significant challenge for Team Shrek. However, Tang-san couldn't help but smile inwardly, knowing that the information he had received was accurate. It was easy to deduce that most members of the Tiger Clan, being nobles, would not partake in arena battles. Instead, it was the non-noble fighters from the Dark Devil Tiger Clan who sought to earn their nobility. Amidst his contemplation, Tang-san rallied his team, urging them to execute their well-devised plan. Once the signal was given, Dubai activated his array disc, causing a golden mark to materialize beneath each team member's feet. Simultaneously, a group of tiger demons unleashed their dark domain. When the moment arrived to commence the battle, Tang-san, Dubai, Guli, and Chengzi channeled their energy into Wu Bingji, aided by the Spirit Fusion Array. As the name implies, the Spirit Fusion Array has the remarkable ability to harness the collective energy of all team members and channel it into a single individual. This extraordinary power bestowed upon Wu Bingji by his teammates resulted in an instantaneous ascension to the level of a 9th-ranked fighter. The leader of the Tiger team, known as the Dark Devil Tiger, was perplexed by this sudden surge in Wu Bingji's strength. Undeterred by the leader's confusion, Wu Bingji's comrades pressed forward while he prepared a barrage of ice needles. With precision and speed, he unleashed the needles, forcefully penetrating the Tiger Clan's dark domain before detonating upon impact. The astute leader recognized Wu Bingji's tactical maneuver, which aimed to impede their assault. In a display of his enhanced abilities, Wu Bingji then conjured an icy lance, a weapon familiar to those who had witnessed his previous battles. Speculation arose among the audience, pondering if this marked the beginning of a lethal strike. Thanks to the Spirit Fusion Array, Wu Bingji no longer needed to exhaust his bloodline in order to enhance his purification and cultivation. With a mere thought, he condensed the ice spear and launched a formidable attack against his opponent's dark domain. As the spear hurtled towards its target, a group of Dark Devil Tigers retaliated with a volley of dark energy orbs. However, Wu Bingji skillfully altered the trajectory of his assault. The collision of the ice spear and the airborne ice needles caused a chaotic dispersion of ice shards, bewildering the Devil Tigers. The leader, sensing the imminent danger, detected an ice needle aimed at his vital points. Regrettably, he was too late to evade it, and instead extended his arm, brimming with an aura, to block the impending strike. However, much to his surprise, the ice needle, followed closely by another, abruptly changed its course and narrowly missed his arm, instead striking his vulnerable blind spot. This resulted in his entire arm being instantaneously frozen solid. The human spectators in the audience erupted in excited cheers as the 9th-ranked demon tiger collapsed, while Wu Bingji conjured yet another ice lance. In response, the Devil Tiger team unleashed their power, channeling it high into the air to manifest a colossal demon tiger composed of the darkness attribute. While the attention of the audience was captivated by this spectacle, Dubai, positioned at the rear of his team, exhibited a faint white glow in his eyes. With remarkable swiftness, he managed to inflict a curse of bad luck. The leader of the Tiger team had fallen victim to a stroke of ill fortune, encountering a mishap while harnessing his power, resulting in irregular breathing and coughing fits. The Tiger team was taken aback, as they had never before experienced a failure in their summoning ritual. At that moment, the colossal tiger in the sky began to distort. The Tiger team lost control over their formation, and in the midst of this distraction, Wu Bingji directed the ice lance toward the enemy captain, who was still grappling with the cause of his unstable breath. Frustrated and cursing inwardly, he resorted to activating his bloodline power and charging forward to intercept the incoming ice lance. However, what happened next left him utterly shocked. The beam of ice energy instantaneously split into 4, each striking a different 8th-ranked demon tiger with deadly precision. The captain inwardly cursed himself for falling into the trap, lured in under false pretenses. His opponents targeted his teammates, but in his current situation, he had no choice but to confront them head-on since he had already activated his bloodline power. Wu Bingji, however, noticed that his opponent was depleting his bloodline power and decided to bide his time until it was exhausted. Taking advantage of this, he summoned a massive ice wall. Yet, this was merely a diversion for the Devil Tiger, who failed to notice a gleaming ice needle high above him. Swiftly descending, it landed a clean headshot from an unexpected angle. The commentator was momentarily speechless before declaring the Tiger team's defeat. Perplexed, he realized that Team Shrek's strength had become overwhelming and their teamwork impenetrable. As expected, Team Shrek stood proudly in the arena, receiving applause from the audience. Upon leaving the stadium, the Coliseum official congratulated them on their victory and informed them that the Coliseum master, Want, wished to meet them, urging them to follow. Tang-san immediately grasped the connection to the array discs they possessed. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Coliseum Master's quarters. Before Team Shrek stood a demon deer with a god-level cultivation base, who expressed his enjoyment of the match. The Coliseum Master introduced himself as Yingjie, revealing that he was also the patriarch of the Demon Deer clan. However, he had been assigned the role of managing the Grand Coliseum by the Lord of Kerry City. With a glance, he deduced that Tang San was the mastermind behind Team Shrek, prompting Tang San to inquire about the reason for their invitation. In response, Yingjie confidently stated that Tang San had likely already deduced the situation. He then referenced a saying in their world, which conveyed that it was considered a crime for an ordinary person to possess a valuable item like a jade. Using this pretext to investigate the unknown origins of the array discs, Yingjie demanded their surrender. He warned that if Team Shrek was caught with such items, the officials of the Grand Coliseum would not be able to intervene. Tang San's assumptions were proven correct upon hearing these words. However, he sought assurance that his team would be protected in exchange for handing over the discs. The Deer Patriarch affirmed this, albeit with a subtle hint that it depended on Tang San's cooperation. Before Yingjie could suggest that Tang San take some time to consider, the latter promptly handed over the array discs without hesitation. This unexpected action caught the Coliseum Master off guard. Tang San referred to a saying that emphasized the wisdom of adapting to one's circumstances. Furthermore, he expressed his hope that by surrendering all the discs, the officials pursuing them would be dealt with, allowing them to continue participating in the competition. Yingjie immediately promised to address the issue with the officials before bidding farewell to Team Shrek. Outside the Coliseum, Wu Bingjie sought an explanation for Tang San's actions. Tang San clarified that they had no other choice but to comply. However, he reassured Wu Bingjie that it was not a problem since the Deer Demon needed to possess the knowledge to utilize the array discs. When Wu Bingjie inquired about the strategy for their upcoming battle, taking into account the loss of their array discs, Tang San confidently assured him that they would not be necessary. This was because their opponents would be relatively easy to handle, as the Deer Demon had yet to learn how to operate the discs. Therefore, Team Shrek would be safe from any harm. However, Wu Bingjie still expressed concern over the fact that they had entrusted such a treasured item to their opponents. He recalled the mayor's description of the discs and wondered if it was wise to have such an item circulating in the world of monster races. In response, Tang San explained that he had initially intended to use the discs as a means of generating income for their organization. However, he had decided to prioritize their strength instead. He emphasized the threat posed by their enemies, who had now acquired a new god-class warrior. Additionally, he pointed out that the members of the Deer Demon clan were businessmen who despised violence, making them suitable partners for cooperation. 5 days after the 6th match, Zhang Hao returned with all the necessary materials, including the massive teleportation array. He was eager to begin setting it up, prompting Tang San to give the green light for immediate action. He outlined the plan to install one array in the Golden Valley and the other in Zhang Hao's room within the academy. Afterwards, Tang San began setting up the array, while Zhang Hao observed and took notes from the sidelines. He soon realized that the mid-range teleportation array was more complex and adorned with numerous inscriptions. Zhang Hao, being a novice in arrays, found this observation perplexing. After 10 days of diligent work, both arrays were successfully set up. Upon witnessing the results, Zhang Hao inquired about Tang San's source of knowledge in array creation. Tang San, in response, questioned whether his teacher would believe him if he revealed the truth. He claimed to have learned the method through a dream. After a brief moment of disagreement, Tang San decided it was time to activate the array. However, before doing so, he explained that one needed to be at least at the 9th rank to activate it. Furthermore, if one possessed god-class cultivation, they could bring along a few additional individuals. Considering Zhang Hao's cultivation, he could bring 10 people with him. Tang San then stepped forward, holding an array disc in his hand, and activated the large teleportation array. This action caused a tremendous surge of power, disrupting Team Shrek's cultivation. In an instant, a rift materialized in space. Tang San instructed Zhang Hao to shield him with his divine consciousness, and warned his teacher against looking outside once they entered the fissure. This precaution was necessary to prevent them from being pulled out by the force of space. Zhang Hao complied with the request, and covered Tang San before they entered the spatial rift. A peculiar sight of a mysterious purple void immediately greeted Zhang Hao. As their bodies fully entered the void, Zhang Hao felt a sensation of dizziness and observed the distortion of surrounding energy. At that moment, Tang San reminded him not to gaze outside. In response, Zhang Hao promptly closed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Tang San's feet touched solid ground, and he proudly announced their triumphant arrival. Zhang Hao, filled with confusion, finally grasped the reality of their teleportation. Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately began celebrating, expressing his belief in the potential for humanity's rise. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Hao embraced Tang San, grateful for their accomplishment. Sometime later, Tang San returned to the Coliseum to prepare for their upcoming match. The bloodlust demon ape provided him with valuable information about their next opponents. As expected, Tang San discovered that their adversaries were considerably weaker. With this knowledge in hand, he swiftly devised tactics tailored to exploit their opponents' weaknesses. The following day, as they stepped onto the arena, the crowd erupted in continuous cheers. The commentator enthusiastically announced the arrival of the highly anticipated Headshot Shrek team. However, their opponents were far from ordinary. To everyone's surprise, they were faced with the formidable Lightning War team, comprised of members from the renowned Sky Reaper Falcon Demon race, known for their unbeatable speed. After the commentator successfully excited the crowd, he signaled for the match to commence. Astonishingly, the entire battle concluded within a mere 3 minutes, leaving the audience dumbfounded. Wu Bingjie's swift and precise attacks effortlessly brought down each opponent. In celebration of their victory, Yingxie organized a banquet in their honor later that day. The delectable feast consisted of the finest quality monster meat, which greatly enhanced Tang San's cultivation. As they indulged in the meal, Yingxie revealed that the dishes were prepared using the flesh of the ice rhinoceros monster. Curious about their thoughts on the unique cuisine, Yingxie inquired about their experience. Wu Bingjie, appreciating the deliciousness of the food, acknowledged its quality. Afterward, the esteemed demon patriarch broached the topic of the 3 discs once again, expressing his desire to compensate Team Shrek for them. He revealed that he had recently come across a circulating array in the market known as the Spirit Gathering Array, which had the ability to assist in cultivation. He inquired if Team Shrek had any knowledge of this array. When Wu Bingjie denied having any information, the deer demon pondered whether Spirit Gathering Array had any connection to Team Shrek. However, he was uncertain if they were simply pretending to be unaware. He then disclosed that the array was valued at 50 elemental coins, and the supplies were still limited. Considering that the 3 array discs he had obtained from Team Shrek were more potent than the Spirit Gathering Array disc, he proposed an offer of 100 elemental coins. This amount left Wu Bingjie slightly stunned, and he was immediately struck with a bout of hiccups. At that moment, Tang San joined the conversation and expressed their preference to win 10 team battles and acquire noble titles rather than receive money. In response, the esteemed demon mentioned that this matter posed a challenge for him, as the Grand Coliseum was a fair place, and he had no control over the final match, which had to be fought against the strongest team. Tang San acknowledged this limitation and requested the Coliseum master to ensure that they would reach the 10th game, at which point they would solely rely on their abilities. The deer demon expressed that while it may not be impossible, he was curious about the origin of the 3 discs in Tang San's possession. Tang San had anticipated this inquiry and had already devised a plan to address it. He replied that he could not fully explain the origin of the discs. Still, he recounted an incident where he and his teammates had unintentionally rescued a severely injured older man. As a token of gratitude, the older man had entrusted them with the 3 discs. This revelation piqued the interest of the Coliseum master, who wondered about the whereabouts of this older man. Before he could delve further into the matter, Tang San clarified that he did not know the older man's current location. However, the older man had mentioned that he hailed from the ancestral court and had promised to meet them again. Given the opportunity to visit the ancestral court, the Coliseum master inquired if it was the team's objective. Tang San confirmed this, explaining that their participation in the team battles was driven by the desire to reach the ancestral court, a privilege reserved for nobles. After contemplating for a moment, the deer demon assured Tang San that he would ensure Team Shrek's advancement to the finals. Expressing gratitude, Tang San promised to inform the deer demon immediately if any news regarding the older man surfaced, with the deer demon offering generous rewards in return. Following the negotiations, Tang San proceeded to teach Yingxie how to utilize the array disc. And in return, Yingxie bestowed 300 elemental coins upon Team Shrek. The following day, Team Shrek engaged in their next battle, and emerged victorious in 3 consecutive matches without encountering any surprises. With 9 victories under their belt, they were now just 1 step away from attaining noble status. However, at that crucial moment, mysteriously disappeared. Their impressive winning streak had captured the attention of the Ancestral Court's headquarters, prompting them to dispatch supervisors to monitor the upcoming 10th match. The Coliseum master once again met with Tang San and advised him to reconsider participating in the upcoming match due to the strength of their next opponent. However, Tang San was determined to take part in the ancestral court's auction, which required a noble status. Therefore, he insisted on participating. To prepare for the 10th game, Tang San and his team embarked on a rigorous training regimen for 2 weeks. Although the time allotted needed to be increased for each individual to fully enhance their cultivation, they persevered and worked hard to make up for their shortcomings. This dedication allowed the entire team to elevate their strength to a higher level. Tang San, in particular, focused on raising his heavenly demon fox transformation and time transformation abilities to match those of his companions. Once he reached a stable cultivation level at the 8th rank, Tang San no longer rushed to improve his cultivation further. If he hadn't deliberately suppressed it, he would have already reached the 9th rank. Instead, during the half-month cultivation period, he dedicated his efforts to tempering his body and enhancing his mental strength, reaching the peak of the 9th rank. However, Tang San was cautious to avoid attracting the attention of the Lord of the Plain and being suppressed. Therefore, he chose a slower and more secure method, using his mental power to nourish his divine consciousness. When he was first reincarnated, Tang San had sealed most of his memories in the outer layer for safety reasons. With the stabilization and recovery of his divine consciousness, memories from his previous life as the God King resurfaced and gradually became clearer. Tang San was well aware that a God King level existence had never existed in their world. However, he believed that if he could once again become a God King, he would be able to dominate the entire world. Nevertheless, he knew that this was a goal for the future, as he still needed to focus on breaking through to the God level. Within a month, the news of the Coliseum's 10th match spread throughout Kerry City, causing a great deal of excitement among the human spectators. The entire city was abuzz with anticipation, leading to a significant increase in ticket prices. This time, Team Shrek's opponents were the formidable Invincible team. 3 days prior, the Coliseum official approached the team and offered them the option to withdraw from the final match without any blame. Since they all wore masks, their true identities remained unknown to the audience. Wu Bingji expressed gratitude for the offer, but firmly rejected it. He insisted on participating because the people of Kerry City were relying on them. Furthermore, he believed that the Coliseum official, being from the monster race, could not truly understand their determination. If Team Shrek were to retreat, it would leave the entire human race in despair. Even though the situation seemed dire, they were determined to face it head-on. The official admitted that he did not fully comprehend the humans, but he admired their courage. Just before the match, Team Shrek took a moment to reaffirm their determination to win. During this time, Chengzi seized the opportunity to express her feelings for Wu Bingji. However, Dubai intervened, cautioning her against doing so before the match, as it was considered bad luck. He had a strong belief that they would have incredible luck in their upcoming match. To ensure their success, Dubai advised Chengzi to discuss her feelings after the match. Chengzi's displeasure was evident as her moment was abruptly ruined. However, what unfolded next took her by surprise. Wu Bingji, while holding her waist, acknowledged that Dubai was correct. In the same breath, he expressed his understanding of Chengzi's unspoken thoughts. As he embraced her, he eagerly awaited her words after the match. The entire Team Shrek, with the exception of Tang San, felt a slight sense of embarrassment, while Chengzi's face turned as red as a tomato. In that moment of bliss, their cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Wu Bingji then turned to Tang San and inquired if he had anything further to share. Tang San, assuming the role of captain, assured them that he would hold nothing back. Following their team huddle, the group was filled with a renewed sense of motivation to emerge victorious. Outside in the Grand Coliseum, the stands were teeming with spectators. However, the majority consisted of monster races due to the exorbitant ticket prices. Only a mere 20 human spectators were present, including the teachers from Redemption Academy. Their attendance was fueled by their deep concern for the outcome of the match. Muen questioned the mayor's certainty in allowing the children to participate, while Guanlong vowed never to forgive Zheng Hao if any harm befell the kids. Siru, on the other hand, urged his colleagues to remain calm, and reminded them of the mayor's track record of making well-informed decisions. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao sighed with a sense of resignation, realizing that he had no control over the unfolding events, particularly concerning Tang San. He then implored his colleagues to direct their attention to the arena stage, where the star students were making their entrance. Moments later, the formidable figure of the opposing team's captain emerged, shouldering an enormous broadsword. Prior to the commencement of the match, the Coliseum master had provided Tang San with crucial information regarding their adversaries. He revealed that their opponents consisted of a team comprised of illegitimate sons of nobles who were determined to secure their noble status. Consequently, they were willing to invest a substantial amount of money to recruit a top-tier fighter as their captain. This formidable team was under the leadership of a renowned strongman known as the Liger Sword Saint. This individual possessed a unique lineage, being a hybrid of two prestigious bloodlines, the Golden Lion and the Golden Tiger. The Liger Sword Saint had recently gained notoriety for his victory over the one-eyed Yuxi in a one-on-one duel. Tang-san recollected that this one-eyed giant had served as the host for a grand auction he had attended in the past. The Liger Sword Saint had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, and it was revealed by the Deer Demon that he sought excitement through participation in team battles. In the first 9 games, he effortlessly decimated all of the opposing teams with a single strike. Undoubtedly, he was a mighty adversary, posing a formidable challenge even to those possessing first-level bloodline abilities. However, his Achilles' heel lay in his overconfidence and his reluctance to cooperate with his teammates. The Liger Sword Saint emanated a potent aura of hostility, which immediately disoriented Wu Bingji. Yet before his mental state could deteriorate any further, Tang-san bravely stepped forward to shield him from the vicious onslaught. Wu Bingji was taken aback by Tang-san's ability to withstand the killing intent. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the arena, the Liger Sword Saint fixated his gaze on Tang-san, finding him intriguing. In contrast, Tang-san remained composed and unaffected, his expression unchanged. In the Grand Coliseum, the commentator's voice resonated, announcing the current situation. It was a historic moment, as it marked the first time a human team had advanced this far. The commentator expressed his genuine regret for Team Shrek, as their luck seemed to have run out. Their opponents, the formidable Invincible team, led by the renowned Liger Sword Saint, posed a significant challenge. With anticipation, the commentator wondered how long it would take for the Liger Sword Saint to end the match. He then signaled for the match to commence. At that moment, Dubai activated an array disc in his hand. Prior to the match, Yingxie had temporarily returned the 3 array discs to Team Shrek. The Liger Sword Saint, observing this, questioned why Team Shrek had not yet launched their usual attack with Wu Bingji's move. Unfazed by the situation, the Liger Sword Saint exuded a majestic golden aura as he charged forward. Tang-san, quick to react, rushed in to intercept his opponent. With his hammer in hand, Tang-san emitted a faint aura. In an instant, the distance between the two charging opponents closed, and the Liger Sword Saint prepared to deliver a devastating blow with his broadsword. With fury, the Liger Sword Saint brought down his blade, seemingly splitting Tang-san in half. However, a peculiar occurrence took place in the next moment. Right before the Sword Saint's eyes, Tang-san's body split into 2, evading the Sword Saint's mental lock. Realizing his underestimation of his opponent, the Sword Saint swiftly shifted to a defensive stance. Yet, Tang-san refused to grant him a moment's respite, and continued his relentless assault. The Liger Sword Saint retaliated with an energy blast from his bloodline power, forcing Tang-san to retreat. After a brief moment, Tang-san's clones vanished, leaving only one figure standing. Not only was he unharmed, but his determined expression and unwavering fighting spirit caught the attention of the teachers at the Redemption Academy. They couldn't believe that Tang-san had managed to evade the notorious mental lock, a technique used by the Liger Sword Saints to immobilize their opponents. Tang-san's incredible mental strength allowed him to escape its grasp, and even launch a counterattack. Zhang Hao watched in awe, unable to gauge Tang-san's true power. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 enemy fighters seized the opportunity to launch their own assault. One of them held the 9th rank in strength, while the other 3 were at the 8th level. These 4 adversaries charged directly at the remaining members of Team Shrek. Fortunately, Tang-san had already anticipated their approach. Recognizing that they were all close combatants, he had devised a guerrilla battle plan to counter their attacks. As the enemy closed in, Dubai activated the teleportation array, causing Team Shrek to vanish from their original position and reappear on the other side of the Coliseum. Frustrated and cursing aloud, the 4 members of the Invincible team rushed to the opposite side to resume their attack. Dubai couldn't help but smile, recalling the guerrilla tactics they had developed for this match. The plan was for Tang-san to restrain the enemy's powerhouse, while the other 4 utilized the teleportation formation to engage in hit-and-run tactics against their remaining opponent. Dubai showcased his exceptional mental strength by utilizing the teleportation array every 10 seconds. This strategic move allowed him to not only crush his opponent with a stroke of bad luck, but also search for their weaknesses. Unfortunately for the Invincible team, the battlefield spanned hundreds of meters in diameter, with the intense battle between Tang-san and the Liger Sword Saint taking place in the center. Consequently, 4 fighters from the Invincible team were compelled to give chase while skillfully avoiding the combat zone of their captain and Tang-san. The Sword Saint adamantly prohibited any interference in his battles, even from his teammates, who would be swiftly eliminated without mercy. Thus, his comrades were left with no choice but to frantically pursue their opponents. However, catching up with Team Shrek proved to be a daunting task. The 10-second interval provided ample time for their adversaries to vanish and reappear on the opposite side of the arena. Amidst this cat-and-mouse game, Wu Bingji patiently accumulated his power, relying on his bloodline abilities, and awaited the opportune moment to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Tang San and the Sword Saint continued their fierce duel, momentarily pausing in a tense standoff. The Liger Sword Saint grew increasingly frustrated as he struggled to mentally lock on to Tang San, questioning whether his opponent possessed greater mental strength than his own, which was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Despite this disadvantage, the Sword Saint charged forward, fueled by a long-lost excitement. Sensing his opponent rapidly closing the distance, Tang San swiftly activated the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track, a legendary technique from the Tang sect. This skill allowed him to deftly evade the relentless onslaught of attacks unleashed by his opponent. Consequently, the Liger Sword Saint found himself perplexed by the extraordinary ability his opponent possessed. This ability allowed him to effortlessly float around the arena, evading each one of the Sword Saint's attacks. As the Sword Saint relentlessly struck, the spectators from the monster races were astounded by Tang San's impeccable dodging skills, leaving them pondering the secret behind his seemingly impossible feat. Meanwhile, the frustrated Liger Sword Saint clenched his teeth in annoyance. Despite Tang San's lower cultivation level, he managed to outmaneuver the Sword Saint without launching any counterattacks. The Sword Saint begrudgingly acknowledged that Tang San had employed clever tactics to drain his energy. Without hesitation, the Liger Sword Saint executed a sweeping sword strike, creating a wide arc around his body, which forcefully pushed Tang San backward. Subsequently, he plunged his sword into the ground within the arena and unleashed a powerful blast fueled by his bloodline power. This final move was intended to land a solid hit, as the Sword Saint was confident that Tang San would be unable to evade such a wide-scale attack. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang San gracefully raised his right foot and executed the War Stomp, a bloodline ability inherited from the Elephant Demon race. The impact of his attack dispersed his opponent's energy blast, leaving the Sword Saint dumbfounded. Yet, the Sword Saint swiftly managed to follow up with an energy wave, fired by his massive blade, reminiscent of the legendary and iconic Getsuga Tensho. Despite the unwavering determination of his opponent, Tang San effortlessly evaded the final attack, leaving the Sword Saint perplexed by the young boy's multitude of abilities. Observing the Sword Saint's struggle to catch his breath, Tang San recognized the opportune moment to launch his counterattack. Much to the dismay of the Liger Sword Saint, Tang San swiftly initiated a relentless assault, leaving his opponent desperately scrambling to defend himself. Frustration consumed the Sword Saint as Tang San denied him the chance to recuperate, forcing him into a defensive stance while relentlessly pressing his attacks. The astute monster racers in the audience soon realized that Tang San was steadily pushing the Sword Saint backward. It became evident to the Sword Saint that he would find himself in dire straits if Tang San continued his unyielding barrage. Desperate for a few precious seconds to regain his breath, the Sword Saint's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Wu Bingji skillfully employed an ice needle to execute a clean headshot against one of his teammates. At that very moment, Tang San executed a remarkable teleportation maneuver, utilizing the spatial teleportation ability inherited from his Peacock bloodline. The Sword Saint, left in a state of disbelief, could only watch as Tang San effortlessly outmaneuvered him. The monster races in the audience were captivated by the sight of the Sword Saint being relentlessly pushed back. Due to Tang San's ceaseless onslaught, the Liger Sword Saint found himself devoid of any opportunity to recover, constantly suppressed and defeated. He patiently awaited the moment when Tang San would finally succumb to exhaustion. However, Tang San was employing the formidable disorder-splitting windhammer technique. By harnessing the accumulated momentum from his previous strikes, he unleashed a relentless barrage of increasingly powerful blows. This technique allowed him to attack with unwavering force, eliminating the need for rest, as long as his opponent's countershock did not surpass Tang San's endurance limit. Each of Tang San's strikes surpassed the strength of its predecessor, possessing the ability to shatter even the most resilient of defenses. The fiery energy of the heavenly fire essence iron, infused within the Liger Sword Saint's weapon, intensified under the influence of Tang San's indomitable mental strength. The accumulated fiery energy grew to such an extent that the Sword Saint's blade became scorching hot to the touch, causing his fingers to burn upon contact. Desperately, the Sword Saint struggled to defend against the relentless onslaught, using the flat of his blade to parry the incoming attacks. Puzzled by the situation, he soon realized that if his opponent continued to rain down blows, his sword would be utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, as Tang San maintained the pressure, Wu Bingji executed a precise headshot against another enemy fighter. With the swift elimination of their comrades, the remaining members of the invisible team found themselves facing a daunting 2 versus 4 situation. Aware of the unfavorable odds, they hesitated to launch reckless attacks. On the opposite side of the arena, Tang San's spinning attacks showed no signs of abating, as he effortlessly delivered 35 hammer strikes in the blink of an eye. In a climactic conclusion, Tang San delivered one last resounding strike, shattering the Liger Sword Saint's formidable blade and sending it flying from his grasp. The sheer force propelled the Sword Saint backward, yet the tenacious opponent refused to yield. In a surprising twist, Tang San hurled his hammer toward the retreating Sword Saint, leaving even his seasoned teachers astonished by the audacity of the move. Undeterred, the Sword Saint struggled to regain his balance, perceiving the incoming hammer. Reacting swiftly, he raised his right hand to intercept the impending blow. Unfortunately, the hammer struck with unrestrained force, shattering not only the Sword Saint's gauntlet, but also grievously damaging his arm. Facing imminent defeat, the Liger Sword Saint, in a desperate bid, resorted to the drastic measure of burning his life force to unleash a final destructive onslaught. However, Tang San, ever astute, activated his purple demon eye, disrupting the sacrificial technique and temporarily stunning his beleaguered adversary. Amidst his confusion, the Sword Saint pondered the unexpected deactivation of his trump card, leaving him vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San accelerated toward the Sword Saint with remarkable speed. The Liger Sword Saint, regaining his composure, thrust his undamaged left arm toward Tang San, who adeptly dodged the attack and seized his opponent in a swift and masterful execution of the controlling crane capturing dragon technique. In a seamless motion, Tang San slammed the Sword Saint into the arena floor, the impact causing the ground to cave in and leaving the audience momentarily breathless. Maintaining his grip on his opponent's arm, Tang San stood over the limp body within the newly formed crater, while his teammates skillfully dispatched the remaining adversaries. Thus, Tang San brought the 10th match to a spectacular and triumphant conclusion, leaving the audience in awe of his prowess.
The game had come to an end. Liger Sword Saint was smashed fiercely on the ground by Tang San. However, San still had a confounding spectacle for the spectators to witness. He swooshed the Saint back and forth multiple times to entirely cripple his body. Not only were the viewers, but the remaining two teammates of Saint were also stunned by the ruthless attack on their master. Wu Bingji took advantage of the situation and killed both of them. When Saint couldn't stand the torturer anymore, he requested San to stop it. He put forward the condition that if San submitted himself, then he would help him fuse his bloodline power. In fact, he would even help him become a divine entity, as he was highly powerful in his bloodline. San's expressions indicated that he didn't have any interest in his aid. He told Saint that if he wanted to get rid of the torment, then he should scream out loud. If that wasn't possible, then he would be killed. It was a practical tactic by San because he knew Saint didn't have enough strength remaining in him to shout or yell. Though he wanted to live because there were a bunch of people in his clan whom he had to take care of, he couldn't give his affirmation to San. He felt as if his throat had been anesthetized. He couldn't feel any sensation. When there was no reply from him, even after a few minutes, San picked the hint that he was a man of great courage who would die instead of bending in front of his enemy. As what was decided, he lifted his armor to finish him off. Saint's pupils narrowed as he saw the heavy sword approaching him. He wanted to scream badly on top of his throat, but he couldn't even whisper a word. After concentrating all his remaining strength on his throat, he managed to mutter a meow. Unfortunately, speaking out that little word cost him his life. He completely ran out of strength and blacked out at the spot. The whole crowd, which was full of monstrous demons, was astounded by the sudden breakdown of a highly powerful member of their clan. The commentator announced that the game had officially ended and the Shrek team was the winner. Though the results were compatible with the statistics, the human race being winners was highly unexpected for the rulers of the Coliseum. The messenger, who was watching the live scenes, called Ying Ji, the Coliseum master, to inquire about the unexpected results. A human team winning all 10 battles was a great threat to their monster race. Ying explained that it was quite a blow for him as well to witness them as winners, because San wasn't even the team captain. He was just an ordinary team member who killed the most powerful competitor. It appeared as if he was hiding his true potential from them, but everything had been revealed now. The messenger expressed his anger and said that humans couldn't qualify as spiritual leaders. Since that one kid seemed to be a threat to their kingdom, he ordered the master to get him killed in any possible way. However, he was saved from making an impulsive decision because of Ying Ji's wisdom. He said that it wasn't wise to break the rules of the Coliseum merely for the sake of a little kid. It was better to think of another way. The messenger instantly came up with another idea. Dodging the rules wasn't possible for them, but sending San and his team to the Grand Coliseum was an option. If he were sent there for further competitions, then he would definitely be defeated, because there were much stronger teams there to fight him. Coming back to the scenes at the arena, San ordered his team to leave as soon as possible before the audience could catch their breath. As far as the Sword Saint's body was concerned, San dragged it along with himself as a prize for winning the battle. It became necessary for them to leave immediately because the audience consisted entirely of the ugly monsters. They were infuriated by the defeat of their race and could erupt any moment to attack the Shrek team. There were only 20 human spectators who came to support their team. However, they couldn't dare to cheer for the winners due to being encircled by monsters of all kinds.
Do you want to know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Within a split second, the news of the Shrek team's 10-game winning streak rapidly spread throughout Kerry City. The entire city boiled up. The unwillingness of humans to be enslaved by the monsters all erupted at that moment. Humans danced in the streets in excitement. The Shrek team was like a flame of hope that burned in every human vassal's heart. Just as happy as all the humans were, there was a strange kind of fear deep down in every monster's heart. They were afraid of San's exceptional strengths. Anyhow, the Liger Saint sword was now San's slave as per the rules of the Coliseum. He carried his body to the bloodlust demon ape and asked him to heal his injuries. The ape bent in respect and agreed to his commandments. He was also afraid of his supernatural powers. After all, a human winning 10 battles straight wasn't a child's play. He delivered Master Yingji's message to the Shrek team that he wanted to have a word with them. San and his teammates headed towards the Master's office. Yingji was already waiting for their arrival. As soon as they arrived, he congratulated them on breaking all records in human history. After winning the contest heroically, San was elected as a member of the nobility. Preparations for officially registering him had already been made. Now that he was a part of the nobles, the Master inquired about his future plans. San replied that he didn't quite have any specific plans, but they were all general. He wanted to work as hard as possible to become a divine entity. It didn't matter how long the journey took. All that mattered was the final result. His strength was undoubtedly more than enough to reach his goals, but the goal he had wasn't an ordinary one. It couldn't be achieved without any resources. The fact that he was a human would make it even more difficult to reach that level. Becoming a noble wouldn't give him any advantage in that case because he belonged to a non-monster race. The only way out was to get protection from a great family that belonged to the demon's race. San sighed in despair because he wasn't backed up by any influential family. It was a shame that there wasn't any way out for him. However, it didn't appear to be much of an issue because Yingji had already sorted out a plan for it. He lineated from the rhinoceros deer demon race, and it was pretty simple for him to accommodate the Shrek team. Though it was a kind gesture by Yingji, San didn't fall into his trap. He denied it by saying that it would cause him trouble, as the whole human nation had his eyes on him. They would be deceived if he collaborated with the demons to win his goal. Perhaps it was the first time San was about to make a mistake by denying the Master, but fortunately, Yingji was kind enough to explain the pros and cons of his decision. There was a lot to the backstory of Yingji's offer. The messenger of the ancestral court was already dissatisfied with the human team winning the battle. Out of discontent, he had ordered Yingji to lure San to participate in the grand Coliseum of the ancestral court. The ancestral court was indeed a very dangerous place. The humans were highly unlikely to stay alive there. However, since Yingji had empathized with the Shrek team due to personal benefits, he came up with the idea that they should join his clan. In that way, he would have a reason to mediate for them at the ancestral court. In the absence of his support, the traces of the humans would be wiped away if they made even the slightest mistake. If they associated themselves with Yingji's family, he could arrange for them to only suffer injuries as a result of their mistakes, rather than being killed. They would be brought back into the game after healing. He said that he would make them appear disabled intentionally, so that the enemy's attention would be diverted. San was quite impressed with the Master's plan and his goodwill towards them. He really wanted to go to the ancestral court to find the Master of the array. Yingji's support would make it much easier to achieve the goal, thus he took no time to accept his offer. It was finally decided that they would go to the main Coliseum with the Master's support. Before the meeting ended, San requested the Master to introduce them to the Lord of the city. He had always been full of admiration for the city lord. Yingji apologized that he couldn't introduce them because the city lord was in seclusion. The meeting could probably be arranged after they returned from the ancestral court. It wasn't an issue because San didn't keep any high expectations in his mind. He was ready to wait as long as required to meet his ideal personality. After deciding upon all matters with his teammates, San told Yingji that his team would leave for the ancestral court within a month. Yingji invited San and his friends to stay at his residence as the sun was about to set, and it wasn't safe to travel outside. The next day, the formalities for nobility were carried out. San was officially registered as a noble personality. Noble humans were allowed to invest in properties and hire slaves. Their higher status made them compatible with the monster races. For that purpose, the rhinoceros deer demon king allotted 5 big houses in the most prosperous area of Kerry City to San. Indeed, he was a generous man. San and his companions moved to those houses for a few days. Because ancestral messengers were patrolling around the city at all times, the Shrek team members stayed in seclusion. About 3 days later, he used his teleportation array to go back to the Redemption Academy. He met his teacher and other fellows there and discussed his future plans with them, and then returned back home to Kerry City. A few days passed just like that. Everything was going smoothly until the 10th day. The 10th day was rather a special one. On that day, the existence that San had been waiting for finally appeared. The Liger Sword Saint, who was enslaved by San, had been brought back by the bloodlust demon ape. He informed him that Liger's inner injuries had been healed and his cultivation was sealed. Now, he couldn't carry out any specialized skills. With that, the monster ape left and handed over the matter to San. He took him inside and asked him to sit on the couch to have a word with him, but Liger's rebellious attitude didn't let him sit calmly. He still dared to negotiate with him, but San rebuked him and made him realize that he was his slave who had no right to argue with his master. Being a slave, he needed to watch the tone of his voice. When he asked him about his cultivation goal, Liger said that he wanted to become the great demon emperor. San was surprised to know about his goals. He had not heard about a Liger Great Demon Emperor ever in history. In addition, it wasn't physically possible for him to become one due to his dual bloodlines. He told Liger to be very clear about the 2 Golden Lion and Golden Tiger bloodlines in his body. If he intended to break through to the divine level, then he must first resolve the conflict between both bloodlines. Because he was the offspring of the 2 Lion and Tiger clans, he could be regarded as hard-fated. Such individuals had the slightest chance of survival. It appeared as if San had a good knowledge of his clan's secrets. When Liger inquired about it, he said that his dual bloodlines were evident when he was fighting him back on the battlefield. It wasn't difficult to judge his true nature because of the clash among his bloodlines. He admired Liger's good fortune because he was the only one who had survived up till that age. The rest of his clan wasn't as lucky as him because they died either at birth or at the time of cultivation due to the unbearable burden of the clashing bloodlines. Though bitter, the fact was a verity that their clan was cursed by the heavens. Liger emotionally broke down upon hearing all that. He was very well aware of the misfortune of their clan, but there was no way to solve it. Out of the blue, San said that he had a solution for it. He himself had the power of multiple bloodlines, which meant that he was in the same boat as Liger. The 2 of them, if they cooperated well, could get rid of the curse. However, the solution was a costly one. He was ready to pay a fortune for it, but demanded something in return from Liger as well. Liger was an intelligent fellow. He could go to any extent for the sake of his clan's betterment. He didn't have any monetary belongings and thus offered to become San's servant for all his life. Unexpectedly, San said that he didn't need him as a servant. Instead, he demanded his clan to become his allies. Liger's expressions enlightened all of a sudden. The favor San asked for was much simpler than being enslaved. He instantly agreed to accommodate him. Because he was the #1 powerhouse of his clan, his elders would agree to him on becoming allies with the Shrek team. When San was confident of his support, he asked to be taken to his village. Liger was more than happy to take him along. Without delaying, San unsealed Liger and used the transmission format to teleport to the middle of Kerry Mountain. Liger staggered as they reached there. He had no idea about the teleportation mechanism. He was in such a big shock that he couldn't move his feet. But San reminded him that they had to reach the safe zone as soon as possible, and the teleportation explanation could wait. Getting hold of his senses, Liger navigated the way to his clan, which was situated to the west of Kerry City. On their way, the 2 of them talked about the predicament of the Liger clan. The pioneer Liger was born from a golden lion and a golden tiger. As per the statistics, 80% of the Liger offspring died at birth or at a young age. Those who survived became extremely powerful. However, most of them still died at an adult age. It was a very serious issue that was causing problems for both the parent clans. The elders believed that it was a curse brought on by forbidden love. To end the matter by its root, they decreed that intermarriage between the 2 clans be prohibited. Since then, the Ligers were exiled and expelled from their territory. They had been living a miserable life ever since. The living conditions were very adverse. However, the Ligers had existed in dire circumstances because many people from the 2 parent clans were still secretly reuniting, resulting in an expansion of the Liger clan. The clan had around 200 clansmen, many of whom were suffering from bloodline conflicts and sickness. Out of the 200, Liger Saint Sword was the strongest. He utilized his exceptional combat abilities to make money for the betterment of his clansmen by participating in battles held in the Coliseum. His wife recently went through a miscarriage and got extremely weak. To afford a better treatment for her, he exchanged heaven and earth treasures. Keeping in mind the adverse situations that Liger Saint had lived through, it was very natural for him to get excited when San said that he could solve their bloodline problem. The discussion was so hooking that they lost track of time. They didn't even realize how quickly they reached their destination. The Shirhu village, where the Liger clan resided, was just a few meters ahead of them. When they reached the entrance of the village, they saw two people rushing towards them as if they had bad news to break. As they neared, they shouted loudly that they had been waiting for the Saint's return at the entrance of the village because his wife faced a big problem. Saint was taken aback to hear about his wife. The two strangers told him that she had collapsed and was on her deathbed. She had been holding out only to wait for his return. Liger Saint burst into tears. He wanted to rush to visit her, but San stopped him from doing so. He counseled him that his wife was holding out till she met him. If he actually went over to visit her, then she would be relieved and would truly be dead. In order to keep her alive, he must not show up. He was somewhat right with his school of thought. Liger dropped down to San's knees and begged him to save his beloved wife. He was ready to become his slave in return for that favor. San gently lifted him up and affirmed that he would try his best to save her. He asked the two strangers to take him to Saint's residence and asked Saint to wait outside. The two men who came with the bad news took San to the sister-in-law. She was lying ill on her bed, waiting for her husband to return. When she saw that the men had returned, she inquired about Saint. San comforted her by saying that he had gone to fetch some medicines for her. He introduced himself as a doctor who had come to cure her and asked for permission to take a quick diagnostic look at her. As he went closer, he examined that the female Liger's body was very weak. She was almost depleted of blood. He gently placed his palm on her neck and infused energy into her body with the mysterious heaven skill. As the energy made its way into her veins, she felt a little soothed. Even though the aura of her body was weak, the two bloodlines dwelling in her repelled each other strongly. The point of communication between them radiated a strong golden light. The energy infused into her body targeted the rays of golden energy and rolled them up. The rolled-up rays gradually became less irritable. A few seconds later, the two rays, one from each bloodline, blended together, resulting in the birth of a new bloodline. The fusion process was highly energy-consuming. It cost almost 80% of the bloodline energy, but the newly formed bloodline became mellower and exuded a warm white and yellowish light. With a single bloodline, there was no more conflict. The healing had worked. San had succeeded in curing the first Liger. However, the fusion had drained the female so much that she ran short of blood. She required an immediate blood transfusion. San asked the men if any one of them had a better physical condition, which allowed them to donate blood. Luckily, one of them came up and said that he would donate any amount of blood as long as a life was saved. San asked him to stretch his arm. He held his arm and cut into his bloodlines to draw out the blood. As the blood outpoured from his veins, it suspended and transformed in the air by virtue of the mysterious heaven skill. From the air, it passed through the female's pores and transfused into her body. With continuous infusion of blood, her complexion slowly improved, and a faint white light emitted from her body. The purity of the light indicated that she would never face a problem of bloodline conflict ever again. It had led to a significant reduction in her cultivation, but it could be improved gradually with time. Now that the female Liger was all healthy and fit, San called Saint to come inside and visit his wife. He had been hiding behind the door ever since, and was waiting for his wife to recover before he could meet her. When he came inside and saw that she was in the healing phase, he expressed the immense gratitude he had for San. He saved his wife's life. The favor was too big for him, thus he regarded himself as San's slave. However, San had already told him that he wasn't in need of a slave. All he wanted in return was for the Liger clan to become his allies. He might be cooking some deep planning inside which no one was aware of. Saint Liger was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He wondered if the unification of both bloodlines would be applicable to the rest of the clan too. San elucidated that the healing procedure was theoretically possible for all the ligers, but he could only try it on adult ones for the time being. Young ligers may not be able to sustain such high energy and bloodline consumption. Saint understood his limitations pretty well. It didn't matter if there was a slight delay in curing the youngsters. The good thing was that he saw a bright ray of hope. Finally, their clan's curse would be lifted. San was the true benefactor of the Liger clan. He deserved to be upskilled to the divine level. Now that his wife was feeling better, Saint Liger took San to visit the elder Liger of their village. He lived just a few streets from his residence. They went there, and Saint dictated the whole story of how San saved his wife and integrated her bloodlines. The elder wasn't ready to believe his words. It apparently seemed an impossible act. Even the great demon emperor couldn't help the curse. How could a mere human do it? San told him that the skill he used to cure her was a secret that he couldn't unfold. His audacity provoked the elder. He had never met such a courageous human who could disagree with him at his face. He threatened to detain San in the village and use foul means to ask about the secret. However, San said that he wasn't fretful of any threats because he had already defeated the strongest Liger saint in the battle at the Coliseum. The elder Liger was taken aback. He didn't imagine that little human to be that strong. On top of that, Saint Liger was also supporting that human. There had to be something unusual and special about him. When the elder realized that the benefit of the clan rested in the hands of San, he instantly modified his behavior in San's favor. He said that because he was the benefactor of the big cat and kitten, he must be the benefactor of the whole clan. For a while, San was befuddled. He couldn't comprehend whom the elder was referring to when he said big cat and kitten. Saint Liger cleared the confusion that his name was a big cat and his wife's name was a kitten. Their names were adorable and cute. The Ligers weren't fond of either of their parent species. They didn't want to associate themselves with either the lions or the tigers. Thus, they named their offspring after cats. Even the elder Liger was named after a cat. His name was an old cat. Anyhow, coming to the topic of becoming allies, the old cat said that he didn't have any issues with it as long as San could elevate the curse from their clan. Because it was a huge pact, San advised to sign a blood contract as a testament. Blood contract was the highest level of contract. It couldn't be broken even by the great demon emperor. The elders agreed to sign the contract willingly. Thus, they both signed it and took an oath to stand by each other's side. Elder Liger promised to fulfill the oath and said that he would assemble an army of Ligers who would be ready to fight at a single signal sent by San. Now, both of them were partners in all matters. San had to leave for the ancestral court soon, but before taking off, he offered Old Cat to cure a group of Ligers. Thus, he stayed in Shirhu village for a few days rather than go back home to Kerry city. The Old Cat sent the most critically ill Ligers to be cured first. The process of integrating the bloodlines was going pretty smoothly because the number of individuals to be healed was small and the blood supply was relatively convenient. While he performed the mysterious heaven skill to merge the bloodlines, the Old Cat used to stay by his side. When he witnessed the fusion process for the first time, he was taken aback. From then on, he undoubtedly trusted San's abilities. A corner of great respect developed in his heart for that spectacular human. In fact, everyone in the Shirhu village honored and respected him. Within a short span of half a month, he had succeeded in treating all critically ill Ligers. He gained the recognition and love of all the Ligers. In the meantime, San took Old Cat and Big Cat to the Golden Valley to show them around. Both the Ligers were shocked to see the ethereal beauty and peace there. The Old Cat even decided to send the recently treated clansmen to the Golden Valley so that they could better recover and regain their cultivation. They would also be safe from the two great demon races, who would kill them if they found out about the fusion of their bloodlines. The integration and fusion process of Ligers was beneficial for San too. He got the chance to absorb a lot of fused bloodline power in recent days. Perhaps that was one of the benefits he aimed for. He had been absorbing energies from various monster races for quite a long time, and the Liger power was an addition to it. After spending a few days in Shirhu town, he returned back to his residence in Kerry city by teleportation. One night, when he made sure that there was no disturbance in the surroundings, he sat down in the meditation pose. He began to integrate the bloodline power of the Ligers with the other bloodlines in his body. He had a Dantian in which the bloodlines of all the previous energies he had absorbed were kept safe. In the Dantian, there were a bunch of transformations, a few of which were the Wind Tiger transformation, the Elephant Demon transformation, the Peacock transformation, and the Consonant Heavenly Eye transformation. San intended to replace that with the Liger transformation. However, the Wind Tiger transformation was devoured when it interacted with the Liger one. Unexpectedly, after he devoured the Wind transformation, the Liger transformation began to devour the Elephant Demon transformation. The Elephant Demon began to dissipate as soon as it was hit by the Liger's white gold flame. It was something highly surprising for him. San immediately realized that the Liger transformation was definitely a Class A bloodline. He was hit by the same feeling earlier when he integrated the Consonant Heavenly Eye transformation. For a few moments, after he integrated the Liger, the Dantian was vibrating continuously with all the other bloodlines clashing. Eventually, the 6 bloodline power imprints finally stabilized. In the process, he lost 2 bloodlines, but his energy reserves did not decrease. Instead, it was enhanced even further, which testified to the Liger transformation being a first-class one. It meant that the Liger bloodline could also be used to become the Great Demon Emperor. The integration process took him so long that the next day dawned. He had planned to cure and fuse the clashing bloodlines of the big cat that day. To begin the day, he thought of taking a bath first. As he got up from his meditation spot, his senior brother and teammate, Dubai, came running towards him. He wanted to have breakfast with him, but out of the blue, Dubai was smashed back and slammed with the door. It was quite a horrific incident to witness, and San realized after some time that it was caused by a golden aura emitting from his eyes. He forgot to conceal the liger transformation aura after getting up from meditation. Poor Dubai bore so much pain due to his mistake. He was shivering with fear to see the intense golden light in San's eyes. San comforted him by saying that it was the result of just another breakthrough, and that there was nothing to worry about. They went for breakfast, after which San teleported himself to the Shirhu village again. He was very excited because his patient for that day was Big Cat. Big Cat had already reached the 9th rank's peak. He was just about to break through to the divine level. He went straight away to Big Cat's residence and asked him to get ready for the fusion of his bloodlines. Big Cat was astounded as the news was suddenly broken to him. Fortunately, he didn't have to come up with a refusal because it was taken care of by the Elder Cat. He visited just in time and denied San for the fusion of his bloodlines. According to his perspective, he wanted to send Big Cat along with San to the ancestral court before his fusion because the fusion process would quench quite a large quantity of his energy. He was worried for San because the ancestral court had so many big powerhouses. It was necessary to send solid protection forces with him for his safety, and the best option to provide protection was Big Sea Cat. Thus, he didn't want to waste his precious strength. However, San was against his plan. He was confident that he could protect himself without any aid from others. For the time being, Big Cat entering the divine level was of prime importance to him. Thus, he wanted to fuse his bloodlines as soon as possible. Besides, many of the powerhouses there were of divine level, so Big Cat's protection wouldn't save him from them in any way. Judging by all those circumstances, it was better for him to stay back and strive to break through to the divine level. The Elder Cat was somewhat convinced by San's perspective. He thus ordered Big Cat to get ready for the fusion of his bloodlines. When his elder brother made the decision, Big Cat was obliged to agree with them. He went to his bedroom and lay down on the bed so that the fusion procedure could begin. San began with the mysterious heaven skill and merged the two clashing lines. He had practiced enough that fusion was no longer an issue for him. The whole treatment took only a few minutes, and the Big Cat's bloodlines successfully merged. The Liger Sword Saint felt thrilled as he finally got the chance to be upskilled to the divine level. He was thankful to his benefactor because of whom it was all becoming possible. Before leaving, San hugged the Big Cat and quietly absorbed some of his bloodline power. Perhaps that was the reason he wanted to fuse his bloodlines before leaving for the ancestral court. After all, Big Cat was the strongest liger. His power would definitely be extraordinary and would help San a lot in his future battles. There were still a few days left before he left for the ancestral court, so he went back to Kerry City. However, he didn't go home. He went to a place where he was close to Mei Gongzi, his reincarnated wife. She was in retreat. He frequently used to meet her. He was concerned that she wouldn't be able to find him once she left the retreat, because he was to stay at the ancestral court for a long time. For her ease, he set up a miniature telecommunication array that could communicate over long distances. It was a sophisticated magic array. The materials used in its construction were similar to those used in the transmission array. As he completed the task of assuring her safety, he visited the Redemption Academy, where he met his teacher, Zhang Haoshuan. He wanted to bid him farewell before leaving for the Grand Coliseum in which he had participated. The teacher seemed to be somewhat worried about his participation. He was a small child, aged only 14 years. Some serious difficulties could be awaiting him there. Zhang tried to convince him to visit the ancestral court together with him, but he had already made up his mind. There was no way he would stay back. Thus, the teacher bid him farewell and wished him good luck. It was decided that the teacher would travel to the ancestral court separately on his own, and San would travel with the caravan along with his team. From there, San traveled along with his whole team to visit the master of the Coliseum, the Lingxi Deer Demon King. He told him that he was ready to leave for the ancestral court as per his instructions. The master granted him a caravan to accompany him during the journey to the court. 3 days later, the most awaited day had eventually dawned. It was the day on which the Shrek team was to leave to appear in the Grand Coliseum. They set off on the journey along with the caravan. The team of 5 was seated in a special carriage prepared by the master. During the journey, they practiced their cultivation skills to polish them even further. The journey was a very long one, but it was made easy by the professional caravan, which they were a part of. The official took care of all the matters very professionally. Finally, 15 days into the journey, they reached their destination. The ancestral court was indeed a beautiful city with the highest dominance. The whole area was surrounded by tall mountains, and the main city lay in its basin. All the mountains were topped by colossal statues, which represented the great demon emperors. Those heavenly spirits once ruled the monster kingdom. Because the majestic city was naturally surrounded by such huge peaks, it didn't require any security in the form of walls. There was a single route of entrance. As the caravan reached the entrance, it was thoroughly checked and investigated, after which they were released inside. The inner city was truly mesmerizing. A handful of tall buildings were built all over the area. The central area was specifically reserved for the palaces in which the great demon emperors and heavenly spirit emperors resided. San and his teammates were quite entertained as they traveled through the city to reach their final destination, the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce. Just as they got out of the carriage, they met the owner of the chamber. He narrated some basic rules of the area to them. The team members were allowed to sign up for the Grand Coliseum within 7 days, after which their tickets would expire. There was no restriction on moving around the ancestral court, but fighting and flying were discouraged. Moreover, he also informed them about the restricted zones. None of them were allowed to enter or even wander near the territory of the demon and heavenly spirit emperors without authorization. It was considered a capital crime. Other than those areas, they weren't endangered in any other zone of the ancestral court because they were all nobles. As long as they wore the noble badge, no one would dare to harm them in any way. The owner of the field was a kind guy. He told them to return to him after their fight in the Grand Coliseum so that he could make arrangements for their safe return back home. As he left, San and his team decided to meet their teacher Jang because he would have reached there too. San took out a small magical pill through which he could telecommunicate with his master. It was actually a communication array that could navigate the teacher's location. He delivered him a message to send his location so that they could meet. Just after a few seconds, Jang received his reply that he was at the White Tiger Hotel. San put back the pill and ordered his team to follow him to the White Tiger Hotel. Their walk to the destination was quite strange because they hardly noticed any humans around. The ancestral court was full of all kinds of ethnicities, including monsters and spirits, but the humans were in trace amounts. The strangest observation of all was the spirits, who appeared to be plant-like. The walk wasn't long. They reached the White Tiger Hotel in no time. Jang was already waiting for them as they entered the lobby. Owing to his divine-level status, he brought them to the VIP area. He had rented a luxurious king-class suite and invited the Shrek team to stay with him for the night. The king-class suite was very expensive. It costed 10 element coins for a one-night stay. Though expensive, the vibe there was worth it because the spirit in its environment was really strong. Jang told them that they had only seen the living room yet. The cultivation room had a richer spirit, which they all were free to experience. A single day of cultivation in that room was worth dozens of days of cultivation in a regular environment. Jang told San that he would be leaving for headquarters tomorrow. He told them to be cautious, as it was in their best interest to keep their identity a secret. He had already spoken about it with Elder Guan and Siru, who said that the Shrek team still required some time to grow enough to fight the battles. If the headquarters noticed them early, they would make some adverse arrangements for them, which would make it extremely difficult for them to win. Zhang was also concerned about the array discs which they fabricated. He thought the headquarters might take advantage of him in that matter. To settle the matter, he had thought of setting up another sales channel to sell the discs himself. However, San counseled him that their discs were very professionally handled by the Lingxi Deer Demon King Caravan, and he was sure that they would sell them professionally and honestly too. There wasn't any need to be concerned about the sales channel because the array discs had a lot of benefits. They could be sold very easily. It was a safe option to cooperate with Lingxi Deer Demon King because his security was premium, and he was a shrewd man who would deal with the business very skillfully. As that issue was dealt with, Jang advised the Shrek team members to visit the residences of the great demon emperors in the coming few days during their stay at the ancestral court. San was confused all of a sudden. The field owner had warned them from going there because it was a restricted zone. Though it was a capital crime to enter the forbidden places, Jang explained to them that they could visit the open area in those royal palaces. One could enter those places by paying. It cost 5 elemental coins for locals and 10 for foreigners. It was undoubtedly expensive, but was worth it because the breath of those emperors could be experienced there. He advised Dubai to visit the palace of the Heavenly Fox, Great Demon Emperor, because its aura would help him understand his bloodline. Out of the blue, a question popped up in San's mind. He asked his teacher about the history of the 12 great demon emperors and the heavenly spirit emperors. The teacher explained to him that there were 16 great demon emperors and heavenly spirit emperors. As long as they retained their status, they could purchase or build palaces in the ancestral court. Those palaces would be their personal properties, but upon their death, they would be handed over to their successors. There were 16 of them in total, but the palaces were 15 in number. It was because the Crystal Phoenix Great Demon Emperor was injured back in Kerry City, and he couldn't build his own palace yet. The teacher made a whole lecture out of a simple question. He began explaining each of the demon empires separately. He began with the demon race of the Tianyu Empire, which consisted of 9 great demon emperors. In terms of power, the one at the top of the list was the omnipotent Crystal Dragon, a great monster emperor. He was almost 2,000 years old and was the stronger of the 2 races. The only strange thing about him was that he had no specific gender and was altogether a unique existence. The second one was the Master of Fate, the Heavenly Fox Great Demon Emperor. He was a highly influential emperor who could control the fortune of the whole continent. In his presence, the monster and the spirit clans were guaranteed the greatest luck. He was indeed a popular emperor. Thinking of his immense influence on the continent, Brother Su Li, a Shrek team member, wondered what would happen if he died. San had a pretty simple yet impactful answer to his question. He said that the humans could have a chance to take over that position if he died. Teacher Zhang told him not to stay in illusions because there would definitely be successors in the Heavenly Fox lineage. The Heavenly Fox Great Demon Emperors didn't live long lives, but as soon as the old generation wiped out, a new one would immediately appear. Thus, they, as humans, couldn't be sure that they could acquire that position so easily. Anyhow, proceeding further to the 3rd place in the demon race of the Tianyu Empire, it was scored by the immortal Great Emperor, the eternal burning of the sky. It was the lineage with the longest lifespan. Its emperor lived for more than 3,000 years. The lineage was known to have 9 lives if its descendants broke through to the divine level. However, his power was quite less in strength than that of the Crystal Dragon Great Demon Emperor. The 4th place was of the invincible Splitting Sky Great Demon Emperor. That lineage actually consisted of the behemoth giant monsters. They were known for the sharp claws they had. The saw-edged teeth made a very good attacking mechanism. A single negative point in that race was the low reproduction rate. Due to that flaw, they couldn't increase much in number. The 5th rank, according to power, was occupied by the White Tiger, a great demon emperor. The White Tiger had huge wings on its back. They made up for both attacking and defensive mechanisms. That lineage owned the hotel they were staying in. It was a rich empire. The 6th rank was occupied by the Dark Great Demon Emperor. Its 2 attributes were light and darkness. They could use their innate light to defeat the races of higher strength in the middle of the night during pitch darkness. The 7th place was of the Golden Mammoth Great Demon Emperor. The emperor was also the leader of the elephant monster race. He was referred to as the #1 defensive existence among all the emperors. Next was the 8th place, which was occupied by the Sword of Saint Great, the Demon Emperor. The red-crowned crane lineage was the sharpest among all. Due to its superb swordsmanship, its emperor was ranked among the best of all the great demon emperors. He had 3,600 crane swords under his command. Last but not least, amongst all the 9 demon races was the crystal-sealed heaven and earth, the Crystal Phoenix, and the Great Demon Emperor. He had just been promoted to the rank of Great Demon Emperor. Thus, he still had a long way to go before matching the powers of the other races. After explaining the situations of all the 9 demon empires, Zhang reminded San to keep all the information in mind, as it would be helpful if he wanted to make the pilgrimage. The Shrek team members were all befuddled as they heard about the greatness of all the powerhouses. They had not been informed about them in the Redemption Academy because the teachers were afraid they might be hit prematurely, leading to a lack of fighting spirit. San, out of all the team members, seemed to be the least affected. Now that they were told about the demons, he requested the teacher to tell them about the Heavenly Spirit Emperors too. Zhang felt more than happy to introduce his students to the Heavenly Emperors. Though the Academy's knowledge was limited about them, he still managed to give a small introduction. As compared to the demon races, the Heavenly Spirit Empires were closer to each other and better united, and the demons were distinct from one another because of the differences in the bloodlines. However, because the spirits were basically plants, their bloodlines weren't unique. They could easily be fused, cultivated, and mutated. Because of the mutuality, the Heavenly Spirit Emperors, though less in number than the Demon Emperors, were no weaker than them. There were 7 in total. The first one was the Celestial Yang Heavenly Spirit Emperor. He was raised by the heavens. His birth story was interesting. After a long wait of hundreds of years of cultivation, the fiery sunflower lineage had finally inherited a special existence, the Heavenly Sunflower. His nickname was Tian Yang. His age had surpassed 2,000 years. However, their empire had a very serious issue. Yang's bloodline was extremely difficult to pass on. Thus, they were worried about their future. He was the strongest powerhouse of that race. Without him, the empire wouldn't be able to flourish. The second one was the earthly Yin Heavenly Emperor. Surprisingly, the emperor was a female. She had been cultivated as the Emperor of Dying Grass and separated herself from the celestial Yang Heavenly Spirit Emperor. The major reason behind the separation was that she aimed to acquire control of the yin and yang of the spirit world. Both of them were cultivated from plants. They both controlled the power of the earth. Thus, Yin and Yang were the authentic rulers of the Richen Empire. The third place belonged to the soul-devouring heavenly spirit emperor. He was cultivated from the Dement tree and had exclusive power of the rank of the divine consciousness. He had a lot of uniquely special attributes, but the best one of them was that he could give life and turn stones into spirits. The fourth rank was occupied by the Parasol tree heavenly spirit emperor. Despite being cultivated from a tree, he could obtain his nutrients from fire. He made a good pair with the immortal great demon emperor. Together, their strength was immensely overwhelming, which scared many ordinary emperors. They were friendly enough to give up their extra strength to reduce the fear. Next on the list was fifth place. It was scored by the colored glazed stone heavenly spirit emperor. Once again, it was a female emperor. The strangest of her abilities was the cultivation of glazed stone. Other than that, she was known for several other strange abilities and skills. The sixth one was the indestructible diamond heavenly spirit emperor. He was cultivated from the ore diamond essence. His striking quality was his spectacular defense mechanisms. His true rival was the splitting sky, a great demon emperor. Though he couldn't defeat him, he was strong enough to not be defeated himself. Last but not least, the seventh place belonged to the endless heavenly spirit emperor. The infinity in his name was related to the bottomless spring from which he was cultivated. All the rivers, lakes, and seas were under his control. The best thing about him was his exceptional long attack range. After the lecture about all 7 heavenly spirit emperors, Zhang asked his students if they were shocked to hear about the strength and power of all the powerhouses. The students actually were taken aback. Zhang explained that the real rulers of the continent were all these powerhouses. If humans luckily had the chance to reach higher ranks, they would have to face all of them. However, that was a matter of the future. For the present, the Shrek team was charged with the task of traveling around the ancestral court and the royal palaces to feel the actual aura and the breath. Only then would they be able to comprehend their status relative to them and understand how much they had to flourish further. For the humans to catch up with them, the only way was to follow their steps and acquire skills like them. They only had a single night to cultivate at the White Tiger Hotel because Zhang was leaving for the headquarters the next day, and the hotel suite was rented for a single day. Without wasting a single minute, San and his teammates went to the cultivation room to polish their skills. After spending the whole night practicing and cultivating, they set off on the adventure of visiting all the palaces on the next day. Since they had no prior experience, they thought of starting with the palace of the lowest rank, which was obviously the palace of the Sword Saint Great Demon Emperor. Navigating their way, they reached the foot of the Sword Saint Palace mountain. As told by their teacher, each of them paid 10 elemental coins to enter the pilgrimage. Just beyond the entrance gate were enormously heightened stairs, which could be assumed to be sky-high. The place was occupied by many pilgrims who came with the goal of reaching the top of the mountain. Surprisingly, the pilgrims weren't hurrying at all. In fact, some of them also sat on the stairs to meditate. Almost all the steps were occupied by meditating pilgrims. San and his team were clueless. They had no idea about the importance of each step. San, being the cleverest member of his team, led the team towards the stairs. As soon as his foot touched the first step, he paused. There was a strange kind of feeling that struck him all of a sudden. Strong energy as sharp as a sword appeared out of the blue and hit him straight on his chest. San didn't freak out because he knew that the sharp energy came from the mountain and was intended for the spirits. The energy was so strong that it could undoubtedly polish San's spiritual power to a great extent. Perhaps that was the reason his teacher wanted him to visit the palace. Out of the whole team, San felt the lowest pressure of the sword energy. It was because of his lowest rank of cultivation. Dubai also felt low pressure because he was at the peak of the 9th rank, which made him resistant to the sword's energy. Cheng Zicheng felt the most pressure because her bloodline was the golden-winged Great Peng. The higher they traveled, the greater the pressure and the deeper their perceptions were. The order of the team members had also changed. San was at the lowest step, and Wu Bingji was at the highest step. The people at the front were the slowest as well because their perception was the greatest. San wasn't bothered at all by the perception because he was a divine-ranked human in his previous life. Due to his pre-incarnated experience, his comprehension skills were no less than those of the great demon emperors. The only reason he was climbing up to the palace was to polish his spiritual powers. Everyone was doing their best to climb the stairs, but Dubai stopped halfway up the mountain. Though his spiritual power was strong, his cultivation base wasn't high. Thus, he stopped to meditate for a while to regain his strength. Su Li also paused for meditation as they reached 3/4 up the mountain. From then on, it was San, Bingji, and Zicheng. Bingji and Zicheng were moving at a very slow pace. They could feel their transformation from the aura emitted by their bodies. Taking advantage of their slow pace, San surpassed them and reached the top of the peak alone. The environment at the peak was even more dangerous as the sword's energy reached its maximum level. San couldn't resist it anymore, so he thought of using a golden liger flame to fight it back. Just as he fought it back with the golden flame, he saw the gate of the palace open. The intense sword energy was coming from the inside of the palace. He used all his strength to take a few steps up to the gate. As soon as he stepped into it, the sword's energy disappeared all of a sudden. There was not even a trace amount of it left behind. Instead, the intensity turned into a magnificent aura. Breathing in that aura felt like being irrigated by a torrent of heaven and earth essences. It seemed as if his entire body had been baptized. He could feel his body sinking into an endless sea of spiritual energy. The amount of strength and bloodline he had consumed on his way up the mountain due to fighting the sword strength had been recovered just after spending a few seconds in that unique aura. Taking a few more steps inside, he came across a note engraved on one of the walls. It was a warning that said only those who could surpass that line were willing to submit themselves to the Emperor. The powerful oppressive force was actually coming from the great demon Emperor's breath. The breath had rushed instantly into his spiritual sea. At that moment, San had only one concern in his mind. He feared being caught by the great demon Emperor. He had been concealing his true merged bloodlines in the Dantian from everyone up till then. The fact that he was a divine entity in his previous life was also kept a secret. He had not even told his teacher about it. If any of the great demon emperors found out about his reality, he would be crippled to death without any mercy. In order to prevent himself from being discovered, he refrained from utilizing his divine consciousness to resist the powerful oppressive force. To stay on the safe side, he even draped his divinity with his spiritual power. The only option he was left with for fighting the oppression was meditation. He kept his mind at peace and meditated. Surprisingly, his idea worked. He was able to resist the oppressive force with such a high success that it entirely disappeared. He wondered if it was some kind of a test to examine his true capabilities. Now that he was free from all kinds of invisible shackles, he stepped forward and entered a huge hall with a colossal statue situated in the middle. It might be the statue of the Sword Saint, the great demon emperor. He guessed the oppressive force to be coming from that statue. It was such weird stonework that even gazing directly at it made his eyes stingy. While he was busy analyzing the greatness of the statue, an old, tall, and sternly appearing man emerged out of the blue. San didn't even notice from which direction he entered the room. He got fretful of him. The fear in his heart increased further when the man asked him about his willingness to submit to the demon emperor. San wondered who that man could be. He definitely wasn't the Sword Saint or Great Demon Emperor, but it was quite obvious from the elegance in his voice that he was a person ranked near the Demon King level. San was so lost in his thoughts that he almost forgot to reply to the man, but luckily, he retrieved himself from daydreaming just in time and replied to him. He said that he was unwilling to submit because the attributes there were inconsistent. That was the best reason he could come up with at that time. However, the man needed to be more impressed by his denial. He said that he shouldn't have come all the way up the mountain if he found the attributes to be inappropriate. That was a question that demanded an honest answer from San. He was clever enough to deal with it honestly. He told the man that he came only to polish his skills and spiritual power. The old man gave him a quirky look as if he was trying to judge his spiritual power. He found his spiritual power quite solid, almost reaching the peak level. It had all the necessary qualities like being harmonious and internally guarded, flawless and spotless. He seemed to be pretty impressed by it and offered San to submit to their empire. He promised to value him despite being a human. However, San once again expressed his unwillingness. He said that he had not found his own path yet. He was still in search of his true life goals. He was confident about finding it in the near future. The man was awestruck by San's confidence and audacity. He had never met a human so interesting before. In his perception, it was rare for humans to have such high ambitions. Because he was so impressed by San, he once again offered to join their palace at any time in the future because it was the least racially exclusive. He even had a small token of appreciation for San. He handed him over a small sword encircled in blazing radiance. It was a token that he could use in testing times as it had the ability to protect and shield him against danger. However, the man set forth a condition regarding the gift. He gave San a span of 1 year to search for his eternal path and ambition. If he didn't select the Sword Saint Palace as his ambition in the next year, then he had to return the sword to himself. San agreed to him and expressed his gratitude for the gift. With that, their meeting ended, and San embarked on his journey to the bottom of the mountain again. As soon as he left the palace's gate, the intense sword energy appeared again. On his way down, he was kind of amazed as he hadn't expected a token from the Sword Saint Palace on his first visit. It all indicated the great demon emperor being so eager to find talent. Nevertheless, that was something that could be thought about later. The first and foremost thing was to go down and meet his teammates. He first went over to Guli. His condition was deteriorating continuously, so San thought of letting him go down the mountain first. Next, he went over to Dubai. Dubai was doing fine with his meditation. so San waited for almost an hour until Dubai couldn't hold it anymore. After that, he sent him down too. After Dubai, San went to see Zicheng. She managed to sustain her meditation for half an hour longer than Dubai, after which she was sent down too. The one who sustained the longest was Bingji. He stayed up on the mountain and fought against the sword energy for an hour more than Zicheng, and then he went down too. When all the Shrek team members had reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dark. They were extremely exhausted at that moment, so they went back to the hotel. Zhang's rented suite had been returned the previous day, so they rented 5 separate standard rooms for themselves. Everyone was too tired to speak to each other, so they just ate their dinner and went to sleep. While everyone was asleep, San was telecommunicating with his teacher using the communication array. He gave him the report of everything that happened that day, and also reported everyone's harvest. Zhang was stunned when San told him about reaching the top and being given a sword token. He wasn't expecting his student to achieve that level on his very first attempt. San asked his teacher if the other demon palaces gifted tokens too. Zhang once again made a lecture out of such a simple question. He began narrating a story about a former Dragon Clan powerhouse who had obtained tokens from 8 different palaces. He eventually entered the Crystal Great Demon Palace and became a steward there. San wondered if he could get the approval of the Great Demon Emperor too, if he gained further recognition from the palace. It was quite plausible in reality. If he somehow managed to obtain support from the 12th-ranked powerhouses, he could be considered the Lord of the Realm. He saw a ray of hope in the demon palaces to take him closer to his dream. The only issue that could make the whole plan go against him was his human identity. He needed some way to gain the support of the higher-ranked emperors, regardless of his humanity. There had to be some way to succeed as a human, but once again, that was something that could be taken care of later. The prime concern was facing the Grand Coliseum. There were only 6 days remaining. It wasn't enough time to visit all the palaces. Suddenly, San remembered that his teacher had once told him that all palaces had different perceptions. The Sword Saint Palace had the deepest impressions of Bingji and Zicheng, while Dubai and Guli were less affected. They could actually take advantage of the differences in perceptions by sending each team member to a different palace. In that way, they would be able to get the aura of all the palaces within a short span. It was a great idea to save time, so San thought of sharing it with his mates the next morning. Just as the sun of the next day dawned, San went over to his companions to dictate the plan to them. Because Bingji and Zicheng had a lot of insights into the Sword Saint Palace, they could keep visiting that place. Zicheng could also be tasked with visiting the Immortal Palace after getting over with the Sword Saint Palace. In contrast, Bingji could visit the Endless Palace afterward. Coming to Guli, San had decided to visit the Crystal Palace because the Crystal Demon King claimed to be omnipotent. For Dubai, the best palace to visit was the Heavenly Fox Palace. San said that he would accompany Dubai to the Heavenly Fox Palace. In the end, San warned everyone to stay cautious and refrain from exposing the powers of their bloodlines. Now that the whole plan was arranged, the Shrek team went for a delicious breakfast. After eating, they boarded the carriage, which dropped everyone at their respective locations one by one. Bingji and Zicheng's destination came first, after which Guli was dropped at his destination. Finally, the carriage dropped Dubai and San at the Heavenly Fox Palace. As San got off the carriage and witnessed the beauty of the holy mountain, he was taken aback. The mountain was pure white in color. Initially, he thought that it was covered by snow, but that wasn't the actual case. The mountain wasn't an ordinary one. It was made from a rather unique kind of material, which he couldn't discern. There was a strong power of luck emanating from the mountains. Feeling the power of luck made him realize that the mountain could be composed of a stone created by the materialization of luck. If it was true, then it was highly plausible for the luck of the entire Phelan planet to be stranded within that mountain. It somewhat made sense because the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor was also known as the master of the entire fairy continent's fate. As San tried to link the dots, he came to the conclusion that the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor could be the Lord of the Realm. It was possible because there was no better explanation for the Lord of the Realm agreeing to the fact that the whole planet's luck was concentrated in that mountain. San was thrilled to know that he had finally found the Lord of the Realm. If that mountain was destroyed in some way, the Lord would die too, which could make a way for mankind to take over the planet. San was so busy fantasizing that he had totally forgotten about Brother Dubai. Dubai reminded him that they couldn't keep standing there for long because the aura of luck was so strong that it was getting impossible to conceal their true bloodline powers. San advised him to wrap his bloodline with his spiritual power. The bloodline could easily be concealed with his 9th level spiritual power. They somehow managed to cope with the power of luck and then entered the Heavenly Fox Holy Mountain. At the entrance, 2 monsters were charged with the duty of collecting elemental coins from each pilgrim. San and Dubai passed that checkpost and set off on the path toward the peak. The experience at the Heavenly Fox Holy Mount was quite different from the one at the Sword Saint Palace. There were a lot more praisers on that path, and they depicted joyful expressions on their faces. San was utterly shocked at their smiling faces. The power of luck which he was facing was uncomfortably strong. How could they be so calm and peaceful under such an intense force? Just before stepping onto the first step of the staircase, San warned Dubai to hold his mind because the initial step had enough aura to sync their minds. Both of them understood pretty well and were prepared for it beforehand, but were shocked as soon as their feet touched the step. They now knew very well why all the pilgrims were enjoying and smiling. The feeling was so pleasurable that their entire bodies were soothed. Though cozy, the force was so intense that it was becoming difficult to fight it efficiently with their spiritual power. The force entered the body through the feet. San was sure that the Heavenly Fox Mountain was definitely made up of the Stone of Luck, as he felt the intensity of luck swirling inside him. However, he discerned that such a huge power could be detrimental to the planet. The Lord of the Realm, if he really was the great Demon Emperor, must be aware of the concern. Since nobody had raised any such problem, it could be pretty plausible that he might not be the great Demon Emperor. Another explanation could be that the Lord of the Realm was the great Demon Emperor, and he was aware of the issue but couldn't speak it out because the upper hand rested with the ancestral court. The last explanation seemed quite reasonable. If that scenario was a verity, it meant that breaking through to divinity was also under the control of the ancestral court instead of the Lord of the Realm. The ancestral court could create hurdles for San during his breakthrough because of his identity. Teacher Zhang had successfully been promoted because of his ordinary bloodline and ordinary lineage, but San's pre-incarnated qualities and highly extraordinary bloodline would definitely seize the ancestral court's attention. To tackle that situation, San thought of another idea. If he could persuade the Lord of the Realm in any way to help him blind the ancestral court, then breaking through wouldn't be much of an issue. However, for the execution of that plan, he had to think of a way to convince the Lord of the Realm in his favor. That was a task that required reworking and further deeper planning. All those thoughts had taken over San's mind. He couldn't focus on concealing his bloodlines with his spiritual energy. He was gradually sinking into the depths of the energy of luck. Luckily, Dubai sensed his struggle and lent him a helping hand. San got cautioned henceforth, and both of them slowly walked up the steps towards the peak. With each step, the power of luck grew stronger. Though it wasn't sharp and painful, it was highly uncomfortable to walk under a huge burden. Unlike the aggressiveness of the sharp sword energy at the Sword Saint Palace, the Heavenly Fox Mountain made people lose their minds. Almost halfway up the mountain, Dubai couldn't hold it anymore. He informed San that he wanted to sit and meditate, as he couldn't force his feet even a single step ahead. His limit was surpassed. San's energy was still somewhat better. Now that he was alone to travel further, he moved a bit swiftly as his destination was nothing else but the peak. He had to reach there no matter what. Walking at an accelerated pace, San soon reached almost 2/3 up the mountain. Suddenly, some auspicious clouds grew over the area. The clouds rumbled and thundered, and the auspicious rain of luck poured down all over the peak. San was drenched in the divinity of luck. At that moment, the power was at its maximum, and the limit of the spiritual energy was level 9. As San stepped beyond that limit, the power of good fortune suddenly turned into the intense power of bad luck. The auspicious clouds, with luck pouring down from them, turned into black, smoky clouds. An ordinary human pilgrim would have been befuddled by the sudden change in the environment and energy, but San had a better understanding of good and bad luck due to his heavenly fox eyes. That little kid had a lot of supernatural qualities and skills. The power of bad luck was the worst torment he had ever experienced. Perhaps that was the real test of the Heavenly Fox Mountain. It was far more intense than the sharp sword energy. Now that he had entered the torment, it was necessary to fight against it. He used the power of good luck he had just absorbed along with the golden liger flame to fight the bad luck. Concentrating all his energy at one point, he managed to take another step up the mountain. To his utmost surprise, the intense power of bad luck disappeared instantly. The darkness of the clouds vanished all of a sudden, and the rain of good luck started pouring again. Could it be that every step beyond that limit held a different environment and aura? He took another step to see if it was actually like that, and the results shocked him. The bad luck returned again with all its darkness. It was even stronger than the previous step. However, he noticed something strange with his golden liger flame. Its outer layer had turned black as soon as bad luck started surrounding it, which meant that it assimilated it. San was so thrilled about the unique feature of his latest bloodline. It testified to the fact that it was a first-class bloodline. Now that the golden liger bloodline had assimilated the bad luck, he could utilize it to cast bad luck on his enemies in the future. What an exciting addition it was to his attacking skills. However, only bad luck can be assimilated. The good luck wasn't under the control of the golden liger flame bloodline. Anyhow, that didn't matter as long as he could utilize the bad luck on his enemy. With the new discovery, he happily traveled the subsequent steps and eventually reached the top of the mountain. It was all dark at the top. The darkness was no less than that of a pitch-dark night. In front of him was the huge palace of the Heavenly Fox Mountain. A faint beam of light was coming out of its gate. He gazed into it with puzzlement for a while. A few seconds later, a huge fairy emerged out of the gate and called him to enter the palace. She had 7 tails, which meant that she was the great demon emperor of the Heavenly Fox Mountain. San replied to her that he couldn't enter because he didn't consider his current spiritual strength to be suitable and adequate for that palace. The emperor was kind enough to devise a solution for him. She assured him that his strength would be suitable after entering the palace and being baptized. However, the main thing worrying San was that he would lose himself because of his deficiencies, and all the bloodlines that he had acquired through hardships would be wasted. The emperor counseled him that his bloodline was amongst the best she had ever witnessed a human have. Being a human, he had already reached his peak limit of success. To cross the boundaries and limitations as a human, he required aid from fate, which the emperor was offering him with all her goodwill. Surprisingly, San didn't want to accept her favors. Entering the Heavenly Fox Palace was his dream. He wanted to achieve his dream with his own strength. If he entered the palace through favors, then he wouldn't be a qualified and dignified member. The emperor was highly impressed with his honesty and determination. His quality of self-restraint made her think highly of him. Because he was so determined to achieve his goal on his own, she allowed him to leave for the time being and return after meeting all the standards of strength and spiritual level. As a token of appreciation, she gifted him a jade, which could help him traverse the path towards the palace easily. San happily accepted the gift. He had secured 2 tokens within 2 days. It was a good achievement. Bidding farewell to the emperor, he went down the mountain. On his way, he came to know that Dubai had already gone down. Thus, he didn't stop anywhere on the stairs. It was quite late when he finally reached the foot. All his teammates had returned long ago from their trips and were waiting for him in the carriage. He immediately hopped into it, and then they all headed back towards the hotel. San was so excited about his achievement. He couldn't hold back his emotions until they got home, so he told everyone about it in the carriage. Dubai was awestruck to know that he had reached the peak again. He embarrassingly said that he couldn't even hold it on the mountain till noon. Zicheng and Bingji said that they had made it halfway up the mountain. After everyone reported their progress, they asked Guli to reveal his experience. Guli was so pissed off because he had only made it to the 3rd step. It was a moment of shame for him. All his teammates consoled him and asked about the incident. He had traversed the first 2 steps quite easily. He didn't experience something unusual till the 2nd step, but as soon as he stepped onto the 3rd one, he felt as if he had entered a space made of crystals. From somewhere between the crystals, a human appearing just like him emerged and fought with him. Guli was knocked off the mountain with just a single punch from that man. The punch had plunged him down to the base of the mountain. He then had to pay 5 more elemental coins to climb up again. When San heard about his experience, he knew that it was nothing else but the Crystal Great Demon Emperor replication. However, there was one thing that didn't make sense. If that replicated person had the same abilities as Guli, then how could he use them more effectively? It could only be possible if he lacked self-awareness. If he persisted longer on the mountain, he would have been able to gain insight into his own abilities and powers. San said that he would accompany him to experience the mystery of the Crystal Palace. Guli was relieved as he wouldn't be alone the next day, but Dubai got offended. He didn't want to go alone either. San said that he couldn't go with him, but he explained to him about the experience beyond the halfway point of the mountain. Every step ahead of that limit had alternate auras and required alternate cultivations. He warned Dubai to take his time and prepare well before going beyond the halfway point. As far as Zicheng and Bingji were concerned, San told them to continue their cultivation on the Sword Saint Palace for 1 more day before switching the location. The carriage dropped them at their hotel, and everyone went straight into their rooms to rest for a while. San was also tired, but he didn't waste time resting. He sat on his bed and began meditation to gather the power of luck he had just absorbed. Back on the Heavenly Fox Mountain, he was afraid of his pre-incarnated divinity being caught by the demons, so he closed his heavenly spirit eye. Now that he was safe and secluded in his room, he opened it again. All the power of luck rushed into the eye. He felt overburdened by the intense power. He had absorbed just a small fraction of the entire power, and it felt so huge. No wonder it condensed the power of luck on the entire planet. A valuable lesson he learned from that day's experience was that good luck came with the backlash of bad luck. The fact that the second half of the stairs had good luck and bad luck simultaneously testified to the lesson. The higher he went, the greater was the effect of bad luck. Anyhow, he didn't think much about it because he had to give all his attention to the cultivation. As the next day dawned, everyone began with their usual routine and headed for the palaces. San accompanied Guli to the Crystal Palace. Since it was a first-rank demon palace, it was much taller and bigger than the previous ones he had visited. Shockingly, there weren't any pilgrims other than San and Guli on that mountain. They paid the elemental coins and entered the foot of the mountain. San was amazed to see that the entire mountain and the palace on top of it were made out of crystals. Meanwhile, Guli was nervous to step onto the stair track. He was anxious about his fight with his replicated opponent, but San counseled him that it would be all right. The opponent, despite having the same skills and abilities, was not a real man, and he couldn't copy his actions in any way. Because he was entirely the same in his abilities as Guli, his flaws could be utilized in order to knock him out of the battle. Guli's tension was reduced greatly, but he still required a few moments to gather courage and prepare for the encounter. Thus he stayed back, and San went on towards the stairs. As he set his feet onto the first step, he could feel his entire body being scanned in order to replicate an opponent with similar abilities. He quickly concealed his secret abilities and wrapped his body in a thick cloak of blue-silver Emperor's aura. A few seconds later, the scan was completed, and he moved on to the next step. There was a scanner on that step too. It was so powerful that it could penetrate into the deeper spiritual sea which he was hiding. San was pretty sure now that the first two steps were for scanning him inside out, and the third step was to replicate an opponent that he would have to fight. He quickly stepped onto the third step to visualize his opponent. All of a sudden, the environment changed, and everything changed into a crystal world. Out of the blue, a man resembling San emerged right in front of him. As he started attacking San, it was revealed that he could only use the blue-silver Emperor skills. Hence, it was proved that the scanner could not entirely replicate the abilities, as San's replica had none of the qualities that were hidden beneath the cloak. To fight with him, San used the blue-silver overload gun. The replicated opponent copied his attack and counteracted it with his blue-silver prison skill. However, he couldn't succeed in counteracting San, so he was knocked down immediately. San had won the fight against him. He had defeated him due to his combat experience from his previous life. The opponent tried his best to copy his moves, but couldn't duplicate his skills and memory, so he lost. As soon as the battle ended, the environment changed again, and everything returned to normal. Guli had also stepped onto the stairs to fight his replica. San didn't disturb him and continued with his journey towards the peak. The fourth and the fifth steps were similar to the first and the second steps, because San was scanned all over again. On the sixth step, he met an exact replica of him again. His strength was comparable to the replica on the third step. The only difference was that he had learned the blue-silver Spirit Emperor skills. It meant that the opponent wasn't entirely destroyed in the previous battle. Instead, he learned from it and came back stronger. However, it still wasn't an issue for San because he had many other ways to defeat him. He used the spiderweb restraint move to block his attacks. After blocking his attacks, he performed the ghost shadow perplexing trick to defeat him. Once again, he had won the battle, but he expected the same replica to appear 3 steps later again with both abilities engraved in his mind. Nevertheless, he moved forward onto the 7th step. Everything got back to normal again. At that moment, San understood quite well that the basic test of the palace was that the replica would eventually learn all the abilities. In that way, he would have to encounter a stronger and stronger version of himself in subsequent steps, and would have to find newer ways to defeat the replica. It was fine until when he found out that he would have to fight almost 500 battles to reach the peak. He totally freaked out. Did it mean that he would need 500 new moves to tackle his opponent? It was indeed going to be a tough job. As he moved on to the 9th step, the replica appeared again, with the knowledge of both the tricks used in the previous battles. He used both the ghost shadow perplexing technique and spiderweb restraint to escape and restrain San at the same time. However, San was still able to defeat him by using the controlling crane capturing dragon technique. It was one of the most famous techniques of his clan. The 3rd battle had successfully ended. He stepped onto the 10th step, expecting it to be a scanner again, but he was surprised by the results. The 10th step had taken him halfway up the mountain. Within the blink of an eye, he had traversed such a long distance. The sudden miracle falsified his concerns that he would have to win 500 battles to reach the top. He was saved from at least half of them. He wondered what kind of tests might be awaiting him in the second half of his journey. Moving on to the next 2 steps, he expected to be scanned. His prediction was correct. He was thoroughly examined from the inside for the replication of his abilities. Stepping onto the 3rd step from halfway, he geared himself up to fight a replica. However, to his utmost astonishment, there were 3 replicas in front of him. He was bewildered. How could he fight with 3 versions of himself all at once? It was so unfair to place one against 3 opponents. The replicated opponents didn't even grant him a second. They began attacking immediately. San could see 3 blue-silver strike arrays approaching him. There was no way they could be counteracted. He got all fidgety, but then realized that he had a first-class bloodline too. The golden liger flame could fight all those opponents at once. He utilized it to burn the blue-silver arrays. All 3 of the replicas were knocked over, and San had won once again. Though he had triumphed in the battle, he was worried about revealing the golden liger flame bloodline. However, it wouldn't pose him any danger because he had used it in the Sword Saint Palace too. What worried him even more was the fact that he would have to fight 3 replicas in the next round, and all 3 of them would be able to use the golden liger flame. He hesitantly traveled up to the next battling level, 3 steps ahead. As soon as he stepped there, he could see 3 discrete fumes being assembled as his replicas. He took advantage of spotting them early and restrained them with his spiderweb restraint skill. The first attack was aimed at the middle one, and the right and left replicas were attacked later on. Surprisingly, his plan worked. The middle one was killed even before it acquired the shape of a human. The next target was the left one. It was difficult to kill him because he had already assembled himself into a functioning human. San used the blue-silver overload spear as an initial attack toward him. The replica was so strong that it couldn't be defeated merely with a single trick. Without wasting time, he superimposed the first attack with the blue-silver emperor trick. Now, both of the skills together made a pretty strong attack on the replica. Within a split second, he was defeated too. 2 of the 3 highly strong replicas had been killed. He then aimed at the third one. Because there was only 1 replica left, he thought it would be easy to fight him. A strong gleam of the golden liger flame was approaching San from the opponent's direction. There was only one option to counteract it. If he used it, he would win the battle within seconds. But it was a very risky option. The only way to defeat him was to hop into the golden liger flame and freeze it. That move, though it was quite simple, required a lot of courage. Since it was the only way out, San jumped into the flame without thinking about the consequences. He gathered all his strength and spiritual energy and utilized it to freeze the ever-growing fire. That was it. He had counteracted the golden liger flame. He had won once again. All 3 replicas had been killed at once. Getting over that battle, he moved on to the next step. Surprisingly, he was just 3 steps away from the peak. He had almost reached the top. It meant that the last step of the stair track would be his final test. As per the previous records, there were 3 preliminary battles, each with 1 replica. After that, there were 2 intermediate battles with 3 replicas. Since there was only 1 final battle, it would possibly include 9 replicas. That was definitely going to be an onerous test. How on earth could one fight with 9 replicas at once? He wondered if he had any unused moves left to tackle them. Was the Crystal Palace crazy? Perhaps they didn't want anyone to reach the top. He didn't hop onto the final step immediately. He waited for a while and meditated to regain his lost strength. He required abundant strength because all the 9 replicas would have the golden liger flame. There was no way he could counteract them without revealing all his secret powers. If he revealed them, he would definitely be targeted by the Crystal Palace. He had several bloodline abilities, and his spiritual power reached the peak of 9th rank. The Crystal Demon Emperor wouldn't allow him to exist if he ever found out about his abilities. It was really dangerous for him to travel up to the last step. The safest option in that case was to retreat down the mountain. Nothing in the whole world was difficult, as long as one was willing to give it up. He had made up his mind that he wouldn't go to the top. As he turned back to go down the mountain, he was staggered to know that his feet were stuck. He couldn't move. Something was pulling him up. Was the Crystal Palace a force to be reckoned with? The power pulling him back was so strong that he couldn't bear it. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice telling him to go up to the top of the mountain now that he had already reached there. Someone was trying to persuade him to change his mind and continue going up. The voice said that if he had not been through the last step, then how could he assume it to be that dangerous? Only cowards would do as such, and cowards were not meant to become powerhouses. The counseling voice turned into a dictatorship all of a sudden. The unknown man ordered him to step ahead and fight the battle. It was a do-or-die situation. There was no chance for a do-over. His speech ended with him saying that these were the rules of his Crystal Palace, and that no pilgrim could rebel against them. It was the Great Demon Emperor. He was observing San. It seemed as if he was in great trouble. The force pulling him up became stronger and stronger. Eventually, it was able to drag him up to the last step. The environment turned crystalline again. The test was about to begin. Everything was going just as he had expected. 9 replicas appeared in front of him. They were slowly approaching him like waves approaching the shore. The first thing San could think of was the Zhuge crossbow to repress the replicas. Otherwise, they would besiege him instantly. However, the damage from the crossbow was minimal because the replicas burned the liger flame directly from their body instead of the bloodlines. The regression, though not so damaging, wasn't a complete failure. All the 9 replicas were injured to some extent. The injury didn't last long and they regained their strength. Now, all the replicas had surrounded him entirely. There was no way out. It was imperative for him to make use of his hidden powers in order to save his life. He was short of time to make a well-thought decision because 2 of the replicas had self-exploded with the golden ligger flame, and the explosion had injured him badly. If they continued exploding, he would be killed within no time. Now 7 replicas were standing around him. The golden ligger flame that they radiated turned into a magnificent aura collectively. San was confused to witness such a unique ability. He had never seen it before. Indeed, it was the omnipotent Crystal Demon Emperor's skill. It was more thorough than his understanding of the golden ligger flame. All of a sudden, San's fear intensified as he saw a virtual image of a huge liger in front of him. The replicas were trying to mess up with him, but San had a counteracting skill to teach them a lesson. Since they used illusions, he made use of his special teleportation skills to escape the encircled zone in which he was trapped. As he teleported himself outside the circle, he backfired onto the replicas with the blue-silver overload spear and the 1,000 accusing fingers. The attack was successful, and 2 more of them were killed. Now there were a total of 5 replicas to fight. Just at that moment, the battle took a strange turn. The Great Demon Emperor had been watching the battle since its beginning. He was quite impressed with San's skills and combat abilities. He had not seen such a talented human ever before. Owing to his special scanning abilities, he had discerned that San had a total of 4 bloodlines, 2 of which were first-class ones. Since he was quite fluent in killing his replicas, the Demon Emperor himself entered the combat ground to fight with San. He told San that his companion, who was still down the mountain on the initial steps, had skills similar to him but couldn't use them as efficiently. Because San's abilities were way more polished than his companion's, the Emperor wanted to test him further. He had seized his companion to add some spice to the exam. He gave San 2 options. The first one was to admit defeat and leave the mountain, but his companion Guli would be killed. The other one was to persevere and stand the demon's attack for 1 minute straight. In that way, his companion would be released. San was fed up with the fight and didn't want to indulge further in it. But when he came to know that his friend's life was endangered, he went with the second option. However, he had some conditions too. He asked the Emperor to release his friend even if he lost the battle against him. On the other hand, if he won the battle, he requested not to be enslaved to join the Crystal Palace. He wanted to live freely until he found his true direction. If enslavement was necessary, then he preferred dying without fighting. The Demon Emperor was quite stirred by his audacity. He promised to fulfill all his conditions. After deciding upon everything, both of them stood up in front of each other as opponents. The Emperor assured San that he wouldn't use power beyond his cultivation levels. However, he threatened to be merciless if San used any shortcuts. San deemed it necessary to bring forth his secret cards and talents to win the final battle. Without revealing his true powers, it was highly unlikely for him to defeat the Emperor. The countdown began, and the first attack was from the Emperor. He used the blue-silver overload spear in addition to 1,000 accusing fingers. San was bewildered to see the spiny spickles approaching him at an accelerated pace. The swift speed of the attack wasn't all. He had used a space-shattering Peacock transformation too, by virtue of which San's surroundings were shattered and foggy. He couldn't move to carry out his defensive move. The Great Demon Emperor was indeed worthy of being the number 1. He had put forward an excellent show as per his abilities, but San's counteraction was yet to come. He was all geared up to unfold the spectacular skills he had learned in his past life. The first and foremost requirement at that time was to stop the swift spicules. He used his special time delay spell to freeze them for a while. The Emperor was in total shock to see his blue-silver overload spear all sucked in. He had never come across such a trick before. Now that San was saved from the spears and spicules, he counteracted with a golden-winged rock transformation by utilizing his 5th bloodline power. As he slowly revealed his powers, the Great Demon Emperor was gaining more and more interest in the fight. Since he was much more experienced than San, he blocked his 5th bloodline power with his immortal Phoenix bloodline. It suppressed San's bloodline to a great extent. At that moment, San realized that the fight demanded more of him. He revealed his purple demon eyes to cast a negative aura on the Emperor. As expected, the demon got a little dazed by the intense power, giving San a few seconds to make his final move. That final move could either cost him his life or could gain him victory. He was standing at a stake with death at one end and victory at the other. There was nothing in between. He had decided to use the Heavenly Fox transformation, relying upon the luck of the spirit. That was the best he could do in those circumstances. He attacked the Great Demon Emperor with all his strength and waited for the outcome. He was somewhat positive about his victory because he had used his best power. Still, the results were highly surprising for him. The Emperor was immune to the attack. Someone couldn't stand firm against the purple demon's eyes. What worried San more was the fact that the Emperor had learned the purple demon eye trick from him and was using it against him. He was totally freaked out to see himself being controlled. He would die as soon as the demon gained entire control of him. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into his mind. He remembered that he yet had an even stronger power to utilize. The burning blood power could save him from the ferocious attack by the Demon Emperor. He gave himself another chance and risked his life to attack the opponent once again. That was definitely going to be his final chance. A few seconds later, he noticed his surroundings turning into an ocean. He was completely surrounded by water. The opponent had used another clever trick against him. He blocked San's burning blood power by the endless heavenly spirit emperor. He thought he would be able to knock him down with the ocean move, but he was unaware of the fact that San was an ocean lord in his pre-incarnated life. He had a pretty good experience dealing with the powers of the majestic sea. The emperor had unknowingly executed a move in favor of San. Perhaps it was a result of the heavenly fox's luck he had absorbed the previous day. San gradually took control over the water elements. He froze the water by using his burning bloodline again. Anyhow, the story took a strange turn again, when the emperor once again blocked all his moves. This time, he not only blocked him, but his size enlarged to such a great degree that San couldn't hold himself against him. He was assured of his death. He knew he was going to die in the next few moments. All the happy moments of his life passed through his eyes. He had no hope left. While he was drowning with hopelessness, the emperor suddenly began shrinking again. San was so confused to see the sudden regression. He had no idea what was going on. A while later, he got to know that a whole minute had passed by, and he had won the challenge. The great demon emperor congratulated him on winning the test. San was so relieved that he had finally made it through. His surroundings got back to normal. All the crystals had been dissolved. Within the blink of an eye, he had reached the peak of the mountain. The mighty crystal palace was in front of him. He had never imagined himself reaching that level. It all seemed like a dream. He was happy that he had achieved victory, but was worried about the powers he had revealed to the emperor. It appeared as if visiting the Crystal Palace was a huge mistake on his end. He wasn't expecting his true identity to be revealed to the Emperor. The great demon emperor of the Crystal Palace was definitely a powerful monster. San had no idea how he was going to be treated inside the palace after his secrets were revealed. All he could do at that moment was to use his spiritual sense and stay calm. Now that he had reached the top, he couldn't go back without entering the palace. His heart was pounding while he stepped inside, but he had to take that step no matter what. He felt an intense force of oppression coming from somewhere inside the palace. However, he endured it and kept on moving further. Going a few steps further, he paused as he saw someone coming out from one of the rooms. The man was so huge and sturdy, it could be nobody else but the great demon emperor. San was having a hard time identifying him because he had just met his replica. The real emperor appeared even more powerful and influential as compared to the replica. He had a unique charm and greatness. San dropped down on his knees in his respect and greeted him. The emperor didn't seem to be angry by his appearance. He was pretty calm and easy. He appreciated San's talent and questioned him on how he learned the skills because his bloodlines were so pure that they didn't seem to be copied. They mimicked the original powers. San replied that he wasn't sure of the process of gaining perfection in his skills. It could probably be because of his special ability to store bloodline powers after encountering them. However, his stored bloodlines were far lower in standard than those of the replica of the emperor. He didn't consider himself anywhere near in status to the great emperor. The emperor expressed his amazement that though he was omnipotent, he couldn't directly peep into his bloodlines. All he could visualize was the attacks being carried out directly by his spiritual power. He had not seen such a human who could execute all the skills with spiritual power instead of true bloodline power. Besides all the good things, he pointed out some weaknesses in his combat abilities too. His current strength required to be honed, and the abilities of his bloodlines were also covetable by others. As tokens of appreciation, he gave San 2 gifts. Along with the gifts, he advised him to visit the Crystal Palace when he reached the divine breakthrough level. He promised to protect him during the breakthrough. San was relieved as he received 2 gifts. He was assured that everything would be fine. The Emperor had not shown any sign of anger yet, which meant that he didn't have any issue with San's powers. There was a greater probability that he wouldn't have noticed his powers coming from the pre-incarnated life. Everything was going fine when, all of a sudden, the Emperor asked San about the skill he had used to control the water element. San got all numb as he honestly couldn't answer that question. He couldn't tell him that it was because of him being an ocean lord. He quickly made up an answer that it was a birth gift. He could control water elements since birth. Though his justification didn't make any sense, the Emperor trusted him. He couldn't spot any fakeness in his reply. When he cleared all his queries about San's talent, he brought the 2 tokens and presented them to him. The first one was the crystal mirror. It had 9 sides in total and represented the dignity and greatness of the Crystal Palace. It had the unique specialty of being able to replicate one's bloodline. However, that ability could only be used once. Hence, he advised San to use it with caution. Coming to the next token was a huge egg, which the Emperor had cultivated himself. He referred to it as San's second test, which he handed over to him. It was a test in the sense that when it hatched, its guardianship would be San's responsibility. He would be held responsible for any harm to it. The Emperor warned him to protect it well up till the divine rank. Unless he reached that rank, he was obliged to give the hatched organism whatever it demanded. If he failed the test, then death would be his fate. San was utterly confused. He couldn't understand the reason behind being assigned such a task, but he didn't find it reasonable to argue at that moment. Thus, he simply agreed with the Emperor and promised to try his best. With that, he was granted the permission to leave the palace. Without spending a single extra moment at the peak, San rushed down towards the base of the mountain. Reaching the base, he sighed in relief. He had closely escaped that death that day. Anyhow, at least he received 2 tokens. It wasn't a child's play to obtain the tokens from the Crystal Palace. He now had enough tokens to keep him safe at the Grand Coliseum. Since he could easily fight the battle, he decided not to visit any more palaces and waste time reaching the peaks. That time could be invested in the cultivation and polishing of skills. Being occupied with all kinds of thoughts, he didn't even realize when he reached the exit gate of the mountain. Guli was already waiting there for him. He was excited to report his progress to San. He had successfully fought 2 battles that day but lost his stamina at the 3rd level. San was happy with his friend's accomplishment. He told him that the 3rd battle onwards contained 3 replicas. Guli's reaction upon hearing about 3 replicas was so intense that San didn't bother telling him about the 9 replicas. He just told him that he had lost against the 3 replicas. As they ended their conversation, they got into the carriage and went to pick up the other group members. In the previous days, everyone used to be early and wait for San outside the palace. For the first time, they were done with their task early. Zooming out of the matters of the Shrek team, the camera rolled toward the inside of the Crystal Palace. The great demon emperor was having a discussion with one of his companions. The topic of the conversation was rather unexpected. They were talking about San's suitability for the Crystal Palace. Despite his skills being highly spectacular, he was a human after all. Humans could never be compatible with demons and monsters. However, the Emperor wasn't attracted by San's bloodline powers as much as he was attracted by his kind personality. The reason he passed the exam was his loyalty to his friend. He wasn't ready to abandon him. He risked his life for the sake of his dear friend. The loyalty depicts the strength of his character. A person's character was the foremost consideration for assessing his suitability for anything. Apart from character, he had some other striking qualities too. For example, he could use more than 3 bloodline powers at once. Adding all those points, San was a perfect fit for being selected as a member of the Crystal Palace. The Emperor was proud of his decision, and so was his companion. Coming back towards the Shrek team, they had reached their hotel just a few moments before night. It was a tiring day for all of them. Thus, they headed to their rooms without sharing any experiences with each other. San went to his room too, and sat on the bed peacefully. He took out the 2 tokens he had just received. For a while, he just gazed at the egg, and tried to figure out why he was given that token. Minutes later, he realized that it was a chance for him to excel in his dream. Maybe it could prove to be a step closer to his actual destination. After giving it a deep thought, he put both the gifts back in his safe lock and went to sleep. The next morning, all of them, except for San, headed towards their designated mountains. San stayed back at the hotel because he didn't require any more tokens. According to him, he had obtained everything he could from the palaces. After sending away everyone, he called his master Zhang to discuss future arrangements. Zhang asked him about his experience with the empires in the previous days, and he was shocked to hear that San had already obtained 3 tokens. It wasn't a regular thing to achieve such a high success in merely 3 days. It was hard for an ordinary man to get even a single token within such a short time. And that little kiddo got 3 of them. How astonishing it was. He wanted to talk more about it, but San was hesitant to reveal anything further. He changed the topic and asked Zhang about the matters of the headquarters. Zhang said that he was doing pretty well there. As he had broken through to the divine level, he was placed amongst the top fighters of the organization. His status earned him respect, and a position where no one could dare to mess up with him. Though he was enjoying his stay at the headquarters, he planned on going back to Kerry City after getting done with the matters of the ancestral court. San also missed his home and wanted to return, but he couldn't leave the ancestral court soon. One of the chores to complete was the team battle of the Grand Coliseum, and the other one was to take part in the Lingxi clan's e-commerce. He wanted to taste some sweetness first, after which he intended to give them the spirit fusion array. There was a huge play that he had planned in his mind. However, in executing his plan, he required some help from his teacher too, so Zhang decided to stay back for a few more days. They soon began the preparations for the play. San avoided going out on mountain hiking and spent more time in the hotel to teach Zhang the spirit fusion array so that he could help him with the plan. The other Shrek team members continued with their hiking. In the tenure of a few days, none of them were able to reach the top, but they gained a lot from the experiences. Zicheng, on her journey toward the peak of the immortal holy mountain, was almost killed by the blazing flame. She managed to save her life after giving in a lot of effort, but her bloodline power was purified, and her skills were polished by the tragedy she was about to meet. Bingji had been spending more time at the endless holy mountain. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the peak, but had made it to 3/4 up the mountain. He learned the ice element utilization perfectly. A couple of days passed by just like that. San had put a lot of effort into the spirit fusion array. When he was confident of its success, he visited the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce with his master Zhang. The twist in the play was that Zhang disguised himself as Master Lu. As they entered the chamber, the vice president of the chamber's commerce branch, Xu Ziran, was standing there to welcome them. It appeared as if he was familiar with San and his team already. San introduced him to the fake Master Lu. They were all invited inside. Sitting in the lounge, sipping some tea, they decided upon the official commerce matters. Ziran said that he had been waiting for Master Lu for a long time to close the business deal. San had once told him about the fake master to gain his trust. In the end, he asked Zhang to become the fake master. Zhang was doing quite a good job with the acting. He depicted himself as an old, serious, and strict man. Without talking bluff, he came straight towards the main topic. Ziran respected him as a true rich old freak and promised to fulfill any requirements or desires he had in order to lock the array deal. Lu said that his demands were very simple. In exchange for trading their arrays, he wanted the chamber to become his sales channel. However, regarding delivery, he asked for his items to be delivered as per his time requirements. He would also set the price. He elected San as his liaison and said that they would be available for business dealings on weekends only. Though there was no deficiency in Zhang's acting as Lu, Ziran started doubting him due to his egoistic attitude. To clear his doubts, Lu handed him over the Hailsword Saint as a token. As soon as he saw the token, Ziran had no doubts left in his mind. He fully trusted him as his business partner. To further clarify his concerns, Zhang even demonstrated the creation of the Spirit Fusion Array disc. That was the reason San taught him the Spirit Fusion Array trick. He wanted to prepare him well for his role in the play. He, indeed, was a very clever kid. There was one more task to accomplish. Since they required money for their team, San told Lu to accidentally reveal during the conversation that he was studying the array of bloodline powers for which he needed money and materials. If Ziran was clever enough, he would pick the hint and arrange some money for them. However, Ziran became uncomfortable with the mention of money. Lu immediately understood his discomfort and completely revealed all the fake information about the bloodline array. He acted as if he had mastered the science. As per his limited knowledge about the actual topic, the bloodline power array disc allowed the user to immediately possess the power on the disc. Because Lu was still researching, he could produce low-level bloodline power array discs. He had practiced making a simple array earlier to convince Ziran. As proof, he quickly made an array of the Spirit Clan's bloodline power and handed it to San. He used it to summon the Blue-Silver Emperor. Witnessing the array with his eyes, Ziran sunk into some deep thoughts. He considered the array to be a good pick for their Deer Clan, which wasn't good at fighting battles. The disc allowed its users to have different bloodline powers, which was exactly what their clan required. Lu was now at peace, and he had finally sparked an interest in Ziran's mind. He then came back to the main topic of monetary needs. His experimented product wasn't mature enough yet because the materials it required were high-end, expensive products, and high-grade blood. He then expressed his positive hopes that the Lingxi Chamber would provide the materialistic requirements. He didn't want the money for charity. He wanted it against the proceeds from selling the array discs. As far as the blood was concerned, the experiment would proceed better with the help of the blood of the Heavenly Spirit Emperor, or the Great Demon Emperor. Ziran was convinced to help him, but he couldn't make the decision on his own. He said that he would convey the news to his master and leave the decision to him. The Blue-Silver Emperor's array disc was given to San because he had to participate in the Grand Coliseum. Ziran ended the meeting by saying that he would deal with San for the rest of the matters. Since Lu had nothing more to do in the meeting, he teleported himself back home. San and Zhang had successfully made a fool out of Ziran. Perhaps that was the play they had been planning on for the last few days. They faked the study program to obtain the most out of their business deal. After Zhang left, Ziran once again assured San that the Lingxi clan would make sure to support him in the battle. Though he had their support, the rules of the Grand Coliseum were quite different from those of Kerry City. It was more of a melee fighting there. Even the exact location of the battle was kept a secret. It took place in an area called the Hell Garden, which wasn't accessible to any ordinary person. Each time a battle takes place in that area, more than 50% of the people taking part in it are killed. As he slowly revealed the information about the competition, San was getting fretful. He didn't imagine it to be that difficult. However, in the end, Ziran said that he didn't need to worry because they wouldn't send a strong team as his opponents. One of the rules of the Grand Coliseum was that first-level bloodlines and powerhouses above the divine level couldn't take part in the battle. With those exceptions, there wasn't anyone stronger than the Shrek team who could fight against them. They should stay cautious, only because the number of opponents might increase to a level that makes it difficult for them to win. The end result of winning the contest was that the winner would be able to break through to the divine level in a much easier and more comfortable way. After briefing him about the Grand Coliseum, Ziran introduced him to the arrangements they had made for the battle. There were still 4 days left before the contest, thus it was imperative for San to get familiar with all the preparations. As San saw the preparations, he was relieved. At that point, he was assured that the Lingxi clan had his back. It seemed as if they had bribed the Coliseum. When all the things were discussed clearly, San asked for his leave and returned back to the hotel, where he met Zhang. He appreciated how well his teacher had acted. If there was a real Master Lu, he would have been no different than Zhang. San told his master about everything that happened after he left. When all the reports were given, they both went outside to the local shops to buy some of the necessary stuff for the battle. San had planned on setting up a soundproof array in his place. Zhang bought all the materials for him, and after he had gone home, San taught him how the array was made. In that hustle and bustle, it was almost evening. The sun was about to set when the other team members of the Shrek team returned from their hikes. At the dinner table, San arranged a short meeting and informed everyone about the necessary instructions to stay safe during the battle. He mentioned his partnership with the Lingxi clan, too. Since they all had gained enough experience of the palaces, he ordered them not to go on hikes anymore, and to spend that time in the preparations for the battle. He himself had planned on taking some hidden weapons and array discs, which he brought along to the meeting and showed them. Taking hidden weapons was necessary because they couldn't fully trust the Chamber of Commerce's arrangements. They couldn't simply rely on them for everything. In the last few days remaining before the battle, San focused on making hidden weapons and discs. They were all so busy in the preparations that the day of the battle had arrived within the blink of an eye. The sun of the most awaited day had officially dawned. The Shrek team members were quite nervous, but they kept trying to keep themselves calm. They traveled to the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce. They kept their faces covered with masks. At the chamber, they met Ziran. He gave each of them a special suit to keep their identities concealed. Along with the suits, they were all given cards with a number written on them to verify their true identity. The Shrek team numbers were from 11 to 15. Before leaving, he gave San a storage ring and reminded him again of everything they had prepared for the battle. When they got completely ready to leave, a carriage was booked specially to take them to the secret location, the Hell Garden. As they entered the carriage, its doors and windows were completely sealed to keep the participants from knowing the true location of the Hell Garden. Traveling in that carriage was as if being blindfolded. They were even given eye shields to create pitch darkness. There was no way to peep outside. About 2 hours later, they had finally arrived at their destination. Outside the main entrance of the Hell Garden, the participants were disboarded from the carriage. They were to walk to the battle from that point onwards. The secret gate opened, and all the participants from different teams were called inside. Once inside, they were allowed to take off their eye shields. The area inside the main gate was just a regular area with barren land and stray plants. San visualized the other participants for the first time. Surprisingly, they were all dressed the same. There was no difference among members of any team. They all looked alike. That could create a problem for them during the fight. After traveling a few steps into the barren land, they reached a strange building that bordered the actual battlefield. In front of the buildings, a few heavily armed men were standing. They asked the participants to show their numbered cards for verification, after which they would be allowed to enter. They even threatened to kill any person who had entered without a verified card number. The participants slowly began entering by showing their cards. San was amongst the middle ones to enter. As he came near the gate, he realized that it wasn't some ordinary kind of building. It was merely a small plane attached to their planet. Now, he understood the reason why he didn't let the people above the divine level participate in the Grand Coliseum. The small plane would be way too small to accommodate them. The place would become chaotic in their presence. Showing his card to the investigating officer, he entered the gate. To his utmost surprise, it wasn't an aircraft either. As soon as he stepped inside, there wasn't any ground to support his feet. It was all air. It was an empty space. No wonder why they were given such heavy suits to wear. Those suits contained the parachutes that kept them floating. San was extremely anxious. How could he fight in the air? Nothing made sense at that moment, but luckily the stressful period was over soon. He floated for a few seconds and then landed on the ground. The landing was so harsh that it made him lose track of everything. As he regained his senses, he realized that he was sitting in a beautiful garden among the most beautifully scented flowers. Was it the Hell Garden? Indeed it was. His teammates landed beside him too. Now that the whole team was together, San revised the rules of the Hell Garden, which Zirin had told them. The garden had only one exit, so they should run towards it as soon as possible to avoid any unnecessary inconvenience. Coming to the Hell Garden's beauty was breathtaking. There were two kinds of flowers in there, the cold ones and the warm ones. The warm zone was safe as compared to the cold zone. Every now and then, songs would be played in the garden. Upon playing songs, an exit gate would appear. However, the duration during which songs would be played, the safe zones would reduce, and the danger zones would expand. In other words, the warm flowers would be replaced with a large number of cold flowers. The songs would be played for variable time spans, but when they are played longer than the time required to completely replace warm flowers with cold flowers, the exit would be closed. From that moment onwards, no one would be allowed to leave. The ones who left before that moment would be the lucky ones. San took a quick scan of the garden and saw that more than 2/3 of the garden was covered with warm flowers, which meant that they had a greater chance to exit in the beginning. They summoned all his team to stand in the warm zone. San was so mesmerized by the enchanting allure of the beauty. The floral scent was so soothing and calming. He couldn't stop himself from touching the flowers, but as soon as he touched one, he was shocked. All of a sudden, he felt an intense, monstrous, evil thought that tried to swallow his spiritual willpower. His teammates were staggered to see his condition like that. He immediately retreated his hand and forbade his companions from directly touching the flowers. There were tons of evil thoughts hidden under the blanket of apparently beautiful flowers. Dubai, upon hearing that they were surrounded by danger, told everyone that they shouldn't wait for the song to play and then escape. It would be much better to run and find the exit even before the game began. He was desperate to contribute to the team contest, so he used the Heavenly Fox's luck, which he had absorbed when he went up the peak. His perspective was that he could navigate the exit with the power of luck. As he cast the spell, an illusion of a Heavenly Fox appeared. It was still in its formative stage with a single tail, which was to turn into 3 tails. When it matured, San realized that its tails had turned black near their ends. He was taken aback because black tails were a sign of bad luck. Dubai had accidentally used the spell of bad luck. They could end up in huge trouble due to the accident. The cold flowers, which were away from them, slowly grew towards them, and the warm ones disappeared. The situation had intensified to the extent that the dangerous cold flowers had almost reached the area on which they stood. In that time of terror, San served as a savior for the Shrek team. He used his time change skill to slow down the growing cold flowers. Immediately, the rate of growth slowed down but didn't stop completely. Time change couldn't save them from death. San realized that some other powerful skill was needed to supplement the time change. He used the purple demonize aura to completely halt the progress of the cold flowers. Eventually, they stopped growing just a few inches from where the Shrek team was standing. What a close escape it was. Dubai was crying and wailing the whole time. He was pretty sure that he had used good luck. How could it turn into bad luck all of a sudden? San warned him from using the Heavenly Fox transformation again because there was something wrong with the environment of the Hell Garden. He knew that the ancestral court had placed a tricky plot in that area. To tackle that efficiently, he said that he would make some dangerous moves and attempts, thus moving away from the rest of them to ensure their safety. After walking almost 200 to 300 meters away, he stopped. That amount of distance would keep them safe. His friends, who were gazing at him throughout, were instantly shocked to see that he stopped just at the border of warm and cold flowers. What was he up to? Was he trying to do some strange stunt by walking into the cold flowers? They were extremely worried, but no one dared to stop him. Meanwhile, San, who was standing at the border, wondered what it would be like to step into the cold zone. He had something cooking in his mind, but for that plan, it was necessary to enter the danger zone. Perhaps he was trying to find out about the secret beneath the cold flowers. There was no better way to find it out than experiencing it himself. So he gathered courage and stepped beyond the border. As soon as he set his foot in the blue region, he was struck by a strong death aura. His feet were tugged by the flowers and were being pulled down by a strong suction. His multiple bloodlines and life aura were rapidly being drained. He tried to remain steadfast and firm, and diverted his attention from the drainage by destroying one of the blue flowers. Just a second later, he could feel his body getting numb and cold. It was a sign of bad luck. The bad luck was entering his body. Did he do something wrong? Was the destroyed flower avenging him? To his surprise, the flower he just plucked and destroyed had grown back to the exact same size. What on earth was the philosophy behind that? There was definitely something wrong in that place. Dubai's good luck had turned into bad luck, and now that flower had regrown. Judging by the happenings, he concluded that the Hell Garden must have something to do with bad luck. Since San had absorbed the power of bad luck back on the mountain too, he thought of using it against the bad luck of the Hell Garden. Most probably both of them would clash and lead to a new result. He released the bad luck aura immediately without pondering over it further. A few seconds had passed, but nothing changed. Everything was the same. The cold flowers were still growing, and the warm ones were regressing. However, when he released the bad luck, he could feel his perception connect to the space. He could comprehend and perceive things situated thousands of meters away from him. His mind could sense countless evil thoughts, and bad luck spread all around. Upon further contemplation, he noticed that all the bad luck converged towards a single point, which could be the source of its origination. What exactly could be there? It wasn't any good thing for sure. Suddenly, a mesmerizing and hypnotizing song was played in the background. San almost lost his attention for a while. He was attracted to the site from which the song was played. Surprisingly, the sound was coming from the same direction as that of the bad luck. They could be linked to each other. As he looked around, he spotted a light pillar. It was the same pillar Zoran had told him about. He said that it was situated opposite the source of bad luck. Out of the blue, he heard his mates calling him. There was an emergency at their end. They had spotted the exit already, but Zicheng had fainted because of the song being played. San rushed towards them and used his purple demon eyes to wake her up. The song had been blocked by the purple demon's eyes, which caused Zicheng to regain consciousness. As soon as she got up, they rushed towards the exit. The exit was gradually moving out of sight as the cold zone was expanding. It wasn't easy for them to reach the exit. Due to the strong suction force of the ground, flying wasn't possible either. They couldn't cross the cold zone without flying. In those circumstances, Bingji put in some effort and built an ice boat. They boarded onto it, and Zicheng blew a strong puff of air to slide it quickly through the ground. San was totally lost in the song during the journey. The sound was only music, but he could comprehend the lyrics mingled in it. He clearly understood that it said that heaven and hell were both located within the earth. The same series of events continued for half an hour, after which the song finally stopped humming. The transitioning of warm and cold zones paused too. The light pillar, however, remained at the same position. San was constantly looking for the source of bad luck. It came from a vague direction. He wanted to reach it, but the foremost task at that moment was to safely bring his team members to the exit. All of a sudden, he heard a very familiar voice coming from somewhere very close to him. As he thought hard about it, he realized that it was the Crystal Great Demon Emperor's voice, which came from the egg that he had given him as a token. San screamed loudly in confusion, but the Emperor calmed him down by saying that he had attached a spiritual form of himself to the egg. He was going to remain with it until it hatched. The situation took a strange turn when all of a sudden, the Emperor ordered the egg to hatch as the melodious sound of the song being played in the background was the perfect opportunity for it to hatch safely. San's heart almost missed a beat when he learned that the egg was going to hatch right there in the Hell Garden. San didn't have the slightest idea about the Great Demon Emperor's spirit traveling with him. Now that he had ordered the egg to hatch, things couldn't go as planned. He couldn't carry out the moves which he had planned with Ziran. He had to remain cautious at each step to take care of the new life. If he failed to protect it, he would be crippled to death without mercy. Plus, he had not even informed his mates about the egg. What a big mistake he had made. To bring everything back to normal, he called for the boat to be stopped and disboarded it. When everyone else had gotten off the boat as well, he told them that he had been keeping a secret from them. He revealed everything about the visit to the Crystal Palace. He told them about the egg he received as a token, which was about to hatch at any moment. He told them that he would be going somewhere far from the hustle and bustle of the warm and cold zones to hatch the egg safely. In the meanwhile, the rest of the team members could go to the exit and wait for him there. His friends were shocked at everything. For the first time ever since they had joined the Shrek team, they refused to obey his orders. They didn't agree on going to the exit and leaving San alone. It wasn't free of danger to let him go alone. They collectively made the decision to accompany San to the place where he was going to hatch the egg. San was overwhelmed to see his companions' support, but he was reluctant to take them along since the trip could be highly risky. However, they all said that they wanted to go because San had always shown concern towards them. Thus, it was their turn to return his favor. After a lot of thinking, San eventually agreed to take them along. He was worried for their safety, but then he said that he would try and manage everything. After that, they all boarded the boat again and began traveling, but this time, the boat was directed opposite the exit. San was guiding the way, and Guli had sped up the boat with time change skills. The journey turned out to be a very long one. They traveled for a whole day. There were short breaks after every 2 hours, but the journey was still a very hectic one. On their way, they noticed the cold flowers growing broader and broader. The warm belts were getting smaller and smaller, and some of them were also disrupted in between. They tried moving in the warm zones, but in areas of belt breaks, they had to travel through the cold zones. San used his liger flame power to open a path between the cold flowers. Though they crossed the danger zone speedily, each of them experienced some degree of spirit and power being drained by the cold flowers. Fortunately, they had cultivated very well in advance, so replenishing their powers wasn't much of an issue for them. During their journey, they crossed the 3 cold flower belts. As they passed beyond the third one, The second song sounded. The warm flower belts, which were already very narrow, grew even narrower. There was enough space for their boat to just move forward. San was extremely worried about the surroundings. He had brought along his entire team. If anything bad happened to them, he would regret his decision for his entire life. He nervously asked the spirit of the great emperor if they still had to travel ahead, to which he replied that there was yet some distance to be traveled. San's worry couldn't be calmed. He requested the emperor to ensure their safe return to the exit. The emperor had promised to do so, but San didn't fully trust him. He had prepared himself for the worst-case scenarios. If they faced anything adverse, he was ready to give up the mission and put his life at stake just to save his friends' lives. He kept moving forward on the condition of retreating as soon as they faced any adversity. Soon, the third song sounded. The cold zones were growing at a very swift pace. The warm zones had immensely shrunken. The boat had to travel through cold flowers every 1,000 meters. All of a sudden, San shouted out loud and ordered Bingji to stop the boat immediately. He had been using his perception to navigate the warm zones. From that point onwards, he couldn't see any safe zones till thousands of meters ahead. There was intense darkness, bad luck, and evilness in front of him. He instructed his companions to wait for him in the warm belt while he went ahead alone with the egg. Bingji was reluctant to send him alone, but San assured him that he would be safe. He promised them that he wouldn't risk his life for the sake of that mission. If he met a point where going further could pose a danger to his life, he said that he would retreat immediately. He told them to wait for him till the sound of the next song. If he had not gotten back by then he would catch up with them later, and they should have gone to the exit. With that, he jumped into the sea of cold flowers. He used the golden liger flame to make way for him. Now that he was alone, his energy consumption was reduced to a great extent as he had reduced the protective range of the flame. He didn't use any sort of teleportation or any other shortcut. He straight away ran through the cold flowers to minimize the use of energy. The deeper he progressed into the danger zone, the more cold flowers there were. He was consuming energy for two things, for moving forward and for fighting the bad luck of the cold flowers. He kept on running at the same pace for almost 2 hours, after which he got extremely exhausted. He just couldn't force himself to move any further. He conversed with the spirit of the emperor that his limit was reached, and he could not move ahead. At that moment, the spiritual energy radiating from the egg began growing. It grew into long bands and wrapped around San's arms. They radiated blue-silver energy and turned into blue-silver grass. Slowly, the bands wrapped around his entire body. San was befuddled as he couldn't move his arms and feet. He asked the emperor what it was all about. A while later, he realized that the cold flowers around him were no longer harming him. They had lost the ability to attack him. The spiritual aura had blended with the bad luck of the flowers and had neutralized it. It wasn't making sense at all. What could it be? Could it be assimilation? It indeed was assimilation. The crystal great demon emperor was omnipotent. The blue-silver grass assimilated with the cold flowers. The drainage of his energy and life aura had also stopped. He wondered why that energy had not appeared earlier. Since the suction pull from the ground had disappeared too, he could fly now. He summoned his spiritual radiant wings and flew over the cold zone toward the source of the song. The blue-silver energy bands expanded and wrapped around the wings too. Flying was never that fun ever before. His speed of traveling over the cold flowers was so much faster than when he was running over them. Because the flowers weren't attacking him, he didn't have to use the golden liger flame anymore. It took him an hour to travel a distance greater than what it took him 2 hours to do so earlier. Soon, he had arrived at the source of the sound. He couldn't believe that he arrived so early. The source of the sound was something very different from what he had imagined. It wasn't any black hole of anything. It was a very magnificent, beautiful, and charming white flower. It was so huge that the ripples caused by its movement could spread out through the entire Hell Garden. The flower was protected by a bubbled shield around it. San stepped closer to it and touched the shield. As soon as he touched it, he could feel a sense of rejuvenation move around his body. He felt a very strong force of life. All the fatigue had vanished within a second. In relation to the Hell Garden with all the bad luck and evilness, the white flower alone could serve as a heaven garden. He took out the egg and held it closer to the shield so that it could absorb its life energy. It absorbed quite a lot of it, but it seemed as if there was no end to the energy. Soon he realized that the white flower wasn't radiating only life energy, it was a vast reserve of the Heavenly Fox's luck too. The imprint of the Heavenly Fox's transformation in his body evolved as it was nourished by luck. If he had known that before, he would have brought Dubai along because he had experienced the Heavenly Fox Mountain too. His cultivation would have improved to a great extent as well. Staying around the majestic white flower was so calm and peaceful. He wanted to get more of the coziness, so he flew up to the top of the shield. The comfort was increasing more and more as he flew nearer to the surface of the white flower. The Heavenly Fox energy that he had absorbed back on the mountain had turned into an illusion of an actual fox. San was unaware of a mighty spiritual fox growing larger and larger behind his back. All of a sudden, the fox snatched the divine consciousness out of the egg. Though San couldn't visualize the heavenly fox, he felt a sudden change when the divinity was taken away. The voice of the crystal great demon emperor started becoming feeble and then vanished completely. He knew that the emperor was no longer watching him. What a great relief it was to not be watched. San continued to fly higher and higher until he reached the top of the shield. From that point onwards, there was no shield. The white flower was accessible to him. He wanted to experience the aura inside the shield, so he jumped inside. Landing on one of the biggest petals of the flower, he sensed that the energy was several times stronger than on the outside. It rushed into his veins like a spring from the ocean. The energy was so strong and nourishing that it enlightened all the bloodlines moving in San's body. His cultivation level had reached the peak of 8th rank. The liger transformation had also evolved to the peak of the 8th tribulation. Other than the liger bloodline, the rest of them were trying to evolve up to the peak too. It was a golden opportunity for him to improve all his bloodlines. He could take his energy reserves to the maximum. To make good use of the energy, he placed the egg down to free his entire body. As he peacefully stood to infuse maximum power, the song started sounding again. He could hear it much clearer than before as he was standing on top of the source through which it originated. By virtue of the melodious song, the energy around him became much more intense. He felt a materialized touch as it flew past him. Not only that, but he also noticed a strange change in the environment. His surroundings were filled with some uniquely luminous stones whirling around an axis. San knew very well that those stones were the lucky stones. They had a huge quantity of good luck infused into them. He was so sure about it because he felt the same, while being surrounded by them as he felt at the Heavenly Fox Mountain. His attention was diverted all of a sudden by a crackling sound. As he looked down towards the egg, he saw that it was beginning to hatch. He didn't expect it so early. To witness the hatching properly, he sat down by the egg and watched it eagerly. He was immensely surprised to see something like a human hand coming out of the egg. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but when the shell crackled further, he could see his apprehension becoming true. It indeed was a human coming out of the egg. It was a small baby girl. She was so cute. Her eyes were sparkling with innocence. There was no chance of her being non-human, but it was strange to see her being birthed by eggs. Keeping the bizarreness in his mind, he wasn't ready to believe what he saw. Perhaps that baby was a descendant of the crystal great demon emperor. There was no way for humans to be born from eggs. It could only be explained if one of the parents was a human and the other was non-human. If that baby girl was really a descendant of the great demon emperor, then her mother must be a human. If that didn't make sense, then the other scenario could be that the crystal great demon emperor wasn't a male. It was a female dragon. Well, that didn't make sense to San too, because he had seen the emperor himself. He was definitely a man. The situation was getting him so confused that he didn't bother thinking about it anymore. He blew off the matter by saying that it might be some secret of the emperor. Getting over the thoughts, he looked down at the egg and found out that the baby girl had matured enough that she could sit on her own. Now, that was something highly strange. It wasn't normal for a human baby. He got even more worried as he saw the baby continuously growing. Her growth was visible to the naked eye. Within just a few seconds, she had grown up to appear as a 6-year-old child. What could the mystery be? The situation kept on getting out of control as the girl began talking a few minutes later. She referred to San as Dad and leaped onto him to hug him. San had no idea what was going on with him. He couldn't understand anything. However, because the baby was a human, and the Emperor had tasked him to look after her, he had to do something about it. He draped her in a loose cloth arbitrarily stitched into a shirt. That was all he had at that moment to dress her. Because the girl began talking just after being born, he asked her about her name. She was silent, probably because she wasn't named yet. San decided to call her Jing Jing because she was born from an egg. The girl was happy to get a name. She got so attached to San within the previous few minutes that she couldn't resist herself thinking of him as her father. San explained to her that he wasn't her father. After taking care of the necessary things, he returned to absorbing the energy. This time, he had little Jing in his arms too. He tried not to be disturbed by her presence and focused on the lotus pod. There was still a bloodline that he had not yet transformed to the peak of level 8, so he wanted to get done with it before the song stopped. It was a pity that he was so unlucky. As soon as he focused on the pod, the song stopped. The energy around him weakened. He had failed to get the most out of the intense energy. Anyhow, he had stayed on the flower for too long and it was time to leave. If he stayed there further, he was afraid that the assimilation of the flowers might disappear. He held Jing in his arms and flew out of the white flower shield. Outside the white flower zone, all the flowers were cold. He wanted to make sure the assimilation effect was still there, so he swooshed a blade of blue-silver grass to see the reaction. He was happy to know that the effect was still there, as the energy of the grass had intermingled with that of the cold flowers. Little did he know that the major problem wasn't about the assimilation. As he tried to fly over the cold zone, he realized that he couldn't move his body at all. He was stuck at the same spot. Out of the blue, he saw dense black fumes approaching him from the cold zone. The fumes represented bad luck. As it grew closer, the good luck from within his body began clashing with it. It seemed as if both the lucks were using his body as a medium for competing with each other. Both the opposite powers clashed and collided fiercely inside his body. San knew that he had made a huge mistake of waiting and testing the assimilation of the cold flowers. If he had rushed outside immediately, then the two energies would not have gotten enough time to clash. The white and black energies were fighting and colliding like two oppositely charged magnets. Both the energies had turned into heavenly foxes of luck. The fox of good luck was white in color, and the one of bad luck was black. His body was connected inside and out to the environment. It was slowly getting out of control as the two heavenly foxes' tails intermingled with each other. The situation demanded strong action from San. Something had to be done immediately. As he glanced at Jing, he saw that half her hair had turned black, and the other half was white. She had also suffered the clashing of luck. If it continued for some more time, the poor little soul might die. He had to save her no matter what. After all, she called him Papa. It was his responsibility to protect her life. He needed to use the most powerful skill he had. The best fit for getting out of that situation was to use the divine consciousness. However, before he could use his divine consciousness, little Jing screamed at the top of her throat all of a sudden. Her shriek was loud enough to deafen a person standing near her. The sound waves traveled outwards in all directions. The waves were so strong that they cut off the tails of both the heavenly foxes. The clashing energies finally came to peace. San was freed of the shackles holding him back. He could move freely. He thought of rushing out without staying back for even a second, but was interrupted again as he saw Jing's radiated a golden light. She was glowing with intense brightness. After looking into the matter, he found out that Jing had created a new bloodline brand within his body. Her loud shriek was definitely something out of the world. She had incorporated a whole new bunch of powers in San's body. He was glad that the powers had not collided or clashed with any other bloodline in his body. The brand of the bloodline was rather a peculiar one. Its logo was shaded black and white, representing bad and good fortune. Perhaps it was created by the mingling of both the luck. It was shaped like a yin-yang fish. He was highly shocked and amazed at the same time to see all the changes occurring so suddenly. There was a slight element of excitement too, which compelled him to try out the new powers. Since the black one was bad luck, he thought of trying the white one first. As he brought it into action, he noticed all the cold flowers turning into warm ones. Within a split second, the entire sea of cold flowers was transformed into beautiful and charming warm flowers. Comprehending the results of the white energy, San concluded that it was the domain power. He was so thrilled that he had acquired it. Since it was such an interesting new addition to his skills, he thought of playing around with it. He tried the black part of the energy, which caused all the warm flowers to turn back into cold flowers. That was not all. He invented other ways of using power. He first activated the black power and then both the powers at the same time. The results were highly unexpected. All the flowers in his surroundings turned into black-colored ones. Next, he used white energy first, and then both of them were combined, which resulted in all the flowers turning pure white. He was having so much fun controlling the flowers of the Hell Garden. He wished to have the same powers even outside the Hell Garden. When he tried out all the features of the new power, he didn't waste any more time there. He ignited his wings and flew at a breakneck speed in the direction where he came from. After almost 2 hours of continuous flying, he saw his teammates standing at the same spot he had left them. They had been waiting for him all those hours. They were so excited to finally see him back all fit and sound. They told him that the warm flowers at their end were shrinking at a very swift pace, and asked about the things at his end. San assured them that everything went fine at his end. He promised to tell them everything on their way back towards the exit. As they boarded back onto the boat, the music started sounding again. His friends were extremely worried about the warm zones getting smaller, but San had a solution to that problem. He calmed them down by saying that the cold flowers were no more a threat to them. He showed them a practical demonstration of what he was trying to say by turning the blue flowers surrounding them into warm flowers. All his friends were totally taken aback. They wondered what kind of power he had by which to control the colors of the flowers. He told them that he had absorbed some luck at the center of the garden. As a token, he transferred some of it to them too. After that, he finally made up his mind to reveal the big incident that had just occurred at the center. But before that, he asked them for a commitment to keep everything secret. It was a matter which was to be kept secret from the whole continent. Before he could say something, Bingji came forward and said that he shouldn't reveal the secret if he couldn't trust them with it. He, on behalf of the Shrek team, said that they all trusted San's judgment, and there wasn't any need to tell them anything if it was such a confidential matter. The secret could be revealed later. Everyone else agreed to Bingji. They acknowledged that they weren't yet ready to carry the burden of such a huge secret. When no one wanted to hear the story, San didn't bother to reveal it either. They began with the journey of return towards the exit. On their way back, they heard 2 more songs. The frequency with which the songs were played was gradually getting faster. The warm flowers had reduced to the extent that there were merely a few of them floating around in massive seas of cold flowers. However, with San's domain power, they were able to cross the cold zones without any harm. Soon they arrived at the light pillar near the exit. They had reached close to the exit at the very right time. It was just about to open. All the other participants might have gathered there too. San told his companions about the plan that the Lingxi clan had made for them. They sent a very strong team to the Hell Garden, where the Shrek team members could exchange their cards and leave the exit. All they had to do was to reach the exit. Everything else was to be taken care of by the other team. Since that team was of monsters and demons, the ancestral court wouldn't dare to create hurdles on their way out of the exit. If they spotted any humans coming out of the exit, they would surely prevent them from coming outside. For that purpose, San had planned with Ziran to exchange their human identities with the demon identities of the other team. San asked Bingji to stop the boat a few meters away from the exit, and he went over to check the situation out there. He saw that the fight to escape the exit had already begun there. All the participants were fighting their way out. In those circumstances, it wouldn't be an easy task for the Shrek team to escape without aid from the Lingxi clan's team. There was a complete mess at that spot. The fight was definitely going to be a strong one because everyone out there was at the 9th rank or above. As per San's judgment, there were over 10 people in that chaos who had achieved the Liger Sword Saint level. Under those circumstances, it wasn't wise to enter the swarm at that moment. San went back to his friends and instructed them to wait and watch the fight from a distance, as there was no use in entering it at that time. Everyone followed his instructions and sat on the carpet of warm flowers, which San had transformed by his domain of power. They all meditated there and polished their cultivation instead of wasting their time and attention on the battle going on near the exit. All of a sudden, their peaceful meditation was disturbed by a huge explosion that occurred at the exit. It banged so loudly, and its shockwaves could be felt hundreds of meters away from the actual site. The massive explosion blew away everyone's mind. San could sense its power being comparable to divinity. The matter of concern was that there was no divine-level powerhouse in the Hell Garden. How could such an enormous and horrific explosion take place without apparent powerhouse? Surprisingly, the sound of the hustle and bustle taking place near the exit had vanished along with the explosion. Could it be that the exit had opened? Taking a closer look, San found out that the exit had actually opened. The battle was over. It was finally the time to leave the Hell Garden. The explosion alone had reduced the number of contestants at the exit to half. It was better that the Shrek team had not indulged themselves in that exit fight. San ordered his team to rush towards the white light coming out of the exit to meet the demon team in time. As they reached there, San was bewildered to find out that the demon team wasn't there. He searched for them a lot but couldn't find them. Could it be that they died in the explosion too? Well, if that was the case, then Ziran's plan had completely failed. They had to make their way out on their own. It was pretty obvious that the ancestral court members would create problems for them, but San was confident because of the 3 tokens he had brought with him. Those tokens would make a way out for him. He didn't let the failure of Plan A become a hurdle on his way out. He made a Plan B immediately. To execute it, he ordered his friends to smear blood all over their bodies to pretend as if they were injured in the blast too. Meanwhile, Ziran, who was waiting outside the exit for San and his team, had turned pale because his plan had been leaked. The team whom he had bribed to save the Shrek team was besieged by the other contestants. They were defeated and sentenced to death. But before they were killed, they blew themselves up and killed a lot more contestants along with themselves. The explosion was actually the result of their face-saving. Ziran was extremely worried about the well-being of the Shrek team. He prayed for their safe return. If anything bad happened to them, he would be screwed because the superiors had attached great importance to their cooperation. He was encountered by Fei Bian outside the exit. He was the president of the Tiantong Chamber of Commerce. The Lingxi Chamber was a sworn enemy of the Tiantong Chamber. Fei must definitely have visited to laugh at Ziran. Well, the reality wasn't far from the assumptions. Fei had actually shown up for condoling with Ziran. The team he had bet a lot of money on had blown up. Fei was very happy seeing his miserable state, but couldn't directly laugh at him as it would spark their enmity even more. Fate showed mercy to Ziran at that moment, as he was saved from Fei jeering at him. He didn't have to reply to his lame questions because he saw San and his team coming out from the exit. He was so relieved as San called out to him. He rushed towards San and hugged him tightly. The Shrek team had scared the hell out of him. He didn't want to listen to any explanations at that moment. He straightaway called them to board the carriage. The talking could be done later. While they were entering the carriage, Faye was staring at the Shrek team and Ziren's obsession with them. He didn't understand why Ziren was so mad about them. After all, they were just humans. What was so enthusiastic about humans? He was desperate to find out the reality behind that VIP human team. Inside the carriage, San and Ziren had a deep discussion about what happened inside the Hell Garden. San told him that the team he had chosen to replace their identities had been killed in self-defense, which led to the failure of his plan. The good thing was that they had returned safely. No high-ranked officer had noticed them. Everything went fine by chance. One lesson that they learned from that incident was that the Shrek team should never participate in any battles under their current title. That title was known by many commoners. It could pose difficulties for them in the future, just like they had been left helpless in the Hell Garden. Their discussion took so long that the carriage had already reached the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce. Ziran held a small meeting with San about the matters of array disc business. San took advantage of the golden opportunity to seek the blood essence of high-level monsters from the Lingxi clan under the name of Master Lu. As the meeting ended, Ziran sent the Shrek team back to their hotel under his custody and promised to cover their hotel expenses too. When they reached the hotel, everyone went to their rooms without wasting any time because they were way too tired to do anything else. They rested after escaping a huge battle. Everyone went to their rooms alone, but San had a little guest with him. He had been hiding Jing Jing with him all the way since the Hell Garden. She was fast asleep when they came to their room. San had kept her so close to his heart that she could easily sense his divine consciousness. If she had not been asleep, she would have found out about it long ago. He couldn't keep her with himself for long in that state. He needed to take her back to the Crystal Great Demon Emperor, as she was his entrustment. Anyhow, as he relaxed a little, he thought of trying the effect of the new two-colored bloodline energy outside the Hell Garden. He couldn't believe the results. He was astonished to see that his luck power had become so strong all of a sudden. Golden rays were radiating from all over his body. His luck had turned golden. The power of the bipolar domain was extremely high in strength. Since the power of good luck was so intense, he wondered how strong the bad luck might be. To figure it out, he tried using the black domain. All of a sudden, everything had turned black and gray around him. Luckily, he didn't use it for a long time because its adversity could increase proportionally. After trying both the domains outside the Hell Garden, he deduced a conclusion that the trip wasn't in vain. He had received a huge benefit from it. He didn't stop cultivating after testing the new powers. He continued to examine the new additions to his powers and luck. Just like that, the most tiring night had ended, and the next day had dawned. First thing in the morning, Ziren came to visit San. He wanted to obtain the array disc which Master Lu had made for them. The ancestral quartz auction was to commence soon. Ziran wanted the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce to display the array disc in the auction, as it would gain much attention there. He had visited San early in the morning in the hope of obtaining authorization to sell the bloodline array discs. Though Master Lu made low-level ones, they would still turn out very famous as they were a new discovery. Since San and Zhang were doing a drama of the array discs, San couldn't allow Ziren the authorization. He excused him by saying that Master Lu wanted to make a first-leveled bloodline array disc before officially displaying it. He wasn't in support of selling low-level things. For that purpose, achieving fame in the auction wasn't in their hands, but was in the Lingxi Chamber's hands. If they provided them with the necessary ingredients and money timely, the research process could be sped up. However, if they showed any kind of delay in delivering the necessities, it would take a long time for Master Lu to officially display the array disc. Ziren was put into deep thought by San's demand. He was afraid of his master that he wouldn't allow him to donate such precious blood. He tried negotiating with him by offering instruments and materials to form a second-level bloodline essence. He was ready to give him the blood of the time crocodile, which was a second-level bloodline. Since the idea wasn't bad, San thought of locking the deal with it. However, he warned Ziran that if the quality of any of the products was substandard, then the quality and quantity of the bloodline essence wouldn't be guaranteed. Ziran promised to fulfill all his demands. He said that he would apply for the required alms right away and visit him again within a few days with good news regarding the disc array. It appeared that Ziren was actually a man of his word. It didn't take him long to return to San with good news. He visited 2 to 3 days later, and this time he had an exquisite icebox in his hand. He had invoked the highest authority of the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce to get the necessities for the bloodline disc array. As he opened the shining box, San was glad to see that he had finally brought the blood essences. There were 15 drops of the time crocodile's blood essence. All of them were at the peak of the 9th rank. Ziren had brought the most precious belongings of the chamber. If Master Lu failed the project, it would be a great loss to the Lingxi clan. San said that he couldn't guarantee Lu's success, but assured him that they would return him items of equal worth if they failed. Ziran calmed down a little as he gained trust in San and Master Lu. After giving San his entrustment, he left. Now it was San, and 15 blood drops were with him. He felt very pleasant and surprised to see the most precious thing in front of his eyes. The mastermind behind the whole idea of obtaining the drops was San. He simply used Master Zhang for his plan. Those 15 drops could prove to be immensely beneficial to all of them. Taking the example of Guli, he could go through to the divine level. Nevertheless, as San had finally got what he needed, he was obliged to return the favor to Ziran. He immediately called Zhang to buy the materials needed to make the array disc. After getting all the materials, he kick-started the process of making the disc inside his room, along with Zhang's help. Leaving the story of San and his bloodline array disc behind, the camera zoomed into the life of Xiao Mei back in Kerry City. She had finally moved out of seclusion after quite a few months. As she came out of her room, she had the majestic heaven's secret plume in her hand. With her hard work and determination, she had succeeded in bringing back its lost glory. It was shining as bright as ever in her hands. Outside her room, a man was awaiting her. Perhaps he was the former Peacock Great Demon Emperor. His expectations of Mei had grown even further after seeing her talent and skills. He perceived her as the future Great Demon Emperor of their Peacock clan. She didn't have any high hopes with herself, but the Emperor trusted her with their clan's future. She was the only one amongst the youngsters of the Peacock clan who could bring it back to glory. Though she was merely at the 8th rank of cultivation, she was gradually getting into recognition as Heaven's secret plume, putting her in a higher position than the biggest powerhouses of the clan. The Emperor instructed her to practice and polish her skills for another 15 days and break through to the 9th level, after which she would be subjected to a test. Upon passing that test, she would receive complete recognition by the Heaven's secret plume. In the meantime, he registered her as the new lord of the Kerry City. The master asked her to meet her mother in her free time, as she had paid several visits to meet her daughter during the seclusion. Mei had been missing her mother a lot during her seclusion period. Not only her mother, but she had also been missing San. She wondered how he might be doing. She had no idea where he was and what he was up to. Coming back to San and Zhang's location in the ancestral court, they were still busy making the array discs. Both of them were making the discs on their own. There was a striking difference in their progress. San had created a bunch of array discs in a single go, whereas Zhang was still stuck on his first one. San told his teacher that a few of his discs were to be auctioned by the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce, whereas the rest of them were to be used by themselves. He wanted Zhang to display them himself in the auction so that he could apply for some funds from the organization. However, he wasn't finished with the making of them. There was a whole batch to be made yet. The upcoming batch was going to be much more complicated than what he had already been making. Zhang's expression suddenly depicted extreme exhaustion as he heard that they had to make more of them. The ones they had made already were apparently the simple ones, but took them ages to complete. He wondered what the complicated ones would take to be made. Nevertheless, he controlled his expressions and said that he wasn't tired. He wanted to observe San. He wanted to learn the process from him. There was no way he could miss any new skill or tactic by San. After a few minutes of break, San began working on the complex array discs. The process was quite different from the usual ones. He first arranged 6 spirits gathering arrays in his room. Seeing 6 spirit gathering arrays together, Zhang was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend the purpose behind showcasing all the arrays, but he knew that something spectacular was coming up. As San finished aligning the spirit gathering arrays, rich energy spread throughout the room. The environment of their regular room was no less energetic and charismatic than a high-class suite. The intense amount of spiritual energy was necessary for the formation of the complicated array of discs. San and Zhang both worked very hard to make them. It took them some extra time, but it was definitely worth the hard work. The next few days passed in the hustle and bustle of the preparations for the huge auction, and within the blink of an eye, the most awaited day had finally dawned. It was early morning on the day of the auction. All the grand preparations had been done. The venue for the auction was selected to be at the platform raised by 3 mountain peaks. The peaks that surrounded the platform were divided by countless caves that served as bidding rooms. The sizes of the caves grew larger closer to the summit of the mountain. The larger rooms were reserved for high-ranked bidders. The rooms were slowly being occupied by the bidders who had rented them as the time for the auction to begin near. The most unexpected thing in the auction was that San and Zhang had not registered themselves with the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce. Instead, they bought 2 bidding rooms privately to run their own business. San had rented cave number 336, and Zhang's cave was 338. They didn't spend much money on the bidding rooms, thus both their caves were of comparatively smaller sizes. Inside their caves, there was just enough space to fit a person and a telescope to observe the auction items. A small crystal ball was also placed next to the telescope to allow the bidders to bid. San went a little early and made himself comfortable in the cave. He was thrilled to test a new skill he had learned after his Heavenly Fox transformation was upgraded. The skill was named the Energy Observation Technique. With that unique ability, he could observe other people's luck. That ability could be used on both animate and inanimate objects. The first thing he assessed with the Energy Observation Technique was the energy present in the auction house. He found out that the auction house was full of black and red energies. The black one stood for darkness and bad luck, whereas the red one represented bloodshed and killing. The environment had a trace of negative impacts from the Heavenly Fox Mountain. It was one of those places used to hedge against bad luck. A while later, when he learned through his communication array that Master Zhang had arrived in his cave too, he informed him about his location. Zhang told him the location of his cave as well. They had about 3,000 elemental coins, so Zhang told San to freely take anything he required for his experimentations. San was all ears to his teacher when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of the bell. The sound came from an alarm that he had set up back in Kerry City, under the tree where he met May. It was set to sound when someone stood under the tree for more than 10 minutes. It was highly unlikely that anyone other than May would stand continuously for more than 10 minutes under that tree. The ringing of the alarm bell thus indicated that May was out of her quarantine. San had promised her that he would meet her within 3 days if she showed up under the tree. As he heard the alarm, he wanted to rush back to Kerry City and meet her right away. He couldn't even wait till the end of the auction. He started thinking of ways to leave as soon as possible. One option was to leave the auction to the teacher, but he was afraid that he could actually take proper care of it. Teacher Zhang was a sensible man, but San doubted his abilities to handle the auction. If they were to win something good over there, then he had to stay back. He calmed himself, redirected his attention toward the auction items, and observed them carefully. It wasn't very common for auctions to occur every now and then. It would have been very unwise of him to let it go like that. He still had 3 days to meet May. Once the auction was over, he could go and visit her within a single day using teleportation. Thus, he made himself understand and tried focusing on the present instead of the future. Just a few minutes later, the auction had officially begun as the host came up on the stage and welcomed all the bidders. He introduced the event as a fair and impartial one. All the worthy treasures were always awarded to the highest bidders. In conjunction with the auction's history, the event was divided into 3 days for the bidding of spiritual items, rare items, and divine tools. The first day was for the bidding of spiritual items. After the host explained all the rules, the event took a formal start. The lots were brought up one after another. The first one to be presented to the audience was the skeleton of the Star Moon Earth Dragon. San was immensely shocked to see the variety of strange items coming up one after another. They were all regular spiritual items, but San found them rare as they had not seen anything like that before. The auction was to last for 3 days, but San already knew that the last day on which the auctioning of divine items would occur was not meant for him. That was the day when all the divine powerhouses of the ancestral court would bid. San had no place amongst them. In addition to the fact that he was invited to Kerry City by May, he kept his focus on the first 2 days of the auction. As soon as the auction items were displayed, the host received bidding offers. The offers opened with 600 elemental coins. Everyone was so enthusiastic at the event that the host didn't even get a second to breathe and relax while he announced the continuously increasing bidding offers. It went straight up from 600 to 1,000 elemental coins. San was astonished to see the sky-high prices. He wanted to buy the items, but he didn't have enough money. In 3,000 elemental coins that he had, he could hardly buy a single item. He was having a hard time resisting himself as he saw the lavish items, but he was bound by the shortage of money. Waiting for the perfect low-priced item was all he could do. The first item was sold within the blink of an eye. The second item was the heavy sword, which had killed 9 divine-level powerhouses and a great demon king. It could easily be called the most precious treasure of the Golden Lion clan. In fact, it was the host's favorite item as well. One might wonder why such a precious item was auctioned. It was put up for sale because its official master had lost it in a competition. Since it was of no use to him, it was better to auction so that someone else might make use of it. However, only the members of the Lion or Tiger clan were allowed to bid for it. Because there were only a few members of those 2 clans in the auction event, the starting price for it was only 1 elemental coin. Unbelievable. Such a luxury treasure for a single coin. It appeared as if the bid wasn't as good as it appeared. There was a condition set forth for the bidders to fulfill before they could purchase it. The purchaser was to fight and defeat the great demon king who had formerly defeated the patriarch of their clan in a life-and-death fight. The winner would also be officially selected as the future patriarch of the Lion and Tiger clans. With that announcement, the host called for the bidders to present their bids. He waited for a few seconds, but there was complete silence amongst the crowd. A few minutes had passed by, but not a single bidder had come forward to fulfill the condition. The host got puzzled too, as he knew there were some members from the Tiger and Lion clan participating in the auction. It was strange that none of them showed up. Not even a single member of their clan turned out to be a warrior who could defeat the patriarch. No one had even the courage to pick up the glorious sword in his hand. In practical terms, it was pretty normal that no one came up to bid because the opponent was an 11th ranked demon king. It wouldn't be easy to defeat him. However, the host of the event, who was a member of the Lion and Tiger clan himself, couldn't understand that basic fact. Perhaps he wanted to raise a sense of responsibility amongst the crowd. For the glory of their clan, it was imperative to keep the glorious sword to themselves. If any outsider took hold of it, then they would lose a big heritage of their culture. All of a sudden, the host received a notification from cave number 336. The bidder in that cave bid for 1 elemental coin. He was relieved to receive the first bid after so long, but there was an issue. He couldn't recall room 336 being rented by a member of his own clan. It was San. He had sent a message through the crystal ball for bidding. After all, 1 elemental coin was way too cheap. It was definitely worth it to give it a try. Though he couldn't use the sword himself as he didn't belong to that clan, Liger Sword Saint could use it. He wanted to win it for him. He had a first-level bloodline. It wouldn't be much difficult for him to defeat the opponent. Moreover, his purified bloodline wouldn't be rejected by the council. Nevertheless, San's idea wasn't recognized as a good one by his teacher. Zhang thought that he was just messing around as only Lion and Tiger bidders could bid for that sword. If he kept on fooling around like that, he could get himself into big trouble. They, as humans, weren't allowed to participate in auctions in the first place. Zhang had contacted one of his old fellows who was a secret agent. With the help of that agent, they were luckily able to rent 2 caves. Not only San and Zhang, but also those agents would be in trouble if their identities were leaked. Anyhow, San calmed him down by telecommunicating him a message that he had a very genius plan in his mind that wouldn't cause him any issues. A few minutes had passed after San presented his bid, and no one else had bid higher than him. Thus, the sword was eventually given to room No. 336 on the condition of defeating the patriarch. The host instructed him to visit his office a week later for an identity exam. San was happy to get 7 days before the test. Within those 7 days, he could easily go back to Kerry City and bring Liger Sword Saint with him. As the sword auction was settled, San didn't pay attention to the other items. They were all pricey, and San was short of money. He was waiting for the blood essences. The reason for being so eager to collect maximum blood essences was that he wanted to gift it to his teammates so that they could break through to higher levels. They were in dire need of it. One by one, the auction items were brought forward onto the platform. The early morning slot of the auction event had ended, and San couldn't find anything of his choice to bid on. After a short break, the afternoon slot was announced to begin shortly. It was to be hosted by a beautiful young girl. She told everyone that the items she had for her slot were way more valuable than the previous ones. San got alert. He was confident of finding something of his choice. The host presented the first item, which blew San's mind. It was exactly what he needed. The first auction item on the list was the winged Great Ping's blood essence, which was completely consistent with Zicheng's bloodline. If she was given those drops, her bloodline would be purified to a great extent. The even more exciting part was there were 10 drops of it. San was extremely thrilled that its bidding had begun. He couldn't lose those 10 drops at any cost. He messaged his master that he wanted to have it. The host announced the starting price of 300 elemental coins. 300 was quite a decent start to the bidding prices. Within a span of just a few seconds, the price rose to 600 elemental coins. San assessed the statistics and immediately bid for 1,000 coins before anyone else could sign up for it. The host announced the bid from room 336 and asked if anyone was ready to pay higher. A weak shrieking sound came from one of the rooms. Someone had bid for 1,010 coins. To suppress that bidder instantly, San raised his bid to 1,100. His determination made everyone speechless. No more bidders raised their bids as they got scared of him. When there was complete silence for the next few minutes, the host congratulated San on winning the blood essence. San had successfully obtained the item of his choice. He had 3,000 elemental coins when he entered the auction and was now left with 1,899 coins. They were enough to bid on a few more items, but the items next on the list were of no use to him. They were all useless divine tools. The afternoon slot was about to end too. Just the last 3 items were remaining. It was time for the penultimate lot to be presented for auction. A man came up on the platform and placed a table covered with a red cloth in the middle. A luminous box containing the penultimate lot was placed on top of the table. It was sent exclusively by the Heavenly Fox Mountain. As San looked it up with his energy observation technique, he found out that the black and red aura of the entire auction venue had vanished as soon as the lot was brought up. The lot itself radiated a peculiar energy. Perhaps it radiated the power of luck. A minute later, the host opened the box and presented the first item. It was an antique necklace with stones of luck embellished onto it. Its core gem was named the Stone of Blessing by the Great Emperor. San was stunned to see the magnificent aura of good luck emanating from it. He got so excited to see a treasure sent from the Heavenly Fox Mountain. It would indeed be filled with the intense power of luck, as San could perceive its energy similar to the energy of the white flower back in the Hell Garden. The host went on to explain the effect of the Stone of Blessing. It played a major role in breaking through to higher ranks. If a person wanted to be upgraded to divine levels and become a demon king, then it was imperative for him to undergo a series of heavenly tribulations. If he failed to do so, then he would die. That was where the role of the Stone of Blessing came. If someone carried that stone throughout the tribulations, he wouldn't die even if he failed. In short, it could be regarded as a second chance to break through. San's mind was captured by some deep thoughts as he heard the benefit of the Blessing Stone. Its usage would greatly increase the chances of success because one would go through the tribulations the second time with the experience from the first one preserved. He had almost made up his mind that he wanted to bid for it, but backed away as the host announced its starting price. It was set at 3,000 elemental coins, and each increase in price had to be more than 100 coins. As soon as the bidding opened, the rich bidders raised the price to more than 5,000 coins. Within the blink of an eye, it had reached 8,000. It was way too unaffordable for commoners like San. He was struck by amazement as the bid didn't stop at 8,000. It rose continuously until it reached 20,000 within just a few seconds. At that moment, there were only two voices bidding against each other. They must probably have been some emperor-ranked powerhouses. San was slowly becoming acquainted with the politics of the auction event. Both the final bidders would have most probably asked the Heavenly Fox Emperor for the item. Since he couldn't decide between the two, he sent the item for auction. Anyhow, coming back to the bids, they were still rising. The final price had reached 30,000 elemental coins. Adding some fun to the event, both the bidders were arguing on the mic about who needed the item more. Since they had taken the issue into their own hands, San simply sat back and enjoyed the argument. One of the parties bid 31,000 coins and mocked the other one for being unaffordable. However, the other party wasn't a weak one either. He bid 32,000 coins. The matter was slowly getting out of control. None of the two were ready to leave the item for the opponent. It seemed as if the verbal fight was going to turn into a grapple. Everyone was hooked. There was no chance the two bidders were going to end the fight. Out of the blue, both of them immediately silenced as a strong and stern voice came from one of the caves. That person announced that he would bid 50,000 coins and issued a warning that if anyone bid higher, then he would consider him his enemy. San found that voice pretty familiar. Upon thinking further about it, he noticed that it was the voice of the Crystal Great Demon Emperor. Did that mean that he was present in the event too? The Crystal Great Demon Emperor spoke in such a terrifying and threatening voice that no one dared to bid anymore. On the other hand, Jing was still asleep upon the arrival of the Crystal Great Demon Emperor. The Crystal Great Demon, the Emperor, disappeared with the Stone of Blessing after saying that it belonged to him and only him. San was afraid that he might come back and take him away. The auction event host congratulated the Crystal Great Demon Emperor and announced the grand auction, which was a petal that was specially taken out from the fiery sunflower by the Heavenly Yang Heavenly Spirit Emperor himself. Heavenly Yang Heavenly Spirit Emperor was the strongest emperor amongst all emperors. San admired the petal so much and wished to even touch it, but it was outrageously expensive. The starting price of the mighty petal was 10,000 elemental coins. The same two emperors from the previous bid started fighting over the petal again. Meanwhile, the second strongest emperor, the Earthly Yin Heavenly Spirit Emperor, joined the bidding session. He made 100,000 elemental coins and said that if anyone could outbid him, the petal would be theirs. The host closed the bidding session, and Earthly Yin won. Everyone complained that no more emperors should participate in the bidding session as they were taking ownership of all the precious items. All of a sudden, the crystal brand moved, showing that Jing had woken up. Jing emitted a layer of light that surrounded San. In that situation, San hoped that the Heavenly Fox Great Demon Emperor who was in charge of the grand auction would not arrive. And it happened. The Heavenly Fox Great Demon Emperor arrived, apologized on behalf of the ancestral court, and stated that there would be no more emperors in the bidding session. The host thanked the Heavenly Fox Emperor and continued the auction. As the Heavenly Fox Emperor left like the other emperors, San felt palpitations that were caused by his scanning the whole place with his divine consciousness. He could see too much negativity and evilness all around. However, he was safe because Jing was protecting him. The host then announced the final auction. The lot was classified as a divine tool by masters. San was very excited to see the final lot because the host admired it unlike any other. When revealed, it came out to be San's disc. The host was describing that the complexity of San's disc surpassed any previous items. Even the divine consciousness at the king level could not penetrate the disc. She further said that the disc had a self-destructing power as well. It would be completely destroyed if overexplored. He then demonstrated the real power of the disc. It completely stopped the Blue Fox clan's needle through its ability to change time. The most amusing perk of the array disc was regardless of the clan or cultivation rank. Anyone could use this ability of second-level bloodline. The host set the bidding price of the disc at 3,000 elemental coins. The bidding amount went up very quickly, and San was as excited as he could be. He thought how rich he would become after that bid. Suddenly, a person bid 30,000 elemental coins. Since there were no further offers beyond that exclusive one, the auction was closed, and the disc was sold to the final bidder. The host then congratulated the person for taking the lot. After excluding the auction fees, San would get the remaining 30,000 elemental coins, which meant he was really rich. The person who bought the array disc was none other than Fei Bian, the president of the Tiantong Chamber of Commerce, who was a rival of Ziran. He forcibly bought the disc because it was provided by the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce. In order to find out and do research on it, he asked his superiors to bid for it at any cost. San's disc was the last item at the auction that day. With that being sold, the first day of the auction ended too. San and Zhang decided not to leave the auction house immediately. They rested for a while in their caves. As their minds got some rest, San wondered if Mei was still waiting for him or not. He thought she might be very disappointed about him not showing up immediately. He really wanted to go back and see her again. She might have become a lot more beautiful and charming during the whole year he had spent away from her. At that moment, his only wish was to rush to her. Meanwhile, in Kerry City, the scenes were quite similar in terms of tension and anxiety. Mei went to the milk tea shop to meet her mother after her seclusion ended. She shared her feelings with her. She was quite upset as San had no whereabouts. Mei was very concerned about San and did not like that he was gone for so long. Perhaps her mother was the only one who could help her in that matter. She had good relations with the mayor and could utilize him to track San. However, it appeared as if fate was against Mei in every possible way. Her mother said that the mayor had returned to the headquarters, and it wasn't possible to contact him soon. It appeared as if her mother didn't want her to meet San at all. She might be holding some personal grudges against him. Changing the topic, she asked Mei about San's current health. Maybe there was something wrong with his health of which only Mei was aware. She told her mother that his living for more than a few years was highly unlikely. She convinced her mother that although San was not human, he always helped them. He had been good to them since she was a child, supported them at all costs, and really loved her. One after the other, secrets about San were pouring out. It seemed as if he had concealed his real identity from them too. Her mother insisted that he was not a good person, and did not believe in his words. However, Mei had a soft corner in her heart for him, and couldn't make up her mind against him. She counseled her mother, and said that she would always love her, and hoped she would never be hurt. While the two of them had a heart-to-heart, out of the blue, a man appeared from the gate of the milk shop, and both of the ladies almost missed their heartbeat. They started shouting as they couldn't comprehend the situation in perplexity. A while later, they realized that he was a man with whom both of them were very well acquainted. Mei's mother rebuked him and asked him what he was doing there. He replied that he came to see them and wanted to take Mei along with him. Her mother refused, and the man became furious. He began yelling and shouting that he had severely injured San during their recent duel, due to which he was not able to live for more than a few years. He reassured the two ladies that he would protect them at any cost, but mother refused again. Experiencing continuous refusal and denial from the mother, the man became even more furious. He argued that Mei needed protection. Her mother might be self-sufficient and could sustain herself, but Mei wasn't capable of surviving the cruel world's torment. He had made up a good plan for them. In the near future, he even intended to break through the Peacock demon clan and protect her better. However, her mother didn't seem like a lady who could be persuaded easily. She didn't have any interest in listening to that man and shouted that if he wanted, he could kill her, or even both of them, and make it over once and for all. Coming back to the scenes from the ancestral court, the second day of the great auction had dawned. It was the rare items auction day. San really wanted to go back to Kerry City, but he held his wish and stayed for the important auction. He contacted Ziran, who would receive the proceeds from the array disc auction on behalf of Master Lu. The auction started with 2 lots, both of which San desired to own. One was the spirit of a divine-level plant spirit king. Devouring the essence could improve one's divine consciousness, but it was somewhat dangerous. San bid for it, and luckily was able to buy it for 1,500 elemental coins. The other lot was the black stone. The gold extracted from the black stone was extremely hard and strong. San had already bought some at Redemption Academy's commission store. It was just this world where people didn't know how to refine black gold. The black stone being auctioned weighed several tons, so there was no chance San would refrain from bidding on it. He proceeded without any second thought. Luckily, he was able to buy the black stone at an extremely low price of 300 elemental coins. He was extremely happy after picking up 2 lots in a row. After the initial 2, the third lot appeared, which was exactly according to San's interests. It was the 3 red foxtail relics. It was a treasure that appeared after the incineration of the remains of the powerful fox clans. It allowed the holder to be never demonized in his cultivation and never receive backlash from his bloodline. San was interested in that treasure and bid for it. Once again, he was able to obtain it. He won it for 3,000 elemental coins. 3 lots later, there were many more items brought up, but none of them were of interest. He didn't pay much heed to them. Just like that, the whole day had passed. As the sun set, the host announced the last 3 lots. That day, San was very confident and was willing to bid on anything with no pressure. He got alert upon hearing about the last 3 lots and geared up to bid on the best of them. The third last lot was revealed, and the host revealed that it was an extraterrestrial meteorite. As he spoke, there was a huge change in his voice. His words got sluggish. The effect of the meteorite made the host sluggish. What an interesting item it was. San was very amused by it. It was called the Stone of Slowness, and the reason for the slowness was still unknown. Everyone was confused about how it would be of advantage to them, but San was the only one who realized its true ability. He knew that it wasn't just the Stone of Slowness. It was the beacon of time and space. It was used by the divine realm to measure the time flow rate of different planes. Normal space-time landmarks were only the size of a nail, but that one was very big. It was formed naturally by the universe. San bid on it with no hesitation and won it for 5,000 elemental coins. After that lot, the penultimate one was auctioned next, which contained the remains of the most powerful sea dragon clan in the endless blue ocean. San was interested in that one too, but when the bidding price surpassed 10,000 elemental coins, he had to withdraw his desires. He didn't dare to jump into that hot mess. As that one was auctioned, the last lot was brought forward. The host slowly revealed it, and it turned out to be a frozen throne that was 10 meters tall. It came from the crown princess who passed into nirvana. San thought about it deeply. At that moment, he had a lot in his hand. Perhaps that was the only thing he was really missing, and he required it for his ultimate motive. He found it suitable for his brother as his mother was in the Ice Girl clan. He knew that the starting price of it would not be low. A few moments later, the host announced the starting price of 10,000 elemental coins. Out of the blue, the Ice Girl clan appeared, and everyone welcomed her. However, only her head was visible. The head was only a 3rd-level bloodline, and San was confused about how she got there. Maybe it was the secret of the Ice Girl clan. If San could get the throne, it would help his brother a lot, but he was not quite sure if he could afford the starting price of 10,000 elemental coins. When nothing could be worked out, San thought of an idea to ask the matriarch to not auction the throne. He instantly began executing the plan. His voice was projected into the Ice Girl clan head's ears. He said out loud that he could help revitalize their clan and help with their reproduction problem. His voice transmission was detected by divine-level powerhouses present, and instantly, several divine consciousness waves were shot towards San's cave. However, he had already prepared for that moment as he knew it was coming up. He casually held up the crystal mirror, which was given to him by the Crystal Demon Emperor. Everyone reclaimed their divine consciousness. Witnessing the sudden uproar, the Ice Girl's superior head now believed San and decided not to sell the throne for auction. She merged the throne into her body and became a great demon king level again. That was supposed to be the most hyped auction of that day, but it was cancelled by San. The whole place fell into an awkward silence. He now felt that he was not safe there anymore, and decided to leave immediately. In the hall, San and Zirin met. Zirin gave him a storage ring that was able to store up to 30,000 elemental coins. Ziran then expressed his gratitude to Master Lu, who was actually Zhang, and indicated his desire to cooperate with him again. San also promised Ziran on behalf of Master Lu. The storage ring given to San had a lot of storage space, and this time he immediately put everything he had gained from the auction inside the ring. Suddenly, the auctioneer of the Divine Slaying Sword appeared and began shouting. He inquired about the bidder in Cave 336. San replied that it was him. When the auctioneer came to know about San's human identity, he was not happy, and said that only members of the Lion and Tiger clans were able to participate in the bidding. San suddenly emerged a golden liger flame and formed an aura around him and said he was bidding on behalf of his companion, and they were both 1st-level bloodlines. He then showed him 2 tokens of Crystal Mirror and the Sword Saint token, asking if it was enough to convince him. For further clarification, he left his sword there. The auctioneer needed 7 to 15 days for the clarification. He then asked where the mutations came from, to which San replied that it came from the Liger clan. The opponent was shocked, but San asked him to keep this a secret. He revealed that the Lion clan was now a 1st-level bloodline. He then made an agreement with the Golden Lion. After convincing him fully, He decided to leave as there was nothing more to do at the auction. The Golden Lion was surprised and shocked at his sudden decision. At that moment, he was occupied with a vast wave of emotions. The words of San had touched his heart very deeply and awakened his inner self. The Tiger Clan had the White Tiger Great Demon Emperor behind their back, but the Lion Clan lacked a divine king-level powerhouse. At the same time, a first-level Liger Clan suddenly appeared, and they also wanted to fight for the Lion Clan. The Golden Lion hurried and immediately ran back towards his clan to meet the powerhouses. Meanwhile, the Ice Girl clan head was waiting outside the auction house for San when he left. When San arrived, he took out the 5,000 elemental coins he had prepared before and gave them to the Ice Girl clan head. She got curious and asked San about his intentions behind giving the money. He replied that he was a human being and hoped to help the Ice Girl clan's crisis. He stated that he might have a particular way of solving the Ice Girl clan's severe problem of inheritance. The head then asked him why he was helping her. What made him so empathetic towards her? Was it merely the human identity, or were there some other reasons? He replied that he did not want to see the Ice Clan deteriorate and hoped that the human race could gain friendly relations with the Ice Clan. With that reply, she got attracted to him and wanted to hear more. She told him that it wasn't the right place to talk and they should go somewhere else to have a proper discussion. However, he was slightly hesitant to accompany her because he had a more important task to pursue. He had to return home and meet May. There wasn't enough time to waste in the ancestral court. To keep her emotions, he respectfully promised the head that he would return in a few days and resolve the issues of their clan. The Ice Girl clan head was very amused by his behavior. She wondered why he trusted her so much. Instead of keeping her concerns in her mind, she chose to speak about it. San answered her that if she was an immoral and unprincipled person, she would not have been reduced to auctioning off the frozen throne. Because she was a kind-hearted and pure person, his heart ached for her. That was the moment San gained her trust. He hoped she would do the same. After that meeting, they decided to keep a session for another day. However, that decision came with some cons too. The head told San that she did not have an address and had to return to her clan after her work. The issue might have been a big one for her, but not for San. He solved it within an instant by giving her the keys to his room at the White Tiger Hotel and insisted she stay there and wait 5 days at most for him. After making a mutual agreement, San left quickly in order to preserve his time. The most important thing for San was meeting May. Flying was not allowed in the ancestral court, and sprinting would attract attention to himself. Therefore, he hired a carriage to leave the ancestral court. The carriage also brought good luck to San. San changed back into his human outfit as soon as he hopped into the carriage. As soon as he surpassed the boundaries of the ancestral court, he left the carriage, paid for it, and unleashed his golden-winged great penguins to fly at top speed toward Kerry City. Meanwhile, in Kerry City, May was concerned that it had been almost 3 days, and San had not arrived yet. The arrival of the Crystal Phoenix Great Demon earlier that day had put great pressure on the young May. After the demon left, her mother cried for a very long time, and she informed the Peacock of the Great Demon Emperor. Anyhow, he said nothing in return. May was under intense pressure from her mom. She wanted to reduce her pressure by expressing her feelings to San, but he wasn't there for her at the time. Suddenly, a sharp aura appeared from a distance, and May ran quickly towards it. It was none other than San himself. He apologized to May immediately for making her wait that long. May thanked him for his hard work and asked him how he knew she was there waiting for him. He replied that he had set up an array so if someone stayed there for a long time, he could sense it. The only person who would stay there waiting for him would be May. He then asked if her seclusion was over or not. May replied that not completely, but she was taking a break. In a few days, she was going to take a family test, and after that, the seclusion would be completely over. San sensed that she was suppressing her strength because she wanted to wait for the test to break through. To help her, he took out the crystal mirror and another item and gave it to May to use in the family test, just in case. She was all puzzled as she had no idea what those items were. She inquired about them out of inquisitiveness. He explained that the first item was called the Stone of Blessing, and if someone carried it, the stone would bring him good luck. It came from the Heavenly Fox Holy Mountain in the ancestral court. The second item was the mirror, which could be used as a lethal weapon. Both the items could be of great use to her, but she refused to take them as they were too precious for her, and she did not want to waste them. The same case, when viewed from San's perspective, was different. He believed that what was his was hers, and there was no difference between him and her. She could just use them and return them after she got out of the seclusion. May argued further as she didn't agree with his perspective. How could there be no difference between them? She didn't even know what he looked like behind the mask. She hardly knew his background. She insisted that he couldn't just help her over and over again because she did not have anything to give in return. San kept on working on his goal of convincing her to take the items because they could prove to be a lifesaver for her. As far as returning favors was concerned, he offered her something to deal with that too. If she couldn't afford anything else, she could just give herself to him. His offer blew her mind. She was as curious as hell. Who on earth was that man who was ready to give her all his worth? Who was hiding behind that mask? She finally asked him to take off the mask. San completely refused her desire and told her to not bother him anymore. Everything he did was for her own good. He couldn't reveal his true identity that easily. He deeply cared for her and wanted to hold her back at any cost, but that didn't mean he would unfold all the secrets. He had been making efforts for ages to protect and support her, but all that was not enough for May. She still wished to see his face. How could they be friends if they weren't even honest with each other? Everyone had their own secrets, and this was his secret. He didn't show his face to her because he had something to hide. When he saw that she got upset with his stubborn behavior, he suddenly swore on his blood that throughout his life, no matter what comes his way, in good times or bad times, young or old or in the future, he would always be by her side. He would never do anything to betray her or break her trust. If he violated this oath, heaven would strike him with 5 thunderbolts, and the earth would abandon him. May was very shocked after witnessing this blood oath she had seen with her own eyes. She expressed regret and told him that she should not have been that willful. After that, both of them let go of their stubbornness. San was very calm about it and said that it would put her mind at ease. He requested her to receive the 2 items and consider them as if he lent them to her. She could use it and return it to him once she passed her test. She eventually accepted the tokens and thanked him for his kindness and grateful act. However, San didn't want such a tasteless thanks. He requested that she could thank him by having a meal with him. May refused the invitation and told him that her mother was waiting for her at home. When there was nothing left to talk about, San took the final goodbyes. Before that, he took confirmation from her if she would still wait for him there. When she assured him, he promised to return within 3 days, no matter where he was. Both of them agreed. When he was just about to leave, she stopped him as she suddenly remembered something. She wondered if he knew Mayor Jiang. She had a friend named San who was from Jiang's place, and she couldn't find him for a few days. That was a pretty tricky moment to understand because San had introduced himself as a boy named Shura to her. May didn't know that Shura was actually San, whom she had been awaiting him for a long. For that purpose, she asked him to bring back her friend in some way. Hearing that, San jiggled to himself because he had to find himself now. He asked May if he was just a friend, and May confirmed that. Since she acknowledged San as her mere friend, he thought of getting an insight into her emotions about the guy named Shura. When he inquired about her feelings, she ran away, making an excuse that her mother was waiting for her. Seeing May that day made San find out how much more beautiful she had gotten. He now wished that she had grown up quickly. San's main mission of returning to Kerry City had been completed, and now he had started dealing with some trivial matters. He rushed to the teleportation array and teleported to the Golden Valley. When he arrived, it was already nighttime. In the Golden Valley, his tired body was healed by the aura of the Golden Tree. Previously, he had arranged for the Liger clan to move into the Golden Valley, and now they had integrated with the Red Fox Girls. It was late at night, and the big cat, the Liger Sword Saint, had already fallen asleep. The blood oath San had taken previously resulted in his energy loss and exhaustion, so he decided to find a tree and rest for the night. Under the Golden Tree's life aura, he rapidly recovered from fatigue. At that time, San took out the spirit essence he had bid on before. He knew that it was not just for devouring, it actually had self-awareness and would want to resurrect itself. If there was a suitable host, the essence could maximize its effect. The reason San had bought this strange essence because he knew its origin, which was a spirit cultivated from a golden tree. As the spirit had some kind of self-awareness, San decided to communicate with it. He used his special and unique spiritual powers for this purpose. Later, he took the spirit to the golden tree. Upon seeing this golden tree, the spirit became tremendously excited. The urge to take over the tree and be reborn made the spirit thrilled and elevated. San first made a mutual cooperation treaty with the spirit that it would nourish the entire Golden Valley after being reborn. The spirit agreed with his statement and was released therefore. It immediately rushed out of the bottle and merged inside the golden tree. Because this golden tree was usual and possessed no spiritual wisdom, the spirit integrated with it very easily. As the spirit entered into the body of the tree, it increased in size at such a rate that it was even visible to the naked eye. It would be even faster if the tree seed could even handle it. A very powerful energy was released in a vast area surrounding the tree, including heaven and earth. The aura of life inside the Golden Valley increased and became more and more intense. Surrounded by this aura, San's fatigue became normal within a few seconds of its influx. He meditated under the same tree for the night. The next morning, when he woke up, he was greeted by the big brother cat, sister-in-law, and elder. Seeing them after so long made San chat about the good old days. Some chatting was done, and then they got straight to the business. San asserted that he wanted to ask Liger Sword Saint Big Cat about the sword he bought at the ancestral auction. Elder responded that they had lost the Lord-slaying cat. San said that the only condition to obtain the Lord-slaying sword back was to avenge him. He also mentioned that although the Liger clan is a first-level bloodline, they are still at risk. He then gave them the option to join him on this challenge, or they could live in peace as they would not venture into the Sword Saint Palace. Elder responded that he was now very old and wanted to live a peaceful life that he obtained with so much hard work. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, and he wanted to take no risks. Suddenly, the big brother cat shouted that he would go with San and accepted the challenge. He stated that they cannot let past bad luck dampen their spirits, and if they did not participate, their clan would definitely decline. The Golden Lion clan needed support, and this was their opportunity. He would go alone as if he were defeated. With that idea, his clan wouldn't be affected as much. Then the sister-in-law decided to join the big brother cat too, and said that she wanted to live with him or die. The elder let them go as it was better for their clan and better for the Liger clan in general. San ordered the couple to set off for the ancestral court and wait for him at the White Tiger Hotel. As San had the ability to fly, it was no problem for him to catch up to the big cat couple. After setting them off, San went to the cave where the Red Fox Girls clan was. He used the red foxtail relics he had bought earlier in the ancestral auction on the Red Fox Girls. The cave quickly escalated in temperature, and it became so hot that it was unbearable. After its effect, the foxtail girls were acting unusually, which surprised San. He then checked one foxtail girl's body to see what had changed. He was shocked to see that the red foxtail relics had purified Yi's bloodline. The reaction was so strong that it burned a lot of life force. Fortunately, Golden Valley was full of aura, and it was able to be replenished in no time. For his experiment, San brought Yi to the golden tree for the purification of the bloodline. With its effect, the process became very easy. The thinner the bloodline, the better the purification effect becomes. Shiliu, with the thinnest bloodline, had the best purification effect. Her cultivation level directly increased by 2 levels. In turn, 18 girls purified their bloodline, which took San an entire day. After that, the girls sat in their caves to cultivate and stabilize their realm. After the bloodline power of the Red Fox Girl clan improved by the foxtail relics, their cultivation level improved a lot. Their cultivation speed in one night was also much faster than before. San was not shiftless that night. He continued to test the efficacy of the foxtail relic. He tried to use them to stimulate the acupoint on his head. Later, he found out that foxtail relics also stimulated his own cultivation speed. With that, the hectic day eventually set in. As the next day dawned, the first thing in the morning he checked on the girls, and their bodies were no longer abnormal. After that, he spread his wings and rushed to the ancestral court. He flew so fast that he arrived before the big cat couple. During his journey, he changed back into his old clothes, which he had previously worn at the ancestral court to conceal his human identity. He then made his way to the White Tiger Hotel and contacted Zhang on the way. Zhang briefly told him about the last auction day, which he had not attended. Because of the allowance of the emperors again, he had no such opportunity to take action. Furthermore, he told San that the Red Fox clan was looking for the person who bought the foxtail relics, but the Lingxi Chamber of Commerce had helped to hide his identity. Getting over the necessary information, San ordered Zhang to gather his friends for a meeting that night. After explaining everything, San went to his room in the White Tiger Hotel. In his room, he found the Ice Girl clan head very angry. She told San to get straight to the point and tell her how he was going to solve the Ice Girl clan's problems. She then further asked San whether he even knew the Ice Girl clan's problems or not. San replied that the Ice Girl clan only had a reproducing problem and was running low on elemental coins. This made the Ice Girl clan's head very furious. He then tried to calm her down as it was all his fault. He told her that he wanted good relations with the Ice Girl clan and wanted to help them with their problems. He even told her that his human companion had inherited the ice transformation. This made the Ice Girl clan's head very shocked. She couldn't believe it. Later, when she calmed down, she told San the problems of her clan. She stated that the Ice Girl clan was a matriarchal clan, and all of its members were women. The way of reproduction was to split and then combine with the new 10,000-year-old mysterious ice to give birth to a spiritual fetus, which would be born after 100 years of pregnancy. That was the reason why the Ice Girl clan had difficulty reproducing. If the clan wanted offspring, they had to be at least at the divine level. The habitat of the Ice Girl clan needs an abundance of ice elements, and they cannot leave the ice in the northern lands for a long time. The ice energy there is necessary for the Ice Girl clan's cultivation, but it is getting thinner and thinner day by day. Only a few people were capable of achieving the divine level that was needed for reproduction. Fewer and fewer people were capable of splitting their consciousness. including the pregnancy period of an entire century. Suddenly, the cause of the whole problem clicked in San's brain. He instantly got excited. According to his perspective, the life energy of heaven and earth was needed for cultivation. Through the years, it got thinner and thinner. The reason for this reduction could be the convergence of the fallen planet's luck towards the ancestral court. The Ice Girl clan was situated at the edge of the continent. This meant that the life energy of heaven and earth there was naturally the thinnest. The head became furious again and started yelling at San with full anger. She said if the problem of their clan was caused by the ancestral court, she would report it to the Great Spirit Emperor of their rich empire. San repeatedly tried to calm her down and stop her from all the negative thoughts, but it appeared as if he couldn't succeed. All of his efforts meant nothing to her. She attacked him with full rage to sweep him out of her way. Anyhow, he blocked her attack pretty easily. Now that she was defeated by him, her jaw dropped out of amazement. San was only at the 9th level of cultivation, so blocking her attack was pretty shocking to her. Ice Girl clan members seemed to have a very hot temper as she made another full-power attack on San. Fortunately, San activated his golden liger flame just in time to block her attack. He told her that gathering luck in the ancestral court was of interest to all the great demon emperors and heavenly spirit emperors, which meant it would be useless to complain in the ancestral court because they would not change anything for the Ice clan. The head argued even more in favor of her clan, but San told her to calm down and make some mutual negotiations. They decided to analyze it carefully. After all, he was her clan's financial sponsor, and she had to respect him no matter what. Just for this reason, the head decided to listen to San's ideas, which might even be really helpful for her because she had no other support in her clan. San was really sick of the head and did not like her attitude at all. But still, being a good man, he helped her through all her problems. San gave her a solution to her cultivation problem. He asked her if they could replace the spirit energy of heaven and earth with life energy. She replied that life energy was even better than heaven and earth. At that point, San thought that the problem was over. The Golden Valley was full of life energy and could save the Ice Girl's issues. If the Ice Girl clan came to the Golden Valley every once in a while, their cultivation problem could be solved easily. The problem was that the Golden Valley was very far away from the northern areas where the Ice Girl clan was situated. The large piece of space-time Pelorta that San had in the ancestral auction could be refined into a super divine tool. Although his cultivation was low at the moment, he could still play the role, but he needed some more time and materials. A teleportation array could be made this way, and could be used to travel to the Golden Valley in seconds. Apart from the cultivating problem, the Ice Girl clan also had reproduction and inheritance problems. These problems only had one solution, which was not very much liked by the Ice Girl clan's head. Humans only needed 10 months to give birth to a new offspring, which is not even 1% of the Ice Girl clan's period. By this, they could combine the human race with the Ice Girls to make offspring in comparatively less time. Theoretically, it would only take a year to double the number of Ice Girls if they were combined with humans. The head became inflamed. She said that mortals could never be combined with their clan. It was not even possible. However, she had to control her anger as she had promised before to stay calm. San further convinced her that the only difference between the offspring would be that their bloodline wouldn't be as pure. This could be tackled because the frozen throne they owned could be used to purify the bloodline. When they cultivate to lord level and higher, there would be no difference in the offspring. Moreover, the first male of the Ice Girl clan could be born in this way and fix their inheritance problem too. This change would make the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice no more useful to them. All these points made the Ice Girl clan head think for a moment. She became silent and had to make the tough decision of the life and death situation of her clan. San knew that it wasn't an easy decision to make. He gave her more time to measure the pros and cons of this method precisely. After a lot of thinking, the Ice Girl clan head asked San to meet his companion first. He agreed to meet him at night. San had said what must have been said. The rest was on the leader if she wanted to accept the offer or not. As their encounter ended, San was way too drained of energy. To recover, he rushed to the cultivation room. After resting for a while, he received a notice from Jang. He told the Ice Girl clan head that he would bring Bingji over to her later and headed to Jang's room. Those days, his companions had been climbing the holy mountain for cultivation. When San arrived at Jang's room, his friends were already there. He became very excited and energetic after seeing them. He learned that their cultivation level had increased drastically, which made him even happier. After some chatting, he told them that Jang and he had competed in an auction several days before. They won the space-time Pelorta and the golden-winged Great Pung's blood essence. When his companions got to know this, they became overjoyed and excited. Although this meant nothing to Bingji, he told him he would tell him good news soon. Jang calmed Bingji down and then told him that there was going to be another ancestral auction soon. The top 10 people might receive Emperor tokens. Although the ancestral court had announced that every race could participate in this auction, it was still difficult for humans to participate. San then mentioned the Liger Sword Saint, who could participate for them. He was on his way to the ancestral court and would arrive in 2 days. Suddenly, Jang became very hyped and excited for the arrival of the Liger Sword Saint. The other companions haven't experienced the excitement yet, but Jang surely did. San's plan was to win over the Liger clan. If the Liger clan could get a foothold in the Golden Lion clan, it would be a very powerful boost to the human race. Young Master Mei fought for the Peacock clan for the same reason. The Liger clan can now be classified as a first-level bloodline. If they had the support of such a powerful clan, there would be a greater hope for the rise of humanity. Jang was very proud of San's vast thinking and complimented his work for the human race. San then told them that there was another clan that they might be able to win over. This was also the good news he wanted to tell his older brother. He told them everything about the Ice Girl clan head and the conditions he had set forth for them. Only then did Bingji learn that his ice essence transformation was inherited from the Ice Girl clan. He was adopted by an organic, so he didn't know which race he came from. After a little chatting with the whole team, Bingji and San headed to the room where the Ice Girl clan head was staying after this conversation. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by the younger sister. She said she didn't want them to marry the Ice Girls. She shouted and yelled that she did not agree with Bingji's marriage. San explained to her that he was not going to marry the nice girl. He was just going to prove to her that humans can combine with Ice Girls, which was enough to calm the younger companion down. They both then headed towards the room. When they arrived at her room, Bingji and the clan head looked at each other for the first time. This made his bloodline power fluctuate with an unexplainable feeling of intimacy. This was some kind of oppressive feeling from a higher-level member of the same clan. He had never felt this feeling in his life before. The head asked for Bingji's hand. She started checking his bloodline, which was quite average, but his cultivation level was very high. It reached 8 levels peak. Its vitality exceeded that of average classmen. If his bloodline was further purified, he would most definitely reach the Lord level. She then asked Bingji if he had relied on someone else to obtain his cultivation level, and his answer was negative. He had some opportunities in his lifetime, but he surely relied on himself. The purity of Bingji's bloodline was not weak, so he must have been a descendant of a divine-level powerhouse of the Ice Girls clan. He was asked if he knew his mother or not, and he again replied negatively. He asked if she could help him find her mother, which constituted anger in the Ice Girl clan head because it was against the law and a violation to secretly marry an outsider of their clan. The punishment for this violation was turning the person back into ice. Now, she insisted that she needed to take Bingji to her clan to investigate his case more. San was not happy about it, because it was not safe for Bingji to go to their clan alone. She told San that there was no other option, and that she couldn't leave Bingji outside. It was a case of the Elder Council. San completely refused her, but she did not listen to him at all. They both were now very angry, and anything could happen at that moment. Then, they came to an agreement that she had to fight San first. If she won, she would get to take his older brother, and if she lost, she had to listen to San. The condition was that she was not allowed to use the frozen throne. All San wished was that she didn't make any difficulties for his brother. He was very confident about the fight, which made the leader even more furious. He stated that if she hurt his brother, he would end the Ice Girl clan. They then moved out of the ancestral court, as no private fights were allowed inside of the court. San told Bingji to keep the fight a secret. They came to a flat mountain on the north of the ancestral court. While they stared at each other, Bingji watched the scene from a distance. San really had to win this fight to prove that everyone should take humans seriously. If humans didn't prove their strength, it would be difficult for them to compete on the same footing in the future. Was human San really capable of fighting a Lord-level powerhouse? If he lost, his brother would be compelled to go with the Ice Girl clan's head to her clan. No one could guess what would happen to him there. Just before the beginning of the duel, she threatened San for the last time and then unexpectedly attacked San right away. Luckily, he teleported quickly and dodged the attack easily. Now it was his turn to attack. He activated the bipolar realm, which brought bad luck to the opponent and made her out of sync. She felt her bloodline power stagnating and was very shocked about it. San quickly teleported and appeared from the sky with a fire hammer, attacking her straight on the head. Luckily, she blocked the attack with her ice spikes. San was continuously pressing her, and she was forced to defend herself at all costs and had little to no opportunities to build up an attack. The moment she released her palm, her bloodline stagnated again and again. It was like her fate was being controlled. She was shocked that her bloodline power was stagnating that much and did not know how to attack San or even defend his powerful attacks. Afterward, she saw the Heavenly Fox transformation and shouted at him as if he were in the Heavenly Fox clan. San, without responding, continued his lethal attacks on her, which pressed her even more, and she was in a dire situation. She had no option other than blocking. Blow after blow, San broke her defense down very easily. She had never been suppressed and beaten this much. This position was very awkward for her to fight back, and she had no time to adjust and was just in a lock. Bingji was shocked as well. Seeing a human beating a divine-level powerhouse was no normal thing. He was really some kind of a monster. The clan's head couldn't fight back because San was controlling the battle's rhythm. She then transformed to break through San's lock. In order to break the bipolar realm, she decided to use her divine consciousness. San took the battle smartly. He didn't want to confront her head-on, so he put away his bipolar realm first. She shot an ice spike towards him at a tremendous speed, which was nearly impossible to dodge. It was high time for San to activate the consonant Heavenly Eye. The head was shocked to see that San had broken her ice spike with that low of a cultivation level. San basically used his consonant Heavenly Eye to accurately find the weakest spot in the Ice Girl's defense. Afterward, he used the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track to make a deadly attack on the Ice Girl. He had not been affected by her ice spikes at all and walked through them like nothing. He attacked her continuously, and now she had nothing else to do other than defend. After some time, she was forced to retreat from the fight and abandon it. It was for the first time ever that a divine-level powerhouse had been defeated by a human. It was very shocking to see that a human with that low cultivation level could do this incredible act. This was a real once-in-blue-moon fight to witness. The Ice Girl hid inside the frozen coffin as she was scared of San's attacks. She wanted to avoid face-to-face confrontation with San. She was not powerful enough to face him head-on. The frozen coffin was very hard and almost unbreakable. She was using her own divine consciousness to keep herself intact in the coffin. That's how she avoided San's rage. Suddenly, a field started to appear around the Ice Girl's coffin. This field must be her trump card, as she used it at the last minute. Seeing this, San had an idea inside his head. He threw the stone of slowness that he had bought at the ancestral auction towards the Ice Girl. Ice Girl noticed the stone as she was in the same auction. She was surprised because the stone would affect San too. It seemed like he had played a dumb technique. Suddenly, he used his time acceleration to barely escape the effect of the space-time Pelorda. This play shocked the Ice Girl tremendously. She had no option but to accept defeat now. Her ice armor was also affected by the Stone of Slowness and couldn't be formed fully in this less of a time period. For the final attack, he integrated his great Sumeru hammer with a trace of his own divine consciousness. This act caused the hammer to absorb the Liger Golden Flame's flame into itself. He then charged this modified hammer towards the Ice Girl at full speed and finished his attack. It seemed like it was over for the Nice Girl, and she was no longer there. However, San was not a bad dude. He did not attack the Ice Girl with his hammer, as it was just a private fight. He warned her to accept defeat, and she did so. Ice Girl said she would keep the words that she had promised him before. His brother was free to go. She would also promote his consideration more. San then asked her to use the frozen throne to purify his senior brother. Meanwhile, Bingji was still in shock. He could not believe his eyes for what he had just witnessed. A human defeating a divine-level powerhouse? Never had been done before. The same thought was on the Ice Girl clan's head's mind. They both were shocked by seeing San's real power. Only because San had defeated the Ice Girl clan's head, she decided to use her frozen throne to purify his brother's bloodline. As Bingji sat on the throne, a wave of coolness immediately flowed through his limbs. His skin was very cold. Some lines like ice flowers appeared on his skin, which was terrifying to look at. The Ice Girl clan's head noticed that there was no rejection from the frozen throne. This meant that humans really were really close to the bloodline of the Ice Girl clan. It was a very good combination and a very strong one, too. Everything the Ice Girl had witnessed that day made her believe that humans were no joke. She really had to consider this suggestion from San now. The purification of Bingji's bloodline was completed by dawn. Now, he felt that his bloodline had gone through some very positive changes, and something seemed to be activated in his body. After all this work, the Ice Girl left for her clan and said goodbye to them both. San left his contact information with her just in case she wanted to consider his suggestion of humans. Bingji then returned to the Great Tiger Hotel. San leads his way to Kerry City to look for the Big Cat couple. The Ancestral Court's elite competition was about to begin, so the Big Cat couple needed to sign up as soon as possible. But it could be real work to find them. San had not seen them for several days. What would he do to find them now? San also had a Liger bloodline. This meant that it was no problem for him to find the Big Cat couple. He found the Big Cat couple through the exploration of the divine entities. When San found them, he found out they were traveling non-stop for several days. This was because they had no wings to deploy for flying. After all the traveling, they were almost at the Ancestral Court. He then explained to the Big Cat about the Ancestral Court's elite competition. He needed his help to compete in this because he was not quite sure if humans would be allowed in this competition. The Big Cat couple agreed to his request without saying a word. They were in for anything he ordered them to do. This dedication was really needed for them to succeed. In addition, the Big Cat always wanted to test out his current bloodline power. It was a golden and incredible chance for the big cat to test the true power of his bloodline in the competition. However, the situation wasn't as smooth as it appeared. There was a problem ahead of them now. The kitten had no aristocratic status, which meant she could not legally enter the ancestral court. This was a big problem for them all. San contacted Jiang to help them smuggle the kitten inside the ancestral court. After a lot of work, he finally managed to get the kitten inside the ancestral court. Another problem was that it was the last day to register for the ancestral court's elite competition. They quickly rushed inside the ancestral court without any more thinking. They went to the registration location, the ancestral court grand square, without wasting any time. When they arrived, they left the kitten inside the carriage. The big cat and San went inside to register themselves. The receptionist told them that the entry fee was 100 elemental coins. The lowest bloodline level was bloodline level 2. Anything below that was not allowed to compete in the competition. They tested the bloodline level with a special device. First, the test subject's blood was dropped into the device. The rising height of the device's crystal column indicated the subject's bloodline power. There was a scale next to the crystal column. When the crystal column's height reached 3 feet, the subject's bloodline level was bloodline level 4. 6 feet was the third-level bloodline. Anything beyond 15 feet indicated a first-level bloodline. The big cat's crystal column raised up to a shocking 69 feet. The enormously high value shocked everyone in the room. The big cat was in the top 10 highest bloodlines recorded. After learning about the big cat's bloodline level, the staff of the ancestral court became very respectful of him and were a bit terrified of him. The staff explained that there was not only a solo competition, but also a duo competition. The duo competition gained Big Cat's attention. He asked San if he wanted to join him in the duo competition. Staff quickly declined this offer as no humans were allowed in the competition. However, they negotiated that San had a first-level bloodline and that he deserved to participate in the competition. The staff did not buy it. The staff told them that they needed the guarantee of emperors before a human could participate. This made San excited quickly. He showed the staff his token of Sword St. Palace. The magnificent token blew everyone's mind. The staff rapidly changed their attitude towards San too. They now told him they needed to check his bloodline level before he was qualified to compete in the competition. As long as San passed the bloodline test, he was good to go. San asked about the rewards of the competition. After knowing the rewards, he got really excited and agreed to compete in the competition no matter what. Now the big cat and San were a duo in the competition. It seemed like they were invincible together, and no one could defeat them now. San then stepped up to test his bloodline level. In his turn, the crystal column rose to 3. He used his liger bloodline for this test. It was already a second bloodline level, so he was good to participate in the competition. Both he and the big cat decided to participate in both challenges, the duo and solo. The registration fees for this competition were very expensive. Now that San had paid it, he could not waste this opportunity and tried his hardest to win. The total registration fees came up to 400 elemental coins. Surprisingly, out of the blue, young Master Mei appeared from behind, entering the registration office for the Ancestral Court's elite competition. San muttered to himself, wondering why his heart stopped every time he glanced at that man. Mei wondered if there was a Peacock demon above divine level standing in front of her. She was really curious who he was. They both then realized who they were. After they greeted each other, San asked her why she was in seclusion and what she was doing there. Mei asked the same questions to San. From behind, someone yelled at how they knew each other, which made them both panic. The man seemed to be very unhappy about them knowing each other. This made them both a bit awkward. It turned out that the man who was not so happy about them knowing each other was Mei's own father. San was befuddled upon seeing his father-in-law. Mei introduced him as her human friend to her father. He respectively greeted her father and lowered down to him. Father looked at the big cat and was surprised that the Liger clan was there too. He saw the device had a second-level bloodline and asked the big cat if their clan's bloodline issue was solved. He replied that it wasn't his bloodline but Shura's. He was very shocked upon seeing a human with this high bloodline power. Except for Mei, he had never seen anyone else with this high bloodline strength being a human. The father wished that his daughter's bloodline level must be checked as well. Both San and Mei wondered what they were doing in the ancestral court. Maybe this was the test Mei was talking about to Shura earlier. Now that she was there too, San got confused. He could not really decide which side he should pick, Mei or the big cat. He could not ditch his previous teammate just for Mei, so he promised the big cat that he would still be participating in the double competition with him. When Mei stepped up to check her bloodline level, the crystal column was going up very slowly. Shura told her that the human bloodline level is very calm, steady, and consistent. She doesn't have to worry about it. After some time, the speed of Mei's crystal column increased 2 times. Finally, it stopped at 18 feet, which was higher than the big cat's. May was able to participate in the competition now as her bloodline level was first bloodline level. This meant she was surely in the top 10, although she had another problem. She did not have a partner to participate in this competition. She wanted to compete in the double competition, but no one was there for her. Seeing her all worried for a partner, San suddenly changed his mind and ditched the big cat to join May in the competition. May's father was not quite happy about this, as San was only bloodline level 2. He thought that he would slow his daughter down in the competition. Little did he know about his true strength. Shura showed him his token of the Sword Saint Palace. This shocked the father very much. He couldn't believe his own eyes that a human could even gain recognition of the Sword Saint Palace. May persuaded her father that Shura, who was actually San, was indeed very powerful, and he had to believe her words no matter what. Father asked Shura if he was from Kerry City. He replied that he indeed was. Father started teaching him that the future of that world belonged to young people like San and May. They had to decide the future of this world with their own will. The pressure of having the future in their hands made May a bit nervous. After all this, San apologized to the big cat for ditching him and participating with May. The big cat did not mind it that much and accepted his apology. He shared that he would have done the same thing if he were in his position. Several people were registered at that moment. All three of them signed up for a solo competition, and then May and San signed up for the double competition as well. While registering, San tried to take a glance at May's paper, but she covered it. San really wanted to know her real name. Both father and daughter left the ancestral court. They said that they would see each other at the Grand Square. When everyone left, San got lost in his thoughts again. He was thinking that their 3-5 combination came back in this world as well. He really missed it. In the last life, San and May, who was Shu in her previous life, participated together and dominated the entire arena. He really missed that part of his life and was really happy to see it come back. Now he and the big cat were left only. San treated the big cat with a very big meal as compensation for ditching him in the competition. He also told him that if he gets a spot in the double competition, he will choose something good for the big cat as well. The big cat refused the offer, as he only wanted to do it himself. What he wanted to achieve could only be achieved if he relied on his own strength. After leaving the reception, May's father asked her who Shura was. She explained that Shura had helped her when she was in Kerry City. Her father told her that if he was a good helper and could play an important role in her future, she should try to win over him. But if she's unsure he will help her in the future, she should stay vigilant. He told her that every core member should be a confidant. She had to listen to that advice because he was a senior and knew much more about life than she did. Then she left to have some rest, as she had had a long day. In her room, she thought to herself she was participating with Shura after a very long period of time. She was not quite sure if they could still work out together and dominate the entire arena. Also, she was very shocked to even see Shura there in the first place. They both didn't expect to see each other that day. She was not quite sure and confident about Shura's strength at the moment. She doubted his strength as he never showed it to her. Anyhow, she expected him to be very powerful. Then it came to her mind that the big cat was also in the room. Shura and he were supposed to be competing together in the double competition. But upon seeing May, Shura completely forgot about the big cat and left him for May without any hesitation. Upon inspecting this, May came to the conclusion that Shura was indeed very nice to her. However, she was still indeed confused about what that meant to her. Meanwhile, San could not be happier that day. He got to compete with young Master May. All this couldn't stop San from doing what had to be done. After this competition, San was most likely to become May's helper. In order to do this, he had to complete some work. He had 2 places to be at. There were still 2 days left for the competition, so in order to complete his tasks, he left the ancestral court early in the morning. After some time, he reached the heavenly Holy Yang Mountain. The Heavenly Yang Heavenly Spirit Empire was raised and born by heaven. He was the leader of the spirit race. He possessed the most powerful ability. Now that he had been to the ancestral court, he definitely had to experience it. After submitting 10 elemental coins, he started to climb the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain. There were very few people who actually came to climb the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain, as it was very far behind the Sword Saint Mountain. The temperature on the mountain was hotter than outside, although it was still bearable. However, the holy mountain of the first spirit emperor won't be that simple. That was sure enough. Everything started to move around in the surroundings and the temperature suddenly rose. The mountain suddenly turned into an active volcano. There was lava flowing onto San's steps. He had to do something about it or he would burn alive. He activated his golden liger flame to test if it would resist the lava. The golden liger flame did not resist the temperature of the lava at all. The temperature of the lava was too much for the golden liger flame. San was about to catch on fire before he backed up a bit. He was really shocked to see that only the first level of the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain was enough to tire him. He did not expect it to be this difficult. It was much more intense in comparison to the Crystal Mountain. There was absolutely no way that the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain could have set up such an insurmountable situation for him. Suddenly, he thought of a cheat code. He summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor, which dropped the temperature of the lava significantly. The Blue-Silver Emperor could survive the temperature of that lava, although he would be burned black. The mountain was very willful. It was set up in a way that nobody in the Demon Clan could climb the Holy Mountain. Only the powerhouses of the Spirit Clan were qualified to climb the mountain. Luckily, San had the Blue-Silver Emperor to save the day. After stabilizing, he was in no hurry to climb to the top of the mountain. He took his time to feel the changes of the Blue-Silver Emperor. He noticed that the blazing firepower of the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain was no longer invading him. In fact, they were infiltrating him. Rolling heat flowed into his entire body, including the Blue-Silver Emperor. He could feel the blood and energy inside his body boiling because of the intense heat of the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain. His blood meridian and limbs were all going under and changing under the heat. This was unreal for San, and he could not bear the heat anymore. The temperature of Yang's fire was very high, and it rose to the roof. He felt that his physical strength was getting stronger and stronger. His main and only weakness was his physical strength. He came to the mountain so that he could maintain all his strengths at balance and cure his weaknesses. A few minutes later, he began to absorb the scorching heat in the form of energy. He converted it with the mysterious heaven skill before infiltrating his body. After gaining the energy, he did not continue climbing the mountain. He remained steady at the second step, while the other climbers left him way behind. He persisted there till midnight. Then he strangely decided to descend the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain and end his trial. He specifically did that to improve his physical strength many times. He felt really nice there and wanted to stay. If time permits, he could stay there for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, he left the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain and made his way towards the ancestral court. He flew right to the White Tiger Hotel. Back inside the hotel, he rushed to the cultivation room quickly. There, he decided to meditate. At the same time, he felt some changes in the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver Emperor was darker in color as it was roasted. It was also shrunk in size. However, the strength of the Blue-Silver Emperor increased significantly with some fiery heat. That was indeed the world's most powerful heavenly sunflower. Even San's golden ligger flame was affected by it. He would definitely recommend that the big cat try it out. After feeling these changes, San quickly entered a state of meditation. He needed to recover quickly before heading to the next location the other day. He meditated until the next morning. The next dawn, he set off to the second location he wanted to visit before the ancestral court's competition. The next location was the Earthly Yin Holy Mountain. It was owned by the Earthly Yin Heavenly Emperor. The Earthly Yin Mountain was filled with a strong, gloomy aura. One thing was different from that of the Heavenly Yang Holy Mountain. It had many climbers climbing towards the top. No one knew why they wore pitch-black cloaks. It completely concealed them. San then decided to climb the mountain. He would eventually get to know why it was very weird. As he started to climb, the temperature significantly dropped, making it extremely cold for him. It was getting worse and worse. The Blue-Silver Emperor now contained the Heavenly Yang's ability. He was not quite sure if the Emperor could handle the coldness. He then activated the Blue-Silver Grass. The situation was not getting any better. It was now too late. The cold energy had entered his entire body along with the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver Emperor brand inside his body couldn't bear the coldness and cracked. The two yin and yang energies were colliding inside San's body. He could not bear it anymore. If that continued at this rate, he was going to die. He needed to slow down the collision first and rush out of there. San used the Stone of Slowness for this purpose. He also stopped climbing the mountain. He reverted his aim and flew in the opposite direction of the zone of the Earthly Yin Holy Mountain. Someone from behind was watching all his activities. He wondered if another little guy wanted to handle the yin and yang powers together. This task was no joke. If it had been that easy, the rich empire would not have been dominated by the two of them. San did not hesitate and immediately activated the Peacock transformation to return to the White Tiger Hotel. After that, he hurriedly entered his room to meditate quickly. He never had the expectation of the yin and yang energies colliding together and having to suck explosive reactions. The Blue-Silver Emperor brand and mysterious heaven skill in his body were both affected, steadily retreating under the impact of these two energies. Even his soul began to completely destabilize. This was just a little glance at the power of the heavenly emperors of the heavenly mountains. Even with the neutral and peaceful energy of San's mysterious heaven skill, he couldn't reconcile it. If this continued to happen, San would lose his life. What should he do in this situation? Abandon the Blue-Silver Emperor. There was a new brand which was not affected at all. He took out the new Blue-Silver Emperor brand. He decided to give the new brand a shot to see if it worked like the old one. Suddenly, his luck had drastically changed. Although the yin and yang energies were still in conflict inside his body, the new blue-silver Emperor brand made some mutations to it. When colliding with each other, the yin and yang energies suddenly slid and intertwined with each other. There was no direct contact between them, although they collided after one rotation. This effect made it much easier for San. He was now able to bear the strength of the colliding yin and yang energies. It did not seem that intense to him anymore. This scene was really dramatic for him, and his pupils dilated because of it. He then endured the intense consumption of his spiritual power while maintaining the bipolar realm. He wanted to use his luck to change the collision of the two different energies. After many tries, sure enough, through the augmentation of his luck, the two energies rotated and strengthened. The change caused them to cross each other more and more frequently, making it consistent. This created a great balance of strength inside San's body. It relieved San. He was no longer in the pain and suffering he had to go through. The blue-silver Emperor also reduced collisions and became balanced. It slowly started to recover itself as well. The two energies surrounding the Blue Emperor brand became more and more stable, forming a unique brand. This brand was completely new and had never been seen before. Fortunately, he could use this brand with the help of the bipolar realm to avoid going completely insane. San then planned to take a break to regain his strength and recover. After the break, he was to test the real strength of the new brand. The next day was a very big day. It was the day of the competition. Everyone was ready and came prepared. San drew Group 6, number 3. Under the influence of San's luck, the big cat also drew Group 6. This was a big problem as only one person from each group could get to the top. Finally, young Master Mei arrived on the battlefield. San gave her a hearing aid so they could contact each other. She had to put it inside her ear and use her spiritual powers to contact San. It was a convenient way of contacting each other. She then put it inside her ear, and then they tested it. It was working just fine. San then told her to draw her lot as well. Under the influence of Heavenly Fox's luck, Mei drew group number 9. After the drawing procedure was over, the group stages began to take place. The contestants were all 9th level powerhouses with bloodline levels of 2 or above. San and the big cat both watched the matches very seriously and with very much concentration. Only by thoroughly comprehending their opponents would they have a much greater chance of winning. After waiting more than an hour, it was finally San's turn on the stage. The host welcomed San on the stage. San told Mei not to worry about him, and that he would wait for her at the finals. When he saw his opponent, he was very shocked. His opponent was almost twice his size and much bigger than him in appearance. After learning more, San got to know that he was a very big guy with a first-level bloodline, which was one of the strongest people in their group. He belonged to the Golden Mammoth clan. The host told everyone in order so they could get their right opponents. San, unfortunately, had his number right after the Golden Mammoth and had to fight him. He doubted his luck as he had to fight with such a beast in only the first round of the competition. This was clearly not an ideal situation for him, and he had to be serious about it. Any mistakes could get him out of the competition right in the first round, which would be quite embarrassing for him in front of Mei. San thought that the bad luck brought to him was caused by the effect of the bipolar realm. Winning against the Golden Mammoth was the least possible for San throughout the whole group. The chances could have been higher. He then announced that he was indeed the number 6. Everyone looked at him with grief and felt bad for him. The Golden Mammoth asked San what race he was. Upon knowing that San was a human, he got a little scared. As all humans were very strong and participated in the challenge, the Golden Mammoth asked him to go easy on him. That mammoth appeared very interesting to San. Although he was an absolute giant, he was humble as a little child and too polite towards him. The host announced that it was San's and the Golden Mammoth's turn. Everyone in the crowd thought that San was really unlucky. The reason was that he had to face the Golden Mammoth in the very first round of the competition. No one was really believing in him in this situation. Everyone thought that San now had no chance of survival. Then the fight started. The Golden Mammoth quickly pulled out 2 hammers from his back. Their impact would be no less than San's great Sumaru hammer. The hammers were really extraordinary. San needed to implement specific tactics to confront this giant. He couldn't face him head-on, so he decided to make the Golden Mammoth run a little bit. He was avoiding all of Golden Mammoth's attacks while running at full speed. The Golden Mammoth could not catch up with San at all. He became furious at the fact that he couldn't catch San. He raged aimlessly in the hope that San could catch one of his attacks. He then banged both his hammers on the ground. This created an enormous sound, much like that of whales. This scared everyone in the crowd, and they covered their ears. The sound was truly terrifying and echoed in the whole ancestral court. With the sound, there was a spiritual attack as well. This made San's whole mind blank. He had already expected that as he was confronting a first-level bloodline person. Suddenly, the Golden Mammoth locked on San and started to close on him. The next attack was for sure about to hit him, as the Golden Mammoth's breath was locked on San. To confront this, San activated the purple demon eye. This spirit was so powerful that San was able to break through the golden mammoth's breath and counterattack him as well. San then saw an opportunity to attack the giant golden mammoth on his bare chest. As he attacked his chest, he bounced back like it was a trampoline. Everyone in the crowd started laughing at San, and his attack was as little as tickling the giant golden mammoth. Suddenly, the golden mammoth's heart started hurting very painfully. He was shocked that a little slap from San did that to him. The golden mammoth dropped both his hammers on the floor. He again made a loud sound. He was no longer able to fight with San. This was all because of the little slap from San on his chest. It made his heart ache like hell. This made everyone in the crowd speechless. The mammoth's clan members who were laughing at him before got shocked, and their jaws dropped. San made the whole crowd speechless and surprised yet another time. The great golden mammoth started shouting out loud because of the extreme pain he was suffering in his heart. Something was wrong. The big golden mammoth was sitting on his knees in front of San. Everyone in the crowd was shocked. They thought it was a match fixing, as a little slap like that could not possibly bend down a giant. But in reality, San just had a successful punch. He attached 3 bloodline powers to his palm: Peacock transformation, liger transformation, and the blue-silver emperor. He first used the liger transformation to devour and weaken the opponent's defense. Then he used the Peacock transformation's teleportation power to send the yin and yang powers directly toward the golden mammoth's heart. This was a new move he came up with. He named it the 3-palm transformation. Although the abilities transferred were not much, they had the ultimate attributes. Even the strong golden mammoth couldn't survive them as they burst out at the most vulnerable heart. However, this move moved the balance of the powers inside his body. He couldn't use it more than once a day. Then, San stepped up to finish the game. He rushed quickly towards the golden mammoth with his attack. It seemed as if the golden mammoth would not survive the next attack. Fortunately, San did not attack the mammoth at all and asked him to accept defeat instead. The great golden mammoth had accepted defeat from San right in front of everyone in the ancestral court's solo competition. The host then announced that San had won the round. Everyone found that performance very strange and did not expect that from San. Everyone thought of it as match fixing and did not take it seriously. No human could do that, so everyone thought of San as an ordinary human being. San then treated the golden mammoth with his special powers and healed him in no time. This shocked the mammoth yet another time. He asked him about that power, but San ignored him. He introduced himself to San. His name was Mao, and he proceeded to ask him as well. San replied that his name was Shura. The golden mammoth was really disappointed in himself. First, he pretended to be the pig and kill the tigers, but now he really became the pig. He thought to himself that his grandpa would beat him to death if he returned. It was really over for him. He was disqualified and kicked out of the ancestral court's competition. San then went to see the big cat. The big cat asked him if he won that quickly or lost. San replied positively. He had won just in time, as it was now the big cat's turn to fight. This was going to be quite interesting for him. On his way to the fighting ring, the big cat was thinking about his clan. His clan was always called a cursed clan by people, and was despised by the entire world. He really had to show them his real true power and prove them all wrong. This was his time to shine. He was given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he could not waste the opportunity. All of his clan was starving and struggling to survive. For the sake of his own clan, he had to fight in the great Coliseum again and again to earn some money. He really hated this curse and wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. He hated his powerlessness even more. If it weren't for Shura's appearance, he would still be venting his anger in the life and death fights. He changed his clan's fate and saved them from their Great Depression. That day, he stepped into the arena, but this time he was no longer fighting for survival. He was fighting for his and his clan's glory. He needed the victory for the rise of his clan. He wanted to show everyone how powerful his Liger clan really was. As he entered the arena, everyone started cursing him and shouted that he was not allowed there as he was from a despised clan. His opponent was the Golden Ape, the top bloodline of the Ape Demon clan. He was a second-level bloodline. As the fight started, the Golden Silk Ape rushed toward the big cat, who was standing still, unfazed. As the ape reached closer and closer to the big cat, he swung his gigantic sword toward the Golden Silk Ape's face. He shouted so loud that everyone who did not believe him had to know that he was going to destroy the Golden Silk Ape with his gigantic sword. The big cat was filled with rage and could not afford to lose. He converted all this anger and deprivation into his fight and swung into the Golden Ape's face with full force. The Golden Silk Ape was killed by one single strike of the big cat. This was because the strike was filled with rage and offense, and it could not have been more perfect and powerful. One single strike was enough to completely kill the Golden Silk Ape. From this, everyone could really estimate the real power of the big cat's bloodline level 1. He shocked everyone in the crowd. Everyone was wondering if the Liger and Tiger clan's bloodline conflict was resolved or something. After all that, San congratulated the big cat on his wonderful victory. The big cat gave San the stick with which he killed the golden ape. The matches were over for both of them. The big cat asked San if he was going to see Mei's match or not. San said that the big cat could leave earlier and have some rest while he watched for Mei's fight. However, the big cat refused, and they both went to watch her match together. After not long enough, it was Mei's turn to fight. Mei's opponent was not that terrifying. It was a member of the Golden Fox clan with a second bloodline level. Mei was a first-level bloodline, so there should be no difficulty for her to fight the Golden Fox. However, she should not be careless as she had recently advanced to the 9th cultivation level. Mei was really confident in her fight. The three main talents of the Golden Fox clan were speed, illusion, and charm, but Mei was also a female, so charm was useless against her. As the fight started, the Fox girl transformed into several bodies of herself. This was intended to confuse Mei, but she had another trick up her sleeve. When the Fox girl rushed towards her, she used her power of space to cut the space. This made the area surrounding the Fox girl compress more and more. If the area were compressed at this rate, the Fox girl would be crushed to her death. This power was really powerful, and Mei had learned to take control of it. As the area shrunk around the Fox girl, she became more and more worried. This made her surrender and retreat. She had to forfeit from the fight, or else she would have lost her life. Just like that, Mei had won her first fight in the competition. Everyone did not expect that after a year of seclusion, her power of space would become this strong. This was a shock to everyone watching the fight. After the fight, the big cat decided to go back. However, San stayed there. He was planning to spend more time with Mei and discuss his double tournament. However, that didn't seem to be needed anymore. After the family test, the ability of Mei to control her power of space became very strong and stable. A few days ago, Mei had gone somewhere to take a family test. It was really dark in there, and Mei did not know if it was the right place. She did not quite know the content of the test. All she knew was that it was related to the power of space. She used the stone of blessing that Shura gave her there, as it was going to increase her luck and help her in any way possible. Bringing it with her increased her chances of passing the test. She was very confident that she was able to pass the test with ease. Then she prepared and entered the test. This test was going to decide if the power of space ability should be Mei or not. Through this test, Mei could increase her fighting skills and techniques by a mile. It would really help her in the competition, which was going to be helpful a few days later. This made her more and more serious about the test, as she was willing to do anything to win the tournament held in the ancestral court. This test could decide Mei's chances of winning in the tournament. If she passed the test, she would automatically be more confident in the competition. Hence, her chances of winning will increase by a lot. When Mei entered for the test, a circular altar appeared under her feet. The surroundings also turned into an endless starry sky. The silver light emitted from the altar was the power of space. She felt like there was an existence similar to that of the circular altar that appeared under her feet. Suddenly, the surroundings lit up brightly. It was so bright that it was hard to even see her. However, as soon as the power of space shot into the sky, the altar turned completely black. The power of space quickly turned into thousands of countless balls of light. This was really wonderful to experience with the naked eye. It was a pleasant experience for Mei so far. She was confused about what that exactly meant as she was there for a test. Suddenly, bright silver lights started to shoot up from Mei's feet. This was supposed to be the content of the test. If she got hit with one of the silver lights or made contact with them, she would lose her body parts. Her task was to avoid the bright silver lights at all costs. These lights were being shot towards Mei from all directions. This made her very conscious. She dodged the bright lights at all costs. There were several more lights coming towards her. She didn't know what to do. Then she realized she maybe had to use Heaven's secret dance to detect the changes in space. Mei started dancing gracefully. To her surprise, she dodged all the lines of space and got through them. She passed through the gaps of the lights pretty easily. She dodged countless space lights. Gradually, her spiritual power could no longer hold it. However, on the other hand, the space lights were only increasing in number and showing no sign of decreasing, even the slightest. The powers of space that had been avoided or dodged were reintegrated into the altar. At this point, there was still a considerable black area on the altar. Heaven's secret dance required Mei's spiritual power to sense the change in space. The only problem for her was that intervals between the attacks were so low that she did not have any time to even catch her breath. There were still a lot of light rays falling at full speed. All of a sudden, Mei remembered the crystal mirror Shura gave her. She pulled out the crystal mirror and tried to make good use of it. She also slowed the time to her favor. This was really helpful to Mei, and she was no longer worried that she was going to be hit by extremely bright, strong light rays. She was no longer overwhelmed. While avoiding the rays, she also had time to recover now. Although the duration of time was not long now, Mei had some time to catch her breath. Also, during that time, she gained a new understanding of Heaven's secret dance. She was able to change the power of space, therefore changing its trajectory. This was the correct use of the Heaven's Secret Dance. The test had become easier for May than before. As soon as the last few lights of space were absorbed into the altar, it turned completely silver. She also ended Heaven's Secret Dance. Suddenly, a giant swan-like creature appeared right in front of her, and she was shocked. Had she completed the test, or was there more to come? As the swan appeared out of nowhere, it came closer and closer to May. The swan was ginormous. It scared her to death. She was really nervous to face it. It was her first time to experience something like that. After the swan came close enough to May, she flapped her wings aggressively. This made the swan emit hundreds of light rays out of her wings. Upon viewing this, May was really shocked. The light rays surrounded her and somewhat raised her into the air. She was totally covered with the rays and levitating in the air. Apart from that, she also felt some changes inside her. After the swan, suddenly, a golden peacock crown appeared on May's head. The indication of the peacock crown meant that she had passed her test. She had eventually passed the test of the power of space. She must have gained a lot of strength to pass this test. This strength would really help her compete in the tournament, which was held several days ahead. After the announcement of passing the test, she also got a Heaven's Secret plume for passing the test. This plume was quite different from before and seemed much more powerful. That should be the form displayed following the recognition. She claimed the Heaven's Secret plume. As soon as she acquired possession of it, it made her grow peacock wings. Giant peacock wings appeared surrounding May as she descended the stairs. Out of the blue, some strange images started to appear in May's mind. She had no idea what the images coming from Heaven's Secret plume really meant. They must be hinting at something for May to do. This test was really strange and mysterious. She had no idea what to expect at any moment. Anything was possible during this test, and there was no particular content. The intense situation made her more and more cautious. The light at the last wing of the feather seemed different to her. It was nothing like what she had experienced. Something was different about this feather, and she was curious to know what it was. All of a sudden, she took a look at the feather. An indescribable feeling of fear appeared inside her heart as she took a glance at the feather. She quickly shifted her sight to something else, which made the feeling go away. This meant that she could not look at the feather directly, or else it would create a feeling of fear inside her mind. One of the most used abilities of Heaven's Secret plume was to show Heaven's secrets. Could what May saw also be a Heaven's secret? She was highly curious about the mysteriousness of Heaven's Secret plume. She wanted to get the hang of it so she could use it properly for its correct purpose. Maybe what she saw was going to happen in the future. It was Heaven's Secret plume hinting and warning her about the future. Meanwhile, after the fight, May returned to her residence from the competition venue. Thanks to the 2 devices Shura gave to her, she was able to pass the inheritance test. But would that affect Shura as well? Shura must be nerfed because he donates devices to her. She also did not understand the match between Shura and the great golden mammoth. All she knew was that it wasn't match fixing. She was really surprised that Shura was able to end the match with just one soft slap. She was a little nervous to fight side by side with him the other day. Meanwhile, San went to the mountain climbing area again. He asked the big cat to climb the Sword Saint Palace mountain while he climbed the Heavenly Fox mountain. He had greatly developed and upgraded from the yin and yang energies. Therefore, he must not back off and waste this opportunity. He remained at the Heavenly Fox mountain for about 2 hours. Then he quickly shifted his way to the earthly yin holy mountain. This time, San absorbed the holy energy of yin very carefully. After absorbing the yin energy, he invoked a trace of yang energy to fuse with it. He was not in a hurry or impatient at all. This provided the energies more and more time to fuse together. Every time he absorbed a trace of yin energy, the energy intensity of the yin and yang vortex increased drastically. By the end of the night, San had already gone back and forth twice. The yin and yang energies in his body had increased 4 times as much as before. This time, San was left surprised yet again. He noticed that a small part of the energy was left in a neutral and peaceful state of energy. As the Lord King, San recognized this energy at a glance. It was the energy of chaos. It was the next day. This day was very important for San. The main reason was that it was the doubles tournament that day. He was really excited to participate along with May as her duo. He got excited just by thinking about it. It was time for May and San to fight with their 3-5 combinations together again. Cultivating the energy of chaos made him feel really powerful and confident. Just one night of cultivation had already improved it in almost all aspects. The day before, San realized that the energies of yin and yang in his body had merged to form the energy of chaos. This made him very shocked. He used this energy to cultivate. When heaven and the earth had not even opened, there was chaos. The spiritual energy that light required was the energy of chaos. San had only seen this kind of energy when he was a Lord King. It was a great tonic for any life form at any cultivating level. This day he would try his absolute best to show off his skills in front of May. As time passed, May also arrived at the Ancestral Court's competition venue. They both then lined up to draw. Today was a double match, so the schedule was shorter than the previous day. Mei and San had to wait a lot. The line was very long. Mei looked more and more like Wu in San's eyes. That moment was his happiest moment since he came to that world. Competing side by side with Mei was San's dream, and it had been completed on that day. He planned to guard her at all costs and let no one even touch her. He really wanted to show off his skills in front of her so she would be impressed. Perhaps she was already impressed with his skills. She was keen to know how he slapped the golden mammoth and how he did it. He explained to her that he fused several energies together and transmitted them to the golden mammoth's heart, therefore defeating him. She was shocked as she had no idea if that was even possible before. He then explained to her that space was not only just external, it was also inside the person's body. She was immensely enlightened upon knowing that information. San asked her if she wanted to learn the skill too, to which she responded that she would love to, but in her free time. Their draw was up. San used the Heavenly Fox's luck on Mei, and she drew the number 8. This meant that they had to line up very quickly, as they would fight very early after the contest started. Mei asked San if he had any tactics for the fight. After the retreat, she had achieved the level of spatial assimilation. She had improved so much that San told her to lead the attack and that he would assist her. She was in a huge shock when San knew she had reached the level of spatial assimilation. Anyhow, letting go of the situation, the two of them sat and waited for their turn in the arena. The big cat had no time that day, so he decided to not come. After some time, the wait for their turn was over. They were up against Group 7. Group 7 consisted of the Spider Tree Spirit and the Corpse Devourer Spirit from the Spirit Clan. Both of them had second-level bloodlines, so they were not that strong. The day before, San had absorbed a lot of yin and yang energy, and the blue-silver Emperor Grassbrand was no longer enough to reconcile them. This was a good time to take advantage of the game, absorb more powerful bloodline power, and fuse it to enhance. Their bloodline levels were both at the second level, which was just fine enough to be absorbed. Because they were not that strong, San and Mei decided to fight on their own. Mei had to handle the Spider Tree Spirit while San fought the Corpse Devourer Spirit. The host announced that the match had begun. Both of the offensive team members rushed towards San and Mei. Mei had to activate her power of space to tackle the Spider Tree Spirit.